Chapter 589, Four Mighty Followers. This little fellow fell asleep again since who knew when, unshakable by any circumstances. But Yuan discovered to his surprise that white light actually already broke through to Tier 4 since goodness knows when. Young Master Yi, ever since white light refined that tiger bone, he has been in a deep sleep the entire time. He already broke through to Tier 4 the other day and seems to be going to break through to middle stage Tier 4 soon. Middle stage Tier 4 was basically equivalent to late stage C transformation already. Yuan only broke through to late stage C transformation when he obtained the vast heaven pagoda's inheritance. To think that this little fellow used such a method to break through again. Truly making others envy this little fellow to death. Looks like that tiger bone was very beneficial to white light. No wonder he was so agitated back then. Just let him break through here then. I have to stay here to enter a retreat for several days as well. If you guys have any matter, just face the void and call for me will do, Yuan said. Yuan has already entered the 9th level for quite a few days. Why isn't there any activities until now? Something wouldn't have happened, right? Guo Taochun said. You jinx. Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. Since he already made it to the 9th level, how can a problem possibly occur? Qin Yan spat. Haha, that's true. Aren't I being worried here? Ah, it's Yuan. He's out. Guo Taochun suddenly said agitatedly. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned out to look. Indeed, they saw Yuan coming out from the vast heaven pagoda. Right at this time, the 5 people saw a scene that they found unforgettable in this lifetime. The originally towering into the clouds vast heaven pagoda was actually rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, a massive pagoda became like a small and exquisite pagoda, lying in Yuan's palm. What happened here? Why did the vast heaven pagoda become like this? Guo Taochun watched this scene and was shocked until his jaw nearly fell off. In a twinkle, Yuan arrived before the few of them. Qihai was the first to recover to his senses from the shock and looked at Yuan with a face full of disbelief as he said, Why Yuan, you? Yuan said smilingly, Old Hai, from today onwards, this endless world will no longer have the vast heaven pagoda inheritance. This matter is of utmost importance. The few of you, please help to keep this secret for me. Although Yuan said it with a consulting tone, the powerful aura emitting off his body made the other 4 people's expressions tighten. Just the aura Yuan was emitting made them unable to give rise to feelings of resistance. These few people were all proud children of heaven. Among those in the same generation, how could there possibly be people who could make them produce this sort of emotion? Looking at him again, Yuan was actually already at the 8th level C transformation realm. This shock was by no means insignificant. If it were an ordinary 8th level C transformation, it would not enter their sights at all. But these few people were deeply aware of what Yuan breaking through to the 8th level C transformation signified. Rest assured, we won't say it out. The 4 people said in unison. Qihai voiced out and said, Relax. The 4 of them won't say it out. Yuan nodded and said, If this matter leaks out, I'll find you guys to settle scores. Also, vast heaven pagoda detached from the ground and flew off on its own. Got it, the 4 people nodded and said, Understood. Following Yuan's power increasing with each day, his imposing momentum of a past sovereign gradually projected out too, making people submit. Actually, regarding these few people's instructions, he was just making provisions for contingencies, afraid that their tongues would wag. 10 years later when the vast heaven mystic realm really opened up once more, Yuan would probably long already not be in the endless world. Who cares about the surging flood by then? Yuan nodded and no longer bothered with those 4. Looking around, he asked Qihai, Old Hai, what's with this? Qihai briefly recounted the situation, making Yuan's eyebrows furrow slightly when he heard. I previously already suspected that Zhao Tianyan has impure motives. Looking at it now, whatever for the sake of the fierce Gale world martial artists' welfare, it's simply rubbish. Yuan smelled the thick scent of a conspiracy from the massacring of cities this incident. I think so too. It's just, we have no idea what the fierce Gale world is doing this for, Qihai said. Forget about him, a fox's tail will be revealed one day, Yuan said disdainfully. Qihai nodded and said, Now, we can only wait and see. Yuan, what's with this vast heaven pagoda? Yuan said smilingly, I cleared the 9th level, and this vast heaven pagoda's final reward is the vast heaven pagoda itself. Yuan briefly recounted the process of clearing the rounds but left out some crucial information in between. But, even so, the 5 people including Chi felt their hearts quiver from excitement when they heard too. Especially those 4 youngsters. Their gazes when looking at Yuan currently were filled with admiration. Yuan's age was much younger than theirs. But the achievements he clinched made them look up to him. The vast heaven pagoda has stood for tens of thousands of years. To think that it was actually for the sake of selecting a new master. It's just that even if one knew, probably nobody can accomplish it either. Yuan, as the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Our endless world's hope is all on you, Chi said solemnly. Yuan said coolly, Old Hai, rest assured. Zhao Tianian and I will ultimately have a battle one day. Furthermore, my family and friends are all in the endless world. It's naturally impossible to watch them seek their doom passively. Hearing Yuan's words, Chi was secretly fearful inside. What on earth did Yuan experience during the fierce Gale world trip, to actually give rise to such a huge grudge with that boundless realm powerhouse? But if Yuan had a conflict with the fierce Gale world's realm lord before, how did he escape? This Yuan was indeed full of riddles all over. But to Chi, this was enough. Yuan, I took the liberty to make the decision to keep the 4 of them behind. If you like them, then let them stay to be your followers. If you don't take fancy on them, I'll send them away right now, Chi said. Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, the few of them to be my followers. This isn't appropriate, right? These few people were all extremely haughty characters. Putting them by his side to be followers, he did not have the luck to enjoy it. Nothing inappropriate about it. Seeing your performance in the vast heaven pagoda, they had long already straightened out their own positions. If they have any disrespect to you in the future, you can make them get lost at any time. Chi said it very sternly, but his gaze looked towards the 4 people. The 4 people understood the meaning and hurriedly said, as 4 are willing to follow by Lord Yuan's side, following on the heels of your excellency. Yuan briefly swept a glance over the 4 but did not agree right away. When Chi saw the situation, he quickly said, Yuan, my intentions, I believe that you're very clear as well. The realm passageway is about to be completely linked up soon. The war between the 2 worlds might last for a very long time. The 4 of them are all the endless world's future pillars of society. I want to place them by your side to experience and toughen up. Yuan mused for a moment and said with a nod, all right then. Since Old Hai said it to such an extent, I'd be too unreasonable if I disagree as well. But I'll say the nasty stuff first, following by my side, everything you have to listen to me. If anybody wants to throw a young master's tantrum, I won't be courteous. The 4 people were overjoyed when they heard and said, yes, Lord Yuan. Chapter 590, Utterly Routed. Wu Fang City was the Endless Alliance's headquarters right now. After returning from the vast heaven pagoda, the various sects' leaders all gathered here, organizing the entire Endless Alliance martial artists. And right now, inside City Lord Manor was a complete mess. Are your Black Flame sect members all a bunch of pigs? The fierce Gale world's numbers were half of yours, and you guys actually didn't even persist for 3 days. Stop making cynical remarks here. Talked as if your Heavenly Eagle sect is so impressive. Didn't you guys just persist for 1 day more than us? Persevering a day more is also persevering. Do you know how many of our Heavenly Eagle sect's people died for the sake of this 1 day? Unlike your Black Flame sect, immediately withdrawing once you saw that the situation was bad. Who withdrew immediately? The great battle this time, many of our elders died and our loss is grievous. If you say any more rubbish, this old man won't be finished with you. Another sect's heavyweight was just about to speak when Qin Hongtao, who had long been exasperated already, roared furiously, all shut your mouths for this old man. The fierce Gale world's 5-way great army is already gradually closing in on Crimsonlight City. Once Crimsonlight City is captured, it will be a flat stretch of land at the back. It will be immensely detrimental to our Endless Alliance. You guys are actually still in the mood to bicker here. With him roaring, everyone all kept quiet. Right now, the fierce Gale world was akin to autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, sweeping across the entire Endless world's southeastern side. Right now, once the Endless world's martial artists heard the fierce Gale world's name, it could be said to be trembling with fear upon hearing. The fierce Gale world did not seem to be anxious in expanding outwards. But every area they have been to, the butcher's knife would surely be raised up, killing off all of the martial artists. Hence, places where the fierce Gale world's great army passed through, the endless world martial artists were all utterly routed. Now, large numbers of the southeastern area martial artists all escaped to Crimsonlight City. And this Crimsonlight City was an extremely crucial strategic pass. Once it was occupied by the fierce Gale world, the endless world would become very passive. Alliance Chief Ning Yixian sat at the helm, his brows knitted tightly as if he did not hear those few people's arguing. It was also unknown what he was thinking about. At this time, seeing the group of people quieten down, Ning Yixian finally said slowly, "I won't talk more about Crimsonlight City's importance. Crimsonlight City's city lord, Su Hu, has already sent an emergency request for assistance to the Alliance to request for the Alliance to send people forward to reinforce. I wonder if there's anybody that all of you can recommend." The group of old ancestors exchanged glances, their faces all showing hesitation. But nobody was willing to make a sound. Right now, mutual hostilities had already gradually developed in full swing. But both parties still maintained that final trace of restraint. Both parties' divine traversing realm powerhouses had not joined the battles yet. Once divine traversing realm experts participated in the fights, it would signify that the war would escalate overall. Both sides' 0 hour would also not be far. These several old ancestors had already sent out considerable strength to clash head-on with the fierce Gale world. But the frontal battlefields were all crushing defeats. This made them treasure their own strength even more, unwilling to send people for the front lines. Humph, our 3 sects have already sent out elite forces to the southeastern 4 cities. Us few old fellows didn't even say anything, and each and every one of you guys is frightened. Seeing that these people still wished to conserve strength at this time, that icy cold Jing Zan finally flew off the handle. The other sects, old ancestors, were all silent as cicadas in cold weather. No one dared to make a sound. Jing Zan would not speak under normal circumstances. But once she spoke, that weight was rather heavy. Although the alliance was founded, the endless worlds, these few sects still had their own interests and legacies to preserve in the end. How could they bear to let their own people go to their deaths? Ning Yixian swept a glance over everyone and said indifferently, "All not speaking right. Then I'll name the names." All of a sudden, the entire assembly hall's atmosphere tensed up. Ning Yixian's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. With each people it swept too, their breathing would become nervous. Ning Yixian finally fixed his gaze on that Black Flame sect's old ancestor who spoke previously. That person immediately felt his scalp tingle. This Crimsonlight City was a hot potato. It was virtually a mission with little chance of returning. Sending their Black Flame sect people over, how could they still return? Just as the Black Flame sect's old ancestor had a look of bitterness, suddenly, a servant came in to send word, "Alliance Chief, Lord Yuan has already returned. He's currently outside the hall right now." Ning Yixian stood up in a flash and said, Quickly invite him inside." Black Flame sect's old ancestor only heaved a long sigh in relief when he saw Ning Yixian's expression. No matter what, this round at present was considered past. Before long, Yuan brought Lu Hong, the 4 of them, and slowly entered the assembly hall. Ning Yixian's gaze locked onto Yuan firmly, his gaze revealing astonishment. "Alliance chiefs, are you all well?" Yuan said. Ning Yixian came back to his senses. Grabbing hold of Yuan's arm, he said in delight, "Younger brother Yuan, this improvement speed of yours is too exaggerated. Before entering the vast heaven pagoda, you were only 2nd level C transformation. Not even a month's time has passed and you actually already broke through to 8th level C transformation. Truly giving elder brother, a shock." The originally tense atmosphere in the hall was thoroughly broken by Yuan's return, letting them all loosen up considerably. Yet, only at this time when they heard Ning Yixian say so, did everyone finally startle awake abruptly. Taking part in the trial once, less than a month's time from start to finish, and actually broke through 6 boundaries all at once. This was also too exaggerated. But Yuan said carelessly, "Hoo-hoo, obtained some lucky chances in the vast heaven pagoda. That's why I had some breakthroughs." Ning Yixian's expression became nervous as he asked, "Which level did younger brother Yi reach in the end?" With him asking, everyone perked their ears up. They were all very curious what level Yuan reached in the end. Yuan smiled and said, "The 8th level." The sound of drawing in cold breaths immediately sounded out inside the assembly hall. This This isn't a joke, right? The 8th level. In these 10,000 years, only one person made it to the 8th level. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan is on par with the number 1 genius in 10,000 years? My god, this is also too inconceivable. Do you guys think that he is bragging? The 7th level is already very heaven-defying. The 8th level, brag your head. Before Yi Yuan came out, he had 2 consecutive perfect completions. Making it to the 8th level is fame following credit, right? Furthermore, with Old Hai and those 4 great geniuses present, this sort of lie would be exposed straight away. Okay. How could they know that Yi Yuan was not boasting but was too reserved? Ning Yixian said in excitement when he heard that, younger brother Yi is truly a genius among geniuses. To actually have even greater talent than the Grand Yan True Lord several thousand years ago. Congratulations, younger brother. With younger brother's talent, ascending to the divine realm will be close at hand. Yi Yuan smiled and said, rice has to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. I'm only see transformation realm right now. There's still a very long way to go before ascension. Hearing these words, Ning Yixian's appraisal of Yi Yuan in his heart grew considerably. Compared to Guo Taochun although Yi Yuan was young, he was much more level-headed. Oh, right, there's something that I want to tell everybody. Everyone has to be mentally prepared. The vast heaven pagoda is already gone. Chapter 591, Taking the initiative to volunteer. What did you say? The vast heaven pagoda is gone. Qin Hongtao nearly jumped up. Ning Yixian and Jing Zan's expressions changed drastically too. Their gazes looked towards Yi Yuan heatedly, waiting for his explanation. In contrast, although the others present there were also shocked, their reactions were not as exaggerated as Ning Yixian, the 3 of them. There was even a bit of gloating over others' misfortunes in the eyes of a small portion of the people. After all, the vast heaven pagoda belonged to the 3 sects. Whether it disappeared or not did not have too big a relation with them. Grandfather, not long after Yi Yuan came out and we were just about to leave the vast heaven mystic realm, all of a sudden, the earth trembled, and the mountain swayed. The vast heaven mystic realm actually detached from the ground and flew away. Qin Yan spoke before the others could. Ning Yixian and Jing Zan both looked at their disciples. Guo Taochun and Yin Yuanhua both nodded slightly. The 3 great head disciples testifying together, the convincingness was already rather strong. After a long while, Ning Yixian finally heaved a sigh and said, forget it, it's also not what we can control. At the moment, it's not the time to pursue this either. Let's continue discussing how to resolve the matter of Crimsonlight City. Yi Yuan, you came back just in time. The fierce Gale world has been advancing all the way like splitting bamboo, and they already fought until almost reaching Crimsonlight City. You come up with ideas too. Oh yeah, where's Old Hai? Yi Yuan gave a slight smile and said, Old Hai said that he had other matters. You make the call here will do. As he was talking, Yi Yuan sat down at the seat closest to the right-hand seat, while Lu Hong, the 4 of them, actually followed. And stood behind him, rather like followers. The 4 people's actions made all the old ancestors greatly surprised. These 4 people's statuses were extremely high, even when compared to some sects, divine traversing realm elders, they were about the same too. Because with these 4 people's talents, they were bound to become divine traversing realms in the future, even peak divine traversing realm experts. These 4 people actually stood behind Yi Yuan like underlings. The astonishment in their hearts could be imagined. Ning Yixian trio faintly had some guesses but did not change their expressions, treating it like they did not see it. As for the others, they all knew that Chi Hai kept these 4 people behind independently, but did not know why such a sight would appear now. Ahem, Ning Yixian coughed lightly and said, younger brother Yi is able and resourceful. Since he came back as well, I'll briefly explain the current northern domain situation for him and let him give ideas too. Yi Yuan was not courteous and said with a nod, I'll have to trouble Alliance Chief Ning. To let the Endless Alliance's Alliance Chief personally repeat the war situation, Yi Yuan could also be considered a special one. Although Yi Yuan was still Sea Transformation Realm, among the people present, there was already nobody who saw him as a junior anymore. This young man's potential was too great. Even though several thousand years had passed, the Grand Yan True Lord's name was still very resounding. Yi Yuan walked even further in the vast heaven pagoda than the Grand Yan True Lord. One could imagine just how great his future accomplishments would be. Furthermore, behind Yi Yuan still stood leviathans like Wu Fang City and Chi Hai. Unless one could kill Yi Yuan soundlessly, otherwise, he was bound to be a god-like figure in the endless world in the future. These old ancestors were not fools. How could they possibly do something like digging their own graves? Ning Yixian did not find it troublesome either, roughly repeating the current situation. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just listened the whole time quietly. Although what Ning Yixian said was not considered detailed, Yi Yuan discerned that the endless world was currently in a very unfavorable situation right now too. Moreover, from the information that Ning Yixian revealed by accident, Yi Yuan discovered that these heavyweights still underestimated the fierce Gale world's martial artists, resulting in immensely grievous losses. These old ancestors each had selfish motives. How could they band together like strands of rope to resist the fierce Gale world? Actually, this sort of situation, Yi Yuan had long predicted it. He was naturally not surprised either. Younger brother Yi Yuan, I wonder what views you have regarding the present war situation. In the end, Ning Yixian asked Yi Yuan for advice. Everyone's gaze focused on Yi Yuan, all wanting to hear his thoughts. Fighting a month's war with the fierce Gale world muddle-headedly, other than knowing that the fierce Gale world martial artists were very strong, these people really did not know much about other information. Each time fierce Gale world martial artists reached a place, not even fowls and dogs would be left. There was simply not much information transmitted out. Hence, while the Endless Alliance looked to be powerful, they actually have not really fought in close quarters much with the fierce Gale world up until now. But Crimson Light City's situation at present did not permit the Endless Alliance to shrink back anymore. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said coolly, Crimson Light City, this battle must be fought no matter what. Ning Yixian was not surprised. He nodded and said, I think so too. I was just about to send the Black Flame sect to go and assist, and you came back. Black Flame sect's old ancestor's heart thumped as he thought to himself, it's here again. At this time now, if anyone were to step forward to sing a different tune, then that person would be the entire Endless World's public enemy. He would come to no good end. Yi Yuan shot an indifferent glance at the Black Flame sect old ancestor's expression and shook his head and said, I'll go. Everyone was first stunned, then taken aback. This action of Yi Yuan seriously exceeded everyone's expectations. This isn't appropriate, right? Ning Yixian said hesitantly. Yi Yuan was Ren Xingqian's grandson and a junior that Qi Hai regarded highly, and more so, the Endless World's future hope. Such an important character, how could he possibly go to the front lines personally to fight in the war? Furthermore, it was going to the most dangerous place. The fierce Gale world's five-way great army had besieged Crimson Light City. It was the place in the most desperate situation among all the front lines. The fierce Gale world was so powerful, how could Crimson Light City be that easy to defend? What if Yi Yuan died there? Ren Xingqian and Qi Hai would both fly off the handle. But Yi Yuan said coolly, nothing inappropriate about it. Crimson Light City mustn't be lost. Once it's lost, half of the northern domain will be lost too. At that time, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. None of us can shoulder this responsibility. Furthermore, the fierce Gale world's five-way great army has already surrounded Crimson Light City until not a drop of water can leak through right now. Once the city is breached, countless martial artists will suffer. So no matter what, Crimson Light City has to be defended. I see that everyone doesn't have the intention of going. Then what's wrong with me going? You all don't need to be worried about old man Ren and old Hai. My matters, I'll make the call myself. When something happens, they won't find you. Having their thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan, Ning Yixian said rather awkwardly, younger brother Yi, you're mistaken. You're our Endless World's hope. What you need to do now should be to increase your strength as fast as possible. Risking danger yourself isn't a wise move. Yi Yuan said smilingly, what can increase strength faster than fighting? All right, my decision is set. Lord Alliance Chief, there is no need to argue on this. All right then, I'll send more experts to follow you. At that time, there will be people to look after too. If the matter can't be accomplished, you still have to do your best to protect yourself. In my eyes, 10 Crimson Light cities are not as important as one Yi Yuan. Ning Yixian said firmly. This was not Ning Yixian saying flattery. Ever since knowing that Yi Yuan made it to the 8th level, his view was already the same as Qi Hai. Whether the Endless World could drive back the fierce Gale world or not might fall onto Yi Yuan. Who knew that Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, no need. Just need the 4 of them to follow me will do. Chapter 592, bidding farewell. Just the 5 of them go. What's the difference from nobody going? What can 5 people do? Yi Yuan, his strength is strong, but when placed among thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses, it probably won't have any much impact either, right? It can't be that after making it to the vast heaven pagoda's 8th level, he doesn't know what's his own surname already, right? No matter how powerful he is now, he's merely just a sea transformation realm. Even if he can cross boundaries to battle, the soul sea realms in Crimson Light City are as many as carps. Crossing the river, just the peak soul sea realm martial artists are not in the minority too. With Yi Yuan saying this, Below immediately discussed animatedly. Although everybody had long accepted Yi Yuan's might, the war between 2 worlds and individual battles were a whole other thing. Regardless of how powerful the martial artist, when placed among thousands of martial artists, it was still insignificant. Even peak divine traversing realm powerhouses could not endure the exhaustion of large numbers of martial artists too. Yi Yuan saying to use the 5 of them to go there and assist. Wasn't this a joke? Yi Yuan, one mustn't act without due consideration. I know that you're very confident in yourself, but Crimson Light City's situation now is very unfavorable. It's best for you to bring some more people along. The 5 of you going simply makes no difference to the war situation at all. Ning Yixian urged earnestly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, this trip, I have a pretty clear idea in mind. Having more people will be inconvenient instead. Lord Alliance Chief, rest assured, Yi Yuan absolutely won't treat his own life as a joke. However, there are a few things that I hope Alliance Chief will promise me. Seeing Yi Yuan's very persistent appearance, Ning Yixian knew that he could not sway him either and could only say, just say those things you need. Yi Yuan nodded and said, most of the cities in the vicinity of Crimson Light City had already fallen. It has pretty much become a lone city already. But behind Crimson Light City, there are still 2 important cities. One is Fairson City, the other Perpetual Peace City. If the fierce Gale World's great army fails to conquer Crimson Light City for a long time, it's very likely to leave Crimson Light City aside to go and attack those 2 cities. These 2 cities must be guarded heavily. Once something happens, Crimson Light City will completely fall into the fierce Gale World's scope of influence. Then it will really be a lone city. Ning Yixian nodded and said, I got it. What else is there? Additionally, prepare a batch of medicinal herbs for me. I have a use for it. As for the specifics of what medicinal herbs to prepare, I'll send people to deliver here later. It must be prepared completely before tomorrow morning. Yi Yuan said, the Alliance's alchemy arrangements are all in charge by City Lord Ren. However many medicinal herbs you require, just directly get them from him will do, Ning Yixian said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I won't go through that trouble. I assume that he's very busy right now too. Alright, Yi Yuan still hasn't paid respects to parents after returning to Wufang City. I'll head back to City Lord Manor first. Finished talking, he said to the 4 people behind, you 3 stay behind for the time being. Lu Hong, follow me back to City Lord Manor. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of you bring the medicinal herbs and gather at City Lord Manor's entrance. Yes, the 4 people acknowledged his words. Leaving behind Qin Yan trio was naturally for the sake of letting them bid farewell to their family elders. From now onwards, they would have the identities of being his followers, and not those proud children of heaven enjoying myriad of adorations in the past. After Yi Yuan left, this meeting had no way of continuing either. Originally, they were discussing who to send to Crimson Light City. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually charged out and directly took on this assignment? Especially the Black Flame sect's old ancestor, who was secretly whistling lucky at this time and had some gratitude towards Yi Yuan. Ning Yixian made a few more arrangements, and then let these old ancestors go prepare by themselves. After everyone all dispersed, Qin Hongtao's face fell as he asked Qin Yan, Yan what actually happened to the vast heaven pagoda? Qin Hongtao's expression was unkind. Clearly, he really got angry at this grandson of his. His own grandson was actually helping outsiders to deceive him. This was something that he could not tolerate. Although Ning Yixian and Jing Zan did not speak, they clearly did not believe the words Qin Yan trio said either. The vast heaven pagoda had already stood there firmly for tens of thousands of years already. If there weren't any special circumstances, how could it possibly fly away by itself without rhyme or reason? Seeing Qin Hongtao flare up, Qin Hongtao did not have any surprised look. Grandfather, calm your anger. Grandson is not deceiving intentionally. It's truly inadvisable to be high profile at this time. Actually, the vast heaven pagoda didn't fly off by itself but was collected by Yuan. From now on, the vast heaven pagoda belongs to Yuan alone. Qin Yan took his time to recount the events of Yuan clearing the 9th level and collecting the vast heaven pagoda, shocking the 3 old ancestors to their core. Even if they had thought of innumerable possibilities, they did not expect that this vast heaven pagoda was actually the reward for clearing the 9th level either. The 3 people only recovered from their shock after taking a very long time. But right now, the 3 of their faces all had looks of dilemma. The vast heaven pagoda was originally their 3 sects' object, but now, it was appropriated by Yuan for himself. This was something that they were unable to tolerate. The vast heaven pagoda was an immensely valuable fortune. How could it be gone just like this? But Guo Taochun heaved a sigh and said, "Old ancestor, don't be thinking too much. Old Hai made me bring a few words to you all." Ning Yixian's expression became intent as he said with a nod, "Speak." Old Hai said, "The vast heaven pagoda is just a dead object. Placing it there, you all can't even make it through the 6th level. But Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. The 4 of us following him will receive endless benefits. With him around, the endless world won't perish. Don't think about harming Yuan. Otherwise, he'll go to the 3 sects personally to find you guys and have a discussion. The urgent matter on hand is to integrate the various sects, strength to cope with the fierce Gale world's invasion." Qin Yan said slowly. Qin Yan's words made the 3 old ancestors' hearts tensed up. Qi Hai seemed to have long guessed what they were thinking. That was why he instructed these 3 juniors to relay his words. Furthermore, even though he was not in the alliance, his guess was not far off the mark regarding the alliance's matters. He knew that right now, they were still a pile of loose sand. This warning could not be said to not be severe. If the 3 of them really dared to act rashly without careful thought, Old Hai might really do something. Ning Yixian was the most prudent and already broke out from that sort of restless emotion earlier. He looked at Guo Taochun and said, "Are the 3 of you already prepared to follow wherever Yuan goes?" Guo Taochun suddenly kneeled and did a kowtow towards Ning Yixian, saying in a solemn voice, "Taochun is a heavenly martial sect member in life and a heavenly martial sect's ghost in death. In the future, when I have some accomplishments, Taochun will definitely bring the heavenly martial sect to greater heights, becoming my endless world's #1 faction." From the moment Yuan came out of the pagoda, Taochun knew that he's a target whom I'm unable to surpass all my life. Following him, perhaps I can obtain unimaginable achievements. Ning Yixian looked at Guo Taochun with a complicated look. He only gave a long sigh after some time and said, forget it, you go then. But I hope that you'll remember today's words. Don't let me down." Guo Taochun said with a steadfast gaze, "Old ancestor, rest assured, Guo Taochun absolutely dare not to forget." Qin Hongtao looked at his own grandson and said helplessly, "Seems like you have this idea too." Qin Yan nodded and gave Qin Hongtao a solemn kneel. Yin Yanhua imitated the two as well, paying obeisance to Jing Zan. Chapter 593, The First Hand Seal. City Lord Manor was also a scene of bustle right now. Following the war between 2 worlds drawing back the curtains, the front-line martial artists' demand for medicinal pills skyrocketed too. Ren Xingqian has been leading the pill refinements all along these days and did not participate even in the upper echelons meetings. Yuan went to pay respects to his parents. What surprised him was that his mother, Ren Hongling, was actually cultivating in closed seclusion. Instead, it was his father who was idle. He only knew after asking that ever since Ren Hongling regained essence energy, she started to cultivate frenziedly. In this period of time where Yuan was at the vast heaven mystic realm, she had been in closed seclusion all along. Regarding his mother's situation, Yuan could only smile helplessly. Looks like these few years, the desire that his mother suppressed in her heart finally erupted. After meeting, the father and son pair could not dispense with a round of showing great concern. Yuan briefly recounted the vast heaven pagoda journey, making Yi Hang very excited. An artifact which made the entire endless world crazy was actually taken into possession by his own son. This sense of accomplishment was huge. Being informed that his son had to leave again tomorrow, Yi Hang said with a loud laugh, go on. Fine men have to be ready to realize their aspirations all over the world. But now, the situation has changed drastically. This Crimson Light City is an extremely dangerous place. Take utmost precaution. Yuan perceived unwillingness to part and concern from father's eyes. But Yi Hang put on an appearance of not caring at all. It was hilarious, but Yi Yuan was touched in his heart even more. Although Yi Yuan's current strength had long surpassed Yi Hang, in Yi Hang's heart, Yi Yuan was forever a child. But Yi Hang's support regarding Yi Yuan's decision already became unconditional, because he believed in his own son. Apart from this, Yi Hang had unbounded confidence in his son. If one was to say the name of the endless world's savior, then this savior was definitely Yi Yuan. Father, put your mind at ease. Yuan has a score in his heart and won't mess around. Moreover, in the vast heaven pagoda this time, I obtained a type of very powerful talisman. Even when facing peak divine traversing realm martial artists, I have the strength to protect myself too, Yi Yuan said smilingly. The reason why Yi Yuan took on this mission which everyone was unwilling to take was that Crimson Light City was too important. Unless they sent out divine traversing realm powerhouses, other people going would only be courting death. Furthermore, the martial artists of a dozen over southeastern cities were gathered in Crimson Light City. The number was huge. Once the city was breached, then the people would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Yi Yuan had long treated the endless world as his own home already. How could he bear to watch such a thing happen? Of course, Yi Yuan going this time still had another objective, and that was to see what were these fierce Gale world folks were planning. Why would they carry out this sort of heartless act like massacring the people in these cities? In Yi Yuan's impression, although the fierce Gale world's people were warmongers, they were not bloodthirsty. There were definitely reasons for doing such a thing. Indeed, once Yi Hang heard Yi Yuan say so, his heart was immediately set at ease. What? Yi Yuan he actually wants so many medicinal herbs in one go. Even if he's taking these medicinal herbs to eat for food, he doesn't need so many either, right? Ning Yixian saw the inventory in his hand and was shocked until his jaws nearly hit the ground. The grades of these medicinal herbs were not high. The highest was also just quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs. But the quantity marked on the list was seriously too massive. You mustn't forget, this boy is still an alchemist. Jing Zan reminded. Ning Yixian was stunned, but he still shook his head and said, of course I know that he's an alchemist. But there aren't that many alchemists inside Crimson Light City either. What does he want to do with so many low-level medicinal herbs? Him refining medicinal pills alone, even if he refined till the year after next, he can't finish refining either, right? Yi Yuan tends to exceed all expectations when doing things. Him doing so should have his own intentions. Going to Crimson Light City this time, he's only bringing the 4 of us. Then this big play naturally has to fall on these medicinal herbs. Although I don't know how he will refine medicinal pills, I think that he wouldn't go so far as to do this because he's bored, Yin Yanhua said. Ning Yixian was stunned. Thinking carefully, it seemed to be like this. He then ordered people to prepare the medicinal herbs. Do the 3 of you have anything in mind? Yi Yuan playing a lone hand this time, how on earth is he planning on resolving Crimson Light City's crisis? Ning Yixian suddenly asked. The 3 people all shook their heads blankly. Guo Taochun said, honestly speaking, starting from the first time I laid eyes on Yi Yuan, I've never figured out his thoughts at all. My thoughts simply can't keep in pace with his. When I calculate 10 steps, he probably already calculated 100 steps long ago. Ning Yixian smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, putting aside you guys, even this old man has never figured out his thoughts before either. Forget it, let him toss and turn himself. Us, these old fellows, just have to ensure the logistical work will do. Old Man Qin, our 2 families each send out a team again, and head towards Fairson and Perpetual Peace, these 2 cities, respectively. Qin Hongtao nodded and said, all right. No problem, since the 3 of you are going follow Yi Yuan in the future, keep in mind to not give in to personal feelings. His strength has already surpassed yours by far too much now. You guys have to double up yourselves. Not just anyone has the qualifications to follow by a powerhouse's side. Ning Yixian said solemnly. The 3 people's expression tensed up, and they all nodded their heads somberly. Yi Yuan and Yi Hang conversed all the way till midnight before returning to their own rooms. In his room, with just a will of his mind, he arrived inside the vast heaven pagoda. This 9 characters true word formula is truly incomparably profound. The Ellen character's first-hand seal, I'm unable to form it to this day. But through such a long time of fumbling about, I'm only missing one final step as well. I wonder if my heart realm can break through after forming this first-hand seal. This period of time, Apart from cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yuan was comprehending the Ellen character. Except that this rate of progress was even slower than he imagined. Yuan had been anticipating all this while that he could have some breakthrough in hard realm after this. Ellen character had some breakthrough. Yuan closed his eyes slightly and started visualizing the Ellen character. Through this period of visualization, Yuan could faintly sense that this Ellen character had a total of 9 hand seals. But what he could visualize clearly right now was only this first hand seal. These 9 hand seals formed a complete seal. If one could completely acquaint themselves with these 9 hand seals, the power would likely be unimaginable. In a twinkle, a night passed. Dawn was breaking. All of a sudden, a rather mysterious sensation poured into Yuan's heart. Yuan opened both eyes abruptly, both hands swiftly forming a seal. Yuan, who was initially just lacking one final step, actually successfully formed it this time. Right at this moment, Yuan's heart rate suddenly sped up. The hard realm, which had already reached a bottleneck originally, actually burst through directly. Except, this final result made Yuan rather disappointed. Sigh, I thought that I'd already reached the threshold of hard like monolith. Turns out that it's just the hard like still waters bottleneck. No wonder hard realm boundaries are so hard to break through. Just the first level of hard like still water is so challenging already. If I didn't acquire this 9 characters true word formula, I'm afraid I don't know how long I'd have to be stuck at this bottleneck, Yuan said helplessly. Chapter 594, Slaughter Our Way In. Hard realm. This sort of thing was a mystery even among mysteries. Even in the divine realm, nobody could give the accurate minor boundaries divisions either. All along, Yuan had half-baked knowledge regarding hard realm as well. Along with the time of him entering hard like still water hard realm getting increasingly longer, he thought that he had already walked very far along the path of hard realm. But looking at it now, it was not the case at all. Yuan realized that he probably only stayed for a time on a hard like still waters minor boundary up until now. In succeeding in the Ellen character's first hand seal, Yuan finally broke through this minor boundary. Yuan entered into hard like still water hard realm and fastidiously sensed the changes after breaking through. However, he discovered to his dismay that there did not seem to be too obvious a change. Could it be that apart from reducing the expenditure on hard force, there aren't other changes? The advancement in hard realm is a kind of auxiliary realm. There must still be other effects. Oh right, comprehending concepts. Yuan suddenly had an inspiration and started to comprehend concepts. At this time, Yuan discovered to his joy that his speed when comprehending concepts actually obtained a substantial increase. This sort of enhancement was not worth mentioning when relatively speaking about the entire concept's comprehension duration, but accumulating months and years, this sort of enhancement margin would be very terrifying. Yuan attempted to comprehend the scorching concept earlier. He discovered that the short while of comprehension efficiency just now was twofold than before. In the past, Yuan already noticed that under hard like still water hard realm, the speed of comprehending concepts was slightly faster compared to normal. But breaking through the bottleneck now, he did not expect that the extent of the increase would actually be so great. Hey, so that's how it is. Really looking forward to what kind of changes hard realm will have after comprehending the second hand seal. Yuan, who tasted the benefits, gave rise to a strong interest in the 8 hand seals at the back of the Ellen character. If he were to fully comprehend the 9 hand seals, then wouldn't the comprehension speed of concepts be ridiculous? But, on this point, Yuan also deeply sensed the powerful aspect of this 9 characters true word formula. Just a Ellen character had such formidable might. One had to know that the speed of comprehending concepts was entirely dependent on talent. If there wasn't any heaven-defying lucky chance, it was simply impossible to have any change. And the Ellen character could actually cultivate and advance his hard realm. It could even promote the speed of concepts comprehension through hard realm. This was simply unheard of. This was equivalent to saying that a martial artist's cultivation could totally disregard talent. Such an effect was simply too heaven-defying. However, cultivating the 9 characters true word formula with Yuan's talent, the effects were clearly more prominent. This made Yuan having immense interest in the other 8 characters too. When he had time, he must study them well. Right at this time, Shu Zui's lowered voice came from outside the door. Younger brother Yi, Qin Yan, the 3 of them have already been waiting for a long time. Yuan went out and said to Shu Zui, I've made elder brother wait for long. I'll head over right now. Walking a few steps, Yuan suddenly turned around again and said, oh yeah, elder brother, after coming back from this trip, I'll assist you to break through to the divine traversing realm. This period of time, you think of ways to gather these few kinds of medicinal herbs. Wait till I come back, I'll help you refine medicinal pills. As he said, Yuan threw Shuzuei a jade slip. Shuzuei practically received the jade slip quiveringly. He had already been stuck at the 9th level Soul Sea realm for a very long time but kept on failing to find the opportunity to break through. To the endless world's martial artists, divine traversing realm was a massive threshold. The vast majority of martial artists were unable to cross it. One should not look at how those divine traversing realm experts in the various northern domains' great sects were as many as dogs. In comparison to the entire number endless world's martial artists, divine traversing realm experts were truly very rare. It was unknown how many Soul Sea realm experts harbored grievances in front of this massive threshold. Shuzui's age was not considered young either. His hope of breaking through was already increasingly bleak. He himself was almost giving up all hope. So these few years, he had his thoughts placed on grooming his son all along and was rather negligent with his own cultivation instead. He never would have thought that he could actually really break through to divine traversing realm one day. How could this not agitate him? As for the words Yuan said, he never doubted them before. Yuan opening a forum and giving a sermon in Wufang City caused a huge sensation. Shu Zuwei already knew that. He knew that even City Lord, His Excellency, could not possibly reach such a level too. What Yuan was lacking right now was just cultivation realm, which was also to say that Yuan had confidence in breaking through to Soul Sea realm before coming back this time. Shu Zuwei was just about to say a whole bunch of appreciative words only to hear Yuan say, "Alright, is there still a need for such formalities between us? Swallow the words in your stomach back down." Shu Zuwei was stupefied, then immediately smiled fatuously and said, "This favor, elder brother accepts it." "Hoo-hoo, that's right," Yuan said smilingly. Roughly 10 days later, Yuan, the 5 of them, put away the spirit boat they used and descended on a mountain range 10,000 miles outside of Crimsonlight City. "Brother Yi, a fiendish aura is surging to the skies in the direction of Crimsonlight City. Looks like these fierce Gale World martial artists all lost their mind in the slaughtering. Just how long has it been to actually accumulate such a horrifying fiendish air?" Qin Yan said. Yuan also knew that these few people were following him just for the sake of seeking a lucky chance. So he did not go overboard either and let them address him Brother Yi would suffice. Although it was rather weird, it sounded much better than Master or whatever. Yuan's expression darkened slightly too, and he said, even though fierce Gale World martial artists are intrepid, they shouldn't fall so low to the extent of becoming butchers. This Zhao Tianian truly deserves death. Separated by a distance of 10,000 miles, Yuan they all could feel the fiendish aura surging to the skies. It could be seen just how many people those fierce Gale World martial artists killed in this period of time. The dozen over southeastern cities were probably already reduced to savage battlefields. "Brother Yi, then what should we do now?" Lu Hong asked. These 4 people were uncertain what Yuan planned on doing as well. 5 people coming to support such a large city. This was simply a fantastical tale. And Yuan kept his mouth tightly shut along the way too, as if he did not have the intention of explaining. This made the intense itch in their hearts even harder to endure. Yuan said with a smile, "Enter the city." The 4 people were stunned. Guo Taochun said in surprise, "Brother Yi, according to the reports, in order to prevent spies from sneaking in, all the transmission arrays in the city has long been destroyed already. Without transmission arrays, how do we enter the city? After Crimsonlight City sent out the courier to request reinforcements, they destroyed all of the transmission arrays. Now, Crimsonlight City's Grand Array was activated, and the city gates tightly shut. It was simply impossible to go in. So when Yuan said to enter the city, the 4 people all felt very surprised. Under such circumstances, how should they enter the city? Yuan did not reply, but countered with a question, "The array formation that I taught you guys, how's the rehearsal?" Upon hearing that, Guo Taochun said excitedly, "Hey, Brother Yi's 4 symbols battle formation is indeed formidable. With the 4 of our strength coordinating with the array formation, being evenly matched with late-stage Soul Sea martial artists is nothing difficult too." Yuan smiled slightly when he heard and said, "Very good. Then let's slaughter our way in." Chapter 595, Seeing Shangguan Lingyun again. Slaughter our way in. Guo Taochun almost sprained his tongue. The other three people clearly had choked up expressions too. They did not think that Yi Yuan would actually say such crazy words. Lu Hong swallowed his saliva and said, Brother Yi, the fierce Gale world's 5-way great army, the martial artists are probably as many as in the millions. Among them, there are no shortage of late-stage Soul Sea realm experts. Slaughter our way in, that isn't too likely to work, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. What? Scared? There's still time now. You guys return first then. I'll just go in alone. With this, the four proud children of heaven got stimulated. Guo Taochun said stammeringly, Scared of what? Men have to die heroically. I'll fight with you. Yin Yanghua's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said, I'm going too. Yi Yuan looked at the other two, with a half-smile and said, What about you guys? The two gritted their teeth and said, Go. The four of you just need to bother with slaughtering a path in. Don't need to care about anything else. Leave the rest to me. Remember, don't break away from the array formation no matter what. Yi Yuan warned. The four people's expressions became severe, and they nodded their heads to acknowledge one after another. A distance of 10,000 miles was not far for these people. After half a day, four people appeared in front of the fierce Gale world's great army. As far as the eye could see, the dense mass were all human heads, striking terror into the hearts of Lu Hong, the four people. These were all powerful martial artists and not mortal armies. So many people, each person spitting a mouthful of spittle was also sufficient to drown the four of them. But Yi Yuan did not show too much expression on his face. He said indifferently, You all just treat it like you're still inside the vast heaven pagoda. Most of these martial artists are also just crystal formation and sea transformation. Soul Sea realm experts are only the minority comparatively speaking. With your strength coordinating through the four symbols battle formation, slaughtering our way in shouldn't be hard. The four symbols battle formation was a tier 4 array formation with immense might. It was especially suited for battle. Not only could this array formation reduce the four people's essence energy consumption, but it could also increase the four people's average combat power even more so. Lu Hong, the four of them, were originally the Endless World's pinnacle geniuses. After coming out of the vast heaven pagoda, they had each already broken through to second-level Soul Sea. With their strength, dealing with ordinary middle-stage Soul Seas was absolutely not an issue. With the four symbols battle formation, the four of them working together to deal with ordinary late-stage Soul Seas was also no object. Along the way, the mission that Yi Yuan assigned to them was to rehearse this four symbols battle formation. These four people were all talented and brilliant people. Though the time was short on this trip, they were already considered to have learned the rudiments of this set of array formation. The five people's appearance immediately alarmed the fierce Gale world's great army. A large group of martial artists came up and fenced the few of them in a tight ring. It's Endless World martial artists. Kill without mercy. These fierce Gale world martial artists clearly lost their minds with the killing already. Upon seeing the five people, they were going to take action and kill people without a word. When Lu Hong the four people saw the fierce Gale world martial artists' actions, fury surged in their hearts with a swoon. The four people went into battle formation and started killing. Lu Hong, the four people, were all Soul Sea realm experts. They were originally cranes standing among chickens in front of these ordinary martial artists to begin with. Coordinating with the four symbols battle formation, the four of them were akin to tigers entering a flock of sheep. They immediately cut a large swath. Wailing sound rose from all directions. But these fierce Gale world martial artists all did not fear death. Seeing this sort of situation, not only did they not retreat, they became even more frenzied instead. Yi Yuan deployed a small cluster of 1,000 flowing petals and followed behind the four step by step, like strolling idly in a courtyard. Occasionally, some who did not have eyesight came in front of him, and the petals directly reaped their lives. Yi Yuan discovered that each one of these fierce Gale world martial artists all had immensely heavy fiendish aura, their state akin to insanity. Evidently, there were considerable Endless World martial artists' fresh blood on their hands. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan also discovered that he had somewhat underestimated Zhao Tianyan's charisma in the fierce Gale world. No wonder the Purple Mansion sect did not hesitate to destroy the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array to link together the realm passageway after lurking in the Endless World for several thousand years. The power of faith was truly frightening. Continuing according to this sort of situation, these martial artists would most likely lose themselves in the end, becoming a machine that only knew slaughter. What on earth does this Zhao Tianyan want to do? Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing. The disturbance stirred in this corner spread to the central army's main tent very quickly. A young man with a dignified bearing stood in the air and looked towards that corner. Lord Shangguan, no idea where several fellows who don't fear death popped out from. To actually dare rush at our great army. This subordinate will send people to exterminate them right now. The person speaking was called Deng Sheng. He was one of the main commanders in the five-way great army with a 9th level soul C strength. This young man in front of him was only 7th level soul C strength, but Deng Sheng was extremely deferential towards him. If Yi Yuan were here, he would recognize this young man. He was precisely the Shangguan Lingyun who had not fought with him when he was at the Fierce Gale World. Since Yi Yuan returned from the Fierce Gale World, not a year's time was up. This Shangguan Lingyun actually broke through a full major realm, becoming the commander-in-chief for the five-way great army. Shangguan Lingyun nodded and said, "You make a trip personally then. Bring a few more people over. Among the 5 people over there, 4 have Soul C realm strength. Furthermore, the 4 of them seem to be rehearsing some kind of array formation. The power is quite strong. Additionally, 1 person seems to only have C transformation realm strength. But I have a feeling that this C transformation realm is the strongest among them." Deng Sheng was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect that Shangguan Lingyun would actually give such an evaluation. He sensed that C transformation realm existence too. But the commotion caused by that C transformation realm was clearly not as big as those Soul C realm experts. Shangguan Lingyun actually gave such a high appraisal of that C transformation realm. This made him rather disapproving. No matter how powerful a C transformation realm martial artist was, how strong could they get? However, regarding Shangguan Lingyun's orders, Deng Sheng did not dare to defy. He would not dare to look at how this person in front of him was just 7th level Soul C, his true combat strength was even stronger than peak Soul C realm. Deng Sheng picked 10 middle stage Soul C realm martial artists and directly flew to Yi Yuan there. Lu Hong. The 4 people charged all the way over. Most were C transformation realm and crystal formation realm martial artists, dying upon touching. Occasionally, there were a few initial stage Soul C realm experts that surrounded over. It was basically also the outcome of them getting instantly wiped. Deng Sheng. The few of them flew over to this side very quickly. Deng Sheng yelled out, "All back off from me." Those martial artists were not as undisciplined as the Endless World martial artists. Upon hearing these words, they vacated a large piece of open space very quickly. Deng Sheng's group of people landed in front of Yi Yuan's 5 people. Blocking their path, a few punks who don't know life from death. To dare bully my Fierce Gale World for having no one, Deng Sheng said ferociously. In this short while, the Fierce Gale World could be said to have massive casualties. Yi Yuan's figure flashed, blocking in front of the 4 people, and said coolly, "You guys walk around the side. Leave these dregs to me." "Yes, Brother Yi." Facing Yi Yuan's order, the 4 people did not hesitate at all, directly killing over towards the side. How haughty a person was Deng Sheng. Hearing that Yi Yuan, a puny little C transformation realm, actually dared to look down upon him, he could not help blowing a fuse. "Boy, you're courting death. The few of you, attack for me. Hack this brat into pieces." Under Deng Sheng's command, 10 middle stage Soul C realm experts joined forces and attacked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan blasted a fist out nonchalantly. Deng Sheng's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 596. You're different. A single punch, and 10 middle stage Soul C experts flew out like heavenly maidens scattering blossoms. Yi Yuan's application regarding true dragon strength was even more skillful now. The power of this move already could not be mentioned in the same breath as well. With Yi Yuan's current combat power, middle stage Soul Cs were basically opponents that could not last a single exchange with him. This is a joke, right? This C transformation realm martial artist strength is actually so formidable. Those few are all lord officers. They actually couldn't even block a punch of his. Where did this boy pop out from? Too terrifying. The shock that this scene brought to those Fierce Gale World martial artists was too intense. They were staring with their mouths gaping for a time. A C transformation realm sending 10 middle stage Soul C experts flying directly with one punch. This violated common sense too much. Finished striking out that one punch, Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest. He still walked forward unhurriedly, gradually nearing to Deng Sheng. This sort of attitude was as if this was not among thousands of soldiers and horses but Yi Yuan's own residence's backyard. Being unsettled by Yi Yuan's imposing manner, Deng Sheng actually took a step back unconsciously. Very soon, Yi Yuan arrived in front of Deng Sheng and stopped to say calmly, "Get lost. I only want to enter the city." Everyone drew a cold breath. A sea transformation realm martial artist actually said, "Get lost," to the commander of an army. Furthermore, that commander actually retreated a step. Deng Sheng's face flushed scarlet red and felt that he lost face in front of so many subordinates. "Boy, you're too rampant. Just the likes of you alone wish to enter the city too. Do you really treat us like we don't exist?" Deng Sheng was threatening in manner but inwardly shaky. Honestly speaking, he was shocked by that scene earlier too. One punch sending 10 middle stage soul seas flying. He touched his heart and felt that he could accomplish it too. But it absolutely could not be accomplished like lifting something heavy as if it was light like Yi Yuan. Furthermore, he did not need to look and also knew that those 10 officials at this time were already left with less than half. Yi Yuan directly smashed half of the people to death with one punch. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "You said it like you exist. If you still don't scram, I'm going to attack." Deng Sheng's expression changed. The pressure that this sea transformation realm gave him was seriously too great. Even he felt it was rather preposterous. All along, they all felt that the endless world martial artists were all soft persimmons. But today, he finally ran into a formidable character. Except that this formidable character seemed to be extremely tough. This was in the midst of thousands of soldiers and horses. This boy was actually thinking of slaughtering his way into the city directly. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Raising his hand, it was a flame movement true dragon carnage punch. Deng Sheng also did not think that Yi Yuan actually really made a move against him directly. Caught off guard, he could only hastily withstand it. Deng Sheng's body was directly smashed flying out. But Deng Sheng's strength was clearly much stronger compared to those middle-stage soul seas. This punch from Yi Yuan did not cause much substantial damage to him. Except, in front of so many subordinates, it was a tremendous loss of face. However, it was not over yet. Yi Yuan's figure flashed. With a rumble, it was another punch. Deng Sheng was smashed flying out once again. When the two punches smashed, Yi Yuan pounced ahead and already advanced 1,000 feet away. He actually caught up to the Lu Hong 4 people who were killing enemies vigorously. An imposing momentum that toppled mountains and overturned the seas engulfed everything and swept over, sending the surrounding bunch of fierce Gale world martial artists directly flying out. Deng Sheng's aura instantly rose to the peak, his 2 eyes fully red. Clearly, he was already enraged to the max. A main commander of an army like him was actually pressed against the wall and had his face smacked today. How could this not infuriate him? "Stinking brat, you're dead for sure." A horrifying aura spread out. Deng Sheng was going to be serious. However, facing this scene, Yi Yuan was still very calm, as if the target that Deng Sheng was attacking was not him. Right at this time, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the air in front of Deng Sheng. "Put it away, you're not his match." The arrival was precisely Shangguan Lingyun. Seeing Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. He knew that this Shangguan Lingyun was the #1 genius on par with Zhao Chenggan, but had never fought before. To think that not seeing for a period of time, the other party was actually late-stage Soul Sea already. "Yi Yuan, long time no see. Didn't expect that when we meet once again, it would actually be at such an occasion." Shangguan Lingyun greeted with a smile as if he ran into an old friend of many years. Even though Shangguan Lingyun's strength advanced considerably, Yi Yuan's current strength was also incomparable with the past. He naturally would not mind. "You didn't expect it, but I expected it long ago," Yi Yuan said coolly. Shangguan Lingyun was dazed, but he understood Yi Yuan's meaning very quickly and said smilingly, "The martial artist world is where the weaker prey and the strong feasts in the first place. The endless world is on a declining trend but enjoys such excellent resources. My fierce Gale world is powerful but suffers the anguish of Gale winds all year round. Therefore, this excellent territory should naturally be enjoyed by us. Is that so? Then what's with the massacring of cities?" Yi Yuan did not argue but countered with a question. Towards such an excuse, Yi Yuan was too clear, and he also could not be bothered to dispute anything. Shangguan Lingyun said, Weaklings should have the manner of weaklings. Your endless world sealed the realm passageway for thousands of years. How much of our time have you wasted? This is the punishment that Wind Emperor, His Majesty, gave the endless world. I underestimated Zhao Tianyan, that old dog. Looks like he still has some capabilities. At least, this method of obscurantism, he used it to the acme of perfection. However, do you believe this sort of reason? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Hearing Yi Yuan scold Zhao Tianyan, old dog, Shangguan Lingyun did not display a look of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, Wind Emperor, His Majesty, is our paramount ruler. Whatever he says is naturally all correct. As his citizens, we only need to do things according to what he says. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed as he sized Shangguan Lingyun up curiously. Shangguan Lingyun had a smile on his face. The words he said seemed to be as a matter of course. Yi Yuan smiled and said, that's not right. Logically speaking, your Shangguan family and Zhao Tianyan should be implacable enemies. It's fine if he's deceiving some fools, but you all, these first-rate families, shouldn't be to the extent of being deluded by his words, right? Shangguan Lingyun said smilingly, you don't need to rack your brains either. Wind Emperor, His Majesty, is Wind Emperor, His Majesty. His word is the imperial edict. Yi Yuan, you're different from these endless world's lowly martial artists. Why not join our fierce gale world? With your strength, becoming the Wind Emperor in the future is a certainty. This Shangguan Lingyun was a clever man. He saw through that Yi Yuan was trying to worm facts out of him. Seeing that there was no success, Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, don't give me that. Zhao Tianyan, that old dog must die. The next time you see him, help me tell him to wash his dog head clean and wait for me to chop it. Shangguan Lingyun's face was still smiling as he said coolly, honestly speaking, I don't wish to be enemies with you. But it looks like we still can't avoid crossing swords. How about this, let's only use one move. If you win, I'll let you enter the city. How's that? Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, I thought that you'd use your subordinates' lives to hold down the fort. Didn't think that you still quite cherish these subordinates. Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, if it was somebody else, they are naturally undeserving of me making a move. But you are different. Chapter 597, Grant you a battle. That scene of Yi Yuan wasting Zhao Chenggan was still fresh in Shangguan Lingyun's memory. Although his strength improved greatly now, he still did not dare to look down on Yi Yuan. Let alone that the combat strength Yi Yuan displayed earlier was plenty to make people feel shocked. Toward Yi Yuan, Shangguan Lingyun maintained the mentality of fear from start to end. This was not just because Yi Yuan's strength was super strong. How he escaped out of the fierce gale world on that day was a mystery all along as well. Reportedly, Lord Wind Emperor personally showed up at the scene that day, but Yi Yuan was still standing here perfectly well right now. That by itself indicated a lot of problems. Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and suddenly smiled and said, fine. Bring it. Even though these martial artists were clay chickens and pottery dogs to Yi Yuan, him killing in and out as he wished 10 times over was not an issue. These martial artists were different from those demonic beasts in the vast heaven pagoda. They would not collide into the tip of his spear without heed for their lives. Even if Yi Yuan did what he did inside the vast heaven pagoda and used the myriad rain sword blades, the effects would be greatly discounted too. Furthermore, just the 9th level soul seas here were quite a few. Yi Yuan naturally could not possibly kill off every single one. His goal was very simple, which was in order to enter the city. Since Shangguan Lingyun was willing to let him pass, that was naturally for the best. As for losing to Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan never thought of this possibility. Shangguan Lingyun lifted his hand slightly. Those fierce gale world martial artists immediately vacated a large area. The battle that originally encircled Lu Hong, the 4 of them, also stopped at this time. Actually, back at the fierce gale world, I've been looking forward to a fight with you. Today, I finally got my wish. It's just that sadly, I probably can't enjoy to my heart's content today. Shangguan Lingyun made a move with a faint smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, I'll grant you a battle. Yi Yuan did not see Shangguan Lingyun take any other action, but the surrounding essence energy closed in around the latter crazily. That imposing momentum was actually even stronger than Deng Sheng's previously. Gradually, a bright full moon condensed and formed in front of Shangguan Lingyun, looking rather lustrous and serene and moving. Yet, the killing intent emitting off from that full moon made everyone's blood run cold. Seeing this scene, Lu Hong, the 4 of them, were stricken with terror too. This young man's age was more or less the same as theirs, but his strength was actually much more stronger. Could it be that the strength of the fierce Gale world's martial artists were all formidable to such an extent? They could not help becoming worried about Yi Yuan. Although they all knew that Yi Yuan's strength was very strong, this young man was a major realm higher than him after all. Furthermore, this Yu's combat strength was exceptionally formidable. Could Yi Yuan resist or not? The four people exchanged glances and could not help becoming worried about Yi Yuan. Facing the powerful Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan was unconcerned. When Xuanying's sword was drawn, 10,000 streaks of sword blades condensed and formed very quickly. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed and he said somberly, condensing the form of gathered essence. Hey, a sea transformation realm can actually achieve condensed form of gathered essence. You truly are a peerless genius. Full moon slash. It was only to see that bright moon rotated with extreme speed, slicing over toward Yi Yuan. It collided against those 10,000 streaks of sword blades very quickly. That bright full moon was like an extremely swift blade, slicing those sword blades into fragments one after another instantly. Streaks of sword blades were annihilated like this by the bright moon. But that bright moon was also becoming faint at an incredible speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Finally, it was still the sword blades which depleted the full moon slash first. The remaining bits and pieces streaks of sword blades flew towards Shangguan Lingyun. Except, these remaining sword blades were nothing to be feared to Shangguan Lingyun. Only to see him wave his hand casually. Those sword blades dissipated into nothingness. Yuan, Shangguan Lingyun said with a faint smile, as if he had long predicted the outcome. Something within expectations, Yi Yuan said coolly. Hoo-hoo, I originally thought that my improvement in this 1 year was already huge. Didn't expect that your improvement was even greater. You're only at the sea transformation realm and can actually achieve condensing the form of gathered essence already. Truly remarkable, Shangguan Lingyun said. Is that very hard? I could already do it when I was second level sea transformation, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said with a smile, to a genius like you, it's naturally simple. But to mediocre talents like us, it's something that's impossible to accomplish. From birth until now, Shangguan Lingyun had always been crowned with the title of genius. But in front of Yi Yuan, he simply did not have the capital to be called a genius. However, him admitting this fact so calmly and declaring himself mediocre still made Yi Yuan rather surprised. Yi Yuan said with a slight smile, "You're stronger than Zhao Chenggan. No wonder you can stand here, while he can only become a good-for-nothing." Shangguan Lingyun suddenly looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "A good-for-nothing, huh?" "I afraid not." Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "What do you mean?" "Hoo-hoo, nothing. I just want to say that Brother Yi might still have the chance to meet Zhao Chenggan. Furthermore, that day shouldn't be too far away. Even if he stands before me again, he's still a good-for-nothing," Yi Yuan said indifferently. His heart was far from as calm as on the surface. He was distinguishing the true and false of Shangguan Lingyun's words. He already damaged Zhao Chenggan's dantian at that time. With Zhao Tianyan's means, it was impossible to help Zhao Chenggan restore his dantian. What the hell was happening here? Moreover, logically speaking, it was impossible for Shangguan Lingyun to have such rapid improvement speed. Yet, he rose a full major realm. How did he accomplish it? Yi Yuan felt more and more that the fierce Gale world's invasion this time was not quite normal, exuding strangeness all over. Brother Yi's talent stands above others. But better don't look down on Zhao Chenggan. When he comes out this time, he'll probably become different. Alright, one must be willing to lose if they bet. You guys enter the city then. Shangguan Lingyun moved aside and actually really opened up a path. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and walked towards the city gates unhurriedly. Lord Shangguan was actually defeated. How is this possible? Who in the world is that youth? To actually be able to defeat the ever-victorious Lord Shangguan with sea transformation realm strength. Yeah, the last time Lord Shangguan personally took action, he killed 3 late-stage sea transformation experts with one move. I thought that he was already invincible beneath divine traversing realm. Didn't expect that. He actually lost. I thought that the endless world was all a bunch of trash. Didn't think that there was actually still such a strong youth. He's not yet 18 years old, right? His strength is actually even stronger than Lord Shangguan's. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed made the countenance of all the fierce Gale world martial artists change. In their view, Shangguan Lingyun's strength was already formidable until he was unbeatable. Unless it was a divine traversing realm powerhouse who came, otherwise, there was simply no possibility of losing. Along the way, Shangguan Lingyun very rarely made a move, but each time he took action, it was killing in one move no matter how powerful the opponent was. But today, the invincible Lord Shangguan actually lost to a youth a full major realm lower than him. This was too subverting. Under everyone's stupefied gazes, Yi Yuan walked towards Crimsonlight City slowly. As he made his move, the fierce Gale world martial artists automatically moved aside, creating a path for him. Chapter 598, Questioning. Above Crimsonlight City's tall city gates, there were several silhouettes currently looking into the distance, taking everything that happened below the city gates into their sights. City Lord, this youth is incredible. Even the fierce Gale world's commander isn't this match. The one speaking was called Ding Qi, City Lord Su Hu's confidant. He was an 8th level Soul Sea realm expert. Su Hu's expression was as per normal, but that hint of surprise in his eyes could not be wiped away. Hearing Ding Qi appraise that youth, he nodded and said, "No idea where this youth popped out from. His strength is truly terrifyingly daunting. He's only at the sea transformation realm and can actually cross a major realm to battle." Ding Qi's eyes flickered, and he said, "City Lord, could this youth be the reinforcements that the Alliance sent us?" Su Hu was stunned and said with a nod, "We're cut off from all information with the outside world right now and don't know the arrangements of the Alliance at all. Hearing you say this, there's really that possibility. But, what if it's a ploy?" Ding Qi was secretly startled and said, "With City Lord saying this, I'm really quite worried. Ever since that fierce Gale world's young commander led the great army, they have always mowed down all resistance. Many troublesome opponents were all personally disposed of by him. Furthermore, I heard that they were all killed with one move. That youth is strong, but it is truly a bit too ridiculous." With Ding Qi's analysis, the suspicion in Su Hu's heart grew even more. "With you saying this, I'm really starting to doubt. This youth is a bit too ridiculously powerful. Those 10 middle-stage Soul Sea experts earlier actually could not survive one exchange with him. Although that punch of his looked to be very terrifying, it might truly have the suspicion of acting out a play. Also, that young commander clearly did not go all out. So many martial artists facing 5 people, why should they make way? Also, even if this youth's strength is really that powerful, he's one person after all. What help is there to the war situation by coming here? Even if he can come and leave as he pleased, how will he lead so many people to escape with their lives?" Ding Qi and Su Hu exchanged a glance and said, "Could it be that this youth is really here to trick us? Once we open up a gap in the grand array, those fierce Gale world martial artists below will have the opportunity to take advantage. I'm not worried about others, but that young commander's strength is too formidable. To say that he's the number 1 person beneath divine traversing is also not over the top. Once he's been given a hint of an opportunity, behind us are the lives of all the people in the city." The pair chipped in a word each and finally concluded Yi Yuan's true identity. And at this time, Yi Yuan already arrived below the city gates too. While Shangguan Lingyun at this time was looking at them from a place not far away, his face still carrying a smile. "City Lord Su Hu, we're the reinforcements that the Alliance sent. Please open up the grand array and let us go in." Qin Yan mustered up essence energy and shouted in a clear voice. Su Hu's brows furrowed and he gave Ding Qi a look. Ding Qi understood and called out, "Do you all have any proof?" Qin Yan took out a silk-like object and fired a seal at it. That silk vanished directly and appeared in front of Su Hu. Su Hu took a look at the silk. Indeed, it was an item issued with the Alliance's name. But Su Hu's expression still did not take a turn for the better. The time the Endless Alliance has been established was too short. Many systems had all yet to be perfected. Crimsonlight City was too distant from Wufang City and was not familiar with many of the Alliance's things. A tiny piece of silk, they were simply unable to differentiate the truth from the false. "This thing is too easy to copy. We can't open the array formation," Ding Qi called out in a clear voice. Qin Yan was stunned. He did not think that these fellows were actually so inflexible. He was someone quite arrogant at heart and haughty in manner after all. Coming to assist this city and they actually did not believe him. This made his young master temper flare up. "Open your dog eyes and look. I'm the Myriad Sword Sect's old ancestor, Qin Hongtao's grandson. Can it still be fake? Qin Hongtao said furiously. Once Su Hu heard this, the suspicion in his heart grew even more. He said with a cold smile, "Heh heh, would old ancestor Qin send his own grandson here? Don't joke with me, looks like you guys are indeed sent by the fierce Gale world to trick us." Qin Yan could not help choking up but did not know how he should refute. Yeah, logically speaking, Qin Hongtao indeed would not send his own grandson here to this sort of dangerous place, let alone that they still directly charged towards the city very arrogantly just now. Seeing this scene, Su Hu could not help shaking his head very disappointedly and said, "Sigh, looks like over at the Alliance there can't be counted on. Can it be that this city full of endless world martial artists all can't escape the vicious killing?" Inside the city was packed full of martial artists right now. As the city lord, Su Hu had immense pressure too. Facing everything outside the city, he had no choice but to be cautious. One careless move and the price was not what he could bear. "Hu, looks like your own people aren't very trusting of you guys." Shangguan Lingyun gloated over their misfortune. Yi Yuan turned out and gave him a nonchalant glance and said, "Seems like you're very pleased." Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, "Shouldn't I be pleased? Even if I let you guys go over, you all can't enter the city too, isn't it so?" Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "The four of you stick close to me. We're entering the city." The four people were dazed, and they had not yet reacted when Yi Yuan's figure already moved and arrived at the edge of the grand array. "What are you still in a daze for?" Yi Yuan urged. The four people hurriedly caught up. Yi Yuan stepped out and directly crossed into the grand array. Seeing this scene, the smile on Shangguan Lingyun's face immediately froze there. This grand array which obstructed thousands of soldiers and horse was actually regarded as nothing by Yi Yuan. The reason why the fierce Gale world's five-way great army did not have any incident all along, surrounding and but not attacking, was because of this grand array before their eyes. This grand array was called Mystic Crystal Iron Chain Array. It was a true blue tier 5 low-grade grand array. Unless divine traversing realm experts came here, there was simply no way to crack it. All this time, Shangguan Lingyun was not in a hurry and only surrounded and did not attack. As long as this place became a lone city, they would take it down sooner or later. Who could have thought that this grand array which even Soul Sea realm experts were powerless against? Yi Yuan entered with a lift of his leg. Qin Yan four people could not help being overjoyed when they saw the situation and hurriedly followed Yi Yuan into the grand array. When the Su Hu on top of the city gates saw this scene, his countenance likewise changed abruptly. He hurriedly said to Ding Qi, "Quick! Deploy the grand array and kill the 5 of them for me." Ding Qi was also startled inwardly and hastily took out a talisman and fired essence energy into it, transmitting back to the center of the grand array controlling the array formation. The one presiding over the grand array was a young tier 4 array master. His name was Xiao Siqi. Although he was unable to unleash the grand array's full power, deploying the grand array to resist martial artists beneath the divine traversing realm was still achievable. Receiving the message in the talisman, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly deployed the grand array, wanting to kill Yi Yuan 5 people. Yet, with this deployment, Xiao Siqi's expression changed. "What's going on? Why is this mystic crystal iron chain array out of my control?" Chapter 599, Yet to go all out. When Yi Yuan appeared in front of Su Hu, he could not suppress the shock in his heart. This young man actually crossed over directly into the array formation, and then flew on top of the city walls and stood in front of him. Su Hu very much wanted to slap this youth before his eyes to death with one palm. However, not knowing why, he actually could not raise his hand. "Your city lord Su Hu?" Yi Yuan looked quietly at Su Hu and asked. "Insolence. You actually dare to be disrespectful towards city lord, his excellency." Ding Qi reproached. Yi Yuan ignored him and still looked at Su Hu quietly, waiting for his reply. Su Hu discovered that he actually had a feeling of being short on breath in front of this youth. Finally, he could not endure this sort of stifling atmosphere and said with a nod, "That's right, I'm Su Hu. Could it be that you are really here to reinforce Crimsonlight City?" When Qin Yan saw this Su Hu, he immediately felt irate. He was just about to fly off the handle when he was pulled by Yin Yanhua from behind, shaking her head at him. Qin Yan was startled. Glancing at Yi Yuan, he kept his mouth shut. "It's naturally true. Otherwise, do you think that I'll still stand here perfectly well speaking to you?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Su Hu was secretly alarmed and knew what the words Yi Yuan said meant. Since he could bring these 4 people into the Grand Array, he could naturally bring others into the Grand Array. If Yi Yuan was really a spy sent by the fierce Gale world, why would he need to waste this time talking crap with him? Even though he did not know just what problem occurred over at the Grand Array's central, Yi Yuan's might had clearly already exceeded their understanding. An out-and-out Tier 5 Grand Array actually could not block Yi Yuan the slightest. Thinking this through, Su Hu had a look of embarrassment as he clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, "This sir, truly sorry. There are too many irrational aspects with the appearance of you people, so I'm a little careful too. Didn't think that it nearly led to a disaster." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No worries. City Lord is burdened with heavy responsibilities. Being a little careful is as ought to be. Rather, this Yi directly barging into the formation was quite brusque. Hope that your excellency won't blame us." Yi Yuan really did not blame Su Hu. Or else, with his personality, he would definitely not be so polite. This Su Hu being able to guard Crimsonlight City until now was already very not easy. Shangguan Lingyun was an extremely intelligent person. There was most likely more than one bluff used in between this. If Su Hu did not handle carefully, he would probably have fallen for it long ago. To be able to persevere until now, this Su Hu was worthy of Yi Yuan's respect. When Su Hu saw that Yi Yuan was so easy to talk so, he relaxed greatly in his heart. Yi Yuan's fame had already spread far and wide long ago at Wufang City, but Su Hu did not recognize him. In his view, Yi Yuan was definitely some big shots junior. That was how he had such strength. With a young man's arrogance plus such strength, he should have thought nothing of him. To think that he was actually so easygoing. Earlier, that young man behind Yi Yuan was clearly going to fly off the handle but forcefully suppressed it. Rather like a young master. Hang on, could it be that he was really old ancestor Qin's grandson? Thinking up to here, Su Hu's heart involuntarily thumped. Those 4 people behind Yi Yuan all had extraordinary bearings. Furthermore, they were all second-level Soul C strength. At this age, it was absolutely top-notch strength. If looking at it like this, the likelihood of this young man being old ancestor Qin's grandson was very high. But the problem was, these 4 people clearly looked to Yi Yuan for instructions, even looking like followers. Then just what was the identity of this 17, 18 years old youth before his eyes? With old ancestor Qin's status, how could he let his own grandson be a youngster's follower? Su Hu felt that he was rather confused. Just what was the background of this youth before him? These 5 people combination was seriously too strange. It made him unable to understand what it was all about. But one thing was very clear, and that was that these few youngsters could not be offended. Disregarding the powers behind them, just talking about Yi Yuan blasting 10 middle stage Soul C experts flying with a punch, their own strength could not be ignored. Thinking this through, Su Hu panted a little unwittingly. Dare not, dare not. You came to rescue us from the siege, but I slammed the door in your faces. No matter what, it's my fault. It's just. Su Hu looked at Yi Yuan, just 5 people, and could not help revealing a difficult look. Yi Yuan smiled and followed up, it's just that why is it only the 5 of us, right? Su Hu gave an awkward smile. Yi Yuan continued saying, because the 5 of us are enough. Su Hu's impression of Yi Yuan was pretty good. But hearing Yi Yuan say such raving words at this time, he could not help criticizing inwardly. I saw Sir's strength earlier. Even the fierce Gale world's main commander was helpless against you. But for us, these people, are not the fierce Gale world's match. Su Hu said in a roundabout manner. Yi Yuan laughed and said, here isn't the place to talk. Can we go to City Lord Manor to chat? Su Hu was stunned and smacked his head and said, look at this brain of mine, my fault, my fault. Sir, please. Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed Su Hu to the City Lord Manor. Lord Shangguan, just what kind of person was that youth? To actually have such terrifying strength. The Central Army's main tent, Deng Sheng still had a look of astonishment on his face. The impact that Yi Yuan's performance earlier brought him was too intense. Shangguan Lingyun gave him a glance and said indifferently, are you aware that a year ago, there was an endless world youth who infiltrated into the central capital, and he threw the capital into an upheaval? Deng Sheng's expression changed drastically when he heard that and exclaimed in shock, it's actually him. No wonder, even 7th Prince, His Highness, suffered defeat at his hands. No wonder he had such formidable strength. It's just that, I heard that when he fought with 7th Prince, he was still only a crystal formation realm martial artist. How long has it been? He's actually already approaching Soul Sea realm. Such cultivation speed was simply unheard of. Furthermore, even though Yi Yuan's breakthrough speed was fast, the increase in strength was even faster. He was just Sea transformation realm and could actually already wield condensing the form of gathered essence to such a level. Truly terrifying. That attack previously was luckily Shangguan Lingyun fighting with Yi Yuan. If it were him, he would probably be a dead soul claimed under Yi Yuan's sword already. I initially thought that my improvement this 1 year was already very great. When I met him once again, I should be able to win him for certain. Didn't expect that running into him today. It's still hard to say who will be the victor. Shangguan Lingyun said with a sigh. Deng Sheng could not help choking up when he heard that, feeling that he was completely not on the same level as these peerless geniuses at all. Their improvement speed, he could not catch up to it even by whipping the horse. Lord Shangguan, although that Yi Yuan is formidable, in the battle previously, Lord Shangguan didn't use your full power, right? If Lord Shangguan went all out, how can that punk be Milord's match? Deng Sheng gave a compliment without leaving a trace. But Shangguan Lingyun said with a smile, did you think that Yi Yuan went all out? Deng Sheng's expression changed, and he said, the might of that one move, even I don't dare to clash head on either. Could it be that that still wasn't his full strength? Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, I don't know. That exchange previously, we merely both parties probing out the other party's strength. But I think that his strength should be more than that. Chapter 600. Preserving Strength. A puny little sea transformation realm with strength daunting to such a degree. This was something that Deng Sheng could not understand. In his view, a person like Shangguan Lingyun was already monstrous to the peak. An existence even more monstrous than him already surpassed the boundaries of his understanding. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of crossing boundaries to battle. Reaching the Soul Sea realm, the difference between each minor boundary was huge. Shangguan Lingyun was only 7th level Soul Sea and already hailed as the #1 person beneath divine traversing. This was already very heaven-defying. A sea transformation realm brat was also so daunting. What kind of situation did this count as? Lord Shangguan, then what should we do now? Deng Sheng could not refrain from asking. The endless world sent a boy with strength on par with Shangguan Lingyun. It was really quite troublesome. Shangguan Lingyun only said coolly, wait. Deng Sheng was stunned as he said, wait. Shangguan Lingyun's gaze penetrated the Central Army's main tent and looked in the direction of Crimsonlight City and said, looks like, the war is going to escalate. Mr. Yi, I wonder what means you have to preserve City Lord Manor. Su Hu asked. In City Lord Manor, right after taking their seats, Su Hu started inquiring. These few days, Su Hu had been like an ant on a hot pan all along. The suffering in his heart, probably only he himself could understand. He had always been extremely cautious, sitting on pins and needles, anticipating that the Alliance could resolve Crimsonlight City's crisis every day. But he never would have thought that the Alliance actually just sent 5 people over. Yi Yuan seemed to have guessed what Su Hu was thinking in his heart and said smilingly, City Lord's capital sunk these days, this Yi feels indebted as if I received it in person. It's just that, even though this Crimsonlight City is important, it's also a bottomless pit. The people inside the city are people. Aren't the people outside the city people too? Su Hu was stunned and asked perplexedly, what do Mr. Yi's words mean? The fierce Gale World's great army besieging Crimsonlight City, why do they surround and not attack all along? Of course it's because we have a Tier 5 Grand Array protecting. Su Hu said without thinking. He felt more and more that Yi Yuan was unreliable. Such an obvious thing, was there still a need to ask? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, although a Tier 5 Grand Array is powerful, it isn't invincible. This Mystic Crystal Iron Chain Array is an array formation that prioritizes defense. Furthermore, you guys only have a Tier 4 Array Master presiding over the Grand Array. There is simply no way to unleash the power of this Grand Array. Even if Divine Traversing Realm experts don't take part in the battle, with the numbers of this 5-way Great Army concentrating attacks on the Grand Array every day, how long can your essence crystals withstand for? No matter how powerful the Grand Array, it needed to expend essence energy too. Even though Crimsonlight City was large, under the circumstances without assistance, how many essence crystals could there be to expend? One had to know that to maintain a colossal array formation like this, especially under the circumstances where there were powerful attacks outside. The essence crystals expended every day was a very terrifying sum. But why did the fierce Gale World Great Army not do this? Su Wu's heart thumped and had a feeling of falling into a pit. Although it's said that the strong reigns supreme in the martial artist world, and that as long as one's strength is strong enough, they could disregard everything. In a war like this, everyone's strength hasn't pulled apart to such a ridiculous degree. Sometimes, schemes are very effective. Using a fighting style of besieging a city to strike at their reinforcements at this time most likely proves effective every time. Yi Yuan's words crumbled Su Wu's mental line of defense bit by bit. Sects stood in great numbers in the endless world. This sort of large-scale martial artist war, they had never experienced before. But the fierce Gale world was different. Their martial artists had absolute loyalty and were not much different from mortal world armies. Plus, the fierce Gale world martial artists' strengths were a notch stronger to begin with. The endless world being utterly routed was also something within expectations. And Crimson Light City was merely just a small blade of grass along the advancement path of the fierce Gale world. It was able to be uprooted at any time. What the fierce Gale World Great Army wanted was even greater results of battle. Once the Alliance sent a big army over to support Crimson Light City, what awaited them would be a deadly blow. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan did not bring people over. It was true that Crimson Light City was important, but if countless martial artists that came to aid died because of Crimson Light City, then the loss outweighed the gain. There's even a possibility that those cities' martial artists from before were deliberately released by the fierce Gale world. The goal was in order to let them rush to Crimson Light City and form this present sort of stranded situation. Yi Yuan's gaze looked deeply towards the distance, seemingly wanting to see through just who was guiding this war. Su Wu drew a cold breath. He discovered that his back was already drenched. If it was really as Yi Yuan said, then the entire endless world was being toyed with in the palm right now. This person behind was too terrifying. Furthermore, Su Wu increasingly felt that Yi Yuan's theory was very likely. Except, if it was him who was thinking, he could not figure it out no matter what. At this time, how could Su Wu still have any doubt towards Yi Yuan? He even had a feeling of admiration. This young man's strength was not only formidable, but the setup was also not an ordinary kind of big. Those old ancestors at the Alliance probably could not think of this level either, right? Using a very long time, Su Wu finally subsided the astonishment in his heart. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again became not quite the same. Then, what should we do now, Mr. Yi? Could it be to let the martial artists in the entire city all die here? Su Wu sought advice. Yi Yuan said smilingly, if the Alliance planned to give up on Crimson Light City, then I wouldn't have come. Since I came, I naturally have. To bring you all out safely. Su Wu was also a clever person. It was just that those two involved could not see clearly. Many things were unable to be seen clearly. Hearing Yi Yuan say so at this time, he immediately understood Yi Yuan's meaning and could not help saying in surprise, Mr. Yi's meaning is that, we break out of the encirclement. No way, no way. You don't know how strong the fierce Gale world martial artists are. We're simply not their match. Once we break out, even if we can escape, probably not many will survive as well. You fool. Brother Yi has been to the fierce Gale world's central capital before. Do you think that he's familiar with fierce Gale world martial artists or not? Qin Yan was enraged badly prior to this and could not find a place to vent all along. At this time, finally catching a topic, he retaliated without any hesitation. Even though the few of them were followers, the pride in their bones were still there. Them submitting to Yi Yuan did not represent that they were also willing to submit to a puny little Soul Sea Realm city lord. Indeed, once Su Wu heard that Yi Yuan had been to the fierce Gale world's central capital before, the expression on his face immediately changed. Mr. Yi has truly been to the central capital before, Su Wu said in amazement. The war progressing until now, the endless world martial artists more or less also knew some things about the fierce Gale world. And this central capital was precisely one of it, because it was too famous. At the thought that Yi Yuan could still return safely after going to the central capital, how could Su Wu not be shocked? Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded and said, the fierce Gale world martial artists are not insurmountable. When we came in, didn't we litter the ground with the bodies of their men and horses too? As long as our forces are strong enough, why should we fear them? Su Wu's expression changed several times and finally heaved a long sigh and said, Mr. Yi, is there no other way? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the fierce Gale world's goal is in order to kill people. So our best response right now is to not let them kill. We will preserve our strength for now. There will come a day to counterattack. Chapter 601, Counter-Controlling Array Formation. Then, when should we withdraw? Su Hu asked powerlessly. Him, as the city lord of a region, was naturally unwilling to leave his own territory. Actually, in the end, he was still harboring some mentality of a fluke, hoping to be able to preserve Crimsonlight City. How could Yi Yuan not perceive his thoughts? He said, the sooner, the better. However, we have to make some preparations. Otherwise, leaving the city will be equivalent to courting death. Su Hu became spirited when he heard that and asked, what kind of preparations does Mr. Yi need to do? City Lord, Your Excellency, arrange all the martial artists in the city sorted out according to their respective realms. 3 days later, gather all the martial artists above Crystal Formation realm together. Is there any difficulty? Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan originally thought that Su Hu would reveal a difficult look. Who knew that he answered without even thinking about it, okay, no problem. 3 days later, practicing field north of the city, I'll gather everyone together. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Su Hu said rather proudly, when these martial artists entered the city, I already ordered people to register all the martial artists that swarmed into the city. What needs to be done now is merely sorting them out into categories. These few days, there were naturally also some people causing trouble in the city. They were all suppressed by me with strong means. Now, they all know my prowess, and nobody dares to cause trouble either. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, Hu, City Lord has such skill. Since that's the case, I'll start my closed seclusion now. 3 days later, meet at the practicing field north of the city. Right at this time, a young man barged into City Lord Manor unceremoniously and yelled out at the top of his voice, City Lord, things are bad. The Grand Array has lost control. Su Hu's complexion darkened, and he reproached the youth who rushed inside, what's the shouting and wrangling for? Didn't you see there are guests present? The Grand Array is fine. No need for you to worry. This young man was precisely the young array master, xianxia, who was managing the city protecting Grand Array. Only upon hearing Su Hu say so, did he notice the existence of Yi Yuan, the few of them. But he still said in bafflement, City Lord, how do you know that the Grand Array is fine? You sent a message earlier to let me mobilize the Grand Array to kill the people who barged into the formation. But I discovered that I simply couldn't control the array formation anymore. Ah, these people can't be. Xianxia suddenly understood something, his gaze looking at Yi Yuan oddly. Yi Yuan said, that's right. It's me. Xianxia's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, you. How is that possible? You're only sea transformation realm. How can you possibly make me lose control of the array formation? Those 4 people behind you are more like it. Xianxia, you shut your mouth for me. Do you know that? Su Hu had a face full of awkwardness. This xianxia dragged his skeleton out of his closet, making him very embarrassed. Although Yi Yuan definitely knew long ago this order of his, saying it out was not too nice. Now, this xianxia was bumbling about too. Offending Yi Yuan, this little ancestor, was not something fun. He was just about to reprimand xianxia but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a gesture. Yi Yuan said to xianxia, don't believe. We can give it a try. As long as your array formation can touch a corner of my sleeves, count it as me boasting earlier. I'll apologize to you. How about it? Xianxia also had the temperament of a young man. Moreover, he was a tier 4 array master and a soul sea realm existence. How could he possibly be afraid of Yi Yuan, a sea transformation realm? Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually dared to look down on him like so. This made him even more displeased. Fine, try it out then. Am I scared of you? Xianxia got cracking right away, directly taking out a black-colored flag and was going to set up an array. When Yi Yuan saw this black-colored flag, his expression could not help turning intent. This was actually a low-grade profound artifact. A tier 4 array master actually had a low-grade profound artifact in his hands. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Scarlet Fire Formation. Xianxia gave a light cry. A miniature array formation immediately condensed and formed. Clusters of fire instantly engulfed Yi Yuan. The might of a profound artifact. Instantly completing an array. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed, while xianxia had a look of being pleased with himself. Xianxia was just angry and wanted to embarrass Yuan. This fire naturally could not burn people to death. It was only to make Yuan a little ragged. What are you smiling for? Yuan's words made xianxia jump in fright. Earlier, everyone's attention was focused on the center of that bundle of flames, but they did not know since when Yuan already changed his position. Yuan walked in front of the array formation and casually tapped a few times on the array formation. The scarlet fire formation directly dissipated into nothing. Xianxia's expression changed, and he deployed the black-colored flag once again, yelling out, Dragon Trapping Formation. 7 Carnage Formation. Mystic Moon Formation. Xianxia instant casted over a dozen array formations in succession, each one more formidable than the other. But he simply could not touch Yuan at all. One had to know that instantly casting array formations would be very sudden to martial artists, catching them off guard. It was simply impossible to guard against. Furthermore, xianxia could also make out that actually Yuan waited for his array formations to form each time, and then instantly cracking the formation and exiting, and not avoiding the array formations. Looking at it this way, Yuan's formations path attainments was very terrifying. He instant casted array formations, while Yuan instantly cracked the formations. Even Master, his elderly self, cannot do it with such ease either, right? Xianxia gritted his teeth and yelled out once more, Roaming Dragon Golden Sword Formation. It was still instantly forming the formation, but the power of the array formation this time was clearly much stronger compared to that Scarlet Fire formation from before. This was a quasi-Tier 4 array formation. A Tier 4 array master instant casting a quasi-Tier 4 array formation, even if it was relying on the power of a profound artifact, was already very heaven-defying. Yuan was only a sea transformation realm martial artist. If following logical sense, this Roaming Dragon Golden Sword formation was sufficient to trap Yuan in the formation and kill him. At least, it would also severely injure Yuan. When the array formation formed, Xianxia's entire person was like drained, panting heavily in exhaustion. However, Xianxia's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he saw something beyond comprehension. Only to see several streaks of golden light radiate out from inside the array formation, shooting towards Xianxia. Xianxia's rear end plopped onto the ground in fright, looking miserable. Focusing his eyes and looking at those several streaks of golden light already vanished in the air long ago. Yuan did not have the intention of hurting him at all. But Xianxia still felt that it was beyond logic and above reason. Because the array formation that he laid down was actually seized control of by Yuan instantly and launched an attack towards him. Such means were truly inconceivable. Even though Su Hu had long known that Yuan came by passing through the array formation, witnessing him counter-control the array formations with his own eyes still blew his mind. Humph, overestimating your own ability, why haven't you left, making a spectacle of yourself here? Su Hu said to Xianxia fiercely, but gave him a look, indicating to him to quickly leave. Xianxia's final move clearly already crossed the boundaries of probing. Su Hu was afraid that it angered Yuan and made him quickly leave for the best. But Yuan stopped it and said smilingly, You're called Xianxia. Xianxia was still in a mess right now. Hearing Yuan question, he nodded his head subconsciously. Your formation's path level isn't bad. To actually be able to instantly cast a quasi-Tier 4 array formation. I wonder if you have a master? Yuan asked once more. Chapter 602, Plucking Heads. My master is Yu Yichin, a Tier 5 high-rank array master, Xianxia said stammeringly. By the side, Su Hu seemed to have understood something and hurriedly explained, Master Yichin has already passed on 10 years ago. Sichi he cultivates alone now. Yuan sized up Xianxia and said with a nod, Since that's the case, I'll impart you a set of array formation. If you can comprehend it fully within 10 days, I'll give you a good fortune. How about that? Xianxia was stunned. He still had not recovered to his senses yet now. A sea transformation realm martial artist said that he was going to give him good fortune. No matter how one listened, it sounded somewhat comical. Su Hu saw that he was in a daze and hurriedly ran over to slap the back of his head and said, What are you still in a daze for? Quickly agree. Xianxia finally reacted and shook his head and said, No. Master's grace to me is as weighty as a mountain. I won't switch to other factions. Su Hu was enraged when he heard that. He had a look of expecting better from someone as he said, You simpleton. Master Yichen he has already passed on. Now that there's a better opportunity, you actually don't know how to cherish it. Xiao Ziqi said stubbornly, even though Master, his elderly self, is no longer around, I don't have plans to take on any more masters at all. Yi Yuan said smilingly, no need you to go under my tutelage. I'm only doing this for the sake of completing other people's entrustment and giving you good fortune. As for how much you can comprehend, it'll be up to you. However, you only have 10 days time. If you still haven't comprehended after 10 days, it shows that you don't have this qualification. City Lord, lend me your honorable manners training room for use. Xiao Ziqi was stupefied. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually say such a thing. In the training room, when 18 sword puppets appeared in front of Xiao Ziqi, he had a feeling of being punked. Tier 3 array formation, you go and enter the formation and give it a try. But cracking the formation doesn't count. It must be fully comprehending the array formation, Yi Yuan said. Cracking the formation and comprehending the array formation were two completely different concepts. With Xiao Ziqi's Soul Sea Realm strength, cracking the formation with force was also not an issue. But to want to comprehend the 9 revolutions interlocking formation, that was not so simple. TCH, a puny little tier 3 array formation. What's the big deal? Don't need 10 days. 3 days are sufficient, Xiao Ziqi said disdainfully. He could instantly cast quasi-tier 4 array formations. He touched his heart and examined himself that comprehending a set of tier 3 array formation was naturally nothing difficult. No matter how complicated this tier 3 array formation was. Yi Yuan laughed and said, I've already lowered the degree of difficulty of this array formation a lot. But for you to want to comprehend within 3 days, it's still impossible. With his tier 9 array master formation's path attainments back then, even he comprehended for quite a few hours. For a puny little tier 4 array master to want to comprehend the complete version 9 revolutions interlocking formation, it was virtually impossible. When Yi Yuan was in the city protecting Grand Array, he already felt that this array master was not ordinary. Hence, that was why he had the thought of feeling him out. Seeing that he could actually achieve instant casting quasi-tier 4 array formations, it made Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, before deciding to fulfill Wei Xiao's entrustment and plan to pass Lu Linfang's inheritance to Xiao Ziqi. Furthermore, looking at it at present, Xiao Ziqi's character was still pretty good. Xiao Ziqi had a face full of contempt and got up and landed in the array formation. But once he entered the array formation, Xiao Ziqi immediately felt different. The contempt on his face immediately faded. Is this really a tier 3 array formation? How can a tier 3 array formation be so profound? Xiao Ziqi immersed in comprehending the array formation very quickly. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he said with a smile, let him suffer here then. We have to go do proper stuff too. Su Hu forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and followed Yi Yuan out. Level-headed disposition, formidable strength, exceedingly high formations path attainments. Just what kind of monster was a youth like this? 3 days later, practicing field north of the city. Tens of thousands of martial artists made a miraculous trip. The scene was spectacular. On the stage, Su Hu looked down with an awe-inspiring appearance. He said in a clear voice, I believe that everybody also knows that Crimson Light City is already a lone city. It simply can't be defended for more than a few days. The Alliance sent Mr. Yi forward to Crimson Light City to lead everyone to break out of the encirclement. With this introduction of Su Hu's, below immediately broke out into a noisy mess. What? Sent a sea transformation realm baby here to save us? Has the Alliance already abandoned us? A sea transformation realm brat can still lead us to break out of the encirclement. What a joke. A baby whose hair hasn't even finished growing yet. What can he do? City Lord, we'll fight with you, let this baby get lost. Hey, you all don't say that. Since the Alliance sent this boy over, this boy must have aspects surpassing others in. Boy, if you have the ability, go outside the city and pluck some heads over for us to see. You coming here to bring us to break out of the encirclement, you got to at least let us see your strength, right? When this person spoke, it immediately incurred loud laughter. Forget about sea transformation realm, even a peak 9th level soul sea strength like Su Hu did not dare to go out of the city to pluck a few heads either. Yi Yuan beside Su Hu seemed to have long expected this sort of situation. He looked at that martial artist and said with a faint smile, if I go out and pluck a few heads back, will you guys listen to me or not? Oh, really going for it? Ha ha ha, sure. As long as you can pluck a few heads back, we'll all listen to you. What say you guys? That martial artist said with a big laugh. Yes. The other martial artists obviously did not believe that a sea transformation realm brat dared to go out of the city to pluck a few heads back, and all hooted one by one. The vast majority among these martial artists were all itinerant cultivators. Each and every one of them was used to being undisciplined and carefree. To subdue them was really not something that easy. Even though Suhu, this city lord, had done pretty well, he only used martial strength to suppress them and not really made them obedient. Yuan looked at that martial artist and said with a smile, "What's your name?" "What? Remembering your father's name to find fault? Your father does not change his name whether I travel or stay at home." "I'm Chu Shi," said that martial artist with his head held high. This Chu Shi's strength was decent. It had already reached the 5th level Soul Sea realm. Just a sea transformation realm brat, he naturally thought little of him. There were so many people here. Could Suhu really dare to kill people to their faces? If a riot really happened, Suhu would be unable to bear the consequences of failure as well. These itinerant cultivators were mostly stubborn and unruly people. Among them, greater attention was paid on the weak being prey and the strong feasting. Want to let them submit? You must take out true strength. Yuan said with a smile. "Chu Shi, is it? I've memorized it." As he said, Yuan's figure moved, vanishing before Chu Shi. Those martial artists below all exchanged glances. There was actually nobody who saw clearly how Yuan left. Seeing this scene, Chu Shi's expression darkened. He said to the martial artist beside him, "I say, do you guys think that this boy really went outside the city to pluck heads?" "Hoo, how is that possible? This brat's movement technique is just a bit more powerful. Just that bit of strength of his, how is that possible?" That martial artist replied. His voice had yet to fade when Yuan's figure already appeared on the stage once again. And in his hands, he was currently grabbing a fierce Gale World martial artist. But when everyone looked over, their expressions changed. Chapter 603, Distributing Medicinal Pills. F5th Level Soul Sea. My eyes aren't seeing things, right? Less than 100 breaths of time altogether, he actually went down to catch a 5th level Soul Sea fierce Gale World martial artist. This isn't a prop prepared in advance, right? Is that person really a fierce Gale World martial artist? At first glance, when those martial artists saw this scene, it was in disbelief. A sea transformation realm capturing a 5th level Soul Sea back in such a short time. This was simply a joke. But they abruptly came to realize the truth about one thing. The transmission arrays in the city were already totally destroyed. Outside had the fierce Gale World's great army surrounding. How did Yuan come in? Inside the city was basically in the state of being sealed off. These martial artists simply did not know the commotion that happened outside the city a few days back. Only at this time did Suhu voice out, "You all are probably still unaware. Several days ago, Mr. Yi killed in all the way from outside. You all know the fierce Gale World Great Army's main commander, right? Mr. Yi fought a great battle with him outside the city, ending in a draw." With this, below immediately burst into an uproar. Killing all the way in? How is that possible? Could it be that this youth brought a large army over? But where's the large army? I heard before that that fierce Gale World main commander is hailed as invincible under Divine Traversing Realm. This sea transformation realm youth can actually fight to a draw with him. I still don't believe it. This is too fake. That fierce Gale World commander only had his essence energy sealed currently and was not dead. Yuan's palm force lightly spat. He was killed immediately. Looks like everybody still has doubts about my strength. Chu Shi, you get ready. I'm coming, Yuan said coolly. In the crowd, when Chu Shi heard these words, his entire body tensed up, and his hair stood on its ends. Actually, he already believed 70% of it. It was just that he never thought that Yuan would actually really make an example out of him. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Shi used his strongest attack. Yet, right at this time, Yuan suddenly vanished in front of him. You're already dead, Yuan's voice sounded out behind Chu Shi. Chu Shi was taken aback with fright by Yuan and turned backward, moving back several steps in a row. He saw that Yuan was currently looking at him with a grin on his head and did not have the intention of making a move. The originally clamoring practice field quietened down at this time. The impact that Yuan's strength brought to them was too strong. Chu Shi's forehead was matted in cold sweat. He finally could not endure Yi Yuan's powerful aura and gave a bow and said, "Mr. Yi, please forgive Chu Shi's offense earlier." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "No worries. I'm young, my cultivation realm is low. You guys looking down on me is normal too. But the reason why I captured this fierce Gale World martial artist, apart from proving to you all that I have this capability to bring you guys out, is to tell you that the fierce Gale World martial artists are not undefeatable." As he spoke, Yi Yuan leapt and went on the stage. "Mr. Yi, your strength is formidable. You're naturally not afraid of the fierce Gale World martial artists. But we have all seen the fierce Gale World martial artists. They are simply utter lunatics. We're really not a match. Yeah, I've seen before from far away. The fierce Gale World martial artists killed anyone they saw. Simply a bunch of butchers. Their strength is really very strong. At the same realm, we're not their match at all. These people were all clearly frightened by the fierce Gale World martial artists. Going out like this, they did not need to fight at all and would directly crumble. So, you all hide in Crimsonlight City, planning to be cowards for all your lives. Although you all are willing to be cowards, will the fierce Gale World let you be? You guys don't really think that the fierce Gale World won't send out divine traversing realm experts forever, right? You are waiting for the Alliance to send a large army to save you guys constantly. But do you all know that the Alliance is also in an absolutely inferior position right now? You guys are all martial artists. You should know the rule of the martial artist world. There is no savior in this world that can save you guys. Only yourselves," Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Everybody kept quiet. Yi Yuan's words undoubtedly shattered their hopes completely. Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear. The Alliance was unable to even fend for itself right now. It was simply impossible to send a large army over to support. Want to survive, they could only go and fight themselves. However, the fierce Gale World martial artists were so powerful. Their numbers had an absolute advantage too. How could they possibly break out of the encirclement? At this time, Yi Yuan took out a storage ring and showed it in front of everyone. In this storage ring, there are tens of thousands of Tier 3 and quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills. Now, each one of you gets one medicinal pill. These medicinal pills will help you all increase your strength greatly within a short period of time. Qin Yan, distribute the medicinal pills. Yi Yuan threw the storage ring to Qin Yan. Qin Yan received the order and went. These medicinal pills were refined by Yi Yuan along the way. His current strength was already able to barely mobilize the square cauldron. Along the way, the vast majority of Yi Yuan's time was all on refining medicinal pills. Among these medicinal pills had sea-expanding pills, sea-gathering pills, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan already instructed Qin Yan to distribute the medicinal pills according to the martial artist's realm, letting them increase their cultivation realms to the greatest degree from there. Yi Yuan had done this thing when he was at the Tranquil Cloud sect. But his current strength was much more powerful compared to that time. 10 days' time refining tens of thousands of medicinal pills was nothing difficult. Of course, this was also borrowing the power of the profound artifact, Square Cauldron. Medicinal pill. This is the straw that Mr. Yi gave us to clutch at. What can one medicinal pill do? Yeah, a medicinal pill can at most increase a little bit of cultivation. It's simply no use to the matter. Normally, I'd definitely be overflowing with gratitude towards Mr. Yi. But now, what freaking use does one medicinal pill have? Those martial artists were all clearly unaware of how formidable the sea-expanding pill and sea-gathering pill was. Regarding Yi Yuan's, taken for granted, action, they were very disapproving. Yi Yuan did not explain either. He quietly waited for Qin Yan to distribute the medicinal pills. According to Yi Yuan's instructions, the first to get the medicinal pills were those 9th-level crystal formation martial artists. After they got the medicinal pill, they directly swallowed it. Before long, a series of essence energy storms howled in the practicing field. Those initially disdainful martial artists were finally visibly moved. Ha ha ha, I've already been stuck at peak crystal formation realm for many years. To think that I actually have a day where I break through to the sea transformation realm. I'm going to break through too. This old man thought that it's hopeless for the rest of my life. Didn't expect that it can actually shatter the core and form the sea. This medicinal pills is too miraculous. Turns out that shattering the core and forming the sea is actually so easy. Those martial artists who obtained the sea-expanding pill were all excited beyond words, shouting crazily. Among these people, There were many martial artists who were stuck at peak crystal formation realm for many years. Their potential had already been exhausted, and there was simply no hopes of breaking through. But the medicinal pill that Yuan refined could naturally transform something rotten into something magical. Helping them break through a puny little sea transformation realm was still not an issue. When those martial artists who had yet to get the medicinal pills saw this scene, they could not help exchanging glances. The expression on their faces changed from the initial disdain to looks of anticipation. Chapter 604, Special Training. Lord Shangguan, what in the world happened over at Crimsonlight City? The nearby essence energies are gathering over there unceasingly. Seems like there is somebody breaking through cultivation realm. But such a colossal essence energy undulation, it's probably impossible for a divine traversing realm powerhouse's breakthrough, right? The abnormal activity in the city alarmed the fierce Gale World Central Army's main tent very quickly. And a subordinate just reported that Yuan suddenly flew out of the city just now and directly captured a 5th-level Soul Sea commander. This made Shangguan Lingyun's brows furrow even more. This sort of situation should be a lot of people breaking through at the same time. Although I don't know why, I think it shouldn't be unrelated to Yuan. Shangguan Lingyun said with a grave look. What? Such a massive commotion, there are probably hundreds or thousands of people breaking through. What capabilities does he have to actually let so many people broke through at the same time? Deng Sheng exclaimed in shock. Hey, you are only aware of one aspect but ignorant of others. Not only is Yuan's martial path extremely strong, but his alchemy abilities are also unparalleled. He is Sovereign Star Abyss's accomplished disciple. Furthermore, looking from all kinds of signs, Yuan's alchemy level is probably even above Sovereign Star Abyss's eldest disciple, Shi Haoran. Shangguan Lingyun said, how is that possible? Shi Haoran is an Alchemy King expert. Deng Sheng said in amazement. Hoo-hoo, Yuan is just sea transformation realm, and even you aren't his match. What's strange about him surpassing Alchemy Kings in alchemy? Shangguan Lingyun seemed to already be unfazed by the unusual regarding Yuan's monstrousness. Deng Sheng was stunned and wanted to find some words to refute. But he could not find any reasonable rebuttal after thinking for a long time too. Clearly, this sort of explanation did not make sense. But just why could he not find a reason to rebut? Shangguan Lingyun's aura suddenly became fierce and sharp as he said coldly, Yuan's growth is too quick. If this continues, he will surely be our fierce Gale World's mortal malady. Looks like the war has no choice but to escalate now. When will Lord Yunrong reach? Deng Sheng's expression was slightly apprehensive, immediately understanding Shangguan Lingyun's meaning. Once divine traversing realm powerhouses got involved, the war would be much more miserable. The preparation over there is already almost done. Lord Yunrong will reach the latest half a month later. Deng Sheng said, but Shangguan Lingyun frowned slightly and said, you go and send a message to Lord Yunrong again. Make him be sure to reach within 10 days. Besieging Crimsonlight City was originally a guaranteed success. The only variable now is Yuan. Deng Sheng's expression changed, and he bowed and said, I obey your command. There were people breaking through non-stop in the practicing field. Very soon, the place was overcrowded. Those who had yet to consume the medicinal pills could only withdraw to one side and quietly await the others to break through. Martial artists require a certain area when breaking through. Who knew what would happen if they broke through together? Very soon, a large batch of sea transformation realm experts was born from these martial artists. And those sea transformation realm martial artists also had a large batch that broke through their original levels. All in all, these martial artists' strength collectively went up a level. Chu Shi rubbed his hands and came before Yuan, looking like a girl being bashful as he said, that. Mr. Yi, although old Chu, I offend you earlier, I've also turned over a new leaf now. Can I? Looking at those sea transformation realm experts, crystal formation realm experts broke through one after another, Chu Shi was very envious. It was just that earlier, these Soul Sea realm martial artists, shouted the most ferociously. Chu Shi thought that Yuan was deliberately making things difficult for them, so he did not take out medicinal pills. Yuan gave him a look and said smilingly, can't. Chu Shi's expression changed, and he was just about to speak but heard Yuan continue, because I'm unable to refine tier 4 medicinal pills right now. Sorry. Chu Shi could not help being stunned as he said, you're saying that these medicinal pills were all refined by you alone? Otherwise, what do you think? Yuan replied with a question. Chu Shi's eyes became round balls. He looked at Yi Yuan as he said speechlessly, "There are tens of thousands of medicinal pills. Even for a powerful alchemist, to refine all of it would probably need around a year's time as well, right? Could it be that you already predicted today's situation 1 year ago? Ordinary alchemists' exhaustion when refining pills were tremendous. To be able to refine dozens to 100 pills a day was already incredible. But Yi Yuan could refine medicinal pills in large quantities by borrowing the square cauldron. The efficiency was 10 times, even 100 times of ordinary alchemists. So the way Chu Shi saw this, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to refine so many medicinal pills within a few days. Furthermore, these medicinal pills were not average with one look. It needed even more time to polish. Then there was only one explanation. Yi Yuan was a prophet. That was why he started preparing these medicinal pills a year ago. Yi Yuan just smiled and could not be bothered to explain either. If he explained, they might not believe either. Except, his disdain in Chu Shi's perspective became all the more unfathomable. The process of martial artists. Breaking through lasted for around an entire day's time. Virtually everybody all rose a level. The impact of this change on people's senses was immense. These 2 days, Su Hu was completely astounded by this. Mr. Yi, who popped out from who knows where. He finally knew why the Alliance sent such a youth over to assist Crimsonlight City. These medicinal pills that Yi Yuan brought over were virtually equivalent to bringing a powerful martial artist great army here. This sort of transformation was not just in terms of strength, but it was more on confidence. Originally, these martial artists' fear towards the fierce Gale world was already deep to the marrow. But now, in pace with the breakthroughs in cultivation realms, their self-confidence picked up anew. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the martial artists on the practicing field and said coolly, "Now, do you all have confidence in having a battle with the fierce Gale world great army outside?" "Of course we have. Screw them to death. Take revenge for those dead companions." When people's confidence swelled up sometimes, they would not know which direction it was. Especially those martial artists who broke through to the sea transformation realm. They all felt that they were almost becoming an invincible state. Of course, if one person broke through, it was absolutely incapable of giving them such great confidence. But several tens of thousands of people breaking through at once would let this sort of confidence swell to a terrifying extent. Yi Yuan raised his hand to motion to everyone to be quiet. The people below instantly quietened down. Martial power deterrence plus gifting medicinal pills. Yi Yuan had already become these people's spiritual leader unknowingly. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the audience below the stage and said in a cold voice, "With your current states, wanting to battle the great army outside is still a long way off. Therefore, in order to let your combat strength become even stronger, I've specially set up a grand array. Now, enjoy this grand array's special training to your heart's content." Yi Yuan suddenly brought out the profound water flag. A colossal light veil enveloped the entire practicing field. What happened? Where are the others? Chu Shi frowned and said. There were only 2 Soul Sea Realm martial artists left by his side. The other people on the practicing field vanished instantly as if the 3 of them were isolated the others. Ouch! Who hit me? Chu Shi was kicked brutally by somebody from behind. Chapter 605. Leave your back to us. Very soon, wails sounded out everywhere in the Grand Array. This was the Tier 4 Grand Array that Yi Yuan relied on the power of the profound water flag and spent 3 days' time to set up, the Asura tri-prong formation. Hearing wailing sounds coming out from the array formation every now and then, the flesh on Su Hu's face convulsed. "Mr. Yi, something bad won't happen, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "The biggest problem with our endless world's martial artists is that they are too undisciplined and carefree and are totally incapable of joining forces. The greatest use of this array formation is to train their teamwork ability. Wanting to let them comprehend all sorts of grand arrays within a short time, that is impossible. Furthermore, with their temperament, it's also not possible to accomplish that. The function of this Asura tri-prong formation is to let them form into a unit for every 3 people, forming exceptionally powerful combat strength within a small radius. As long as they can complete the training, their combat power will have a qualitative increase." Su Hu's gaze could not help looking over towards the Grand Array, only to see those martial artists in a disorderly mess. Where was there any consciousness of teamwork? In the Grand Array, they were all fighting their own battles and were beaten by their opponents until they did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate. Seeing this sort of situation, Su Wu could not help shaking his head. What Mr. Yi said is correct. The reason why the fierce Gale World martial artists are powerful is that they are of one heart and mind. While the martial artists on our side, each time they encounter a large-scale battle, they would basically throw away their helmets and armor instantly. It's just that, I fear that time is too short. They simply can't complete this training. Su Wu said, relax. Human potential is limitless. According to the intensity of the training I designed for them, these people will comprehend out some things eventually. But just as you said, our time isn't much. At most 10 days, we must break out of the encirclement. Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan also did not expect that the one leading the fierce Gale World Great Army this time was actually Shangguan Lingyun. This person. His contact with Shangguan Lingyun was not much, but he specially found Xiao Ruyan to understand this person before. Compared to Zhao Chenggan, this Shangguan Lingyun was more level-headed and intelligent, very hard to deal with. Furthermore, looking at the situation of both parties probing that day, this person's strength was likely not beneath his own. If really matched up, the outcome was really hard to say. Alright, time is pressing. I have to make the best use of time to cultivate as well, to strive to break through to the 9th level seed transformation within 10 days. Yi Yuan said. Su Wu could not help choking up when he heard that. Breaking through to 9th level seed transformation within 10 days. Such words, only this one in front of him dared to say so, right? Thinking back, when he broke through from the 8th level seed transformation to 9th level seed transformation, he used a full 5 years. Ouch, kicked my butt again. Fucking hell, your father will fight it out with you. Old Zhu, don't be a hindrance. Scram to one side for me. If you continue to give trouble, I'll beat you together. Also you, old Qian, grow some eyes. That sword of yours earlier almost cut me. If there's a next time, you're dead for sure. In the Grand Array, Chu Shi was like a mad dog. Whoever he caught, he would have a go crazily. Trapped in the Grand Array together with him, one was called Zhu Chengji, the other was called xianxia. They happened to know each other beforehand. Actually, Zhu Chengji and xianxia's strength were evenly matched with Chu Shi. He was also just getting an upper hand verbally. If they really had internal strife, the one getting beaten could only be him. Most importantly, those martial artists materialized by the Grand Array already kicked his butt quite a few times. Each time, they kicked him until he face-planted, cutting a sorry figure. Chu Shi's temper was not good to begin with. At this time, he was even more pent up with anger. Old Chu, don't be foul-mouthed. Although these people are formed by the Grand Array, each of their strength is very formidable. We're simply not their match. If this continues, we'll be played to death. Zhu Chengji said. Bah, just an array formation that brat set up wants to play your father to death. Your father doesn't believe this shit. Those few people are also roughly the same as our strength. It's just that their numbers are a little more than us. I don't believe that I can't bring them down. Chu Shi refused to give in. Very clearly, he was very displeased with this Grand Array Yi Yuan set up. Of course, what he was most displeased with was that these illusionary martial artists kept on chasing his butt and kicking. Too humiliating. On the first day, Chu Shi was the same as everyone trapped within the array formation, being kicked leg after leg by those illusionary martial artists. Life was very miserable. But this Grand Array could not keep operating all the way. Whenever their essence energy were roughly depleted, those martial artists would automatically disappear for some time. After waiting for their essence energy to recover to a certain extent, those martial artists would automatically appear again. The second day passed very quickly. The martial artists in the array formations were still exhausted from dealing with it and could not find a way to defeat those illusionary martial artists at all. But they discovered one thing. The attacks of those martial artists on the second day were much more ferocious compared to the first day. Many martial artists all suffered differing degrees of injuries. The third day, Lu Hong's voice suddenly transmitted into the Grand Array, saying, Brother Yi said that the power of the Grand Array will get stronger day by day. If you guys are still fighting by your own separate battles today, there will be deaths. Finished talking, the voice cut off abruptly. Everybody all shuddered. There will be deaths. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer smashing onto their chest, making them feel out of breath. Chu Shi's expression was very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, I feel like that boy isn't scaring us. If we continue like this, there might really be people dying. Zhu Chengji and xianxia both felt that way strongly too and nodded their heads. Old Zhu, old Qin, This person, hate to work together with others the most. But at this time, it's not up to us either. Chu Shi said, hey, you think that your father is willing to cooperate with trash like you? But for the sake of living, we might have to cooperate for once, Zhu Chengji said. I have no objections. Xianxia's character was clearly very unsociable and was also unwilling to cooperate with others. Indeed, when the Grand Array activated, everyone's pressure increased suddenly. Those illusionary martial artists' offensive power suddenly rose a level. Even though there was Lu Hong's warning, to really want to achieve good teamwork, how could it be that easy? Old Zhu, careful behind. Old Qian, flank, fuck, you guys revealed my back to the outside. Chu Shi suddenly flew out with a miserable cry. Be careful, Qian Si flew with his sword, resolving that illusionary martial artist's lethal blow. Chu Shi sweated profusely, struggling up with a grunt to continue fighting. Old Qian, I owe you a favor. Chu Shi yelled. You die, we won't survive either. Qian Si was precise and to the point. These illusionary martial artists' cooperation is too exquisite. This is not the way to go on. Our teamwork must be stronger than theirs to be able to beat them. Chu Shi said, heh, looks like you aren't too dumb. Finally made out some trick to it. Zhu Chengji, don't believe that the three of us living people can't even compare to a couple of illusionary martial artists. Old Chu, Old Qian, starting from now, my back will be left to you guys. Zhu Chengji said, Chapter 606, Chu Shi Trio. Yi Yuan was not joking with them. On the third day, the casualties neared 3,000 people. This number was rather high. In this figure, Lu Hong did not hide it either, telling everybody through the Grand Array. The array formation already ceased operating at this time. Chu Shi three people's expressions were never before solemn. According to what that brat says, the difficulty of the fourth day will be greater than today. Barring no accidents, tomorrow's casualties will probably be even higher. Chu Shi said gravely. Zhu Chengji said in agreement, that's inevitable. This boy is truly detestable. We haven't died at the hands of the fierce Gale world martial artists yet, but are actually going to die in his hands first. If I can go out of this Grand Array, I'll definitely put him on the spot. Chu Shi said with a cold smile, keep bragging, you. That boy can set up such a formidable Tier 4 Grand Array with Seed Transformation Realm Cultivation. Can you be his match? Could it be that you forgot how that commander died? When Zhu Chengji heard that, he could not help shuddering. Even if they did not borrow the power of the Grand Array, they could not possibly be Yi Yuan's match either. That fierce Gale world commander simply did not have leeway to resist at all in Yi Yuan's hands. Their strength was at best the same as that commander too. If they really fought, they were probably still not that commander's match. What the outcome of challenging Yi Yuan was, there was already no need to say. There are so many of us. I don't believe that he dares to kill off all of us. Zhu Chengji said, threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. Chu Shi rolled his eyes and was disinclined to bother with this fellow. And right then, the Qian Si who had been silent the entire time suddenly opened his mouth. Could it be that you guys didn't notice that our three people's combat power as a whole has been gradually increasing? Chu Shi and Zhu Chengji exchanged a glance and could not help being startled inwardly. It really seemed to be like this. 2 days ago, they each fought their own battles separately and were basically all brutally wrecked by the illusionary martial artists. There was simply no leeway to retaliate. All the way until this morning, they would still be completely walloped. But later, after they put down their so-called dignity and joined hands to face the enemy, they seemed to have gradually adapted to battles like this. Even though they were still brutally pummeled constantly, when it reached night time, they had already gradually regained some of the declining trends. This undoubtedly indicated that Chu Shi, the three of their combat power was gradually rising. This discovery gave the three of them a big surprise. Turns out that boy set up this Grand Array for the sake of increasing our teamwork ability. Chu Shi was suddenly enlightened. Our strength did not increase much, but the three of us teaming up, the overall strength rose considerably. Zhu Chengji said, continue tomorrow. Qian Si said it simply. Very soon, the fourth day's training had begun. The difficulty of the fourth day clearly had an increase compared to the first 3 days. However, Chu Shi Trio had already gradually touched upon some knack to it. Without any doubt, the adaptive ability of humans was very powerful. Those illusionary martial artists' teamwork was quite ingenious. Chu Shi, the three of them, learned many things from that teamwork in countless times of battle. Such high-intensity battles, they had already gradually turned these things they learned into their ability. Just as they said, once the three of them found the feeling of this sort of cooperation, their changes compared to those illusionary martial artists were much more. Reaching nightfall, these three people actually already gradually overpowered those illusionary martial artists. From day one until the opponents the three of them faced had always been 5. From the brutal pummeling in the beginning until now, they had already gradually gained the upper hand. Old Qian, Zhu Chengji roared loudly. Understood. Zhu Chengji did not say what to do, but Chu Shi understood the other party's intentions instantly. At this time, Zhu Chengji tied down 3 illusionary martial artists alone and was already surrounded by perils. Chu Shi and xianxia seemed to know what the other party was thinking, sweeping aside their opponents with a sword, and directly headed for the center person Zhu Chengji was battling. Right at this time, Zhu Chengji's attack also followed after and arrived. Under the three people's pincer attack, that illusionary martial artist was instantly penetrated through. Right then, those 2 illusionary martial artists that were pushed aside previously rushed here anew. Chu Shi and xianxia exchanged positions bizarrely, but left the empty space for Zhu Chengji. One of the illusionary martial artists was pierced through by Zhu Chengji again. Just like this, the three of their cooperation became increasingly proficient and finished off all of the illusionary martial artists very quickly. The 3 people threw their swords aside and sat on the ground exhaustedly. Really freaking tired. We killed all 5 illusionary martial artists. Can't go out yet, Chu Shi said unhappily. Heh, really exciting. I truly didn't expect that. Turns out the 3 of us cooperating together will actually have such strength. Zhu Chengji said rather excitedly. Chu Shi rolled his eyes and could not help uttering his innermost feelings. Old Zhu, don't be mistaken. In this grand array, your father is only cooperating with you for the sake of living. After we leave, you take the open road, and I'll walk my single log bridge. TCH, who wants to work together with you? Zhu Chengji said unhappily. If you guys want to die, you can tell him that after going out, xianxia interjected untimely. When these words came out, Chu Shi and Zhu Chengji immediately became mute. Yuan setting up this array formation was in order to train their teamwork ability. If they did not follow Yuan's intentions after leaving, the outcome could be imagined. The 4th day's casualties were even higher than the 3rd day's. It reached a horrifying 5,000 people, and Chu Shi, their team, was the first group to finish killing the illusionary martial artists. Starting from the 5th day, Chu Shi they all had an impulse to curse and swear. Because this training did not end at all but added another 2 illusionary martial artists again. This way, the illusionary martial artists count became 7 people. What the hell, is this boy messing with us? Dealing with 5 is already awful. How can 7 possibly be killed? Chu Shi grumbled. Don't talk rubbish, he's playing with you. What can you do? Zhu Chengji said. I'm unhappy in my heart and venting a little, can't I? Be careful. The increase in illusionary martial artists count brought Chu Shi Trio considerable trouble. But right now, Chu Shi Trio's strength was already no longer what it was before. Although they were straining, the 3 people made it through the 5th day by relying on incomparably ingenious cooperation. When it reached the 6th day's noon, Chu Shi Trio finally killed the 7 illusionary martial artists and succeeded in clearing the round once more. But it still did not end. After resting for several hours, 9 illusionary martial artists appeared. Except that this time, Chu Shi Trio finished off these 9 illusionary martial artists that very day. When it reached the 7th day, Yuan finally exited seclusion. When he appeared in everyone's sights once more, he was already peak 9th level C transformation. When he saw the Chu Shi Trio in the array formation, he could not help being surprised. These 3 people could actually deal with 11 illusionary martial artists already. Chapter 607, All the Way North. Starting from the 5th day, a substantial decline in casualty rate suddenly appeared in the grand array. When it reached the 10th day, the martial artists' casualty count was merely just several hundred people. Which was also to say that the vast majority of the people already adapted to this sort of battles. But to most people, they could only clear the earlier hurdles. 3 people facing 5 should not be too much of a problem. For a small number of elites like Chu Shi Trio, their improvement was very evident. When it reached the 10th day, Chu Shi Trio could already deal with 19 illusionary martial artists and not be defeated. This sort of improvement speed made Yuan quite surprised too. On the 10th day, Yi Yuan finally removed the grand array. Each and every one of those martial artists felt like being relieved of a heavy burden, all having a feeling of seeing the light of day once more. This 10 days' time was simply even more arduous than 10 years. The majority of them were all itinerant cultivators. When had they experienced such perverse training before? 10 days' time, the martial artists lost near 10,000 people. But coming out of the Asura tri-prong formation, these martial artists' aura underwent an earth-shaking change. Yi Yuan's gaze looked at everyone glitteringly and said coldly, I know that many among you people all feel that I'm very cruel. But when we break out of the encirclement, you'll know how merciful I am. I don't wish to say superfluous words. The breakout operation officially begins today at 11 a.m. At that time, you'll feel just how worthwhile this training was. Now, you all have a rest on the spot and recover essence energy. Kill. Earth-shaking war cries suddenly sounded. Tens of thousands of martial artists poured out from Crimsonlight City's northern gate. However, the fierce Gale World Great Army was not as disorderly as imagined. They actually carried out defense in an orderly manner. Not good, we've fallen into the fierce Gale World Great Army's encirclement. Ah, they've long been prepared, we're screwed now. Fuck me, isn't this delivering the sheep to the tiger's maws? We were all tricked by that brat. Under Yi Yuan's order, the martial artists in Crimsonlight City all thought that they could catch the fierce Gale World Great Army unprepared. Who could have thought that the fierce Gale World Great Army seemed to have been long prepared and surrounded these tens of thousands of people very quickly? This sort of situation exceeded these martial artists' expectations too much. They all felt that they were duped by Yi Yuan this brat and started cursing one by one. Very soon, both sides' great army fought in close quarters. The fierce Gale World martial artists took the initiative very quickly. Their combat strength was very strong. Adding in the advantage in numbers, it made the Endless World martial artists feel despair very quickly. In the Central Army's main tent, Deng Sheng said with a loud laugh, Lord Shangguan is brilliant and knew that they will surely break out of the encirclement these 2 days. With this, Crimsonlight City's these cowards finally can't avoid our blades. Shangguan Lingyun said smilingly, with Yi Yuan's intelligence, he absolutely would not resign himself to death in the city. Lord Yunrong will reach here latest by these 2 days. If they didn't break out, they wouldn't have the chance anymore. Heh, with our strength, as long as these people exit the city, it will be equivalent to being fish on the chopping board. All free for us to slice up. Yi Yuan, that brat, thinks himself to be smart. In the end, isn't he still Lord Shangguan's vanquished opponent? Deng Sheng said with a wave of delight. Hoo, don't be happy so early. Yi Yuan's strength is very formidable. In our great army, probably only I can deal with him. The other martial artists will be left to you. Once Yi Yuan takes action, I'll intercept him. As long as Lord Yunrong arrives, he's dead for sure. Shangguan Lingyun said. Shangguan Lingyun did not have plans to clash head-on with Yi Yuan. What he wanted to do was to delay the time and wait for Shangguan Yunrong to reach. Although inside the array formation these Endless World martial artists had already gone through high-intensity training, when truly facing the fierce Gale World martial artists, each of their hearts still pounded. After all, people were different from illusionary martial artists. Humans had their own thoughts and feelings and were totally different from training. Very soon, the fierce Gale World Great Army occupied the absolute initiative, cutting up the Endless World martial artists into a disorderly mess. Haha, you fools. You actually walked into a trap. Just your bit of strength is only fit to be cowards. Go and die with your minds at ease. Want to blame? Then blame that brat called Yi Yuan. It was him who pushed you guys into the fire pit. The fierce Gale World martial artists occupied the absolute initiative. Their strength was very formidable. Under the confusion, the Endless World martial artists were in complete disarray very soon. However, the Grand Array's training still had some effect after all. Through 10 days of high-intensity training, these people already produced a feeling called fetters towards each other. No matter how ferocious the fierce Gale World martial artists' attacks were, 3 people small groups still maintained from start to end. Even elites like the Chu Shi trio were also helter-skelter in the beginning. But after experiencing the initial most flurry, Chu Shi finally recovered to his senses. Old Zhu, Old Qian, are you all dreaming? Did you guys forget how we trained in the Grand Array? Chu Shi roared, Old Chu, you shut your mouth for your father. What your father does, do I still need you to teach? Zhu Chengji said, so much crap, kill. Qian Si was concise and to the point. Chu Shi, the three of them, their performances in the Grand Array training were the most outstanding. This trio's strength was actually very terrifying already. When the three of them became serious, they discovered very quickly that the surrounding fierce Gale world martial artists became unable to withstand a single hit. Through 10 days of training, the three of them already did not need words to communicate at all. Even in the night, they could also feel their partner's intent through each other's aura. Chu Shi gave a roar and directly cleaved the two middle-stage Soul Sea experts by his side. All of a sudden, Chu Shi trio discovered that those originally incomparably powerful fierce Gale world martial artists became unbelievably fragile at this time. Chu Shi trio took the lead, charging over like cutting melons and cabbages along the way. And their actions also let the other teams produce a resonance. Just like this, Chu Shi trio was like sparks of fire, instantly lighting up the entire battlefield. Endless Worlds side, every three people formed a small team. Their combat strength suddenly skyrocketed. Ha ha ha, your father still thought how powerful you trash were. Turns out that you collapse at the first blow like so. Chu Shi laughed wildly. Zhu Chengji chopped a Soul Sea realm expert and said liberatingly, "Fucking hell, your father has been oppressed for so long and can finally kill to my heart's content. You bastards killed how many of our companions? Today, I'm going to take revenge for them." Xianxia was silent without words, but his hands were not slow in the slightest, directly cleaving two Soul Sea realm martial artists. "Brothers, kill," Mr. Yi said, "all the way north. Don't turn back, we'll kill all the way over." Chu Shi mustered up essence energy, his voice resounding throughout the entire battlefield. The originally densely packed encirclement forcefully had a massive opening hewed out. Chapter 608, Floating Light Blood Shadow Array. At this time, the inside of the fierce Gale World Central Army's main tent was shrouded by a ball of blood-red light. Shangguan Lingyun looked at the small flask suspending quietly. A hint of a strange smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. "Kill then, kill. The more freely you all kill, the faster my cultivation improves." Ha ha ha, Shangguan Lingyun's face had a crazed look. How was there any hint of the calm bearing previously? In the Central Army's main tent, array formations revolved around. Massive amounts of sanguine aura were sucked over frenziedly by the Grand Array and poured into the small flask. In the Grand Array, Shangguan Lingyun greedily absorbed the sanguine qi spilling outside. His cultivation was increasing with speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha, this blood carnage demonic art is indeed formidable. Continue cultivating at this speed, at most 2 months, and I will be able to break through to the divine traversing realm. With this blood carnage demonic art, even ascending to the divine realm is close at hand. Shangguan Lingyun said with a wild laugh. Shangguan Lingyun's aura skyrocketed abruptly and actually broke through the 8th level Soul Sea threshold directly under the colossal sanguine qi. Congratulations to Lord Shangguan for breaking through to the 8th level Soul Sea. At a corner of the main tent, Deng Sheng said with an envious look. Shangguan Lingyun opened both eyes and recovered to that sort of calm look before. It was just that a hint of blood-red color was at the recesses of his eyes, but it made him appear somewhat surly. How's the battle situation outside? Shangguan Lingyun inquired, but Deng Sheng said with an embarrassed look, "Not very good." What's wrong? Shangguan Lingyun said rather unhappily. The fierce Gale World Great Army's numbers were 10 times the number of martial artists in Crimsonlight City. Logically speaking, the fighting should have already pretty much ended. But Deng Sheng told him that it was not very good. This naturally made Deng Sheng very displeased. Deng Sheng hurriedly said when he saw the situation, "Lord Shangguan, please calm your anger. These Crimsonlight City martial artists, I don't know why, but their combat strength suddenly soared greatly. Our great army simply can't gain any bit of advantage within a small radius. If not for our numbers being massive, they would probably already have successfully broken out of the encirclement at this time." Shangguan Lingyun's brows furrowed slightly. He pondered for a while and said, "Seems like this is related to Yuan. This fellow is really troublesome. This time, we must finish him off. Or else, there will be no end of trouble for the future. When will Lord Yunrong reach? Looking at the news given from there, Lord Yunrong can make it latest by today." Deng Sheng said. Shangguan Lingyun nodded and said, "I'll go and tie down Yuan. As long as Lord Yunrong arrives, there will naturally be him to take care of Yuan." Deng Sheng said in surprise, "Lord Shangguan already broke through to 8th level Soul Sea. Could it be that you still can't deal with that brat?" Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, I cannot be certain. Yi Yuan's might virtually disregards the disparity of levels. I only broke through one minor boundary. To him, it's practically dispensable. Unless I can break through to the divine traversing realm, only then will there be sufficient assurance to kill him. Deng Sheng was taken aback with shock. A minor realm in the Soul Sea realm, but the disparity was still huge. The difficulty of leaping realms to battle was very great. Shangguan Lingyun broke through to the 8th level Soul Sea and actually even said that he did not have certainty in being able to deal with Yi Yuan. The two people were just speaking when a powerful attack arrived with a howl. Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed. Waving his hand, a blow struck back too. Two powerful attacks collided, instantly shredding the Central Army's main tent into ribbons. The sanguine light in the big tent could no longer be hidden and was exposed. But Shangguan Lingyun had long vacated all the nearby personnel. The fierce Gale World Great Army was currently obstructing and intercepting the Crimson Light City martial artists right now. There would not be anybody paying attention to here either. A figure stood in the air. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? Seeing that blood-colored grand array, Yi Yuan's brows involuntarily knitted together. You all launched this war and would massacre all the residents of the city every time you reached a city. Turns out that it's actually for the sake of this floating light blood shadow array. Yi Yuan's words exuded thick killing intent in them. This floating light blood shadow array was a very wicked grand array. It was an array formation specially for the sake of collecting and refining sanguine qi. And to absorb sanguine qi, it must be accompanied by a bloody massacre. Yi Yuan did not expect that the fierce Gale World launching the war was actually for the sake of collecting sanguine qi. What on earth were they trying to do? Being unmasked by Yi Yuan, Shangguan Lingyun did not have the slightest hint of panic and said with a smile, never thought that you actually even know about floating light blood shadow array. You truly surprised me. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, looks like you were making use of these sanguine qi to cultivate earlier. I was still thinking about how can you possibly break through a major boundary within a year. So, it's this reason. Really didn't expect that a genius like you will also actually abandon yourself to vice. Shangguan Lingyun had just broken through not long ago. The sanguine qi on his body had yet to dissipate completely. Yi Yuan saw through that he was utilizing the sanguine qi to cultivate with one glance. Shangguan Lingyun suddenly gave a self-mocking laugh and said, genius. You using this term to evaluate others, why does it sound very sarcastic even when listening to it? In front of you, who dares to claim to be a genius? Ever since you wasted Zhao Chenggan, I knew that you were a great mountain that I have no way of surpassing in this life. Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer, so you wallowed in degeneration and cultivated this sort of demonic path cultivation method. Do you know that even though demonic path cultivation methods advance quickly, likewise, the hidden dangers are also very great? So what, as long as I can defeat you and Zhao Chenggan, however much I have to pay, I'm willing to do so. Shangguan Lingyun said coldly. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said helplessly, looks like you're already hopeless. You guys actually did not scruple in launching a realm war in order to collect this sanguine qi and let your own people come to the endless world to send themselves to death. Just what is it for? Shangguan Lingyun suddenly said with an evil smile, if you want to know, you can go and ask the Wind Emperor, His Majesty, personally. Yi Yuan stared at Shangguan Lingyun for a long time before saying, looks like you're just a dog under Zhao Tianyan too, you don't know anything at all. Rest assured, I'll go and ask him personally. Shangguan Lingyun's air became cold as he said in a deep voice, you're courting death. As he spoke, Shangguan Lingyun hurled a punch towards Yi Yuan. This punch carried extremely intense sanguine qi. Forget about ordinary martial artists receiving this punch, just this sanguine qi was also plenty more than they could bear. But Yi Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon in the vast heaven pagoda. That was an extreme yang and indomitable tyrannical bloodline under this sky. It restrained this sanguine qi the most. Although this attack was powerful, it did not pose much of a threat to Yi Yuan. A flame movement carnage rushed over, directly dissipating this fist intent. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, directly returning a punch. Except that this punch was not targeting Shangguan Lingyun, it targeted that floating light blood shadow array. What surprised Yi Yuan was that Shangguan Lingyun did not have the intention of saving the array formation. He let Yi Yuan's flame movement true dragon carnage rumble over at his discretion. Yet, at this time, that gray-black small flash suddenly surged with a blood-colored glow. A blood dragon flew out of the small flask's opening and directly devoured Yi Yuan's flame movement true dragon carnage. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression darkened. Chapter 609, Dawn. It's useless. Once the floating light blood shadow array activates, it's impossible to stop without absorbing enough sanguine qi. With your strength, you simply can't crack this array formation, Shangguan Lingyun said. Looks like this floating light blood shadow array wasn't set up by you, but it is an array formation built into this small flask, Yi Yuan suddenly said. You're too clever. Clever people tend to not live for long. It was the same as Shangguan Lingyun tacitly acknowledging Yi Yuan's statement. My fate is up to me, not up to heaven. It naturally is even less up to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Arrogant. Heavenly Tao is the greatest. Even if you can reach deity realm, you're also unable to surpass the constraints of heavenly Tao. Martial artists held heavenly Tao in the greatest reverence. In front of heavenly Tao, no matter how formidable the martial artist, they were also just ants. Even if Shangguan Lingyun were any more arrogant, he would not dare to comment recklessly about heavenly Tao either. But Yi Yuan was someone who had already died once. He felt that this heavenly Tao was unjust. If there were a chance in this lifetime, he would definitely surpass the constraints of heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan was not angry. He said with a smile, what does a swallow know of the aims of a swan? Shangguan Lingyun's face darkened. Yi Yuan's words struck his sore spot. Even though he kept repeatedly saying that he was inferior to Yi Yuan, it did not mean that he really resigned himself to fate. Otherwise, he would not have cultivated this blood carnage demonic art either. Yi Yuan's appearance brought a tremendous impact on his life. All along, Shangguan Lingyun felt that he was the most talented. Even with Zhao Chenggan, Shangguan Lingyun could gain a slight edge over him too. But Yi Yuan's appearance thoroughly shattered his understanding. Back then, Yi Yuan beat Zhao Chenggan to such an extent with just a crystal formation realm cultivation. The impact that it brought to Shangguan Lingyun was seriously too intense. For a very long time after, Shangguan Lingyun lived in Yi Yuan's shadow, unable to extricate himself, all the way until Zhao Tianyan appeared in front of him. Hence, there was this scene today. In front of Yi Yuan, he was indeed only just an insignificant swallow. Ignoring Yi Yuan's previous life's identity, Yi Yuan's talent in this life had absolutely reached the divine realm's pinnacle standards. While Shangguan Lingyun was merely just a lower realm's top genius, that was all. Even if he was stronger, he was still just a tiny little swallow in front of Yi Yuan. Then I'll take a look and see if you, this swan, are really that powerful. Shangguan Lingyun gritted his teeth and said, Xiaoyang demonic palm. Shangguan Lingyun cried out. A large blood-red handprint smacked over towards Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan's dragon blood had restraining effects towards this sort of demonic art, Shangguan Lingyun was a major boundary higher than him after all. For Yi Yuan to want to win with ease, it was naturally something impossible. The power of this large handprint was incredible. And it carried thick sanguine qi, it was very ferocious. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly. Flame movement carnage instantly came out, directly dissipating that large handprint. Go to hell. Shangguan Lingyun threw palm after palm, clashing 100 moves with Yi Yuan instantly. Both parties actually came out evenly. By the side, Deng Sheng was dazed watching it. Only now did he know just how powerful Yi Yuan was. Battling Shangguan Lingyun with strength a major boundary lower and not be at a disadvantageous position in the slightest, such combat strength was too outrageous. Looking from both parties' battle, Yi Yuan did not seem like a sea transformation realm martial artist at all. He actually resembled a soul sea realm expert instead. Yi Yuan's moves were so daunting, but a situation where his essence energy dried up actually did not arise at all for him. This was simply something beyond comprehension. How could a sea transformation realm expert's essence energy possibly support such powerful martial techniques? With a drawn-out fight, Yi Yuan planned on taking the initiative to gain the upper hand and was the first to use a certain kill technique. Different from the probing the last time, this time, Yi Yuan brought out true capabilities. He upgraded the Dragon Wave's amplitude to peak Earth rank level. This was already the limit that Yi Yuan could accomplish with this flame movement true dragon carnage technique. This move merged together with the scorching true intent and the power of Dragon Wave. Its might was even stronger than the myriad rain sword blades. Blood Moon Wheel. Shangguan Lingyun was not careless at all either, returning Yi Yuan's attack with his move. This move was identical on the surface as the previous time when both parties were feeling out. What was different was just that the pure white full moon became blood red in color. But this was clearly just the difference on the surface. The power of blood moon wheel was much more powerful compared to full moon slash. Shangguan Lingyun was worthy of being a genius martial artist. He integrated the sanguine power into his own martial technique, causing his own martial technique to become even more powerful. The fire dragon and blood moon collided together intensely, causing an immense quake. These two people attacked too suddenly. By the side, Deng Sheng was directly shocked, flying out by the attacks, this time completely unprepared. He directly spewed out a mouthful of blood in the air. The two people's battle was daunting to the max. Deng Sheng was a 9th level Soul Sea expert. In cultivation realm, he was even higher than Shangguan Lingyun. He actually could not even withstand the aftershocks of their battle. If this were a frontal battle, he would have already died until not even dregs were left long ago. After one attack, Yi Yuan and Shangguan Lingyun were each blasted, flying out. This attack was actually neck and neck. Shangguan Lingyun put his palm behind him, his expression livid as he looked at Yi Yuan. The clash this time looked to be evenly matched, but actually, he still lost by half a move. This palm of Yi Yuan's was very bizarre. It actually carried extremely intense vibration, shocking until his palm tingled. Shangguan Lingyun had intense unwillingness in his heart. He had already gotten such great improvement, and he was actually still not Yi Yuan's match. Could it be that there was no way of surpassing this fellow? Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said coolly, "You're indeed very strong. You're even that tinge stronger than Zhao Chenggan. If you didn't walk an evil path, you would have a high chance of ascending to the divine realm. Repent, and salvation is at hand. You can still make it if you stop now. It's too late. Furthermore, I don't feel that there's anything wrong with me doing this. I don't need to you preach," Shangguan Lingyun said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Then there's no choice. Depraved heretics, anybody has the right to punish them." As he said, Yi Yuan condensed essence energy and prepared to execute flame movement true dragon carnage once again. Chu Shi trio was at the forefront, akin to a sharp blade thrust into the fierce Gale world's great army, sweeping away all resistance along the way. Although the surrounding fierce Gale world martial artists were a lot, none could last one exchange at the hands of the three of them. Even though the others were not as strong as Chu Shi trio, through the Asura tri-prong formations training, their combat strength had a tremendous increase too. Unless they bumped into martial artists whose cultivation realms were much higher than theirs, otherwise, they likewise smashed all resistance and advanced victoriously. Day was about to break. Over the course of hours of killing, Chu Shi trio suddenly discovered that they could break out of the encirclement not far away ahead. This discovery made them unbelievably excited. They never would have thought that after that brat's training, their strength would actually be formidable to such an extent. Earlier, a 7th level Soul Sea martial artist was fighting with them. One careless move and he was actually cleaved apart. This was what he dare not think at all in the past. "Brothers, follow me and charge forward. We're about to succeed in breaking out right away," Chu Shi shouted at the top of his voice. Chapter 610. One man guarding the pass. Pierce. After Chu Shi stabbed a fierce Gale world martial artist in front of him, there was suddenly a stretch of brightness before his eyes. Chu Shi knew that he finally charged out of the encirclement. At this instant, his heart was filled with a vicissitude of emotion. That instant when he was trapped in Crimson Light City, he thought about the Alliance sending a great army over to rescue, and also thought of being slaughtered by the fierce Gale world. But he did not even dare to think that he could rely on his own strength to carve out a bloody path. But now, he really did it. Recalling that brat who was cussed countless times by him in the open and in secret, thick gratitude was reverberating in his heart at this time. But this was not over yet. He did not have that much time to go and be overwhelmed by emotions. That was the privilege of a victor. And now, they were still very far away from victory. He had the strength to kill outside, but it did not mean that the others had the strength to slaughter out too. The fighting along the way, it was still unknown how many companions died. If according to Chu Shi's personality in the past, he would definitely run away without even turning his head back according to what Yi Yuan said, all the way north, and absolutely do not turn back. But at this time, Chu Shi turned his head back at the behest of supernatural powers and asked Zhu Chengji and xianxia, "Brothers, still got strength?" From entering the Asura tri-pronged formation until now, it was but a short 10 days. Yet, this 10 days' time changed far too much. Although Chu Shi, Zhu Chengji, and xianxia, the three people still bickered. Their tacit understanding between each other did not even need eyes to communicate. Heh, elder brother, I haven't killed to my heart's fill yet. Zhu Chengji snickered. Charge back, xianxia said. Chu Shi chortled with laughter and yelled out, brothers who charged out, let's kill back in. Brothers who are still alive, we must bring them out without missing one. Let's kill back in. Indistinctly, Chu Shi trio had already become these martial artists' leaders. To be able to come out from the Asura tri-prong formation, these remaining groups were all not weak. And Chu Shi trio was even the outstanding ones among these. Towards their three-people group, the others felt a greater sense of identity and belongingness. Su Hu was currently facing off against a 9th-level Soul Sea commander. Seeing this scene, he could not help being surprised inwardly. In his impression, these itinerant cultivators were all self-centered, stubborn, and unruly people. Today, they actually did something like that. It seriously made people surprised. Su Hu's notion was not that much. One able to escape was one. Chu Shi trio had clearly already charged out and actually still thought about returning to save the others. Such behavior was too incomprehensible. But no matter what, Chu Shi's actions still lessened the pressure on his shoulders considerably. A flame movement true dragon carnage of Yi Yuan's rumbled over. But Shangguan Lingyun did not receive the move at all. The materialized colossal red dragon chased after Shangguan Lingyun and finally exhausted its essence energy, vanishing into nothingness. Under the situation where both parties' strength were around the same, it was actually very hard to kill the other party. How could Yi Yuan not tell yet that Shangguan Lingyun was simply buying time? Why was he dragging the time? Yi Yuan did not need to guess at all. A divine traversing realm powerhouse was about to reach soon. Figuring out this link, Yi Yuan immediately ceased attacking and looked at Shangguan Lingyun with narrowed eyes. Hu, why did you stop? This move of yours is very bizarre. It actually carries a violent vibration. With my current strength, I actually can't quite withstand it. Shangguan Lingyun said, stop acting. Want to buy time, is it? Do you think that I'll give you the chance? Yi Yuan said coolly. So what if yes, not giving me the chance? I admit that I'm not your match, but for you to want to kill me, it probably isn't something that easy as well, right? Yi Yuan did not speak, he fell silent. Shangguan Lingyun knew that Yi Yuan was pondering countermeasures. He folded his arms and looked at Yi Yuan quietly and was not in a rush either. Any scheme was too weak to stand in front of absolute strength. As long as he could drag until Shangguan Yunrong arrived, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. If the others ran, then they ran. They had no influence on the overall situation at all. But this time, Yi Yuan must die. This was Shangguan Lingyun's opinion. Yi Yuan's potential was too terrifying. No need to wait until the future. He already became a terrifying opponent for the fierce Gale world now. Originally, the endless world martial artists trapped in the city were already bound for death. Who knew that Yi Yuan only came for 10 days and made these people's strength rise to a terrifying degree, forcefully carving out a bloody road? Yi Yuan's own might was already sufficiently terrifying. What was even scarier was that he could make all the endless world martial artists become powerful. Like this, the fierce Gale world's advantage would become non-existent. Such an opponent, they had to eradicate him at all costs. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his head slightly, his eyes emitting rays of brilliance. Shangguan Lingyun knew that Yi Yuan definitely had a plan already. Hu, thought of a countermeasure. It's useless. I just have to cope with shifting events by sticking to a fundamental policy. You can't run, Shangguan Lingyun said, brimming with confidence. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, is that so? I'll come and take care of you again later. As he said, Yi Yuan suddenly turned back and turned into a stream of light, charging into the battlefield. In the battlefield with thousands of soldiers and horses, this attack struck too unexpectedly. Those fierce Gale world martial artists were caught off guard and immediately sustained heavy casualties. In a blink of an eye, corpses filled the land. Yi Yuan was not a bloodthirsty person, but at this stage, he could only stop the killing with killing. Shangguan Lingyun followed closely behind. But seeing this scene, his expression did not even change. This is the countermeasure that you came up with. Want to use this move to force me to give in, huh? Hu, you're overthinking it. What the floating light blood shadow array absorbs isn't just your endless world martial artist's sanguine chi, it likewise absorbs our floating light blood shadow array martial artist's sanguine chi too. The more you kill, the merrier the blood-refining flask absorbs. Shangguan Lingyun said cold-bloodedly. Towards Shangguan Lingyun's words, it was as if Yuan did not hear them. 1,000 flowing petals surged instantly and started to suffuse in the battlefield. The areas Yuan passed by, those fierce Gale World martial artists all collapsed weakly one by one. When Shangguan Lingyun saw this scene, he was still unmoved. He just kept following not far away from Yuan. Every place Yuan went to, the Crimson Light City martial artists over there instantly obtained relief. This action of his was actually in order to let the other Crimson Light City martial artists break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Before long, Yuan actually bumped into the Chu Shi trio who killed their way back. When Chu Shi saw Yuan, he could not help being elated. "Mr. Yi, you finally took action. Fortunately, old Chu, I, didn't fail you and already slaughtered a path out. At this time, I'm back to deal a back thrust. TCH, making it seem like you did it alone." Zhu Chengji said disdainfully. When Yuan heard Chu Shi's words, he could not help being surprised too. His thinking was the same as Su Hu. He also thought that these people would flee for their lives selfishly. Who knew that such a big change actually happened to Chu Shi trio, dealing an unexpected blow? Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Almost there. You bring the others and leave. I'll cover your retreat." Chu Shi was long aware of Yuan's strength, so he did not worry at all. He nodded his head and very quickly brought the others to break away from the encirclement and depart for the north. Those fierce Gale World martial artists were still going to chase, but Yuan descended from the sky and blocked in front of them. "Those who cross this line shall be killed without mercy." Yuan seethed with killing intent. Chapter 611, Divine Traversing Realm appears. Those martial artists were already crazed with killing. How could they care about Yuan's warning? Yuan punched out without hesitation, directly decimating a large throng. With this, those martial artists finally knew his power. They came to a standstill one by one, looking at Yuan fearfully. "Hey, do you think that by using this sort of method, you can let them escape alive? I'll hold him down. You all carry on chasing them. Kill off all of them for me. Leave no one." Shangguan Lingyun issued the order. When those fierce Gale World martial artists heard Shangguan Lingyun's words, they were all stirring to take action. Yuan said coolly, "Those who aren't afraid to die, feel free to chase." His voice was not loud, but it transmitted into everyone's ears clearly. Everyone unwittingly shuddered, and they involuntarily stopped their footsteps. Shangguan Lingyun's expression darkened. He directly grabbed a martial artist and pinched him to death and said in a solemn voice, "All didn't hear me. Chase after them for me. Could it be that you guys forgot the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's teachings?" Upon mentioning the Wind Emperor, those martial artists were like injected with stimulants one after another, and became abnormally excited. They actually forgot fear and really charged over. Yuan punched again, decimating a large swarm once more. Yet, this time, his deterrence actually did not have any effect. Those martial artists still chased after crazily. But when those martial artists were chasing, they intentionally circled around Yuan, as if he, this person, did not exist. Shangguan Lingyun looked at Yuan in delight and said, "Saw that? This is the fierce Gale World martial artist's might. Even if I let you kill, how many can you kill?" Yuan's eyes narrowed. Killing intent was revealed towards Shangguan Lingyun. Shangguan Lingyun naturally perceived Yuan's killing intent, but he was not bothered. Although he examined himself and felt that he was not Yuan's match, for Yuan to want to kill him, it was not something that easy. "Hoo-hoo, want to kill me? Bring it on." Seeing Yuan in an awkward position, Shangguan Lingyun was very satisfied in his heart too. Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said coldly, "Do you really think that I can't kill you? Yuan, I know that you're very formidable. But as long as I don't clash head-on with you, what basis do you have to kill me? Is that so? Then watch closely." Yuan's starting stance was still the flame movement True Dragon Carnage. Shangguan Lingyun was already very familiar with this move. The flame movement True Dragon Carnage was indeed unbelievably powerful. But Shangguan Lingyun naturally would not be foolish enough to clash with Yuan. When Yuan made his move, Shangguan Lingyun's movement technique was already swiftly displayed. All of a sudden, Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed drastically. Because his movement technique had just activated and that colossal red dragon was already right before his eyes. Shangguan Lingyun did not even see clearly how in the world Yi Yuan made his move. Instant cast martial technique. This thought just flashed past Shangguan Lingyun's mind, but he only had time to muster up all the essence energy in the body to guard his heart channels. The massive red dragon collided viciously onto Shangguan Lingyun's body. He took a flame movement true dragon carnage from Yi Yuan in all its glory. The power of the flame movement true dragon carnage did not need to be said. Even with Shangguan Lingyun's 8th level soul sea protective essence energy, it totally could not guard against this move as well. Fresh blood sprayed wildly from Shangguan Lingyun's mouth. His entire person was hit flying out high up in the air. After those fierce Gale World martial artists who were currently chasing saw this scene, they all involuntarily came to a halt and was at a loss on what to do for a time. Their main commander was actually beaten to this state by Yi Yuan in one exchange. Lord Shangguan. At this time, Deng Sheng was the very first to react, directly flying up to catch Shangguan Lingyun. Lord Shangguan, are you alright? Deng Sheng hurriedly stuffed a medicinal pill into Shangguan Lingyun's mouth and revolved essence energy to help him refine the medicinal strength. Yi Yuan caught up at this time as well and did not prevent this scene with Deng Sheng. With the fierce Gale World's alchemy standards, how good a medicinal pill could be brought out? Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Shangguan Lingyun. Everybody all held their breaths. Deng Sheng hurriedly stood in front of Yi Yuan, blocking his path and said in a grave voice, "If you dare to kill Lord Shangguan, I'll fight it out with you." "Fighting it out with me? You don't have this qualification." Yi Yuan continued walking forward as he spoke. Deng Sheng was taken in by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and fell back repeatedly. Even Shangguan Lingyun was not Yi Yuan's match. How could he possibly be Yi Yuan's match? He did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move earlier at all. He only saw a red light flash and Shangguan Lingyun was already struck by Yi Yuan. It was definitely an instant cast martial technique. This youth could actually get hold of an instant cast martial technique. It was simply impossible to guard against. Except, Deng Sheng could not figure out even if he scratched his scalp raw. How could such a powerful martial technique possibly achieve instant cast? The incomparably powerful Shangguan Lingyun in his eyes was actually finished off by Yi Yuan instantly. This move earlier, Yi Yuan finally employed the nameless essence energy in his body. Forget about Shangguan Lingyun not being prepared. Even if he had made ample preparations, it was also not possible to be Yi Yuan's match. After experiencing the addition of nameless essence energy, the power of the flame movement true dragon carnage was even greater. Adding an instant cast martial technique, Shangguan Lingyun's defeat was already an inevitable situation. Deng Sheng suddenly paused and halted his footsteps. Behind him was Shangguan Lingyun already. He could not retreat anymore already. "Why Yi Yuan, you kill me then. I beg you, let Lord Shangguan off." Deng Sheng suddenly begged. Yi Yuan did not speak. His essence energy was already in the midst of being mustered frenziedly. Shangguan Lingyun had to die. He was this great army's spirit. As long as he died, this great army was nothing to be feared. Only this way could give those Crimsonlight City martial artists sufficient time to escape. Hence, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to let Shangguan Lingyun off. Don't beg him. If you have the capabilities, then kill me. Puvark. As Shangguan Lingyun spoke, another mouthful of blood spewed out again. Even though that blow earlier did not claim his life, his wounds were extremely heavily currently, and he was already not far from death as well. If not for Deng Sheng feeding him a medicinal pill earlier, he would not even be able to speak right now. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stalling for time. He knew that at present, time was pressing and already could not allow him to be indecisive. Looking at Shangguan Lingyun's actions, a divine traversing realm expert was definitely on the way already. There was simply no time for him to delay, and towards a person like Shangguan Lingyun, he would not be soft-hearted as well. Very soon, Yi Yuan's aura rose to the peak once more. A massive red dragon rumbled over towards Deng Sheng once more, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Deng Sheng clenched his jaws tightly and already planned on giving a last-ditch struggle. But right at this time, a horrifying pressure descended from the sky. Sensing this pressure, Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically, and his figure moved back explosively. A light halo appeared. Yi Yuan's red colossal dragon was directly eradicated. Two figures appeared at Shangguan Lingyun's sides. One of them was dignified and elegant, of noble birth at one glance. But the other was rather boorish, quite like the Lan family clan's style. These two people were shockingly both divine traversing realm experts. When Deng Sheng saw the arrivals, his face revealed wild elation. Lord Yunrong, Lord Lan Shun, you finally came. Chapter 612. Keep cool and work things out. You bring Lingyun to treat his injuries. Leave this place to me, Shangguan Yunrong said coolly. Deng Sheng already held the determination of dying for sure earlier. Who knew that there would be a turnabout? Shangguan Yunrong actually made it at the last moment, saving his life. He looked at Yi Yuan with complicated eyes, uncertain if he should be happy or mournful too. Happy was that Lord Yunrong made it, and Yi Yuan was certain to die. Mournful was that such a staggering genius martial artist was actually going to perish here. Such a pity. You're Yi Yuan. Shangguan Yunrong sized him up for a bit and asked. Aren't you talking rubbish here? Yi Yuan replied. Shangguan Yunrong did not mind and said smilingly, I'm called Shangguan Yunrong, Lingyun's clan uncle. The last time, I brushed past you at the Tranquil Cloud sect. This time, I finally met you. You're indeed the same as the story goes. You're definitely a peerless genius hard to come by in 10,000 years. Just peek see transformation realm and you actually have the strength to kill Lingyun. Truly remarkable. Divine traversing realm experts might be paramount existences to other people, but in Yi Yuan's eyes, it was also just like that. Of course, Yi Yuan's current strength was clearly still a long way off from dealing with divine traversing realm experts. But mentally, he did not have any reverence. Hearing Shangguan Yunrong said so, Yi Yuan said coolly, what the hell does Shangguan Lingyun count as? Killing him, what's there worthy of being proud of? Hey, what a rampant boy. I heard that a few juniors from our Lan family all died at your hands. Lan Shun suddenly said coldly. Yi Yuan's eyebrows went up when he heard that. No wonder this person was so alike those Lan family tribe people's style. Turns out that it was the Lan family tribe's old ancestor. So what if yes? Yi Yuan admitted it very scoundrelly. Today's matter was clearly unable to be resolved. Yi Yuan could only go through with it now too. Yi Yuan could not retreat right now. The Crimson Light City martial artists had not gone far yet. If he fled by himself, those people would surely die without a burial ground. So he had to delay the time now to strive for sufficient time for those people to flee. Lan Shun had always been a lofty and exalted divine traversing realm expert. Anyone was reverent and respectful towards him, but this brat in front of him actually did not think much of him at all. This made him greatly enraged. Even though the Lan family tribe guarding the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array was just a branch of their Lan clan, they were a member of his Lan clan no matter what. This boy killed his juniors and was even so arrogant in front of him. How could he endure it? Good, since you admitted it, then let's settle this score properly today. This old man will strip down your bones one by one later and sacrifice them to those juniors of mine. Lan Shun said. Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look, there are plenty of people who want to strip down my bones. But nobody has yet to succeed. With just the likes of you, you want to strip down my bones too. Shangguan Yunrong's brows furrowed slightly. He had a foreboding premonition in his heart. Yi Yuan was too composed as if he did not place him and Lan Shun in his sights at all. Did he really have some reliance, or was he putting on an empty fort strategy to scare him? What a fine lad who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I hope that you can still smile in a while. Yunrong, leave this brat to me. I'll leave him unable to beg to live nor pray to die. Lan Shun said. Although this Lan Shun and Shangguan Yunrong were both divine traversing realm experts, between the two people, it was clear that Shangguan Yunrong was the leader. He wanted to touch Yunrong, but he needed to seek for Shangguan Yunrong's opinion. Shangguan Yunrong nodded slightly and said, fine. I kept hearing that Yi Yuan is peerlessly talented, but I have never seen with my own eyes before. Lan Shun, you assess him and see just how formidable his strength is. Getting an affirmative reply, Lan Shun's face revealed a malicious smile, pressing on towards Yi Yuan step by step. The pressure belonging to a divine traversing realm was released without holding anything back, crushing the others until everyone could not catch their breath. Divine traversing realm was a pinnacle existence in the lower realms martial artists. Every divine traversing realm expert was incomparably exalted. In the eyes of divine traversing realm experts, martial artists beneath the divine traversing realm were existences like ants. Lan Shun knew that Yi Yuan was very strong. But no matter how strong, he was merely just a slightly larger ant as well. Boy, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. Facing Lan Shun's domineering pressure, Yi Yuan appeared very indifferent. He suddenly took out a purple-colored talisman and said coolly, "Whether I have to pay the price or not, I don't know. But if you take another step forward, the price paid will be turning into ashes." The instant Yunrong took out the purple talisman, Shangguan Yunrong's expression instantly changed drastically. His gaze was glued to the talisman in Yunrong's hands. A cold drought surged unceasingly. But Lan Shun was totally unaware and said with a cold smile, "I was wondering where your confidence came from to be cocky with me. So, it's this lousy thing. You don't think that a lousy talisman is able to scare me, right?" "Lan Shun, stop. Don't move forward anymore," Shangguan Yunrong said solemnly. Yi Yuan sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Turns out that there is still somebody who recognizes the goods. Looks like don't need me to waste my saliva." Lan Shun's figure involuntarily froze, and he said in puzzlement, "Yunrong, just a lousy talisman. What's the fuss about?" Cold sweat already broke out on Shangguan Yunrong's forehead as he said somberly, "You shut your mouth for me." The purple talisman in his hand is called Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman. Once it's unleashed, it's equivalent to a peak divine traversing realm expert's all-out attack. Do you feel that you can survive under such an attack? This purple talisman in Yi Yuan's hand was precisely the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman from the Vast Heaven Pagoda. Even though using it to kill a first-level divine traversing was somewhat a waste of God's good gift, at this time right now, Yi Yuan could not be bothered too much. Peak divine traversing realms, all-out attack. With this, Lan Shun was dumbfounded too. That imposing momentum that disdained all under the heavens originally vanished without a trace. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. How was that thing in Yi Yuan's hand just some talismans? It was simply a time bomb. If by any chance he rushed over impulsively earlier, he would probably really have turned into ashes already at this moment. Looking at Lan Shun's expression, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Weren't you very cocky just now? Aren't you going to strip down all of my bones? Come on, I'm standing right now, come and strip them." Lan Shun could not resist swallowing his saliva and was actually tongue-tied for a moment. He thought nothing of Yi Yuan at all earlier. But who knew that he actually had such a major killing tool in his hands? Peak Divine Traversing Realm and First Level Divine Traversing Realm were two entirely different concepts. The disparity between the two could not be measured with distance. No matter how powerful he, Lan Shun, was, he could not possibly withstand the full power attack of a Peak Divine Traversing Realm expert's too. No wonder this boy was so arrogant. Turns out that this was waiting here. Lan Shun could not refrain from taking a step back, but Yi Yuan noticed it and said with a cold smile, "Try taking another step back." Lan Shun choked up again, not knowing what should he do. His distance away from Yi Yuan right now was extremely awkward. It was right within Yi Yuan's attack range. He wished to back away, but how could Yi Yuan possibly give him this chance? "Be brat, you don't be impulsive. Keep cool and work things out," Lan Shun said dryly. Chapter 613, Detonate. Yi Yuan was tickled when he heard that and said smilingly, "Keep cool and work things out. Your tone when speaking to me earlier wasn't like this." Lan Shun had an awkward look as he said, That was me having eyes, but not recognizing Mount I. Brat, no, little brother Yi, I apologize." His back was already drenched in sweat, standing there and not daring to even move. Throughout his life until now, this was his first time feeling that he was so close to death. "Hoo, apologize. Do you feel that I'll accept your apology?" Yi Yuan smiled as he responded with a question. Then what do you want?" "What do I want? How you guys came, scram back for me. Otherwise, you all have to die today," Yi Yuan said coolly. As he said, Yi Yuan raised the talisman in his hand up. Lan Shun's heart lifted along as well and almost leapt out. At this instant, his scalp nearly exploded. However, Yi Yuan spun around lightly. The Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman returned to its original place again. Lan Shun heaved a sigh in relief. Sweat ran down his cheeks and dripped down. By the side, Shangguan Yunrong did not speak all along. At this time, he suddenly voiced out, "Yi Yuan, you don't need to pretend to be relaxed. Your Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman can only be used once, right?" Yi Yuan was secretly startled, but his face was composed as he said, "Hoo, you can come and give it a try. Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman, I have a total of 3, plenty to kill the 2 of you." But Shangguan Yunrong shook his head and said, "The used once that I said wasn't this meaning. Unleashing the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman with your current strength, you'll most likely be sapped completely of essence energy instantaneously. So you won't have the opportunity to unleash a second one at all. Even though it's my first time meeting you, I still more or less know a little about your way of handling things. With your character, if you can unleash the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman many times, you would probably already have killed off Lan Shun without the slightest hesitation earlier. Tell me, is what I said right or wrong? The more Shangguan Yunrong spoke, the more collected he became. He had clearly walked out of that panic-stricken emotion earlier already. Furthermore, one could discern from his tone that he was rather confident in his analysis. Yi Yuan did not think that this Shangguan Yunrong was actually so troublesome. He saw through that he was just making an empty show of strength so quickly. What Shangguan Yunrong said was totally right. When Long Teng handed these Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talismans to him, he also told Yi Yuan the method of application. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still somewhat lacking right now. He was simply unable to unleash the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman many times. Which was also to say that the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman in his hands could only kill Lan Shun alone. And once he unleashed the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman, he only had waiting helplessly for the end, this one path, to walk. Yi Yuan was originally thinking of using the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman to threaten the other party, then retreat leisurely. He did not expect that this Shangguan Yunrong was someone with a sharp mind. Wanting to smoke this through was not that easy. Huvu, is that so? Since you say so, then I'll come and give it a try. Yi Yuan turned towards Lan Shun and said, "Hey, that Lan Shun or whatever, sorry about it. In order to verify whether his words are correct or not, I'll use you as an experiment first." As he said, Yi Yuan's body radiated with a brilliant splendor and was about to pour essence energy into the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman. Lan Shun had a myriad of profanities galloping across his mind right now, but he hastily yelled out, Don't. Little brother Yi, don't be rash. I believe you. Everyone says that the older the person, the more cowardly they get. This was not false at all. For Lan Shun to be able to have today's accomplishments, he could be said to have gone through countless violent storms and waves. So he valued life the most as well. But how could he expect that he would fall at the hands of a junior today? The most hateful thing was that Shangguan Yunrong's words openly and implied meaning were baiting Yi Yuan to finish him off. This fellow simply had malicious intents. Even if what Shangguan Yunrong said was true, what right did he have to make him be the scapegoat? Shangguan Yunrong, what the meaning of this? Lan Shun simmered with anger. Shangguan Yunrong said coolly, His Majesty had warned us about this Yi Yuan. As long as we come across him, we are to capture and execute him right away. You saw it too, how great Yi Yuan's potential is. Wait until he advances to the Soul Sea realm, even you and I might not be his match too. For the sake of His Majesty's grand plan, you sacrifice a bit. Pooh, talk is cheap, why aren't you the one sacrificing? If you have the capabilities, we swap positions. You go and sacrifice, I'll complete His Majesty's grand plan. Lan Shun snarled. Shangguan Yunrong did not bother with Lan Shun. He said to Yi Yuan, you don't need to sow discord here. Today, I won't let you leave no matter what, your growth is too rapid. It's already threatening His Majesty's plan. Hence, you must die today. Yi Yuan did not think that Shangguan Yunrong was so resolute, wanting to kill him by not stinting to sacrifice Lan Shun as well. Like this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. Even though he was very fretful in his heart, Yi Yuan's face was still showing a smile, as if he thought nothing of it in the slightest. He smiled and said to Lan Shun, Huhu, looks like your companion doesn't care about life or death at all. Alright then, since that's the case, then I'll send you to the Western Paradise. But when you're dead, don't blame me. Want to blame your companion for being heartless and cold-blooded. The talisman in Yi Yuan's hand radiated even more brilliantly. Lan Shun was sweating profusely as he cursed, Shangguan Yunrong, I fuck your grandma. You'll die a horrible death. May you be the last in your family line. Little brother Yi, you mustn't be rash. Toward Lan Shun's cursing, Shangguan Yunrong was unmoved. With a whiz, Shangguan Yunrong gathered a titanic quantity of heaven and earth essence energy. He was actually going to unleash an attack against Yi Yuan to force Yi Yuan to submit. Divine Traversing Realm experts' control over heaven and earth essence energy already reached a very exaggerated level. Shangguan Yunrong deliberately pulled apart the distance from Yi Yuan. At this distance, although Yi Yuan's void escape thunderous explosion talisman could hit him, it definitely would not be fatal. Conversely, it was likewise the same. But the attack of a divine traversing realm expert, how could Yi Yuan dare to really withstand head-on? Therefore, Yi Yuan's only option was to use the void escape thunderous explosion talisman to kill Lan Shun. This Shangguan Yunrong, what ruthless means. In order to kill him, he did not scruple to use the life of another divine traversing realm expert as the price. Proud snow silver frost finger. Shangguan Yunrong gave a light cry. An extremely tyrannical finger light tore through the air and arrived. Shangguan Yunrong, I fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Arg, your father will risk it. Dark wind divine palm. This Lan Shun was also someone decisive in killing and knew that at this time, it was no longer up to him. Even though he cursed Shangguan Yunrong verbally, this palm was not targeted at him but was unleashed towards Yi Yuan. At this time, he could only bet that the void escape thunderous explosion in Yi Yuan's hand was a gray market product and was totally useless. Two mighty divine traversing realm experts unleashed moves at Yi Yuan at the same time. The commotion caused was truly earth-shaking. A colossal pressure engulfed the entire battlefield, crushing the other martial artists until they could not breathe. At this sort of stage, Yi Yuan no longer had any hopes of leaving things to chance. He poured all the essence energy in his body into the void escape thunderous explosion talisman. The purple talisman instantly bloomed with a dazzling light. Several streaks of purple thunderbolts appeared from the void, wantonly bombarding at Lan Shun. Chapter 614, Cat and Mouse. Purple electric snakes danced wildly in the air. A colossal energy pressure crushed everyone until they could not breathe, including Yi Yuan himself. The power of this void escape thunderous explosion talisman seriously somewhat exceeded his expectations. Lan Shun only struggled for a bit slightly and was engulfed by the frenzied electric snakes. The attacks of the two divine traversing realm experts were annihilated like this by the electric snakes. It did not even stir up a wave. The corners of Shangguan Yunrong's mouth involuntarily twitched a little. Clearly, he was intimidated by the scene before his eyes too. If he had swapped places with Lan Shun earlier, then the one being electrocuted to charcoal right now would be him. Void escape thunderous explosion talisman was indeed well deserving of its reputation. Right at this time, the Crimson Light Great Army that already escaped very far away was startled right now as well. What's going on? What a powerful undulation. Chu Shi's expression changed as he said. Chu Shi and the others exchanged glances and guessed the answer very quickly. Such a powerful undulation, it definitely was not done by a Soul Sea Realm experts. Then it could only be Divine Traversing Realm Powerhouse. A Divine Traversing Realm Powerhouse definitely arrived. Mr. Yi He. Zhu Chengji somewhat choked up even when speaking. Lu Hong, the four people, similarly exchanged glances. They all saw thick worry from the other party's eyes. City Lord Su, you bring the others away. The four of us will go back and have a look at the situation. Qin Yan said solemnly. No way, want to go back, it should be me too. The strength of the few of you is still weak. Facing divine traversing realm experts, you simply don't have the power to resist. I'm at any rate a peak 9th level Soul Sea. I more or less still have some chance to escape alive. I'll return. Su Hu directly refused. We don't care about other people. The three of us must go back. Mr. Yi's grace towards us is tantamount to giving us a new lease on life. Even if we die, we have to return too. Zhu Chengji said resolutely. I'm going back too. I'm returning as well. For a time, the Crimson Light Great Army's upper echelons were locked in a fierce dispute, all fighting to go back. All right, stop arguing. Ding Qi, you bring the others and continue heading north towards Fairson City to deliver the news. Tell them that the fierce Gale World's divine traversing realm experts have already joined the war. Let the Alliance make preparations early. City Lord, four sirs, since everybody is concerned with Mr. Yi's safety, then how about we go back together? At this time, Chu Shi was steady and composed, and he actually had a demeanor of a commander-in-chief, simply like two different person from that sort of ruffian manner previously. Even though Su Hu's strength was the greatest among these people, but faintly, Chu Shi actually became the person whose words had the heaviest weight. Fine, since that's the case, then let's go back together. Su Hu nodded and said. Qin Yan nodded his head too, expressing agreement. This void escape thunderous explosion talisman, I've only heard of its name as well. I didn't expect that its power is actually so terrifying. Truly didn't think that you actually still had such a major killing tool. It's also fortunate that two people came together this time. Otherwise, we'd really be powerless against you. Shangguan Yunran looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Indeed, as he expected, Yi Yuan was sapped dry of essence energy by the void escape thunderous explosion talisman. At this time, he became incomparably weak. In Shangguan Yunrong's eyes, Yi Yuan was already a lamb awaiting slaughter. A martial artist without essence energy, what actions could he still take? He could tell that Yi Yuan was recovering essence energy on the sly. Furthermore, the speed was very swift. But he was not in a hurry at all. Even if Yi Yuan's recovering speed was any faster, it was also not possible to recover to his peak state within a short time. During this process, he had plenty of time to kill Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan was unable to unleash the void escape thunderous explosion talisman again, so what if he let him fully recover essence energy? Shangguan Yunrong was a third-level divine traversing realm super expert. Even if Yi Yuan recovered essence energy, how could he possibly be his match? Hey, do you think that you can do anything to me now? Yi Yuan panted and said. It was just that these words in Shangguan Yunrong's view were entirely a dead duck having a stubborn mouth. Martial artists in battle, the greatest taboo was fully expending all of their essence energy. That way, he would not have any capital to protect himself anymore. Without the support of essence energy, no matter how powerful the martial technique, it was no use to. Hoo-hoo, stop doing futile things. Do you think that I'll give you the chance to recover essence energy? Shangguan Yunrong suddenly unleashed a palm as he was speaking. This palm was very casual, but it did not have the intention of putting Yi Yuan to death. Yi Yuan was struck flying out, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. The essence energy that he had just amassed was directly dissipated by this palm. Shangguan Yunrong came in front of Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, do you know how cats catching mice are done? After they catch the mouse, they will set the mouse free, then catch again, and release again. Repeating like this over and over again, all the way until the mouse is completely drained of energy. I know that you're unresigned. But right now, you're just a mouse that's being toyed with by me. As he said, Shangguan Yunrong unleashed another palm, sending Yi Yuan flying out. Yi Yuan stood up, wiped away the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth, and looked at Shangguan Yunrong as he said with a miserable smile, looks like your Shangguan family are all a bunch of psychos. Do you feel that you, a dignified divine traversing realm expert, having your life threatened by me, a sea transformation realm junior, is very humiliating? So you want to find a mental equilibrium like this right now? Shangguan Yunrong's expression froze. Flinging his hand, it was another palm strike. He had his thoughts laid bare by Yi Yuan and could not help becoming enraged from embarrassment. Just as Yi Yuan predicted, he was indeed very furious earlier. That feeling of his life being held in the hands of others made him very displeased. Even though he maintained quite a distance away from Yi Yuan just now, if Yi Yuan really threw the void escape thunderous explosion talisman at him, he did not dare say that he could withdraw unscathed either. The power of the void escape thunderous explosion talisman was too strong. Lan Shun did not even leave behind bone ashes under the void escape thunderous explosion talisman. If not for Yi Yuan doing it for the sake of ensuring that he could kill a divine traversing realm expert, he, Shangguan Yunrong's, most optimistic state right now would also be the outcome of severe injuries. Hence, when Yi Yuan exhausted his essence energy, he was not in a hurry to kill Yi Yuan but wanted to give vent to the resentment in his heart for a bit. So what if yes, you already can't use the void escape thunderous explosion talisman now? I just want to mess with you to death. What can you do to me? Shangguan Yunrong suddenly became savage. As Shangguan Yunrong was talking, his palm struck again. He did not mind going through the trouble to play this game. Yi Yuan was sent flying once more, his entire body covered in blood, looking very miserable. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, Shangguan Yunrong was very delighted in his heart. Do you feel that you're a genius? You feel that nobody in this world is your match? Don't you know that killing a genius is something with a great sense of accomplishment? Ha ha ha, beg me to let you off. Maybe I'm in a good mood and will really spare you from death. Shangguan Yunrong said in a crazed state. As he said, Shangguan Yunrong lifted his hand, and it was another palm strike. Yet, right at this time, he suddenly saw Yi Yuan smiling at him. That smile seemed to be mocking his ignorance and woe. Shangguan Yunrong's expression changed, and all the hairs on his body stood on its ends. A feeling of immense danger came with a surge. Chapter 615. Take it easy, it's just starting. Coiling Dragon Heaven. Devastating Palm. Yi Yuan gave a fierce cry, sweeping over towards Shangguan Yunrong with a colossal azure dragon. The huge dragon's roar reverberated throughout the skies and collided onto Shangguan Yunrong with a loud crash. This change was too sudden. Shangguan Yunrong was caught off guard and took a solid hit. Everyone shockingly discovered that the azure dragon actually broke apart the protective essence energy on Shangguan Yunrong and attacked his main body. Shangguan Yunrong was actually beaten until he vomited blood by this blow of Yi Yuan's. Talking about it was slow, but all of this actually just happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Even Shangguan Yunrong did not react to it. Yi Yuan appeared to be weak all along for the sake of this attack. Coiling Dragon Heaven. Devastating Palm was Yi Yuan's current true killing move. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yuan simply had no chance to use this move. Even if he used it, it was also not possible to cause the slightest bit of harm to Shangguan Yunrong. But it did not mean that this move could not harm divine traversing realm experts. Yi Yuan's talent with the cultivation of Dragon Wave, likewise, had reached a very monstrous degree. Not long ago, he already broke through Earth rank and advanced into Heaven rank boundary. Executing Coiling Dragon Heaven. Devastating Palm with Heaven rank boundary, this blow of Yi Yuan's was already not much weaker compared to that final palm of Long Teng's back then. This degree of attack, even if it could not kill a divine traversing realm expert, making them sustain injuries was still achievable. Just when everyone all thought that Yi Yuan did not have the possibility of counter-attacking at all, it was the moment for Yi Yuan's all-out blow. Hence, Yi Yuan succeeded. However, this was not over. Just as everyone was staring wide-eyed in their mouths agape, Yi Yuan erupted abruptly, speeding towards the Shangguan Yunrong who was still in the air. Yi Yuan sprinted all the way crazily, but his aura was in the midst of rising frenziedly. The Shangguan Yunrong who lost balance in the air had yet to understand what was happening when a sense of immense danger attacked once again. The sense of danger this time was even much stronger compared to the last time. Just as Yi Yuan's aura was soaring madly, the clouds and winds in the sky suddenly changed. The originally clear blue skies for thousands of miles up to the ninth heaven actually became covered with dense dark clouds. The sky instantly dimmed. This series of changes were too quick and also too sudden. Everybody failed to react to it, including Shangguan Yunrong. By the time they all reacted to it, a series of rolling thunder already resounded in the skies. Lightning flashed faintly in the clouds. That apocalyptic-like pressure made everyone unable to breathe. This scene made all the people startled inwardly. Yi Yuan was going to transcend the tribulation. Divine soul entering the sea was an action which defied the heavens. One would be subjected to the punishment of heavenly tribulation. Cross it in endless blue skies, where birds could fly freely. Fail to cross, and one would perish, their Tao would vanish without anybody caring. Assaulting Soul Sea needed to expend 10 years, even decades of time to prepare for other people. However, Yi Yuan did not need to. Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably powerful. It had long already reached the boundary of quasi-alchemy king perfection. Communicating with the essence energy sea with his current divine soul boundary was just something that flowed naturally when a channel was formed. Moreover, Yi Yuan experienced breaking through to soul sea in his previous life and was way too familiar with this process. Divine soul entering the sea, this process needed a very long period of adaptation to others. During the process of breaking through, one would even need to undergo failure many times. But this process, Yi Yuan already completed it during the process of sprinting earlier. Hence, that was why the heavenly tribulation arrived so quickly, catching everyone unprepared. And what Yi Yuan needed was precisely everybody to be caught by surprise. Just now, when Yi Yuan was erupting, he already stuffed a large amount of essence energy recovery medicinal pills into his mouth. At present, his essence energy was also in the midst of rapid recovery. After refining the dragon blood, Yi Yuan's physique was already extremely daunting. Even though he did not have the support of essence energy, his explosive power was still extremely powerful. Just a matter of a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already approached Shangguan Yunrong. Dashing behind him with a large stride, Yi Yuan reverse latched onto him tightly. Shangguan Yunrong was frightened immensely by this and struggled desperately. "Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? Quickly let me go." Even though Shangguan Yunrong was a divine traversing realm expert, in terms of fleshy body strength, he was way inferior to Yi Yuan. In his panic, Shangguan Yunrong desperately wanted to use essence energy to shake Yi Yuan away. But Yi Yuan's two arms buckled him down like iron hoops. Even if he was shocked until his entire body was covered in wounds, Yi Yuan did not plan on easing up a little either. As repayment for your game of cat and mouse earlier, cross this heavenly tribulation together with me. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth and said, "Arg, let me go, I'll kill you," Shangguan Yunrong roared. At this time, Shangguan Yunrong finally came to his senses. Massive essence energy gathered onto his palm very quickly, and he was going to press on Yi Yuan's body with a backhand. However, right then, a huge lightning bolt fell straight to the mortal world from above the heavens, slamming heavily onto the two persons' bodies. The essence energy which Shangguan Yunrong had just coalesced was directly dissipated by this lightning. Only to see him with disheveled hair. How was there still any hint of the demeanor of an expert? Sustaining this blow, the aura on Shangguan Yunrong's entire person waned considerably. The power of heavenly tribulation, even if he was a divine traversing realm expert, it was not that nice to endure either. In contrast, when this bolt of lightning smote onto Yi Yuan's body, he was perfectly fine. It looked like his aura even strengthened a little. However, Yi Yuan's two arms still latched onto Shangguan Yunrong tightly, not giving him any opportunity to escape. Following the first bolt of lightning falling, the bolts of lightning in the air were like falling rain, crashing down onto the place where Yi Yuan and Shangguan Yunrong were at. For a time, rock fragments scattered all around. One could not see the two people's figures in the outside world at all. "Arg, Yi Yuan, you'll die a horrible death. Let go, quickly let me go," Shangguan Yunrong roared with all his might. However, Yi Yuan ignored him completely. He just hugged Shangguan Yunrong tightly, letting the heavenly tribulation slam onto the two of their bodies. This degree of heavenly tribulation did not matter to Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon, and the strength of his fleshy body was very fearsome. Not only did this degree of heavenly tribulation not have the slightest effect on him, it even let his fleshy body obtain tempering, becoming even stronger. Furthermore, under the catalyzation caused by the heavenly tribulation, the large pile of medicinal pills that he consumed previously were currently being refined slowly. His aura recovered to the peak state very quickly. On the other hand, Shangguan Yunrong he did not have Yi Yuan's freakish fleshy body. Furthermore, he did not have sufficient preparations to deal with heavenly tribulation at all in the first place in his panic. Under a bout of wanton bombarding, the aura on his body became increasingly withered. Before long, there was finally no more lightning falling in the sky. The others could finally see clearly the situation of the two people inside. Even though Yi Yuan's body looked very tragic, his aura had actually already recovered to the peak state. While the high and mighty Shangguan Yunrong had a head of disheveled hair at this time, looking very savage. Most importantly, he was actually forcefully cut down a minor boundary by the heavenly tribulation. "Take it easy, it's just starting." Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the clouds in the sky seemed to have become a little thicker again. It seemed to be preparing an even stronger heavenly tribulation. Chapter 616, Forcefully Withstanding Heavenly Tribulation. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a lightning bolt even thicker than before struck the bodies of the two. Shangguan Yunrong cried out miserably. Heavenly tribulation was the thing martial artists feared the most. After entering the Soul Sea realm, they had the possibility of perishing under heavenly tribulation at any one breakthrough. "Yi Yuan, you madman. You're only just breaking through to the Soul Sea realm. Why is the power of the heavenly tribulation so strong?" Shangguan Yunrong howled. It was also that divine traversing realm experts were too powerful. Swapping any other Soul Sea realm martial artist to cross the heavenly tribulation together with Yi Yuan, they would probably have long been smitten to ashes at this time already. Changing another point of view to look at it, if not for the power of Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation being too strong, Shangguan Yunrong would also have killed Yi Yuan long ago. How could he give him the chance to transcend the tribulation? The power of heavenly tribulation was normally set according to the martial artist's strength. Before this, Yi Yuan had virtually already reached the limits that Sea Transformation realm could attain. The power of his heavenly tribulation right now was already powerful to a degree where even Shangguan Yunrong, this divine traversing realm expert, was fearful of. It was just that no matter how he struggled, Yi Yuan just hugged him and did not loosen up. Shangguan Yunrong suffered the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation endlessly and did not have the time to deal with Yi Yuan. Dense lightning tribulation rumbled down unceasingly, blasting fragments of rock flying all around. The second wave of heavenly tribulation came down. Yi Yuan still withstood it with great ease, same as before, while Shangguan Yunrong was blasted a minor boundary down once more. Yi Yuan suddenly let go of Shangguan Yunrong and kicked him out abruptly. This kick, Shangguan Yunrong was likewise caught by surprise, and directly face-planted from Yi Yuan's kick. But with this, it also kicked Shangguan Yunrong out of the range of the heavenly tribulation. Following that, Yi Yuan sat with his legs crossed, the expression on his face becoming solemn. The power of this heavenly tribulation seriously exceeded his imagination somewhat. Although for the first two waves, he cleared it with ease, the power was way stronger compared to when he crossed the heavenly tribulation in his previous life. Yi Yuan was originally thinking of taking advantage of the heavenly tribulation to exhaust Shangguan Yunrong to death. Who knew that the power of this heavenly tribulation was actually so formidable? The clouds in the sky became thick once more. Without any doubt, the next wave of heavenly tribulation would be even fiercer. Everyone stared at Yi Yuan in the center of the storm. They were all hoping for Yi Yuan to fail to transcend the tribulation and be struck to death by the lightning tribulation. But their eyes revealed thick alarm and terror because they had never seen such a berserk heavenly tribulation before. Ha ha ha, indeed well deserving of being an unequaled genius. Even your method of transcending the tribulation is different from others. Looking at this sort of situation, you'll have to cross at least 4 of the 9 heavenly tribulations, right? Even if you can endure past 3 heavenly tribulations, I want to see just how you transcend 4 heavenly tribulations. Shangguan Yunrong bore out of the mud with a filthy face. But at this time, he could not be bothered with his face anymore. He was laughing at Yi Yuan as he gloated over his misfortune. This fellow simply deserved death, to actually use him to block the heavenly tribulation and actually let the heavenly tribulation forcefully smite him down 2 minor cultivation realms. This was simply a sort of disgrace to Shangguan Yunrong. Hence, he hoped for Yi Yuan to be struck to death by the lightning tribulation right now more than anybody. Of course, these words still carried thick jealousy. Heavenly tribulation was divided into a total of 9 levels. Every time they crossed a level of heavenly tribulation, the martial artist's strength would strengthen a portion. Although tremendous risks existed with transcending tribulations, it also contained huge lucky chances. Heavenly tribulations were products of heavenly Tao. It by itself carried many heavenly Tao fragments. Even though most of these heavenly Tao fragments would dissipate, there would still be a considerable portion remaining in the martial artist's body. And these heavenly Tao fragments could aid martial artists to comprehend concepts even faster. The more levels of heavenly tribulations crossed, the more heavenly Tao fragments obtained. The benefits obtained by the martial artist was naturally greater too. For ordinary martial artists transcending tribulations, at most, it was crossing 2 of the 9 heavenly tribulations. When Shangguan Yunrong crossed the heavenly tribulation back then, he only crossed 3 heavenly tribulations and already obtained immense benefits. But looking at Yi Yuan's current momentum, he had to cross 4 heavenly tribulations at the very least. It might even be 5 heavenly tribulations. Then once Yi Yuan successfully transcended the tribulation, his strength would surely have a huge advancement. This was not a situation that Shangguan Yunrong wished to see. In his view, it was best for Yi Yuan to be smitten to death by the lightning tribulation. According to the magnitude of this heavenly tribulation right now, it was also not without the possibility. Every round of heavenly tribulation had a total of 9 by 9, 81 lightning tribulations in each heavenly tribulation. There would not be intervals between this. The martial artist must endure through all of it before they could enter the next round. And how many rounds of heavenly tribulation every martial artist had, only the heaven itself knew this. Of course, the vast majority of the people were all below 3 levels of heavenly tribulations. Finally, the 3rd heavenly tribulation was starting. Yi Yuan still sat with his legs crossed, as if he did not have the intention of resisting the heavenly tribulation. The violent lightning directly blasted onto his body. But Yi Yuan was unscathed. And on his body, there was actually still traces of current revolving around. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Yunrong's expression changed greatly. You this fellow, are actually using heavenly tribulation to temper your fleshy body. You're simply a madman. Shangguan Yunrong finally witnessed what was called freakish today. When he was reverse latched down by Yi Yuan, he did not notice what Yi Yuan was doing at all. Only when looking at Yi Yuan transcending the tribulations from outside the heavenly tribulation did he know what Yi Yuan was doing. Other people transcending tribulations, which one of them was not trembling with fear as if treading on thin ice? Yi Yuan had the nerve to actually make use of the heavenly tribulation to temper his fleshy body instead. A martial artist's fleshy body was the weakest link. Generally, all could not keep up with their cultivation realms. Although under the catalyzing of essence energy, martial artists' fleshy bodies were much stronger compared to ordinary people, it would generally be 1 to 2 major cultivation realms lower than themselves. Hence, when most people were transcending tribulations, they would strive with all their might to use protective essence energy to resist the heavenly tribulation. It was simply impossible to be like Yi Yuan to use the fleshy body to forcefully withstand the heavenly tribulations. This was simply no different from courting death. Bolts of heavenly tribulations fell down. Yi Yuan's body radiated with a red glow. His aura was gradually becoming stronger. The reason why he dared to forcefully withstand the heavenly tribulation was actually that the dragon blood in his body was not fully absorbed. Utilizing the heavenly tribulation to temper the fleshy body could stimulate his body's potential, refining the dragon blood that had not been refined once more. The power of Yi Yuan's vitality was increasingly stronger. By the time the final streak of heavenly tribulation fell, Yi Yuan finally broke through the bottleneck with one stroke. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt unbelievably great. He already reached Soul Sea realm just by relying on the strength of his physical body now. Coupled with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, he could virtually sweep away Soul Sea realms. Uncle Rong, what happened? Why is Yi Yuan transcending the tribulation? Furthermore, the power of this heavenly tribulation seems to be a little too strong as well, right? Uncle Rong, your cultivation realm. Shangguan Lingyun regulated his breathing for a while, and his injuries were finally brought under control a little. He sensed that the commotion over here was huge and it seemed like the situation was not too optimistic, so he rushed over to take a look. Shocked, he saw Yi Yuan currently transcending the tribulation. Shangguan Yunrong's face was completely black as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's all Yi Yuan that brat's tricks. Lingyun, I feel that it's not going too well right now. We'd better ask for help from family head." Chapter 617, Dispersing Tribulation Clouds. Shangguan Lingyun's heart pounded. He initially thought that by calling Shangguan Yunrong, a third-level divine traversing expert, over, Yi Yuan would die for sure. Who knew that in just this short while, the two mighty divine traversing realm experts, one died, and one was injured, while Yi Yuan was transcending the tribulation over there perfectly fine. Once he succeeds in transcending the tribulation, Yi Yuan's strength would advance another step further. There was really nobody who could control him here anymore. Shangguan Lingyun and Shangguan Yunrong both felt that Yi Yuan's threat was too great. They had to thoroughly kill him this time, otherwise, there would be no end of trouble for the future. Deng Sheng, immediately send news to family head, and let them send experts over right away. Shangguan Lingyun instructed. Yes, this subordinate will go right away. Deng Sheng immediately received the order and left. Shangguan Yunrong and Shangguan Lingyun watched Yi Yuan in the heavenly tribulation. Their faces had indescribable solemnness. Before long, the fourth of the 9 heavenly tribulation came as promised. And at this time, Yi Yuan's fleshy body already broke through its fetters and entered a brand new boundary. In the sky, the tribulation clouds were increasingly thicker. The area was also getting bigger and bigger. A pressure exuded from within the clouds, crushing everyone until they could hardly breathe. Everyone realized one point. The power of this fourth heavenly tribulation would probably be even more terrifying. The power of this fourth heavenly tribulation, with my current strength, I most likely can't make it through it all. This Yi Yuan is truly too scary. He can actually summon such a horrifying fourth heavenly tribulation. Shangguan Yunrong said somberly. This fourth heavenly tribulation seems to be more than twice stronger than the third heavenly tribulation. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan is, he won't dare to forcefully withstand it either, right? Hopefully, he gets struck to death by this fourth heavenly tribulation. Shangguan Lingyun said hatefully, but Shangguan Yunrong shook his head and said, although this fourth heavenly tribulation is strong, to want to kill him, it probably still can't accomplish that. If he can draw a fifth heavenly tribulation, then there might be some hope. What's he trying to do? Shangguan Yunrong, uncle and nephew, were currently talking when Yi Yuan suddenly stood up. It was only to see him tilting his head. He looked up at the rolling thunder in the sky. He was actually brimming with fighting intent. He can't be. Shangguan Yunrong faintly had some conjectures in his heart, but he felt that this was simply nonsense. Yet, Yi Yuan's action the next instant gave him a resounding slap. The first bolt of the fourth heavenly tribulation descended from the sky. At the same time, Yi Yuan's body gave off an extremely powerful aura. In the sky, an electric snake descended very rapidly. On the ground, an azure dragon rose high into the air. This scene shocked everyone until they could not speak. Since time immemorial, there had yet to be anyone so wildly arrogant when transcending tribulations, to actually attempt to scatter the heavenly tribulation in vain. In the eyes of Shangguan Yunrong and his nephew, Yi Yuan was an out-and-out madman. In this world, there did not seem to be things that he did not dare to do. Experiencing 3 rounds of heavenly tribulations tempering, Yi Yuan's current state had already reached the peak. Plus, going a step further and refining the dragon's blood, the true dragon strength in his body became even more boundless. The power of this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm move was much stronger compared to that palm previously. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the azure dragon directly dispersed that bolt of lightning tribulation. However, this was not over yet. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's remaining momentum had yet to be exhausted. It actually went directly for the firmament. And no way, right? There were already no words that could express Shangguan Yunrong's emotions at this instant. Heavenly tribulation could actually be transcended like this. In the wake of a great dragon roar, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm directly blasted toward the tribulation clouds. The tribulation's clouds that were currently brewing the fourth heavenly tribulation was actually forcefully scattered away. The fourth heavenly tribulation actually didn't descend. I didn't see wrongly, right? Shangguan Yunrong said blankly. Just what kind of monster were we fighting with? He actually dispersed the heavenly tribulation. Is this what humans can accomplish? Shangguan Lingyun was already unable to describe his emotions at this moment. At this instant, everyone seemed to have all forgotten that this place was a battlefield. A place where hundreds of thousands of people gathered was actually deathly silent. Yi Yuan dispersing the heavenly tribulation with one palm. The visual impact that this brought to them was seriously too intense. Shangguan Yunrong had stayed in the heavenly tribulation before previously. He knew how powerful Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation was. This fourth heavenly tribulation absolutely had the power to exterminate a first-level divine traversing expert. But such a horrifying heavenly tribulation was actually directly dispersed by Yi Yuan. At present, in a hidden place outside the battlefield, Chu Shi and the others were currently secretly spectating everything in the battlefield. The fighting had already stopped. Hundreds of thousands of people were all watching Yi Yuan breaking through to the Soul Sea realm by himself. Such a large battlefield actually became Yi Yuan's individual performance stage. This made the few people who came back to rescue all feel somewhat taking a superfluous action. That divine traversing realm expert was actually dragged into the heavenly tribulation by Mr. Yi, injuring the former and causing his strength to be blasted down to the first-level divine traversing realm from the third level. Such a horrifying fourth heavenly tribulation was actually scattered in one palm by Mr. Yi. What did they come back for? Perhaps it was in order to witness a miracle. Yeah, they probably would not see such a magnificent feat ever again in this lifetime. Ha ha ha, I already said that Mr. Yi would definitely be fine. Chu Shi suppressed his voice and said with a big laugh. You didn't say before. Xianxia exposed it without any hesitation. Yeah, if I have to say, these people, are like men filled with apprehension that the sky would fall. Mr. Yi, he is so strong. How can something possibly happen? Forget about divine traversing realm, even if it's a boundless realm, he'd surely be fine too. Zhu Chengji said, witnessing the scene of Yi Yuan dissipating the tribulation clouds, everyone's idolization of Yi Yuan now already reached a blind degree. This could not be blamed on them either. It was truly that Yi Yuan's actions made people feel that it was too fantastical. This was simply not what an ordinary person could do. Before you came, you were even sniveling, Xianxia interjected again emotionlessly. One should not look at Xianxia as just a person who did not talk much. This sharp-tongued skill was not an ordinary kind of strong. Furthermore, it was short and concise, making you unable to refute at all. But Zhu Chengji was indifferent as he said, haha. As long as Mr. Yi is fine, even if I go blind from crying, it's okay. Now that he dispersed the tribulation clouds, he should be able to break through to the Soul Sea realm, right? No, wait, you guys, look, the dispersed tribulation clouds seem to have condensed together again. Furthermore, this time, it seems to be terrifyingly powerful. Guo Taochun suddenly said. Everyone was alarmed inwardly and hurriedly looked over in Yi Yuan's direction. Indeed, they discovered that those tribulations clouds that were scattered away actually condensed together again anew. Furthermore, this time, they actually all felt rattled, separated by an entire battlefield. It could be seen that the lightning tribulation this time was probably unusual compared to those previously. When Shangguan Yunrong saw this scene, he could not help bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you wouldn't die if you weren't taking the road to ruin. Who asked you to be rampant? To be arrogant? Aren't you very capable? Didn't you disperse the tribulation clouds? Now, you're going to suffer the retribution of heavenly Tao, right? Ha ha ha. This is lightning tribulation plus soul tribulation, both tribulations arriving together. I'll see how you resist it. Chapter 618. Dual-colored heavenly tribulation. Puff, puff, puff. A large group of fierce Gale World martial artists with slightly weaker strength, because they could not withstand the pressure of these dual tribulations arriving together, their bodies exploded directly, turning into a mass of blood mist. Even some of the Sea Transformation Realm martial artists also suffered varying degrees of injuries. The pressure of these dual tribulations arriving together was seriously too horrifying. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression became solemn too. Both tribulations arriving together, this had indeed exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations a little too much. Just earlier, after dispersing the tribulations clouds with one palm, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that his divine soul could no longer be suppressed. It was actually going to break through to the Alchemy King realm. Crack, crack, crack. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like drawing the bow but not discharging the arrow. It was precisely such a situation that made people feel even more stifled. Yi Yuan, I admit that you're a genius. But your genius has already aroused the heavens, jealousy, lightning and soul dual tribulation. I'll see how you transcend them. Shangguan Yunrong was very excited by the sight. Such a horrifying heavenly tribulation. Even for him, this divine traversing realm expert, being inside would only lead to the outcome of disintegrating into ashes. Even if Yi Yuan was any more monstrous, it was not possible to transcend it either. Yi Yuan in the heavenly tribulation shot Shangguan Yunrong a cold glance and said disdainfully, a fool like you will never know what's called a genius. True geniuses have to go against the heaven. I'll let you see what's called a true genius today. Right then, the heavenly tribulation in the tribulations clouds which had been brewing for a long time finally fell abruptly. You guys, look, it's actually a dual-colored heavenly tribulation. My God, is this really a heavenly tribulation that humans have to cross? Chu Shi said. Mr. Yi's talent truly makes even the heaven jealous. White heavenly tribulation should be the heavenly tribulation of martial artists. Purple heavenly tribulation should be the divine soul's heavenly tribulation. I even feel my heart palpitate over here. Mr. Yi can definitely transcend the tribulations successfully. Zhu Chengji said. How can he possibly fail? Xianxia said. Right at that instance, the dual-colored heavenly tribulation fell. Yi Yuan suddenly swung his fist. A fire dragon surged out. At the same time, Yi Yuan's divine soul turned into a sharp sword and rushed out from the essence energy sea. Soul-driving flying sword, one martial technique, one divine soul mystic art. Two attacks welcomed the dual-colored lightning tribulation at the same time. A huge brilliance radiated. Yi Yuan's attack and the dual-colored heavenly tribulation collided together violently. A massive air billow crept out, sweeping the fierce Gale World martial artists that had already retreated very far away flying. Yi Yuan stood at the center of this storm without budging an inch, akin to an ever-victorious divinity. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation as he swallowed a pile of medicinal pills again. The power of this heavenly tribulation was too strong. He had to strive with all his might and did not dare to hold back in the slightest at all. This degree of attacks, he did not know how long he could sustain either. But Yi Yuan knew that enduring the dual tribulation passively, regardless whether was it the body or divine soul, he would surely have to suffer injuries to a very large extent. Like that, even if he transcended both tribulations, he probably would not have the ability to deal with the Shangguan Yunrong who was glaring like a ravening tiger either. Crack, crack, another two bolts of dual-colored lightning tribulation rumbled down. Yi Yuan swung his fists once more. Two flame movement true dragon carnages and soul-driving flying swords were unleashed at the same time, offsetting the two bolts of lightning tribulation once again. The tribulation cloud's pressure in the sky was getting increasingly greater. It seemed to be enraged and seemed to be mocking Yi Yuan's overestimation of his own ability. This time, 5 bolts of dual-colored heavenly tribulation landed at the same time. Even the Shangguan Yunrong outside of the heavenly tribulation felt somewhat unable to withstand this pressure and retreated very far out together with Shangguan Lingyun. Hiss. Uncle Rong, do you think Yi Yuan he? Shangguan Lingyun was shocked by Yi Yuan's fierceness. Initially, he thought that Yi Yuan absolutely could not possibly transcend this sort of dual-colored lightning tribulation, because that simply exceeded the boundaries of human strength. The power of a 5th heavenly tribulation, logically speaking, it was simply impossible for Soul Sea Realm martial artists to make it through, let alone adding in a soul tribulation that was even harder to deal with. Actually, soul tribulations were even harder to transcend than lightning tribulations. Furthermore, this soul tribulation of Yi Yuan's was even more extraordinary. Soul tribulations acted on the divine soul directly. Martial artists' weakest area was the divine soul. To the vast majority of alchemists, apart from forcefully resisting the soul tribulation, they had no other way. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a formidable divine soul mystic art that could actually deal with soul tribulations? This Yi Yuan virtually did not have any bit of dead angle from head to toe. He was simply powerful until it made people despair. Living in the same era with a genius like this seemed to be destined to be a tragedy. At this moment, Shangguan Lingyun finally understood that regardless of what kind of path he took, he would forever not be Yi Yuan's match. Except, it was unknown whether or not that Zhao Chenggan, who was nurtured and protected by Zhao Tianyan, could obstruct Yi Yuan's path of growing up. Impossible. You look at those tribulation clouds in the sky. Yi Yuan's arrogance has already thoroughly infuriated the heavenly Tao. Don't look at him being very arrogant right now. The further back this heavenly tribulation goes, the greater the power and greater the density. He can't possibly make it through. Shangguan Yunrong said. Indeed, just as Shangguan Yunrong predicted, the heavenly tribulations descending from inside the tribulation clouds became increasingly denser, practically not giving Yi Yuan the slightest opportunity to catch his breath. Yi Yuan's martial technique was released like raindrops, colliding together with those dense heavenly tribulations. Even if Shangguan Yunrong did not believe that Yi Yuan could transcend these dual-colored lightning tribulations, he was still astounded by this scene before his eyes. Was the magnitude of this sort of attacks truly unleashed by a sea transformation realm martial artist who was currently transcending tribulation? In a twinkle, over half of the 9x9, 81 lightning tribulations, had already passed. Yi Yuan's essence energy and soul force were being depleted rapidly. Such consumption speed was too rapid. Even if Yi Yuan swallowed a large quantity of medicinal pills, he felt very taxing too. Even more damnable was that the expenditure of soul force was greater than the expenditure of essence energy. If this continued, once the divine soul received damage, it would be a very troublesome matter. Yi Yuan also never expected that the soul tribulation would actually become the greatest bottleneck restricting him from transcending the tribulation right now. Ha ha ha, what did I say? You see, his way of transcending the tribulation is no different from courting death. Look, his soul force is going to be depleted very soon. When his divine soul directly suffers the bombardment of the purple lightning, that will be the instant of him perishing and his Tao vanishing. Shangguan Yunrong said with a hideous grin. Heh heh, it's still Uncle Rong who is impressive. Yi Yuan's soul force has already reached rock bottom. But at the back, there are still over a dozen bolts of purple soul tribulations. These final dozen over purple soul tribulations are even stronger. He can only withstand 7 to 8 bolts at most. Those few bolts of soul tribulations at the back, he can't push through no matter what. Shangguan Lingyun also had a look of thrill. At this time, the excitement on Chu Shi's and the others' faces were long already replaced by solemnness. Although they were separated very far away, they could also feel that Yi Yuan was not quite right. Such high-intensity execution of martial techniques, even if Yi Yuan's essence energy was a bottomless pit, it should also be seeing the bottom at this time. Under the heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan's aura was being diminished unceasingly. Very clearly, transcending the tribulation had already reached the critical juncture. Mr. Yi He, Zhu Chengji said worriedly, shut your stinky mouth up. Mr. Yi's fortunes run deep. How can he possibly not even transcend past the heavenly tribulation of Soul Sea Realm? Chu Shi reproached. Chapter 619. A blow in anger. Finally, a bolt of dual-colored heavenly tribulation landed heavily on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Even if his fleshy body was very powerful right now, facing such a heavenly tribulation, his body suffered damage instantly too. His essence energy was already depleted, and his soul force had also been exhausted. This hit made his aura nosedive to the limit. This was the 78th dual-colored heavenly tribulation. There were just 3 bolts remaining at the back, but these 3 bolts of heavenly tribulations were the most deadly 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. The nameless essence energy within Yi Yuan's body had yet to be employed. He could expend this essence energy to resist the lightning tribulation, but his soul force was already dried up. There was simply no way to endure the damage of the purple lightning soul tribulation anymore. Seeing Yi Yuan spitting out blood from severe injuries, Shangguan Yunrong and his nephew were both abnormally excited. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, didn't you say earlier to let us take a look at what's called a true genius? If you have the capabilities, transcend this lightning tribulation for us to see. Your essence energy and soul force are both consumed entirely already. Even though there are only 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation left, these 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation are the heavenly tribulation that will claim your life. Ha ha ha, Shangguan Yunrong was exhilarated. Just prior to this, he did not know where Yi Yuan's limits lay either. He clearly saw that Yi Yuan's essence energy was already depleted, but Yi Yuan still persevered for a very long time. This made him very baffled. All the way until Yi Yuan spat blood from heavy injuries, he finally confirmed that Yi Yuan already could not make it. Shangguan Yunrong believed that Yi Yuan's spirit and physical strength at this time had already reached the limit. If he broke down Yi Yuan's confidence with words, Yi Yuan would be even less likely to transcend this dual-colored heavenly tribulation. Yeah, if you want to prove that you're a genius, transcend past these final 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. I really want to see the birth of an unrivaled genius. Sigh, an unrivaled genius who came to an untimely end. Such a pity. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Lingyun got the hint and also voiced out. Except, Yi Yuan's attainments in Hard Realm towered over them by God knows how much. How could their verbal attacks possibly shake Yi Yuan's confidence? Yi Yuan was burning with anxiety right now as well. He was desperately using his divine soul to communicate with those golden words and the black bead, but they did not have any reaction at all. Cack, the 79th bolt of heavenly tribulation carried an exceedingly horrifying pressure and fell down. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and mustered up the nameless essence energy. A flame movement true dragon carnage punch was unleashed once more. The white lightning tribulation was successfully neutralized by Yi Yuan's attack, but the purple lightning tribulation disregarded his attack and bombarded onto his divine soul directly. Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably powerful, but being struck directly by this bolt of purple lightning tribulation, he suffered severe injuries this time as well, spitting out a mouthful of blood again. But the black bead and golden characters in his sea of consciousness did not have any reaction at all. When Yi Yuan unleashed an attack once more, Shangguan Yunrong taken aback with fright. Yi Yuan's essence energy was clearly exhausted already. Where did he have the essence energy to execute martial techniques? Instant cast martial technique. Just now, that was an instant cast martial technique. Uncle wrong, I was defeated by his instant cast martial technique earlier. This Yi Yuan definitely still has other trump cards that can achieve instant cast martial technique. Shangguan Lingyun suddenly cried out. Shangguan Yunrong's face fell slightly. Yi Yuan's instant cast martial technique earlier, how could he not perceive it? He never would not have thought that at this time, Yi Yuan still had cards up his sleeves. Relax, he's definitely at his wit's end already with divine soul defense. Looking at the current situation, he absolutely can't make it through the final 2 bolts of purple lightning. Even if he really made it through, he will be heavily injured as well. At that time, it will be his time of death. Shangguan Yunrong said. Right at this time, the 80th bolt of heavenly tribulation finally fell. Yi Yuan struggled to crawl up. Looking up at the sky and giving a long howl, a punch rumbled over once more. The purple lightning tribulation blasted onto his divine soul without any suspense, piling on injuries on top of his injuries. Yi Yuan's divine soul had utterly wilted at this time. It already suffered extremely severe injuries. In light of his injuries right now, it was absolutely impossible for him to transcend the final bolt of dual-colored heavenly tribulation. After the 80th bolt of heavenly tribulation, the final bolt dual-colored heavenly tribulation did not fall right away. The tribulation clouds up in the sky seemed to have become a little thicker again. It was brewing an even more powerful heavenly tribulation. Zhu Chengji was going to charge towards Yi Yuan with a lunge but was held back by Chu Shi. "What are you doing?" Chu Shi said angrily. "Going to save Mr. Yi. This life of mine was given by Mr. Yi. Even if I die, I have to save him too." Zhu Chengji said almost in tears. Chu Shi directly gave him a slap and said furiously, "You fool. If you go, not only will you not be able to help Mr. Yi, you'll bring him even greater trouble instead. It doesn't matter if you die. What if you didn't die? There's a divine traversing realm expert over there. If you go over there, fumble and get caught, wouldn't you become Mr. Yi's burden?" Zhu Chengji's expression froze, and he wailed, "Then what to do? We can't just watch Mr. Yi be killed by them, right? Wait a while more. I know Brother Yi's disposition. He won't admit defeat so easily. Perhaps there is still a turnaround. About heavenly tribulation, he can only rely on himself. It's futile even if we go over. Wait until Brother Yi transcends the heavenly tribulation. We'll charge over together." At this time, the Yin Yanhua who did not speak the entire time opened her mouth. Looking at the current situation, even if Yi Yuan transcended the heavenly tribulation, he would definitely be severely injured too. At that time, he definitely needed their help. Even if it was delaying a divine traversing realm expert for a moment, their payout was worth it too. Yi Yuan's injuries at this time were very severe. It was severe until he could not even stand up. He tried several times in a row and did not crawl up. Could it be that I gained a new lease on life again and actually can't even transcend the heavenly tribulation of Soul Sea Realm? No, I'm unresigned. Yi Yuan roared in his heart. In his previous life, he did good deeds for hundreds of years. In the end, what it exchanged for was the outcome of perishing and his Tao vanishing. Reviving in this life, Yi Yuan had long made up his mind to go against the heaven. Today, it was his first time standing in front of heavenly Tao and challenging it. Almost. Just the last bit left. Only the final lightning tribulation. Arghhh. Yi Yuan roared and used all the strength in his body to stand up. Pointing his finger to the sky, he said, "Villainous old heaven. Bring it. If you have the balls, smite me to death." Seemingly replying Yi Yuan's words, finally, the 81st bolt of heavenly tribulation that had been brewing for a long time finally fell down. Coiling dragon, heaven, devastating, palm. Yi Yuan used the last of his strength and unleashed his final blow. It was also an attack containing his wrath, an attack challenging heavenly Tao. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm broke through the limits of his body. It was more powerful than any of his palms previously. The azure dragon carried along a sorrowful and resentful roar as it galloped towards the firmament. It was as if it was the roar in Yi Yuan's heart. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm directly annihilated the final bolt of heavenly tribulation, and then it charged straight for the skies, charging over towards the tribulation clouds. That thick tribulation cloud was actually dispersed by Yi Yuan once again. However, this attack of Yi Yuan's was still unable to stem the descent of the purple lightning. Chapter 620, Great Turnabout. The purple lightning tribulation landed right on Yi Yuan's body just like this. After being hit by the soul tribulation, Yi Yuan's entire body was paralyzed, unmoving. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Yunrong laughed wildly and said, "Yi Yuan, so what even if you transcended the heavenly tribulation? Aren't you still going to die at my hands? Tisk tisk, you transcended the dual-colored lightning tribulation. You proved to us that you're a true genius. So what? To be able to kill a true genius, I feel even more honored too." Ha ha ha. Bearing this bolt of purple lightning, although Yi Yuan was still breathing, it was already impossible to fight anymore. He naturally became fish on a chopping board, being at the mercy of Shangguan Yunrong. "Brothers, charge!" Chu Shi gave a shout. Those people who came back charged out without any hesitation, slaughtering into the fierce Gale world's great army. For a moment, war cries filled the air. When Shangguan Yunrong saw this scene, he had a disdainful look as he said, "Couldn't tell that you still have some capability of winning people's hearts. These trash all killed their way out already. In order to save you, they actually came back again. But how large a wave can these small fries stir?" Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut. He did not have the intention of responding to Shangguan Yunrong at all. Shangguan Yunrong said with a hideous grin, "Yi Yuan, you're too outstanding. Out of fear where a long night is fraught with many dreams, I'll send you on your way right now. By the side, Shangguan Lingyun was very excited at this time as well. Finally could kill Yi Yuan. After today, there wasn't going to be anybody obstructing in front of him no more. Uncle Rong, quickly do it, Shangguan Lingyun urged. Shangguan Yunrong nodded his head and was going to make a move against Yi Yuan. Right then, a streak of white light appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Yuan and attacked Shangguan Yunrong abruptly. This scene was too sudden. Everyone could not react in time. Courting death, Shangguan Yunrong's expression changed, and he changed direction at the last minute to attack that streak of white light. That streak of white light's speed was too swift. It was so fast that Shangguan Yunrong's martial technique had yet to fully form and white light already arrived in front of him. Shangguan Yunrong was directly knocked flying out. Only when he struggled to his feet did he discover that that streak of white light was actually a white tiger. Who could it be but white light? The current white light was no longer that little kitty in the past, but he truly matured into a white tiger. White color velvet fur lined with black stripes. A pair of tiger eyes glared at Shangguan Yunrong, looking awe-inspiring. This was the true bearing of a divine beast. White light raised his head and gave a long roar. A powerful aura instantly spread across the entire battlefield. At this moment, white light's might of a divine beast was displayed beyond all doubt. Peak. Tier 4 demonic beast. Seeing white light, Shangguan Yunrong sucked in a cold breath. Peak Tier 4 demonic beasts were equivalent to humans' peak Soul Sea realm. And looking at that attack earlier, the offensive power of this white tiger was likely not beneath his. The most damnable thing was that, this fellow's speed was too fast. Shangguan Yunrong only felt his vision blurred just now and white light already arrived in front of him. Such horrifying speed, his attacks could not hit at all. There was actually still such a heaven-defying demonic beast existing around Yi Yuan. Peak Tier 4 demonic beasts were extremely rare in human territories. They would only be inside the endless forest. One had to know that when Peak Tier 4 demonic beasts advanced another step, they would be able to transcend tribulation and take form. Even though this white tiger in front of him was only Peak Tier 4, it could fight to a draw with him. It could be seen that it was absolutely not a common demonic beast. Shangguan Yunrong changed expression several times. No matter how he calculated, it was also impossible to have calculated that Yi Yuan actually still had such a powerful existence by his side. Leave this white tiger to me. You guys attack together and kill Yi Yuan with a flurry of blades. Shangguan Yunrong instructed the great army. But right then, a dense pack of white apes suddenly appeared around Yi Yuan. They were precisely the Long-Armed Stone Ape clan. The Long-Armed Stone Ape clan's current strength was already no longer what it was in the past. Just the Tier 4 demonic beasts, a large batch was born. Tier 3 demonic beasts were even too many to enumerate. Furthermore, for quite a long time, they rehearsed the 7-star ephemeris grand array incomparably proficiently. Their combat strengths were very daunting. White light, Yuan Fei, give me 100 breaths of time. I'll kill him then, Yi Yuan said calmly. Roar, leave it to me, big brother. Yes, young master. Shangguan Yunrong never would have thought that both sides' situation would undergo so many changes in a twinkle. Originally, his situation was a certain win. In this twinkle of an eye, Yi Yuan let out a large crowd of demonic beasts, instantly reversing the plot. He was still solemnly swearing to kill Yi Yuan prior to this. Just how long had it been? It was actually Yi Yuan going to kill him. Shangguan Yunrong suddenly discovered a problem and said in terror, Your divine soul actually recovered. Shangguan Yunrong was fully immersed in the shock of white light appearing prior this and did not pay attention to Yi Yuan at all. Who knew that in this short while, Yi Yuan's divine soul already fully recovered? Although the present Yi Yuan still had injuries, his entire person's aura had totally changed. He was already a genuine Soul Sea realm expert. This discovery made Shangguan Yunrong dumbstruck with amazement. Wasn't Yi Yuan already severely wounded and on the verge of death previously? Why was it that in a twinkle, he was actually as good as new? Furthermore, the divine soul getting injured was the most troublesome. It was exceedingly hard to heal. What kind of miracle elixir could fully restore the divine soul in this short while? Shangguan Yunrong felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. The things that happened to Yi Yuan were forever that inconceivable. How could he know that right at that moment the final bolt of purple lightning descended, the black bead and the golden characters in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness finally reacted? The attack, which originally had an irresistible force, was directly absorbed by the black bead when it reached Yi Yuan's divine soul. Then, the black bead quivered slightly and dropped a few powder-state black particles. The golden characters carried along those few grains of black powder and started treating Yi Yuan's divine soul. Yi Yuan's divine soul was like being bathed in the spring breeze, recovering to its peak state very quickly. Yi Yuan did not bother with Shangguan Yunrong's astonishment. He sat down on the spot, consolidating his cultivation realm with all his strength. As a result of the heavenly tribulation's baptism, Yi Yuan's essence energy sea expanded rapidly. It finally formed an essence energy sea with a circumference of 3,000 feet. When Shangguan Yunrong saw this scene, the expression on his face became exceedingly fascinating. At this moment, his mind only had one word, and that was, run. Shangguan Yunrong flicked his sleeves and brought Shangguan Lingyun along, wanting to flee. However, white light already broke through to peak tier 4 now. His speed was already unbelievably fast. The reason why flowing light white tigers were called flowing light white tigers was that their speed was unparalleled in the world. Shangguan Yunrong's figure had just moved, and white light already arrived in front of him. Shangguan Yunrong was secretly startled and had no choice but to turn back and face the enemy. Another intense clash. The one human and one tiger both fell back several steps. White light roared angrily again, as if he was mocking Shangguan Yunrong. If Shangguan Yunrong knew the universal beast language, he would understand what white light was saying. My big brother says that he wants to kill you, so you must die. Chapter 621, Obliterating with a Punch. Shangguan Yunrong was terrified, but no matter how far he ran, he could not escape out of white light's palm either. That terrifying speed of white light made Shangguan Yunrong at a loss on what to do. His attacks could not even touch white light's skin and fur at all. But white light kept on tangling with him, making him not have the chance to escape at all. White light was actually still a notch weaker than Shangguan Yunrong in terms of strength. After all, he was formerly a third-level divine traversing expert, even though now his strength was at the first-level divine traversing realm. But white light did not come into direct contact with him at all. He just adopted harassment tactics. His goal was to delay for 100 breaths. Presently, Chu Shi and the others became more enthusiastic the more they killed. They initially came harboring the resolve to die. Who knew that so many demonic beasts suddenly appeared in front to help? This made them suddenly feel that happiness came too suddenly. Ha, didn't I say that Mr. Yi will be fine? Following Mr. Yi, eating meat and drinking soup are a cinch. Chu Shi said with a big laugh. Too awesome. Did you guys hear earlier or not? Mr. Yi said to take his life in 100 breaths of time. That is a high and lofty divine traversing realm expert. Mr. Yi just broke through to Soul Sea and is going to fuck a divine traversing realm expert. Zhu Chengji was excited too as he said this. Impressive. Xianxia pierced through a Soul Sea realm martial artist with a stab. He still did not forget to jab in verbally as a supporter role. All of a sudden, Shangguan Yunrong said with a roar, "You damn tiger. No end to it, is it? It's you who forced me." Shangguan Yunrong's aura suddenly erupted. His body radiated an aura of red light. Bloodthirsty art. Shangguan Yunrong's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His speed and offensive power rose tremendously. Although his cultivation realm did not break through, his combat power increased greatly. What was more damnable was that his speed actually soared in a blink of an eye and caught up to white light's speed. White light also did not expect that this Shangguan Yunrong actually still had a card to play. For a while, he was forced to fall back repeatedly. The two people's exchange was like sparks flying off a flint. Ordinary people's visual prowess simply could not catch up to the two people's speed. Shangguan Yunrong sent white light flying out with a punch but did not continue following after to exploit the victory. Instead, he borrowed the rebound force of this blow to escape with even greater speed. Ha, Yi Yuan, we'll have a chance to meet again. In the future, when my condition recovers to the peak, I'll come and find you again. Shangguan Yunrong's figure flew away, only leaving behind this one sentence. White light looked at Shangguan Yunrong's distant back view and could not help being vexed. With this tussle, even if his speed was any faster, he could not catch up to Shangguan Yunrong either. Shangguan Yunrong was just being pleased with himself when a voice sounded out beside his ear, seemingly transmitting from the netherworld. Why so anxious to leave? I transcended the dual-colored lightning tribulations and haven't had the time to greet you. Shangguan Yunrong felt his scalp tingle. Whose voice could it be if not Yi Yuan's? His figure stopped abruptly, and he turned around to look. But he did not even see a soul. Stop searching already. I'm over here, Yi Yuan said coolly. Shangguan Yunrong's heart thumped. Turning back once more, indeed, he saw Yi Yuan standing right in front of him. No idea since when, Yi Yuan actually ran in front of him. Shangguan Yunrong's heart sunk to the bottom. Since Yi Yuan could run in front of him, that meant that his movement was even faster than his. Wanting to run, there was probably no chance already. Except, he could not figure out no matter how he racked his brains, Yi Yuan had merely just broken through to the first level Soul C. No, wait, Yi Yuan actually directly reached third level Soul C. Shangguan Yunrong suddenly remembered something. His expression changed and he said solemnly, Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, looks like you're still quite knowledgeable. That's right, it's precisely Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Now, do you still have any last words? Either way, I won't help you to fulfill them either. Shangguan Yunrong's face turned back, and he said ferociously, want to kill me? That will also have to shatter a mouthful of your teeth. Shangguan Yunrong was naturally unwilling to resign himself to fate. He instantly gathered a titanic amount of heaven and earth essence energy. Even if his cultivation realm had been blasted down, Shangguan Yunrong was still a divine traversing realm expert. This commotion was truly outrageous. Bloodthirsty demonic palm, a terrifying attack howled towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan similarly unleashed his move unhurriedly, as if he did not care about Shangguan Yunrong's move at all. The fiery red colossal dragon carried along a terrifying power and attacked Shangguan Yunrong. This punch was God knows how many times stronger than when Yi Yuan was at the sea transformation realm. It was even more powerful than the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Under Shangguan Yunrong's terrified gaze, the colossal dragon directly gobbled up his palm force, and then pounced towards him. Ah, Yi Yuan, it's not so easy for you to want to escape this easily. At death's door, Shangguan Yunrong struggled to yell out. Flame movement true dragon carnage landed on Shangguan Yunrong's body without any suspense, directly blasting him into mince. The might of one fist was terrifying to the max. Right at this time, a wisp of black air floated in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he waved his hand, wanting to flick it away. Yet, that wisp of black air ignored his essence energy and directly bore into his palm, forming a black mark. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he muttered to himself, the power of a curse. This Shangguan Yunrong really leaves no peace behind even if he died. Big brother, sorry about that. White light already came to Yi Yuan's side at this time and said embarrassedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's fine. Just nice 100 breaths of time. You already did very well. Really didn't think that refining one tiger bone can actually let you directly broke through to peak tier 4. Advancing another step and you'll be able to transcend the tribulation and take form. Haha, you don't know how agitated I was when I saw that tiger bone back then. That was a peak tier 4 black flame tiger's tiger bone. To you humans, it can just refine some medicinal pills. But to me, it's a priceless natural treasure. When I saw it, I snatched it over without hesitation, White Light said. Yi Yuan recalled the scenario of White Light snatching the tiger bone back then and could not help laughing heartily. Alright, since you've already broken through to peak tier 4, wait until I gather up the medicinal herbs for a shapeshifting pill. Then I'll help you refine a shapeshifting pill and aid you to break through to tier 5. Yi Yuan said. White Light jumped up excitedly when he heard that. Haha, I knew that Big Brother is the best. Thanks a lot, Big Brother. Yi Yuan said smilingly, what are you still being courteous with me for? Just now, if not for you just happens to break through, I probably wouldn't have any way of standing here perfectly fine now. Yi Yuan and White Light, the two people, were currently chatting. When those fierce Gale world martial artists saw their side's divine traversing realm expert being killed off with a punch, how could they still have the thoughts of fighting? They immediately fled helter-skelter. Chu Shi and the others also gathered around at this time. Yi Yuan clasped his hands when he saw them and said, thank you very much, everyone. Chu Shi repeatedly said dare not, what's Mr. Yi saying here? Our lives were all saved by Mr. Yi. Without you, we couldn't possibly have escaped from Crimson Light City at all. Moreover, we didn't really help by coming either. Rather, we've let Mr. Yi seen a joke. Yi Yuan said with a smile, All right everyone, do away with the polite remarks. We shouldn't stay for long in this place. City Lord, Chu Shi, you guys hurry up and bring the Crimson Light City martial artists and leave. Chapter 622, Forbidden Death Zone. Yi Yuan's words made Chu Shi and the others stupefied. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Aren't you going back together with us? Chu Shi said puzzledly. Yi Yuan revealed the black mark in his hand for everyone to see, shook his head, and then said, that Shangguan Yunrong planted a divine soul curse on me before dying. The fierce Gale World's divine traversing realm experts can definitely track me based on this curse. Those divine traversing realm expert are probably on their way already. If I follow you guys, you can't escape. Their target is me. As long as I'm not together with you, you all should be able to escape successfully. When everyone saw that black mark in Yi Yuan's hand, they involuntarily drew a cold breath. Then you going by yourself, isn't it too dangerous? Zhu Chengji said worriedly. Yeah, let's also quickly notify the alliance and let them send experts to rendezvous with us. Qin Yan said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, it's too late. Alright, don't be long-winded. You guys hurry up and leave. I have my own ways to avoid their pursuit. Zhu Chengji was still going to say something but was held back by Chu Shi, who said, we'll only be Mr. Yi's burden by following him. If he goes alone, he might be safer instead. Alright, let's go. After everyone left, Yuan Fei carried Shangguan Lingyun in front of Yi Yuan and said, young master, how to deal with this fellow? Yi Yuan said coolly, kill him. Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed, and he said savagely, Yi Yuan, even if you kill me, you'll die a horrible death too. Uncle Rong has already planted a divine soul curse. Even if you flee to the ends of the world, you'll be killed by family head too. Yi Yuan smiled indifferently and said, you're thinking too much. Just a tiny little divine soul curse, that's all. It's a little troublesome, but to take my life, it's still lacking. Very quickly, Yuan Fei disposed of Shangguan Lingyun. A fierce Gale World's young genius of his generation fell just like that. Big brother, where are you going now? White Light asked. The endless forest, Yi Yuan said without any hesitation. On a spirit boat several million miles away from Crimson Light City, a black mark suddenly appeared on Ding Liang's palm. Seeing this black mark, Ding Liang's brows could not help furrowing. This is Shangguan Yunrong's divine soul curse. He knew that Shangguan Wenrui sent me to hunt down Yi Yuan, so he sent the mark over to me. Looks like Shangguan Yunrong and Lan Shun have both fallen already. Could it be that Yi Yuan killed them? That isn't very likely, right? According to the news sent over previously, Yi Yuan should be transcending the tribulation to break through to the Soul Sea realm. Even if he succeeds in breaking through, it's also not possible to be Shangguan Yunrong's match. Could it be that there are even stronger people in Crimson Light City? But if it's really like that, why wasn't there any news sent over from there? Ding Liang could not figure out after racking his brains and was at a loss regarding Crimson Light City's situation. This curse mark was only a fuzzy response. It would not send over all of the information. Based on this curse mark, Ding Liang could find Yi Yuan. But he did not know if this pursuit target was Yi Yuan or not. But looking at the intel currently grasped, clearly, Yi Yuan's suspicion was the greatest. Screw it, as long as I catch this fellow, I'll naturally know who he is. Hopefully, this person is really Yi Yuan. That will save me a great deal of trouble. It's a pity that the setup over there has already reached a critical time but keeps on transferring manpower out non-stop. It's really troublesome. Yi Yuan, oh, Yi Yuan, I knew that you weren't something that belongs in a pond back then. But isn't your rise up a little too rapid as well? All of a sudden, Ding Liang's brows furrowed. He discovered that Yi Yuan was currently speeding towards the southern direction with extreme speed. Hey, thinking of running? How can it be so easy? With this curse mark, even if you run to the ends of the world, how can you escape my palm? Ding Liang deployed the profound artifact spirit boat with a gesture and chased after in the southern direction with tremendous speed. To humans, the endless forest was very perilous. But as long as one's strength was sufficiently strong, they could still rely on their own strength to fly over. But in the endless forest, there was a region known as Forbidden Death Zone. Even peak divine traversing realm experts did not dare to cut across either, regardless whether was it through the land or via the sky. The total area of this region was very vast, but it had borders. Head south 10,000 miles from the northern domain was the borders of this Forbidden Death Zone. This forbidden death zone extended for 100,000 miles. Only outside of this 100,000-mile radius was the area that humans could move about in. Of course, the endless forest's size was far from just 100,000 miles. So the area that humans could enter was still very huge. Otherwise, the south and north, two regions, were really going to be isolated for life. And Yuan's current destination was precisely this forbidden death zone. Although he did not know who the fierce Gale world would send to hunt him down, Yuan dared to confirm that it should be at least a middle-stage divine traversing realm expert. Such an expert, he could not defeat the person no matter what. If he wanted to live, he could only force himself into a hopeless situation with no way out so that he would fight back desperately. By the time Yuan came to the 3,000-mile region, he already put away the spirit boat and went on foot. Because spirit boats pursued speed, their defensive strengths were generally very weak. Once they entered the territories of high-ranking demonic beasts, it was very easy to suffer the attacks of flying-type demonic beasts. If the spirit boat was damaged because of this, then the loss outweighed the gain. But along the way, Yuan's progress was rather fast. With white light following him and giving off the power of a divine beast, the beasts all submitted along the way. That power intimidated the forest like a tiger's roar throughout the whole journey. Haha, sweet. Although White Light's body became large, he still had a child's disposition. Teasing those low-ranking demonic beasts, he felt very good about himself at present. Yuan chuckled when he saw the situation and said, "Your White Tiger clan is the king of all beasts. Look at you, so childish. Heh, big brother, you don't know how arduous it was for my mother and me to survive in the endless forest. If not for running into you, I wouldn't even be able to beat that 7-colored flowing cloud python, let alone talk about being whatever king of all beasts. Now that my strength is powerful, coming back to the endless forest again is to let those fellows who bullied my family before to prostrate." Although White Light said these while grinning, in his words revealed some forlornness. When Yuan heard White Light say so, he was filled with a vicissitude of emotions too. Recalling when he met White Light back then, White Light was young and immature like a kitten. Now, several years had passed. White Light already grew into a true king of all beasts. Him returning to the endless forest again to regain face was also something within reason. In the future, as brothers will mature together. We're going to let everyone who bullies us come and prostrate before us. Yuan also said with a grand, lofty sentiment. Haha, that's of course, me, this divine beast, plus big brother, this freakish monster, whoever runs into us have to submit to. White Light said with a big laugh. Yuan, it's actually really you. You actually killed Shangguan Yunrong. Truly remarkable. However, today, you won't have that good fortune like during the previous time. Right at this time, Ding Liang, who had been in hot pursuit, finally made it. Chapter 623, Great Pursuit and Escape. Towards Ding Liang's arrival, Yuan was not too flustered. Not that he was not worried, but he was pretending to be unconcerned. If he was not worried, why would he barge into this freaking forbidden death zone? Hoo, truly, enemies meet on a narrow path. Didn't expect that Shangguan Yunrong's curse mark was actually passed to you, Yuan said very nonchalantly. When Ding Liang saw Yuan's manner, he said coolly, "Are you pretending to be relaxed? You don't think that you can still escape from my hands this time, right?" Yuan said smilingly, "Even Zhao Tianyan couldn't hold me back and even needed to kowtow and admit his fault in front of me. Just the likes of you wish to make me stay." Ding Liang's expression changed, his face instantly becoming as black as the bottom of a pot. The central capital battle, the ones who knew the outcome were only him, Ding Liang, and people of Star Abyss's lineage. That battle was not just the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's disgrace, it was also all the fierce Gale world martial artist's shame. The invincible Wind Emperor actually kowtowed towards a crystal formation realm brat. That was simply unprecedented humiliation. You shut your mouth for me. If I don't kill you today, I'm lesser than human. Heh, then you'll really not be able to be human today. You were present on that day. You should know that I have a powerful helper, right? Yuan said smilingly. Ding Liang's expression changed as he recalled that terrifying woman on that day. Even the Wind Emperor did not have the slightest strength to resist under her hands. That woman's horror could be imagined. But he remembered the Wind Emperor's words again. The Wind Emperor had said that woman naturally had people to deal with her. This actually caused his nerves to ease up a little. Humph, is she really around? Why don't you call her out for me to take a look? Ding Liang said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan was secretly startled. Could it be that this Ding Liang knew something? How could he have known that in an accident arising from many causes, Ding Liang was also considered to have hit the mark by a fluke? Yu Mengli's present condition was just coming out to intimidate people a bit. He did not expect that this Ding Liang did not fall for it at all. But Yi Yuan obviously would not give up hope so easily. He said coolly, Li somebody wants to meet you. Show yourself for an appearance then. Under Ding Liang's horrified gaze, Yu Mengli really appeared. Last time, I spared your life. Didn't think that you still don't know what's good for you. Yu Mengli glared angrily and said, and she was about to muster heaven and earth essence energy. Seeing Yu Mengli, Ding Liang's scalp really exploded. How could he still care about killing Yi Yuan? He turned around and fled desperately with all his might. Ding Liang wished that his parents had given him a pair of wings to let him be able to fly a bit faster. Ding Liang was an 8th level divine traversing realm expert. In a twinkle, he already flew out several hundred miles away. All of a sudden, Ding Liang was startled with a jerk and discovered that something was not quite right. If that striking beauty really wanted to kill him, how could he possibly escape? Also, if that woman was really that powerful, why would Yi Yuan go deep into a dangerous place as well? Played by this fellow, although he did not know what happened, that woman definitely had no way of helping Yi Yuan. Otherwise just now, 100 of him would be dead too. Sensing the curse mark again, Yi Yuan had indeed sped like the wind in the opposite direction. Ding Liang, as an upper echelon of the fierce gale world, was not foreign to the endless world. He knew that the place around 2,000 miles ahead was the forbidden death zone. He understood that this was Yi Yuan wanting to force himself into a desperate situation so that he could risk it all. With this tussle, both parties instantly pulled apart close to 1,000 miles. Damn brat, Ding Liang gritted his teeth and raised his speed to the limits, chasing after Yi Yuan. Big brother, this fellow's movement speed is too fast. White Light said anxiously as he ran. Although flowing light White Taiga's forte was speed, Ding Liang's cultivation realm was much higher than theirs. His movement speed was naturally a great deal faster compared to theirs as well. Although Yi Yuan used a trick to scare Ding Liang away, this fellow's reaction speed was still pretty fast. He actually chased after so quickly. You just care about running forward. Leave the rest to me. Yi Yuan said, Big brother, you have to be careful. The two people sped like the wind while communicating how to deal with it. In a blink, they sprinted for several hundred miles. But how fast was Ding Liang's speed? In just this short while, he already shrunk the distance between both parties to only a distance of 200 miles. Both parties' strengths were too powerful. The places that they passed through, even Tier 4 demonic beasts had to give a wide berth. Yi Yuan, wait until this old man catches up to you. I must flay your skin and pull out your tendons to be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Ding Liang had long been enraged to the limits. Being fooled by Yi Yuan, this brat, how could he, this old monster, not be furious? Old fogey, if you have the capabilities, then chase all the way into the forbidden death zone. Yi Yuan replied, Boy, you don't be cocky. If you have the capabilities, run inside first before talking. Old fogey, you don't be cocky. If you have the capabilities, catch up first before talking. The two people's feet did not ease up for a second, but their mouths started quarreling. Seeing as both parties' gap was getting smaller and smaller, Ding Liang's aura already rose to the peak. Even when separated by such a great distance, Yi Yuan could also feel the other party's horrifying pressure. Looks like this old punk was really infuriated by him. 200 miles, 100 miles, 50 miles, both parties' gap was getting increasingly smaller, while Yi Yuan's distance away from the forbidden death zone was also getting lesser and lesser. Finally, when there were still several miles away from the forbidden death zone, Ding Liang caught up to Yi Yuan. White Light, go. Yi Yuan already had no time to keep White Light into the vast heaven pagoda at this time. He could only let him enter the forbidden death zone first. As for what this forbidden death zone had, Yi Yuan did not know either. Perhaps this was his survival path, or maybe it was actually his death gate. Actually, Yi Yuan had long thought it out clearly. Since he revived, he was indeed intertwined with a great destiny. Several incidences of hopeless situations, he turned the dangers all into safety. Perhaps this so-called forbidden death zone was his survival path too. Therefore, That was why Yi Yuan was willing to take his chances. Under Yi Yuan's instructions, white light leapt and vanished. And Yi Yuan himself turned around abruptly and faced Ding Liang coldly. Stinking brat, prepare to die. Ding Liang did not have the slightest hesitation. Straight away, it was his strongest attack. Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all as well. He directly fished out a void escape thunderous explosion talisman and threw it over at Ding Liang. Ding Liang originally attacked in rage and already calculated that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Who knew that Yi Yuan suddenly pulled out such a powerful weapon? This void escape thunderous explosion talisman was equivalent to a peak divine traversing realms attack. The might of its power could be imagined. But Yi Yuan also knew that this Ding Liang was an 8th level divine traversing expert after all. For this void escape thunderous explosion talisman to want to kill him, it was still a little lacking. So after he threw out the void escape thunderous explosion talisman, Yi Yuan immediately turned around and ran madly. There was not much essence energy left in his body at this time. But Yi Yuan's present physical body was extremely formidable too. Even without the support of essence energy, running for a few days and nights was not an issue either. A massive impact sounded out. Ding Liang's muffled groan came from behind Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back, running over towards the forbidden death zone. Ahead was a mass of dense fog. Yi Yuan did not hesitate the slightest bit, plunging headlong inside. Chapter 624, A Gamble. Ding Liang suddenly struck a palm out, shattering a large tree by the side into smithereens. It could be seen just how immense the fury in his heart was. Calculated everything and he still could not predict that Yi Yuan actually had a void escape thunderous explosion talisman. This time, not only did he not catch Yi Yuan, he even let himself suffer considerable injuries instead. To think that he was still swearing solemnly before, saying that Yi Yuan could not escape this time. In the end, he still ran away. Facing the layers upon layers of dense fog ahead, Ding Liang was somewhat shrinking back. He knew that behind this dense fog was human martial artists' forbidden land. Even peak divine traversing realm experts would also not come out again when entering this forbidden death zone. Accurately speaking, they did come back. It was just that what came back was just a corpse. According to the information that the fierce Gale world collected, this forbidden death zone was the endless world's most terrifying place. Even His Majesty did not dare to step foot inside too. Before departing, Zhao Tianyan exhorted the few of them just 2 matters. One of it was to not provoke the endless forest's demonic beasts. Most importantly, to absolutely not enter the forbidden death zone. The other matter was to be sure to kill Yi Yuan. Now, these 2 matters actually miraculously overlapped together. Then, could this forbidden death zone kill Yi Yuan or not? Ding Liang pondered, a place where even His Majesty did not dare to step foot into. Yi Yuan could not possibly survive, right? Ding Liang suddenly recalled something. Reaching his hand out and taking a look at the curse mark in his hand, his expression could not help changing. He actually lost connection to Yi Yuan's curse mark. This forbidden death zone was truly abnormal. To actually be able to cut off the response between the curse marks. This divine soul curse was extremely malicious. It was like a bone-infesting maggot. As long as the person inflicted by the curse did not die, this curse would never ever be removed. Even Ding Liang, this 8th level divine traversing expert, was unable to accomplish cutting off this response. But this forbidden death zone could. Screw it, I'll just wait here and do nothing. This boy is bloody freaky. If he can really come out from there, then it won't be easy to handle. Either way, as long as he leaves the forbidden death zone, no matter where he walks to, I'll be able to sense it. Ding Liang made a decision very quickly. White light, where are you? In the dense fog, Yi Yuan called out White Light's name repeatedly. But did not get any response. In front of his eyes was completely a stretch of haziness. Nothing could be seen at all. All the way until Yi Yuan walked for an entire day's time in this dense fog did he finally confirm 2 things. One of it was that he got separated from White Light, the other thing was that he was lost. This dense fog was seemingly expansive. No matter how he walked, he could not reach the end too. With Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience, he did not know what the hell this dense fog was either. But Yi Yuan could confirm one thing, this dense fog was currently devouring the essence energy within his body. This one day and one night, Yi Yuan did not do anything at all, but the essence energy in his body was actually only left with 2/3 of the original. At this rate, There was still 3 days' time, and then the essence energy in his body would be completely fully exhausted. This bit, Yuan was not very worried. Coming out this time, he brought sufficient medicinal pills on him and was totally able to sustain for a very long time. What Yuan was worried about was that he would be lost in this dense fog all the way. That was the most terrifying thing. This dense fog did not seem to have anything at all. It was deathly still, as if there was only Yuan alone left in the entire world, and this dense fog. This sort of feeling virtually made people feel despair. No wonder the Endless World's people all called this place as the Forbidden Death Zone. Even if peak divine traversing realm experts entered, facing this boundless gray fog, they would probably go crazy in the end too. Even if you had unparalleled magical abilities, you could not find a passageway to give vent either. Furthermore, it was very clear that the more you expend essence energy, the faster you die. In the gray fog, regardless where you walk to, all of the scenery was the exact same, all a stretch of haziness. There was completely no way of differentiating what place you walked through just now. Under such an environment, wanting to walk out of the dense fog was simply an impossible matter. 2 whole days, Yuan just walked like this, seemingly aimlessly. As he walked, before his eyes were forever a stretch of gray haziness. During this period, Yuan consumed a medicinal pill, restoring his essence energy to the optimum state. But at this time, his essence energy was only left with 2/3 again. 2 days later, Yuan finally could not walk anymore. He suddenly stopped, crossed his legs and sat down, and actually started visualizing the Ellen word formula. This dense fog isn't an array formation. But I feel that I'm walking around in circles continuously. It looks like I've walked for 2 days and nights and seemed to have walked very far, but actually, I didn't walk out very far at all. Even with my hard realm maintaining hard-like still water state, it also can't see through this dense fog. Since that's the case, then I can only break through hard realm to be rescued from the hopeless situation. Although this place did not have fighting, this dense fog was Yuan's greatest adversary. Forbidden Death Zone was truly not an undeserved reputation. With Yuan's knowledge and experience, he actually could not find the slightest clue after walking for 2 days and nights. But Yuan had a faint supernatural feeling, and that was that he had been walking in circles all along. This was only faintly detected by him while under the hard-like still water realm. It could be seen that if there wasn't extremely high hard realm boundary, even if your cultivation was any higher, there was only waiting for death here. Even if Yuan's hard realm already reached an extremely high level, it also took 2 whole days to have that tiny hint of fuzzy awareness. It could be seen that the fame of this perilous land was truly not a joke. The terror of this forbidden death zone absolutely surpassed all of the predicaments that Yuan had encountered since he revived, because the predicament that he met with this time was something he had no way of resolving even with the knowledge that he carried over from reviving. What people were most terrified of was the unknown. It was no exception to Yuan as well. When all of his knowledge could not be put to use, this was naturally his most difficult time. Even if Yuan faintly had a feeling, he did not know whether his feeling was right or not either. Even if his feeling was correct, Yuan also did not know if he could break through hard realm before his recovery medicinal pills were consumed entirely. Everything was not definite. Yuan did not have the choice right now. He could only go and gamble. Gamble that his hint of inspiration was not wrong. Of course, this was also just Yuan. If it were other martial artists, even if Zhao Tianyan came personally, he might not have this chance to gamble. No matter how high their cultivation realms were, who could reach the height of Yuan's hard realm boundary? According to Yuan's deduction, if he wanted to see through this dense fog, hard like still water was already inadequate. Which was also to say that he had to break through to hard like monolith realm. This hard realm boundary, even in the divine realm, it was a realm of the legends too. However, Yuan really did not know if his current hard-like still water had really reached the pinnacle or not. If he really succeeded in breaking through but did not reach hard-like monolith realm, then that would really be fun. All in all, everything was a gamble. Chapter 625, Hard-like monolith, immovable by the 8 winds. Yuan was racing against time. He had to successfully form the Ellen character's second-hand seal before his medicinal pills were depleted. The difficulty of the first form was already so great, much less than the second form. Furthermore, different from the visualization previously, Yuan had to interrupt the visualization every 2 to 3 days to stop and consume medicinal pills to restore essence energy. Essence energy depleted for a long time would cause irreversible damage to the martial artist's essence energy C and would cause their cultivation realm to fall. Yuan did not wish to take such a risk. The second hand seal form was a continuation of the first hand seal form. But Yuan's attempt in forming the seal was not that smooth. 2 days passed and Yuan could not even achieve the most minimum seal. What Yuan visualized was only a fuzzy hand seal. There was simply no way of forming the seal. The condensation of a hand seal, even if it were just off by a fraction, the final outcome would also be a failure. But Yuan did not even cross the threshold yet right now. Condensing hand seals like this required him to expend large amounts of essence energy too. This sped up Yuan's essence energy consumption even more. This gray fog did not have the slightest essence energy replenishment. Yuan could only continuously recover his essence energy through medicinal pills. This way, Yuan's medicinal pills expenditure speed clearly hastened considerably. When it reached the 5th day, Yuan's medicinal pills was already depleted by half. At the rate of such consumption speed, Yuan could at most still last for 5 days' time. Experiencing so many great storms and waves, Yuan's hard realm had long become incomparable from the past. Expending these medicinal pills, Yuan did not even blink his eyes. It was as if his medicinal pills were unlimited, and all of his energy was placed on visualizing the Ellen character. On the 5th day, Yuan finally had a breakthrough in condensing the hand seal. In these 5 days, Yuan was more focused than any time in the past. The second hand seal of the Ellen character that Yuan was visualizing finally became clear. But this was only the beginning. The remainder of the time, Yuan had to strive with all his might to condense this hand seal. This was the most crucial step. Condensing the hand seal was not such an easy process. Every attempt to form it, there was seemingly a kind of invisible energy pushing his 2 hands apart. Yuan was not baffled by these troubles. Because he could clearly sense it now, his hard realm was rising. 1st day, 2nd day, 3rd day. When it reached the 4th day, Yuan finally broke through the barrier and completed the second hand seal. Yuan's hard realm seemed to have opened a floodgate, suddenly becoming enlightened. At this instant, Yuan felt like his divine soul was seemingly going to leave his body. That sort of feeling was as if he was placed high in the clouds, completely relaxed and carefree. At this moment, Yuan suddenly felt like the entire world became different. This sort of feeling simply could not be described using words. If one must use a term to describe it, that was, viewing the mountain as not a mountain. So, this is hard like monolith. Hard like monolith, immovable by the 8 winds. Indifferent to benefits, decline, ruin, fame, praise, mockery, bitterness, and joy. Hard realm will not be moved by external things. Yuan felt that his understanding of this world transcended far too much compared to previously. This was a brand new realm. Yuan opened both eyes. The dense fog before his eyes was still that dense fog and did not seem to be any different. Yuan smiled slightly and shut his eyes again. Since his eyes could not see through this dense fog, then he should use his heart to look. Yuan strode forward, only following his heart to walk. On the 10th day, when Yuan opened both eyes once more, the dense fog before his eyes actually disappeared. He was actually situated in a forest again. This is the endless forest. No, wait, could it be the endless forest after the dense fog? Although the scenery almost the same as the endless forest, Yuan discovered very soon the aspects which were different here. That was that the thickness of heaven and earth essence energy was on a completely different level from outside. One could say that the heaven and earth essence energy at any place in the endless world could not compare to here. With Yuan's experience and knowledge, he could still confirm one point. That was that any small world's heaven and earth essence energy could not possibly reach the level here as well. Cultivating here, the speed would absolutely be multiple times of the outside worlds. Yuan never would have thought that the endless world actually still had such a place. Yuan slowly walked forward but was clicking his tongue in marvel inwardly. He did not walk far, but he already saw quite a few kinds of Tier 4 spirit medicines. Furthermore, they were all extremely valuable spirit medicines. This place was simply a treasure land. Yuan naturally would not be courteous, conveniently keeping those Tier 4 spirit medicines into his bag. Tier 4 spirit medicines, it just nice came in handy for him right now. Tier 4 spirit medicines were also precious items in the outside world. It was naturally impossible for Yuan to cast it away like some worn-out shoes like before. Moreover, as an experienced alchemist, conveniently harvesting spirit medicines was a professional behavior. Yet, right when Yuan was harvesting, alarm bells sounded. A sharp and fierce bolt of silk cloth appeared at his back bizarrely and was actually going to ambush him. Coming to a foreign place, it was naturally impossible for Yuan to lower his guard. In truth, he had been maintaining hard-like still-water hard realm all along. Any hint of subtle activity in the surroundings could not escape his observation. Not that Yuan did not wish to stay in hard-like monolith hard realm, but he had just broken through not long ago. Walking out of that mass of dense fog previously already exhausted too much heart force. He was simply unable to maintain hard-like monolith state for a long time. Right at this time, Yuan seemed to have grown eyes at his back, abruptly shifting his position and avoiding this certain kill attack. Yet, that bolt of silk was akin to a shadow trailing close behind. It turned an odd angle in the air and came to pester Yuan once more. Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart. Although he had yet to see clearly who was ambushing him, he could confirm that the strength of this person ambushing was absolutely not beneath his. But Yuan clearly did not have the intention of giving in. Borrowing the space opened up by the dodging, a sudden punch rumbled over. Flame movement true dragon carnage carried a huge air billow and directly blew away the bolt of silk. From the forest, a faint puzzled voice came over. The person clearly did not expect that Yuan's strength was actually so powerful. After this one blow, Yuan's brows knitted together too and he murmured under his breath, taking form demons. The so-called taking form demons were naturally referring to the tier 5 demonic beasts who were able to transform into human form. Demonic beasts that transformed into human form, if they did not take the initiative to release demonic essence, it could not be seen from the outward appearance. They were no different from ordinary humans when they mix among humans and live. But once they executed martial techniques, their true form would be revealed. Although demonic beasts and humans both cultivated essence energy, the system of cultivation was entirely different. Demonic beasts integrated heaven and earth essence energy into the demonic core. The essence energy extracted and refined was known as demonic essence. There was a very big difference from human martial artists' essence energy. It was very easy to differentiate. Yuan was secretly depressed in his heart. Couldn't be so lucky, right? Running into a taking form stage demonic beast right after coming in. This one has erroneously entered your honorable land. It's truly unintentional. I hope that this Dao friend can show yourself. Yuan cupped his fists and said towards a direction. Clearly, through that attack earlier, Yuan had already determined the other party's position. Chapter 626, Repeated Provocation. 3 gorgeous figures floated down from the huge towering tree, making Yuan unable to refrain from giving a sidelong glance. Each one of these 3 people was all kingdom-toppling beauties. Mortals when seeing would surely be captivated by them. Even when Yuan saw them, he also did not quite dare to believe that they were actually demonic beasts who achieved taking form. The unparalleled beauty at the front said to Yuan with glaring eyes, "Human who dares to break into my god-prohibited demon region, die." But Yuan's brows furrowed when he heard that. Coming into here in order to avoid Ding Liang's pursuit, Yuan was aware that he was in the wrong. But yelling to kill right upon encounter made Yuan very displeased. Furthermore, looking at these 3 people's attitudes, it clearly would not be good. Most likely, no matter how he explained, the other party would not listen either, right? Can the 3 ladies listen to a word from this one? Yuan still did not give up hope and held back his anger and said. He had barged into other people's territory after all. If he could not attack, then it was best to not make a move. Yuan was also secretly on alert in his heart. He ran into 3 taking form demons right after entering. Was his luck good, or were the strength of the demonic beasts here all this formidable? No need to talk. No matter what reason you have, to dare barge into the god-prohibited demon region only leads to death. I'll give you a chance. End yourself, said the woman. When Yuan heard, his brows involuntarily knitted together even tighter. This woman was beautiful. It was just that high and mighty appearance made Yuan very displeased. Yuan did not have a good temper either. The other party already told him to end himself. Could this matter still be settled? He was just about to fly off the handle when a slightly younger girl revealed an expression of being unable to bear it and urged, "Elder Sister Yulang, maybe this human really has something that he can't say. Why don't we hear him out?" That beautiful girl called Yulang reproached, "What's hard to say? Yu Shu, did you forget the ancestors' teachings? As long as humans enter the God-prohibited demon region, summarily execute them without exception." This, Humph. Although we don't know how he made it through the essence-devouring confounding fog, since he entered here, we must follow the ancestors' teachings and kill him. The woman called Yulang was clearly unreasonable, prating on and on about killing, which also stoked Yi Yuan's temper. "Heh, what a fine immediate execution without exception. I want to see just how you want to kill me," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Yulang looked at Yi Yuan disdainfully and said with a cold smile, "Do you think that by evading my attack just now, you can escape with your life from under my hands? You're merely a little brat who just entered Soul Sea. Truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Forget it, since you aren't willing to do it yourself, then I'll send you on your way." He did not even see Yulang take any action. But bolts of silk actually headed towards Yi Yuan once again bizarrely. Except that this time, regardless whether was it the angle or speed, it rose a great deal compared to before. Evidently, she also acknowledged Yi Yuan's strength and pulled no punches. Yi Yuan just smiled coldly. Xuanying's sword was directly swung out. 10,000 long swords instantly formed and directly chopped down on the bolt of silk. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to the Soul Sea realm, condensing the form of gathered essence was already effortless to him. Executing the myriad rain sword blades, this level of martial technique again, could naturally be done as he wished. And the power of the sword blades increased tremendously too. This could be seen a little from the outer appearance of the condensed form. The strength of a Tier 5 demon was naturally daunting to the extreme. Although Yi Yuan's myriad rain sword blades was strong, it could not sever Yulang's bolt of silk, but emitted the sounds of metal clashing. But even though it could not chop the silk into two, Yi Yuan's myriad rain sword blades beat it back repeatedly. Seeing that the martial technique Yi Yuan casually unleashed was actually so formidable, Yulang's expression finally became solemn. This human youth in front of her seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. She originally thought that Yi Yuan was just an ordinary genius martial artist, the kind that could cross boundaries to battle. But looking at it now, it was completely not the case. She still did not employ full strength earlier. But that attack just now, casually exterminating a 9th-level Soul Sea martial artist, would still be with ease. Using it to deal with a 1st-level Soul Sea brat, shouldn't capturing him be also the same? Who knew that this boy was only 1st-level Soul Sea, but he actually beat her back repeatedly. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "You, lass, are so unreasonable. Keep forcing me, and I won't be courteous anymore." This Yulang had merely just entered taking form too. In fact, she was even worse than the Shangguan Yunrong whose cultivation realm had fallen. Yi Yuan dealing with her was still plenty to spare. It was just that Yi Yuan was currently a stranger in a strange place right now, and he did not wish to stir up trouble. Moreover, although these three people were demons, they were dazzling beauties. Yi Yuan exercised forbearance time and again too. Otherwise, this Yulang provoking Yi Yuan repeatedly, Yi Yuan would have killed her long ago. Except, Yi Yuan's words sounded laughable to the max to Yulang. She admitted that Yi Yuan's strength was very formidable, much more formidable than she imagined. But to talk about him crossing a major cultivation realm to defeat her, Yulang would not believe even if she was beaten to death either. Insolence, lowly human, to actually dare utter wild ravings. Die, Yulang cried out daintily. The bolt of silk attacked once more. Jade silk flying sword, this time, Yulang really brought out the strength of a Tier 5. That bolt of silk was flooded with extremely powerful demonic essence, stretching out perfectly straight and stabbed towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan decided to give this little lass a little lesson and let her know that young Master Yi was not to be trifled with. Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, directly soaring to 3rd-level Soul Sea. Once Yi Yuan became serious, Yulang's expression immediately changed drastically. This palm was too powerful. It was powerful until the extent where it could directly exterminate her. She never could have thought that a 1st-level Soul Sea youth could actually achieve the level of killing Tier 5 demons. What kind of concept was this? Tier 5 taking form was called demon race, while Tier 4 and below were called demonic beasts. From this, it could be seen how great the disparity between the two boundaries was. This was a mighty chasm that was difficult to cross. Yet, this youth before her eyes directly crossed this huge chasm. Strong. The azure dragon struck the bolt of silk until it fragmented inch by inch like breaking a dead branch from a tree, then swept over directly towards Yu Lang. Ah, don't hurt elder sister Yu Lang. That girlie called Yu Shu actually blocked directly in front of Yu Lang, wanting to block this blow for her. Yi Yuan was also taken aback by this sudden unforeseen change and hurriedly flipped the palm force. The azure dragon headed for a massive tree that 10 people could circle around with their arms and smashed over. That towering great tree's trunk was directly snapped. The huge tree fell down immediately. Seeing this scene, Yu Lang had long been frightened until her face was ashen already. How was there still any hint of the high and mighty wild arrogance? If this palm landed on her earlier, it was not to the extent of killing her. But severe injuries, that was a must. How could she know that this was still Yi Yuan holding back a bit? Or else, she would directly be the outcome of a beauty perishing. It was also that little girl called Yu Shu helped Yi Yuan say a few words previously and made Yi Yuan have a pretty good impression of her. That was why he changed the direction of the attack at the last moment. If not, he would have to make that little lass called Yu Lang end up with a result of severe injuries no matter what. Dragon race, Yu Lang said somewhat disbelievingly. Chapter 627, Jade-Faced Fairy Fox Clan. Yu Lang still had a lingering fear in her heart at the moment. She looked at Yi Yuan, her face filled with astonishment. But Yu Shu had a muddled look. Her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with gratitude. She knew that Yi Yuan shifted the palm force just now. Otherwise, she would already be a corpse now. Elder sister Yu Lang, what did you say just now? Dragon race, Yu Shu inquired curiously. Since just now, Yu Lang had been in a state of shock all along. All the way until Yu Shu inquired, did she come back to her senses? There was no way for her sense to be wrong. Yi Yuan's attack just now was absolutely the strength of a true dragon. But how could a human brat possibly unleash the strength of a true dragon? The demon race had a strict hierarchy. The 4 great divine beasts were the races belonging at the top of the food chain. In front of the dragon race, low-ranking demonic beasts would not even dare to raise their heads either, even if their cultivation realm was higher than the demonic races. Just like White Light, no matter where he walked in the endless forest, he virtually did not need to attack, and myriad beasts would submit. The reason was the divine beast bloodline in his body. In the demon race, the compulsion of bloodline was at times even more effective than cultivation realm. See, can't be wrong. I'd entered the Holy Land once before with First Elder and felt the pressure of the dragon race before. It was exactly the same as his earlier. But he's just a human race brat. How can he possibly be of the dragon race? Yu Lang already lost her bearings at this time, muttering under her breath. Yu Shu looked at Yi Yuan weirdly and asked, Big brother, you're actually of the dragon race. If you're of the dragon race, you naturally have the qualifications to enter God-prohibited demon region. Yi Yuan's impressive of Yu Shu was pretty good, and she was not as cold and apathetic as Yu Lang. Or else, he would not have held back earlier. Seeing Yu Shu asking about it, Yi Yuan said very candidly, to say that I'm of the dragon race, that's fine. To say that I'm not, that works too. As for what it's like, up to you all to decide. But if you want to kill me, I won't show mercy. Among these 3 people, Yu Lang was the out-and-out female leader. How the matter would be decided naturally needed her to give the order. After being shocked for a long time, Yu Lang finally came back to her senses and said to Yi Yuan, This brother, your matter. Yu Lang is unable to make the decision. The incident just now, I've offended you greatly. I hope that you won't take offense. According to the rules of my God-prohibited demon region, humans are absolutely forbidden from taking a single step in. And you entering here, the elders in the clan are already aware. As for what course to follow, it will still have to wait for them to decide. Why not, little brother, you follow us back to the clan? Seeing Yi Yuan's show of strength earlier, she knew that she was far from being Yi Yuan's match. Just now, if not for Yi Yuan showing leniency, how could she still be alive at this time? But the matter of Yi Yuan entering the God-prohibited demon region, the elders in the clan naturally knew already. Hence, that was why Yu Lang gave such an invitation. Yi Yuan was also very interested in this so-called God-prohibited demon region. He nodded his head at once and said, Okay, I'll follow you guys there. The atmosphere along the way was very odd. You Lang was apprehensive and also on guard against Yi Yuan. Her entire person was wound up tightly, akin to facing a great enemy. Yi Yuan obviously knew her thoughts but paid no attention to it either. Rather, Yu Shu seemed to be filled with curiosity towards the outside world stuff, constantly asking this and that along the way. Yi Yuan did not refuse anything either, giving an account of the world outside for Yu Shu. Yu Lang wanted to interrupt the conversation between the two people several times but was stopped by Yi Yuan's fierce look in his eyes. Only after entering Yu Lang Trio Sisters clan, did Yi Yuan know what the three people's primary form was. Upon entering the clan, Yi Yuan was immediately surrounded by a large group of foxes. Towards this sort of foxes, Yi Yuan was not foreign at all. Their name was Jade-Faced Fairy Foxes. Elder Sister Yu Lang, who's this man? He's so good looking. Elder Sister Yu Lang, this man seems to be a human. According to the stipulations of our God-prohibited demon region, doesn't it say that when seeing humans, immediately execute them? But such a handsome man, killing is too much of a pity. Elder Sister Yu Lang, this man is so handsome. Why don't you give him to me? These jade-faced fairy foxes had yet to take human form. But they were basically all tier 4 demonic beasts, not far from taking form either. Seeing these jade-faced fairy foxes, Yi Yuan was amazed in his heart too. Wasn't the strength of this jade-faced fairy fox clan too powerful? A group of little foxes that came out willy-nilly were all late-stage tier 4 cultivation, being just a step away from taking form. Yi Yuan's experience and knowledge were extraordinary. He knew that these jade-faced fairy foxes, age was not considered old in the demonic fox clan. Looking at it like this, the strength of this jade-faced fairy fox clan was likely more powerful compared to the entire endless world. This way, Yi Yuan became somewhat curious about those so-called elders. Just what kind of strength were those people? Heh, there's no problem with you all liking Big Brother. But come and find Big Brother again after taking form. You guys are too tender and can't bear it. Yi Yuan used universal beast language and said with a broad smile. Once these words came out, everybody, including Yu Lang and Yu Shu, was all stunned. Turns out that these demon foxes only saw that Yi Yuan was good-looking and jested with Yu Lang. They completely did not count on Yi Yuan being able to understand. Who knew that not only did Yi Yuan understand the words they said, he even used universal beast language to give a reply. The chattering originally surrounding Yi Yuan were collectively petrified now. A blush actually suffused on the faces of some foxes. Clearly, they were very embarrassed. You actually even know the universal beast language, Yu Lang said in amazement. Just universal beast language, hoo, I even know that you guys are the jade-faced fairy fox clan. Yi Yuan said with a wide grin. Quote. Yu Lang was utterly speechless. Apart from this young man giving off the smell of a human all over his body, he seemed to be no different from demonic beasts. The fox race had many branches. Their jade-faced fairy fox was just one of the branch. Yi Yuan could actually accurately call out the name of their clan. Clearly, he was very familiar with the demon race. Just what kind of person was this young man? Yi Yuan naturally would not be concerned with Yu Lang's and their guesses. He was sizing up this village. This was a very lively village. Foxes and people mixed around and lived together. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that in this village, there were actually quite a number of humans, which was also to say that the jade-faced fairy fox clan had many tier 5 existences. What the hell was going on here? In a place like the endless world, how could there possibly be such a terrifying force? Once this village was placed in the endless world, it could virtually sweep across the entire endless world, even more neatly than the fierce Gale world. Even these peripheral villagers all had such considerable strength. Then what kind of strength did those so-called elders have? Yi Yuan was becoming more and more curious about this god-prohibited demon region. Under Yu Lang's lead, Yi Yuan passed through over half of the village and came to an ancestral hall-like place. Here is where the elders are located at. I know that your strength is very decent. But entering this place, whether you live or die will be up to you. Before entering, Yu Lang suddenly said this, warning him. Chapter 628, Illusionary Arts. Haha, Yi Yuan never thought about escaping, and he also knew that he could not run. Yu Lang, these three people, clearly came prepared. Evidently, they had long known about his appearance. Although Yi Yuan did not know how this jade-faced fairy fox clan knew, without any doubt, they just knew it. Yu Lang trio's strength was not bad. But presumably, they were definitely not considered the most powerful. Once those old fellows came out, Yi Yuan naturally would not get any benefits. Even if Yi Yuan could escape back to the Endless Forest, at that time, he still had to face Ding Liang's pursuit. In comparison, Yi Yuan felt that this place was still a little safer. Yu Lang led Yi Yuan into the inner hall. Yi Yuan instantly felt waves of powerful aura coming from head-on. Yi Yuan was slightly apprehensive in his heart. He never would have thought that in this god-prohibited demon region actually had a tier 6 demon. The aura exuded by that old lady at the seat of honor was unbelievably powerful. It was even stronger than Zhao Tianyan's. What could it be if not a tier 6 demon? But according to Yi Yuan's understanding, this god-prohibited demon region was just a core region in the Endless Forest and also a part of the Endless World. How could tier 6 powerhouses possibly appear? Yu Lang, this is the intruder. That old woman was the first to speak. When Yu Lang saw this old woman, her expression was unbelievably respectful as she bowed and answered, "Yes, old ancestor Yu Huan." Yi Yuan had been sizing up that old ancestor Yu Huan the entire time. Only to see that her entire face was covered in wrinkles, holding a cane with a bent body, appearing very old. But the aura faintly exuding from her body was absolutely not simple. Yu Huan's gaze also looked towards Yi Yuan at this time, but she made a move suddenly. She lightly tapped the crutch in her hand. A streak of incomparably powerful azure light attacked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression darkened slightly. Lifting his hand and the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm returned the salute. Yi Yuan was directly sent flying out. The power of a tier 6 powerhouses was not what Yi Yuan could contend with no matter what. This attack of Yu Huan's was just probing Yi Yuan's limits. If she really attacked, Yi Yuan would not have the leeway to resist at all. It was just that Yu Huan's face revealed a trace of imperceptible astonishment. She originally thought that this attack could also let Yi Yuan suffer a bit of injury no matter what. Who knew that Yi Yuan dusted off the dirt on his body and stood up right away? If old ancestor Yu Huan wishes to feel me out, just say frankly. Isn't such boorishness failing to treat guests with hospitality? Yi Yuan said crossly. Yu Huan was definitely already aware that he had the dragon race's bloodline. Otherwise, she would have killed him straight away and be done with it. That move earlier was definitely just in order to probe Yi Yuan out. Yi Yuan was aware in heart, so his opening move was the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's strongest strike. He already sensed that this god-prohibited demon region seemed to be very adverse towards humans. Yi Yuan displaying his own dragon race bloodline, Yu Huan was likely to not do anything to him. If she had any malicious ideas towards him, she would have just directly killed him just now. Why was there a need to go through the trouble of probing him? Yu Huan raised her eyelids slightly and asked, "You refined the blood essence of a true dragon?" Yi Yuan knew that it could not be concealed from the other party and said with a smile, "Senior's discerning eyes are like burning torches." Getting an affirmative reply, Yu Huan's aura suddenly became fierce as she pressed Yi Yuan. "Where did your true dragon's blood essence come from?" Senior, please forgive me. This isn't convenient to reveal to Senior." Vast Heaven Pagoda was Yi Yuan's secret. It was naturally impossible for him to divulge it to Yu Huan. Such an unparalleled treasure, even tier 6 powerhouses would be moved to. Yi Yuan was not acquainted with this Yu Huan too. It was hard to guarantee that she would not have any wicked intentions. Facing a tier 6 expert, Yi Yuan did not have any excess strength to resist. But Yi Yuan's words had clearly infuriated Yu Huan. She suddenly became abnormally irritable. A powerful aura enveloped Yi Yuan. "You don't seem to have realized your circumstances. Whether you say or not isn't up to you," Yu Huan said coldly. Yi Yuan was crushed until he almost could not breathe. But he still said obstinately, "Whether you kill or not is up to you. But to say or not lies with me. I don't wish to say. Even if you kill me, I won't say either." Yu Huan's expression turned cold. The imposing momentum on her body became even more powerful. The pressure on Yi Yuan's body became increasingly greater, directly crushing him until his bones made creaking sounds. This sort of environment, Yi Yuan seemed to have a déjà vu. It was exactly the same as when Zhao Tianyan forced him to kneel down back then. Except, Yu Huan did not have the intention of making Yi Yuan kneel. She just used essence energy to pressure him to compel him to say the origins of the dragon blood. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth tightly. Dense beads of sweat exuded on his forehead, and his expression became very contorted. Clearly, he was in great agony. By the side, when Yu Shu saw Yi Yuan's pained appearance, she pleaded, "Old ancestor Yu Huan, he doesn't have any ill intentions. Better to not kill him. Earlier, if not for this big brother showing mercy, Yu Shu would already be a dead person." Yi Yuan suddenly felt the pressure on his body ease up. The essence energy confining him instantly vanished into nothing. Evidently, it was pulled back by Yu Huan. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Shu and said with a miserable smile, "Haha. Little lass, you're too kind-hearted. Helping to speak up for outsiders, aren't you afraid of your family's old granny punishing you?" When Yu Shu saw Yu Huan pull back the essence energy, she relaxed slightly in her heart. Seeing Yi Yuan ask, Yu Shu blushed red and said shyly, "I'm just taking the matter on its merits. Earlier, if not for Big Brother you showing leniency, Yu Shu would definitely be dead already. This shows that Big Brother you're not a bad person. Actually, in terms of age, Yu Shu was goodness knows how much older than Yi Yuan. But her calling Big Brother over and over again, Yi Yuan's bones were about to turn limp as he listened. Yi Yuan was just about to say a few words to tease Yu Shu when he suddenly felt his divine soul quiver. He was actually sneak attacked by Yu Huan, this old woman. "Let me ask you, what's your name called? Where are you from?" Yu Huan seemed to think that she had controlled Yi Yuan and asked. "I'm called Yi Yuan. I'm from a mortal country in the endless world's southern domain." Yi Yuan's two eyes were lifeless as if he was really controlled by Yu Huan as he replied. "Heh, the jade-faced fairy fox clan's forte is illusionary arts. But using it on me is showing off in the presence of an expert. Little lord, I have comprehended heart like monolith heart realm. Even if your illusionary arts were any greater, what can it do to me?" Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Yu Huan's brows knitted. She clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's background was actually so ordinary and mundane. "Why did you barge into the god-prohibited demon region? I was being hunted down by someone in the outside world and had no choice but to escape in here. How did you pass through the essence-devouring confounding fog?" I don't know either. I just walked, and I came out. Where did the true dragon blood essence in your body come from? I unintentionally broke into an abode for fairies and immortals and obtained a drop of blood essence there and directly swallowed it. Didn't expect that it was actually true dragon's blood essence." Yi Yuan blabbered nonsense. Yu Huan's brows furrowed once more. Clearly, she was very unsatisfied with this answer. Following that, Yu Huan asked another large bunch of questions and finally got to the bottom of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan answered every question like this, but there weren't much truthful words. Either way, this old lady could not tell either. By the time Yu Huan discovered that she could not query out anything, she waved a hand. Yi Yuan's eyes immediately recovered its clarity. What happened just now? What happened?" Yi Yuan asked with a bewildered look. Chapter 629, Young Lord. Although you refined dragon's blood and are considered half of the dragon race, in the end, you're still a human. The god-prohibited demon region forbids humans from stepping foot inside. Your death sentence can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. For the rest of your life, you'll spend it in my clan's dungeons." Yu Huan did not care about Yi Yuan's performance at all and was actually going to directly imprison Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was dejected in his heart. He already acted until like this. Why didn't this old woman have any bit of compassionate heart at all? This old woman asking this and that, wasn't it because she wished to find the whereabouts of dragon blood? But Yi Yuan really did not lie. The dragon blood really only had one drop. "Hey, you, this old lady, are so unreasonable. I've already explained it. Why are you still like this?" Yi Yuan said gloomily. "Humph, you should be rejoicing that you landed in the hands of our jade-faced fairy fox clan. If you showed up in the territories of the Blackwind demonic wolves, they'll definitely kill you straight away, then refine your bloodline." Yu Huan said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was covered in goosebumps by what she said. But he also knew that what Yu Huan said was true. The jade-faced fairy fox clan was still a little amiable in the end. But the Blackwind demonic wolves were different. Although the hierarchy in the demon race was very strict, it was hard to break free from the natural instincts of demonic beasts in the end. Even though Yi Yuan already refined the true dragon blood essence and there was no way for other people to use it anymore, as long as one refined Yi Yuan's bloodline, they could likewise obtain a high concentration level dragon race bloodline. Even if such a bloodline could not compare to genuine true dragon blood essence, the Blackwind demonic wolves would not care so much. One had to know that the dragon race's bloodline was incomparably precious. It had tremendous usage to all of the demon races. Yuan expended such great effort was in order to find the whereabouts of dragon blood. But Yuan's reply made her very disappointed. Through Yuan's words, Yuan even discerned a little of something. Seems like this god-prohibited demon region was not some otherworldly paradise either. When Yuan mentioned the Blackwind demonic wolves clan, in her words evidently carried thick fear and hatred. These two clans were probably not that harmonious. Right at this time, a little white fox hurriedly entered the main hall and said anxiously, "Old ancestor. Old ancestor. Things are bad, young Lord Shi. Young Lord Shi's on her last legs already." When these words came out, Yu Leng and Yu Shu they all turned pale with fear. Yuan's expression changed drastically too, vanishing like a gust of wind. She actually did not even bother with Yuan anymore. Yuan noticed that when they heard this news, Yu Leng's entire person became unwell, slumping onto the ground dejectedly, her entire person battered out of her senses. She gnashed her teeth at times but was downcast at times. The expression on her face became very fascinating. Yuan could not help becoming curious and asked Yu Shu softly, "Little sister Yu Shu, that young lord of yours, what's wrong?" Yu Shu started crying all along since earlier. At this time, she already cried until she was covered in tears. The rims of her eyes were already red from crying. Seeing Yuan question, Yu Shu choked through sobs and said, "Young Lord Shi was wounded by Wolf Fang in order to protect us. It's all us failing to live up to expectations. If our strength were slightly stronger, young Lord also wouldn't have." But Yuan also figured out a general idea through Yu Shu's words. Turns out that this region the jade-faced fairy foxes were it was called Azure Mountain region. And the strongest clan in this Azure Mountain region was this Blackwind demonic wolves clan. In comparison, the jade-faced fairy fox clan was weaker. The Blackwind demonic wolves clan frequently bullied weak races like them, making them offer resources in tribute. Some time back, the Blackwind demonic wolves clan's young lord, Wolf Fang, brought a large group of people to the jade-faced fairy fox clan. They actually wanted them to offer up a taking form stage jade-faced fairy fox every year to become the other party's concubine. Furthermore, Wolf Fang wanted to bring one away on the spot. The jade-faced fairy fox clan's young lord was naturally unwilling to agree. Hence, a clash happened between both sides. As a result, Wolf Fang beat the jade-faced fairy fox clan's young lord to serious injuries. Earlier when that little fox came over, it was clearly because their young lord's wounds worsened. Looks like her days were numbered. When Yuan heard the incident's whole story, he could not help sighing too. The demon race was actually even crueler than the human race. It had always been the weak as prey and the strong feasting. Whoever's fist was larger, they would be the boss. The jade-faced fairy fox clan was merely just a bunch of small foxes that the Blackwind demonic wolves clan were rearing in pens. "Oh, right, your family's old ancestor is a tier 6 powerhouse. How could she have let that whatever Wolf Fang come and mess around?" Yuan said curiously. Yu Shu wept and said, "At that time, old ancestor just happened to be in life and death seclusion. So she didn't know about this incident. Wolf Fang definitely knew that old ancestor was in closed seclusion. That's why he chose that opportune moment to come. Otherwise, old ancestor won't let anything happen to young lord." Only then was Yuan enlightened. Looks like they totally calculated this chance accurately and came. But Yuan was secretly surprised too. The jade-faced fairy fox clan had a tier 6 old ancestor holding down the fort. Then how formidable did the Blackwind demonic wolves clan have to be? At the very least, they also had to have a tier 6 old ancestor holding down the fort, right? Yuan patted Yu Shu's lovely shoulder and said smilingly, all right, don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty anymore. How about this, you bring me over to your young lord's place. I'll have a look whether I can save her or not, alright?" Yu Shu's tears finally turned into a smile when she heard. Grabbing hold of Yuan's arm, she asked agitatedly, "Really? Big brother Yuan, you can really save young lord?" Yu Shu's little hand was very soft. Yuan felt a fragrance hit his nose, enjoying it very much. "About that, I don't dare to guarantee either. But it should be doable," Yuan said with a smile. Who knew that at this time, Yu Lang stood up with a jump and pressed Yi Yuan. You're really able to save young lord. Yi Yuan was taken aback by Yu Lang's actions. He did not expect that her reaction would be so big. But he still nodded and said, as long as she hasn't died, there's always the chance to save her. But you still have to let me see her first before it can be done. Yu Lang's eyes glared, and she said, if you dare to deceive you, I'll definitely kill you personally. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that and was just about to fly off the handle, but he was stopped by Yu Shu. Big brother Yi Yuan, you don't get angry. Elder sister Yu Lang is only like this because she's agitated for a moment. The last time Wolf Fang came here, the person he chose was precisely elder sister Yu Lang. So she blames herself more than any one of us. Actually, elder sister Yu Lang wasn't like this last time. Ever since young lord met with the mishap, her entire personality changed. She cultivates day and night because she wants to increase her strength. Yu Shu explained. Yu Lang shot a glare at Yu Shu and reprimanded, what are you telling him that for? Yu Shu stuck out her tongue and lowered her head, not daring to rebut. Yi Yuan originally disliked Yu Lang a lot. But hearing Yu Shu's words, he forgave Yu Lang. Anyone who encountered such a thing, their temperament would change greatly too. Hearing them say so much, Yi Yuan unwittingly somewhat took pity on the jade-faced fairy fox clan. Yi Yuan nodded his head at Yu Lang and said, fine then. I promise you all to definitely save your young lord. Hey, I don't believe that in this world, there are still people that I, Yi Yuan, can't bring back to life. No, it should be demon. Chapter 630. Bringing back from the dead. Yi Yuan entered a shabby thatched house. Mournful weeping sounds came from inside. Make way, quickly make way. That little fox hasn't died yet. What are each one of you wailing like it's a funeral for? Yi Yuan raised a hue upon entering the house. Yi Yuan parted the crowd and saw a snow-white little fox lying on the bed. It was just that the fox's fur was stained with a fair bit of blackish-red colors. Clearly, it suffered very heavy injuries. That little fox was severely wounded and on the verge of death at this time. Clearly, it was already unable to maintain human form and transformed back to its original body's appearance. Yu Huan was currently sitting by the bedside. Seeing Yi Yuan shouting and wrangling, her brows involuntarily furrowed. Xianxia is already on her deathbed. You shouting and wrangling like this, are you tired of living? If not that she was holding Yu Xin in her hands and was inconvenient to get angry, she would probably have killed Yi Yuan directly already at this time. Yi Yuan shot a glance at Yu Huan and said unhappily, old lady, if you don't wish to let her die, then move aside obediently for me. I'll give you 3 breaths time to consider. If you don't move aside, then I'll wash my hands off this and leave. When Yu Huan saw Yi Yuan's appearance, she could not help being stunned too. She did not think that Yi Yuan was so domineering and did not give her the chance to speak at all. Her facial expression flickered irregularly, but Yi Yuan already started to count down. 3 breaths, 2 breaths. When Yu Shu saw that Yu Huan was still hesitating, she could not refrain from saying anxiously, old ancestor Yu Huan, let big brother Yi Yuan give it a try. 1 breath. Wait. Yu Huan finally spoke. She put down that little fox gently and came in front of Yi Yuan, saying fiercely, if I find out that you're fooling me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with her. He directly circled around Yu Huan and came in front of the bed to inspect that little fox's wounds. He suddenly turned his head around and said, what are you looking at? Why haven't you brought them to scram outside? Don't stand here and hinder me. Let Yu Shu stay behind. The rest all get lost. Yu Huan wanted to flare up, but she forcefully held it in and said to everyone, all go outside for me. Although she went out as well, Yu Huan was very displeased with Yi Yuan. This brat actually dared to tell her to get lost. Truly tired of living. If he could really save Xianxia, it could naturally be settled. If he could not save, then he would have to suffer her thunderous rage. Old ancestor, wasn't that person just now human? He can treat young lord's injuries. Yeah, old ancestor, how can a human martial artist possibly treat our demon race's injuries? Furthermore, young lord's injuries, even you yourself personally taking action are helpless too. Old ancestor, in my view, that human definitely doesn't have good intentions. He knows that he can't live already, so he's deliberately here to cause trouble. Everyone's tongues were wagging. All in all, they all did not believe that Yi Yuan could treat Yu Xin's injuries. The demon race's alchemy skills and human race's alchemy skills were two entirely different systems. Extremely few human alchemists knew the treatment of the demon race. This human race youth was at most just in his teenage years. How could he possibly know the demon race's treatment ways? Moreover, after Yu Xin suffered injuries, old ancestor Yu Huan used many methods before she could sustain her life until now. The shamans in the clan already used all of their power and were all unable to preserve Yu Xin's life. Just based on this human who came from God knows where, was it possible? Actually, how could Yu Huan not know this logic? It was just that Yu Xin was her only granddaughter. Looking helplessly as she was going to breathe her last, the agony in Yu Huan's heart was simply hard to describe. Hence, though Yi Yuan's words earlier were unbridled, it gave her the last strand of straw to clutch at. All shut up for me. Yu Huan's mind was also in a whirl right now and could not refrain from blowing her top. Ah, young lord, Yu Shu suddenly exclaimed with a cry. The moment Yu Huan heard this voice, her expression involuntarily changed drastically. Boy, I'll kill you. Yu Huan rushed straight into the thatched house, bringing a pressure that made people feel asphyxiated. Yet, once she entered, her entire person was paralyzed there. A jade-like beauty was lying on the bed. That frail little fox was already gone. Who could that beauty be if not Yu Xin? To be able to take human form indicated that Yu Xin already recovered some vitality. Who do you want to kill? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Yu Huan could not help choking up. That outrageously imposing momentum on her body instantly dissipated away into nothing. What replaced it was incomparable awkwardness on her face. She did not even figure out the situation and was going to kill people. It would be weird if Yi Yuan would be happy. Actually, in her subconscious, Yu Huan did not think that Yi Yuan had the capabilities to treat Yu Xin either. So when Yu Shu cried out just now, she instinctively thought that something happened. Who knew that Yu Shu's exclamation earlier was because she felt that it was too unimaginable. You this old granny, don't yell about killing at every turn, alright? If you have the capabilities, you go and find that whatever Blackwind demonic wolf's old ancestor to throw your weight around. Is it interesting to play this with a junior like me? Yi Yuan put away the gold needle in his hands and said huffily. This set of golden needles was swiped from Ren Xingqian there. Although it did not quite meet the requirement, it was also barely passable to use. What he employed to treat Yu Xin was precisely his self-created 72 cycle path needling technique. Now, Yi Yuan's strength could no longer be compared to the past. Executing this set of needle technique again, it truly had abilities that even gods and devils could not predict. Being scolded by Yi Yuan like this, Yu Huan actually had nothing to say in response. Yi Yuan's words were coarse, but the logic was not. How could she dare to find the Blackwind demonic wolf's old ancestor to go and throw her weight around? What difference was there from courting death? You treated Xin. Yu Huan was still worried about Yu Xin's safety, so she could only toughen her scalp and asked. Treated? How can it be that easy? Not that I'm lecturing you, but what kind of messed up fellows are the shamans in your clan? Your young lord was already injured until like this and they actually still used nishang fruit to extend her life. Isn't this quenching a thirst with poison? Do you understand the logic of frailness can't withstand nourishment or not? Although this thing is very nourishing, it's no different from poison to this young lord of yours. Really messing around. Yi Yuan fired a volley of scolding to her face. He diagnosed for Yu Xin earlier and discovered that this bunch of people, in order to extend her life, they used every kind of crap. Originally, her injuries could still drag for a while, but nishang fruit this kind of great tonic nearly took Yu Xin's life directly. Yu Huan was very concerned about Yu Xin's injuries at this time but did not dare to raise her voice at Yi Yuan. She could only keep her cool and ask, Xin she? Yi Yuan glanced at Yu Huan and said coolly, the person is fine for the time being. But to want to recover to her peak condition, it still needs to work with medicinal pills. This is an inventory list of materials. Collect fully within 10 days for me. Additionally, arrange for me a quiet place. I need to enter closed seclusion. 10 days later, I'll come and refine the medicinal pills. Although the 72 cycle path needling technique was incomparably profound, it could not fully replace medicinal pills. For ordinary injuries and ailments, Yi Yuan could completely treat using the needle technique. But if the injuries were too severe, it was impossible to recover without the assistance of medicinal pills. This Yu Xin already had one foot into the gates of hell previously already. Yi Yuan, using the needle technique, naturally had no way of letting her recover. It could only let her slightly recover some vitality. To want to recover fully, medicinal pills must be used. Chapter 631, 4 Symbols Phantoms. The medicinal pill that Yi Yuan wanted to refine was named Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill, a Tier 5 low-grade demonic pill. Without any doubt, this kind of medicinal pill that Yi Yuan wanted to refine needed to expend a considerable price. The refining difficulty of Tier 5 medicinal pills was on completely different levels from the medicinal pills he refined in the past. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's pill formulas, which one was easy to refine? Actually, Yi Yuan did not have any connections with Yu Xin. But Yi Yuan finally still decided to help her refine the Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill. Just as Yu Huan said, this jade-faced fairy fox clan was indeed good-natured. If it were some other demon race, it probably would not be that easy for him to want to go through such ordeal. Furthermore, for Yi Yuan to want to survive in this god-prohibited demon region, he had to attach to a faction. Otherwise, with his human race identity, he would really become a rat running across the streets that everyone cries out to kill. It was also uncertain what kind of existence this god-prohibited demon region was. There were actually Tier 6 powerhouses in here. Moreover, looking at the current circumstances, Tier 6 experts were bound to not be as simple as just one or two. With many considerations, Yi Yuan still decided to refine the Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill. Of course, in this still had Yu Shu, that innocent little lass's contribution. After Yi Yuan went into closed seclusion, he refined the Tier 4 cultivation medicinal pills, Heavenly Sea Essence Increasing Pill. Along the way, Yi Yuan really stored up quite a bit of Tier 4 spirit medicines. Relying on the resources at hand, refining some Heavenly Sea Essence Increasing pills were more than sufficient. Yi Yuan planned on making use of this 10 days' time to impact the second-level Soul Sea. Although his essence energy was much thicker compared to ordinary martial artists right now, to want to refine Tier 5 medicinal pills, it was still somewhat struggling to make ends meet. To be able to increase a bit was a bit. After 10 days, under the assistance of the Heavenly Sea Essence Increasing pills, Yi Yuan broke through to the second-level Soul Sea in one stroke. Right then, the spirit medicine inventory Yi Yuan wanted had arrived too. It was delivered personally by Yu Huan. These are all Tier 5 spirit medicines. You can refine medicinal pills. Yu Huan said doubtfully. If you don't believe me, you can take them away. Do you think that I want to refine medicinal pills for you all? Yi Yuan replied unreservedly. Yu Huan could not help choking up when she heard that. As the jade-faced fairy fox clan's old ancestor, when had anybody dared to speak this way to her before? Yet, this brat in front of her, his temper was unusually bad. As luck would have it, she still had the need for his help and could not do anything to him. The gloominess in Yu Huan's heart could only be imagined. All right then, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. If you can really treat Shin, you'll be our jade-faced fairy fox clan's honored guest. Whatever request you have, just state them. Yu Huan compromised. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I don't have other requests. You just don't imprison me in the dungeons for the rest of my life will do. Yu Huan was embarrassed again. She discovered that she forever could not gain any advantage in front of Yi Yuan, so she could only leave. Yi Yuan kept the spirit medicines and entered closed seclusion again. Yi Yuan took out the square cauldron, got everything ready, and started to prepare to refine the Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill. But before this, Yi Yuan let Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong out. Towards his disciples, Yi Yuan would never hoard. His serious attitude towards refining pills, there was a need for them to experience it. It was beneficial to their growth. I'm going to refine a Tier 5 medicinal pills, Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill. You guys watch closely, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong exchanged a glance and were shocked to their core. Wasn't their master too monstrous? Just initial stage Alchemy King realm and he was going to refine a Tier 5 medicinal pill. Yi Yuan did not explain too much and started to refine the pill straight away. Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong did not dare to delay, staring at Yi Yuan without moving their gazes. 4 Symbols Spirit Gathering Art, activate. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and cried out lightly. Yi Yuan suddenly erupted, displaying this alchemy skill seen again after a long absence. This 4 Symbols Spirit Gathering Art was not considered a very profound alchemy skill to Yi Yuan. But to the current him, the strain was still quite big. If not for Yi Yuan refining dragon's blood and the blood vitality of his physical body being exuberant, he might not even be able to hang in there. Even so, Yi Yuan did not dare to spurn it the slightest bit either. Refining Tier 5 medicinal pills with his current cultivation realm, he must pull out all stops. When Yi Yuan was at the sea transformation realm, it was actually very awkward, because he had no way of crossing realms to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills. Because after breaking through to the sea transformation realm, soul force did not increase much. Refining Tier 4 medicinal pills were actually equivalent to crossing 2 major cultivation realms to refine. This was simply impossible, but in the wake of his cultivation realm breaking through to the soul sea realm and transcending the soul tribulation, his divine soul already had a qualitative leap. Even though Yi Yuan's current soul force was only peak initial stage Alchemy King realm, it was much thicker compared to normal people. Adding in his unpredictable alchemy skills, could it be possible to transform the rotten into something magical, refining a Tier 5 medicinal pill? Under the astonished gazes of the two disciples, the originally incohesive medicinal embryo gradually condensed and formed. Master, this is simply god-like alchemy skills. When I was in the Shao family before, I always thought that I was very incredible already. Only now do I know that I haven't even learned the rudiments. Xiao Ruyan did not dare to interrupt Yi Yuan and transmitted her voice to Ren Dong. Ren Dong nodded and said, simply a marvelous work of art. I truly have no way of imagining that alchemy skills can actually be trained to such a realm. I feel that with my natural endowments, cultivating for another 1,000 years and I won't reach master's level either. Actually, we don't need to belittle our capabilities either. With master's alchemy skills, him willingly taking us in itself already indicated many problems. Maybe we won't reach his realm in our entire lives. But compared to other alchemists, we're already much stronger, Xiao Ruyan said. That's true. This period of time following master, my alchemy skills already advanced with astonishing progress. I even have a feeling that I absolutely won't be worse than grandfather when refining quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills now. Ren Xingqian followed Ren Xingqian to refine pills since young and had a clear understanding of Ren Xingqian's standards. He could already cultivate a Tier 2 alchemy skill to the legendary realm right now. His foundation skills were God knows how many times more solid than before. Quantitative change to qualitative change. Ren Dong's present alchemy skills already could not be compared to in the past already. Although he was still a high-rank quasi-alchemy king now, he was already on a completely different level from before. That, Xiao Ruyan suddenly saw something and nearly exclaimed in shock. Luckily, Ren Dong reacted fast and hurriedly used his hand to cover her mouth. Senior apprentice sister, do you want to die? Master's pill refinement reached the most critical time. You yelling out like this, he'll kill you. Ren Dong's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he transmitted his voice. Actually, the shock in his heart was not any bit lesser than Xiao Ruyan's. It was just that he did not jump and freak out like Xiao Ruyan. Only when Xiao Ruyan looked at Ren Dong and nodded her head to signal that she got it, did Ren Dong loosen his hand. Those were 4 symbols phantoms. Master, he actually brought out 4 symbols phantoms when he's refining pills. Xiao Ruyan said, not daring to believe it. At this time, on the 4 bearings of the square cauldron, 4 faint phantoms were currently slowly forming. These 4 phantoms were none other than precisely the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Zhongwu, the 4 divine beasts. And among them, the Azure Dragon Phantom was the most distinct. Chapter 632, Tier 5 Transcendent Grade. The 4 symbols were the spirits of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan being able to condense the 4 symbols phantoms when refining medicinal pills indicated that he produced some sort of resonance with heaven and earth. Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong were both not rookies. They were naturally aware of how profound a level condensing the 4 symbols phantoms represented. Although the 4 symbols spirit gathering arts nomenclature was the 4 symbols, barely any people who could coalesce the 4 symbols phantoms could be found in the entire divine realm too. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly brought out the profound water flag. Profound spirit 9 aperture formation, form. Yi Yuan's hands were akin to weavers at this moment. That sort of exquisiteness was brilliant to the max. Try thinking about it, inscribing an array formation into such a small medicinal pill, how nimble a pair of hands did that require? Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong were long mesmerized from looking already. Yi Yuan's pill refinement this time refreshed their understanding towards the alchemy path once more. They both had a feeling currently, Turns out that medicinal pills can be refined like this. 4 symbols: condense, medicinal pill form. Condense for me. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. The 4 symbols phantoms emitted a series of light cries and sunk into the Skanda ancient spirit demonic pill. Finally, dust settled. Same as crossing realms to refine medicinal pills in the past, Yi Yuan was already exhausted until he could not take it anymore at this time. He hurriedly consumed the medicinal pills prepared ready and started adjusting his breathing. Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong, the 2 of them, were still standing there in a daze and did not come back to their senses for a while. The impact of the scene during Yi Yuan condensing the pill brought to them was seriously too great. With Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong, the 2 people's identities, they had naturally seen before Alchemy Sovereign. Experts refining pills, especially Ren Dong, he followed by Ren Xingqian's side since young. That was a peak Alchemy Sovereign expert. But they had never seen before any pill refinement where the commotion would be so big. Integrating the 4 symbols phantoms into the medicinal pills. What did that signify? That signified that this medicinal pill obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao. It represented a kind of resonance between Yi Yuan and heaven and earth. What kind of grade would a medicinal pill like this reach? Go and take a look. Xiao Ruyan swallowed her saliva and asked Ren Dong. Ren Dong had an expression of yearning and nodded his head deeply. The 2 people plucked up their courage and came to the square cauldron's side, opening the cauldron dexterously and retrieved the pill. When they saw that sparkling and crystal clear, without any impurities medicinal pill in the jade tray, they involuntarily drew a deep breath once more. Transcendent grade again. An alchemist at the Alchemy King realm actually refined a tier 5 transcendent grade medicinal pills. This was simply an accomplishment that surpassed ancient and modern times. The 2 people surrounded that medicinal pill and walked around in circles like this, as if they were looking at a work of art. Tongue-clicking sounds and sighs of admirations came out of their mouths every now and then. The refinement this time, any inspiration. The 2 people were currently wishing to dissect the medicinal pill when Yi Yuan's voice suddenly sounded beside their ears. Yi Yuan had already finished adjusting his breathing since God knows when and was standing behind them. Ren Dong was startled and hurriedly straightened his body. He nodded his head, thought about it, and then shook his head. Master, I seem to have grasped a little something, but it's like I didn't grasp anything. Like the reflection of the moon in water, Ren Dong said honestly. Yi Yuan smiled and looked at Xiao Ruyan and said, you too. Xiao Ruyan's face turned red, and she nodded her head. This way of saying it sounded perfunctory no matter how one listened to it. Did not understand means did not understand. Pretending for. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, your understanding towards the alchemy path is still too shallow. The alchemy Tao is a great Tao. When cultivated to an exceedingly high realm, it can reach the gods too. It's just that the alchemy path is overly arduous and intricate. The time and energy expended are a few times, even dozens of times that of the martial path. So there are extremely few people who can walk to the pinnacle. The alchemy path and the martial path are the same, they both contain the maxim of heaven and earth within. The alchemy skills that you guys practice are all the crystallization of the forefathers' wisdom. No matter how low rank the alchemy skill, in them has some hard to describe things. This is also the reason why I made you start over from the basics. A myriad of great Taos, all lead to the same goal. Understand? Yi Yuan finished talking. The 2 people both revealed ruminating looks. The things that Yi Yuan talked about already came into contact with the core of the alchemy Tao. Ever since following Yi Yuan, the 2 of them had been polishing foundational alchemy skills all along and did not study any profound alchemy skills intensively. Previously, they knew the how but not the why all along. Today, through Yi Yuan's tiny bit of pointer, they finally saw the light. Ren Dong seemed to have understood something and said excitedly, no wonder. No wonder I'm getting more and more proficient when I'm refining high-rank quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills now. Turns out that it's this reason. Master, I understand. Xiao Ruyan had a look of excitement too as she said, ah. So that's how it is. Master, I got it. When Yu Huan received the Skanda ancient spirit demonic pill, her mouth could not close together for a while. Her jaws nearly dropped the ground. Even though she prepared these spirit medicines for Yi Yuan, she did not really count on him being able to refine it. Ignoring other things, just Yi Yuan bringing Yu Xin back to life this regard, she would not really do anything to Yi Yuan either. But when she saw this transcendent grade medicinal pill in her hands, her opinion of Yi Yuan was completely subverted already. This was a transcendent grade tier 5 medicinal pill. Could those shamans in the clan refine transcendent grade tier 5 medicinal pills? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was even a human. More importantly, Yi Yuan was only Alchemy King realm. Crossing realms to refine a transcendent grade tier 5 medicinal pill. Was this what humans could accomplish? Yi Yuan was stared at by Yu Huan until his scalp tingled a little. He could not refrain from saying, "What are you looking at? Are there flowers on my face?" Only then did Yu Huan startle awake. She coughed dryly twice to cover up her embarrassment and said to a young girl by the side, "Yu Xin, it was little brother Yi who saved you. Why haven't you quickly give thanks?" After 10 over days, this Yu Xin could already get down and walk. It was just that the aura on her body was still very feeble. Most likely, even a spirit condensation realm martial artist that came over could easily defeat her. This Yu Xin's 2 eyes were like water, she had delicate and dainty fingers, and cream-like skin. She was truly an all-around beauty. But Yi Yuan knew that the fox race was innately seductive. After taking form, they were all unparalleled beauties. It was just that this Yu Xin clearly stood out more among the rest. Yu Xin got Yu Huan's pointer and gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said, "Yu Xin thanks Mr. Yi's life-saving grace very much." These 10 days, Yu Xin's ear nearly had calluses rubbed out by Yi Yuan, these 2 words. She had originally given up on the hope of surviving already. But this man before her eyes forcefully pulled her back from the gates of hell. Not just that, this man was actually even helping her to refine a medicinal pill to help her recover her strength. All along, it had only been hearing the name but never seeing the person. Today, she finally saw his real face. Except, hearing that Yi Yuan was just a Soul Sea realm martial artist previously, this matter of refining medicinal pills was treated by her as a joke to listen to. A tier 4 martial artist refining tier 5 medicinal pills? You've got to be kidding. It was just that she never could have dreamed that not only did Yi Yuan refine it, but it was also even a transcendent grade tier 5 medicinal pill. This sort of thing simply surpassed her understanding. Haha, Miss Yu Xin don't need to be polite. If you want to thank, then go and thank little sister Yu Shu. I only refined a medicinal pill for you on account of her face. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Chapter 633 Azure Spirit Trees Information. Yu Xin finished cultivating. She had never felt this great before. Consuming the Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill that Yi Yuan refined for her, not only did Yu Xin's body recover fully, her strength advanced a step further too, reaching peak tier 5 initial stage. Recalling the wording when Yi Yuan gave her the medicinal pill, Yu Xin could not help smiling bitterly. This man was so senseless about other people's feelings. She was the young lord of the jade-faced fairy fox clan. Other people could not even wait to suck up to her. Yi Yuan rendered such a great service and actually brushed it over with on account of Yu Shu's face. This Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill is too miraculous. I really don't know where he got the pill formula from. Just what kind of person is this Yi Yuan? Yu Xin discovered that she seemed to be full of interest towards this man who suddenly appeared. Yu Xin, have you finished refining the Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill? Right at this time, Yu Huan's voice suddenly sounded out. Yes, grandmother. Yu Xin has already finished refining. Please come in. Yu Huan pushed the door and entered. When she discovered that Yu Xin's cultivation had actually advanced, her feet involuntarily stopped. Yu Xin, you actually broke through. Astonishment was written all over Yu Huan's face. She never would have thought that this Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill was actually so powerful, letting Yu Xin break through directly. Yu Xin said with a bitter smile, this life of Xin Er's is considered to have been sold to Mr. Yi. Yu Huan's expression changed several times, and she finally heaved a long sigh and said, really didn't expect that a foreign human who suddenly barged into my clan's territory actually became your savior. Perhaps, this is fate. You guys are saying, let me casually state the terms. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Huan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Yu Huan was deeply affected by Yi Yuan's attitude. This expression was clearly looking down on the jade-faced fairy fox clan. That's right, I already don't have many years left. Xin Er is my clan's most outstanding junior. You saving her is equivalent to saving our entire jade-faced fairy fox clan. Therefore, no matter what requests you have, I can satisfy them, Yu Huan said. Towards Yi Yuan's attitude, Yu Huan was very disdainful. She was, at any rate, a tier 6 expert too. Could it be that she still could not satisfy a Soul Sea Realm brat's request? Who knew that Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "What I want, you really can't give. I wonder if your jade-faced fairy fox clan has an azure spirit tree." When Yuan heard, her brows involuntarily furrowed. Azure spirit tree? Are you messing with me? Azure spirit tree is a spirit flora of heaven and earth. It is elusive with its whereabouts. Where will I find an azure spirit tree for you? Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You see, I said that you can't take it out, right?" Actually, Yuan entering deep into the endless forest, apart from avoiding Ding Liang's pursuit, there was still an objective, which was in order to find the azure spirit tree and relieve Yu Mengli's divine soul-tearing agony. Seeing as the 2-year date was gradually approaching, the medicinal herbs that Yuan concocted were almost unable to suppress her ailment already. If he still did not find the azure spirit tree, Yu Mengli's life would be in danger at any time. Yuan was just about to fly off the handle when Yu Xin by the side suddenly spoke up, "Grandmother, don't get angry first." Could it be that grandmother forgot the news that Dongming region sent over 10 years ago? Yuan was just randomly saying and did not think that there was really something. He could not resist asking, "What news? Quickly say." Yuan naturally knew how difficult the azure spirit tree was to find. So he did not harbor any hope at all. Azure spirit tree was one of heaven and earth's spiritual roots. Since birth, it would have spirituality. When it matured to a certain degree, it could even soar to the skies and tunnel underground. Its whereabouts are unpredictable and extremely hard to find. Yu Xin said, "Mr. Yi, don't be anxious. This news is still from 10 years ago. We also don't know if it's true or fake. Forget whether it's true or fake, quickly say what's it about." Yuan urged. Yu Xin nodded and said, 10 years ago, Dongming region's Moyan Mountain, the story goes that somebody saw an azure spirit tree before. But that person tracked the azure spirit tree for 3 days and night and still lost it in the end. Yuan mused for a moment and said, "Just this. Can you say a little more in detail?" It was said that that person used all kinds of methods, but not only did he not catch the azure spirit tree, but he was also hurt by the azure spirit tree instead. Who's that person? Darkfian Tiger clan's incumbent clan head. Mentioning this Darkfian Tiger clan head, Yu Xin's words carried thick awe and veneration. Very clearly, this clan head was not someone easy to deal with. Yuan nodded when he heard that and said, "Okay, I got it. Thank you very much, Miss Yu Xin. Does Mr. Yi wish to go to Dongming City?" Yu Xin suddenly asked. Why? Is there anything wrong? Yuan said curiously. The Darkfian Tiger clan is one of the overlords of the entire God-prohibited demon region. They are very averse to outsiders, much less humans. Mr. Yi, Yuan smiled and said, not hiding from Miss Yu Xin, "I'm finding this azure spirit tree for the sake of saving a friend. No matter how difficult, I must go too." Yuan said it very nonchalantly, but Yu Xin's heart trembled. Martial artists were mostly selfish. Those able to do their utmost for friends were not many. Disregarding how strong the Darkfian Tiger clan was, just talking about this azure spirit tree itself, it was extremely hard to deal with already. "Mr. Yi is very honorable," Yu Xin praised. "Hoo, I merely owe her a favor, far from being honorable or whatever." "Oh, right, I have a question to ask you too. If it's not convenient to answer, just forget it," Yuan said. You ask away. What I can say, I'll naturally say." Yuan hearing that Yuan dared to take this risk for the sake of a friend, she was slightly moved in her heart too. She had a sharp tongue but soft at heart personality, and she had actually long regarded Yuan as one of them already. This God-prohibited demon region is just a tiny region in the endless world. But the territory inside is so vast. Could it be that this place formed a world on its own? The endless world is only a middle-order small world and is completely unable to accommodate Tier 6 experts. Why are there actually so many Tier 6 experts here? Yuan asked his doubt. With Yuan's present cultivation realm, he could not sense the power of space at all. But he could faintly sense that this place was probably not such a simple place. Once the experts here were placed outside, forget about the endless world, even the fierce gale world, they could sweep across too. Even the jade-faced fairy fox clan, a small clan like this, had a Tier 6 expert, let alone the other clans. It was just that Yuan was very curious why inside the endless world, such a small world would be adjoined. Yuan could not help hesitating when she heard Yuan's words. Haha, I was just casually asking. If it isn't convenient to speak, just leave it at that, Yi Yuan said without a care. Not that it isn't convenient to tell, but I'm unable to answer you at all. Because I don't know the origins of the God-prohibited demon region as well. Our demon race has all lived here for generations, and our jade-faced fairy fox clan is just a bottommost faction. I heard that those powerful factions even have Tier 7 experts existing, Yu Huan said. Even though Yu Huan was a Tier 6 demon, she was just an existence at the bottom rung of the God-prohibited demon region, simply could not come into contact with many secrets. When Yi Yuan heard Yu Huan's words, he was greatly startled inwardly too. This place actually had Tier 7 experts. Chapter 634, Thunder Essence Fruit Grove. Tier 7 powerhouses. Just how stable did this space have to be able to accommodate Tier 7 powerhouse existences? At least, Yi Yuan knew that other than an extremely few numbers of several highly stable special worlds, it was simply impossible for Tier 7 experts to exist in the lower realms. In those worlds, Yi Yuan knew all of them. It was definitely not the endless world. Then just what kind of existence was this God-prohibited demon region before his eyes? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that this endless world was really a mystical place. Although the world order was not high and the aboriginals did not have much strength either, it hid numerous secrets. Even him, a divine realm's former pinnacle existence, could not figure out this small world's actual situation too. A special space like the God-prohibited demon region absolutely had its own secrets. It was just that looking at Yu Huan's appearance, she was probably unaware. Fine then, looks like there is a need to make a trip to Dongming region. Yi Yuan was also filled with curiosity towards this God-prohibited demon region. At the same time he was seeking out the Azure Spirit Tree, he naturally had to explore a bit too. He had a feeling that this God-prohibited demon region was probably not formed naturally but created by people. If not for this, it was impossible for humans to not exist here and would also not kill humans when they see them. Which was also to say that somebody deliberately passed down this ancestral teaching in order to isolate here from the outside world. And in truth, it was also impossible for the endless world to have humans able to pass through the essence-devouring confounding fog and enter here, apart from Yi Yuan. Then to be able to split open such a space that could accommodate the God-prohibited demon region, how formidable a strength did that person have to be? But Yi Yuan knew that even existences like the 10 great divine kings could not possibly achieve this either. This way, then there was only one explanation: Deity Realm Powerhouse. Only Deity Realm Powerhouses had the strength to split open such a special space. Any and all things that touched upon Deity Realm, Yi Yuan was naturally very interested. To want to reach the Deity Realm, one must unravel the secrets of Deity Realm vanishing. In these secrets, so many experts in the divine realm searched for so many years, but no one was able to unravel its secret. Yi Yuan attempted to understand a little in the past too, but the things that he discovered in his past life was not even as many as this life. Regardless whether was it the divine script, or the mysterious black bead, or the vast heaven pagoda, or even this God-prohibited demon region, this endless world seemed to be linked in countless intricate ways with Deity Realm. Him reincarnating into the endless world, was it also an arrangement foreordained by the heaven? Yu Huan and Yu Xin naturally did not know Yi Yuan's thoughts. Seeing Yi Yuan say that he wanted to go to Dongming region, Yu Huan said, "It's too dangerous for you to go to Dongming region by yourself. This elderly self still has to hold down the fort in the clan and isn't convenient to travel with you. Since you saved Yu Xin, let her follow you. At least she can also be a guide for you." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then thank you very much, old ancestor." Yi Yuan did not refuse. This God-prohibited demon region, he was completely blind to the situation, and indeed he needed a guide. If he walked by himself, who knows how much unnecessarily long way he would have to walk. The three people were currently chatting away when Yu Shu ran in a flustered manner and said urgently, "Old ancestor, not good, not good. Elder sister Yu Lang and the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan people had a clash, and they were injured by them." Yu Xin's expression changed abruptly, and she said, "What? What happened? Why would Yu Lang get into a conflict with the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan for no reason?" Yu Shu said, "Elder sister Yu Lang brought us to patrol outside. The result was that we discovered an area of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove. Except, That stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove is situated right at the borders of our land and the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan's boundary, and they also discovered that Fruit Grove as luck would have it. The Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan people were very overbearing and insisted that the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove was discovered by them. Elder sister Yu Lang argued strongly on just grounds. In the end, she was naturally wounded. Yi Yuan listened carefully by the side and knew that this result was bound to happen too. With Yu Lang's personality, there was bound to be a conflict with the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan. However, when Yi Yuan heard, Thunder Essence Fruit, 3 words, his eyes involuntarily radiated a light too. This Thunder Essence Fruit was a rare thing. It inherently had the power of lightning and could help martial artists cultivate out the concept of thunder. The incredible aspect of this Thunder Essence Fruit was that it did not require comprehension. One just had to directly swallow it down and refine it, and it could let their essence energy carry the concept of thunder, an extremely heaven-defying heaven and earth spirit fruit. To think that upon entering the God-prohibited demon region, he encountered such a treasure. Heaven and earth treasures, those fated would get them. Since Yi Yuan heard about this thing, it was naturally impossible for him to treat it like he did not see. Of course, even if it were not for this Thunder Essence Fruit, Yi Yuan would not possibly turn a cold shoulder to the jade-faced fairy fox clan's matters too. This bunch of hateful bad snakes only know how to bully us all day long. If they have the capabilities, go be overbearing with the Blackwind demonic wolves. Yu Xin said huffily. Actually, Yu Xin's cultivation realm was not much lower than the other races, junior generation. But the jade-faced fairy fox clan's combat strength was seriously terrible. In comparison, the snake race and the wolf race's combat strength were very daunting. Yu Shu was also indignant as she said, the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan only knows how to suck up to the Blackwind demonic wolves clan. How can they dare to be arrogant to them? Yi Yuan suddenly spoke to Yu Huan. Old ancestor Yu Huan, they already bullied to your doorsteps, aren't you going to take action? Yu Huan's expression changed, and she said with a bitter smile, our Azure Mountain region's various clans have an unwritten rule, Tier 6 experts are not to interfere with the young generation's matters. Once I take action, it will surely stir their old ancestor. At that time, it will be even harder to resolve. Yi Yuan nodded and said, let's go then. I'll accompany you all to take a look. Yu Xin said in puzzlement. But Yu Shu was overjoyed when she heard and said, it's really great that Big Brother Yi Yuan is willing to help. Young Lord, Big Brother Yi Yuan is very strong. Elder sister Yu Lang can't even last one exchange under his hands. What Yu Shu was talking about was still when Yi Yuan was at the first level Soul Sea. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to the second level Soul Sea, he could one-shot Yu Lang without using the Origin Spirit 9 transformations too. Yu Xin could not help being startled inwardly when she heard that. She really did not know that Yi Yuan's martial path strength was actually so powerful. These few days, she had been hearing how incredible Yi Yuan's pill refinement was all along, and how brilliant his medical skills were. But Yi Yuan's Soul Sea realm cultivation boundary made her subconsciously feel that Yi Yuan was inadequate. To think that Yi Yuan's combat strength was actually so powerful. Under Yu Shu's lead, Yi Yuan's party arrived at that Thunder Essence Fruit Grove very soon. Far, far away, Yi Yuan could already sense the power of thunder and lightning emitting from inside the fruit grove. Outside the fruit grove, 2 parties were currently facing each other. They were precisely the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan and the Jade-Faced Fairy Fox clan. Yu Xin was already beaten to heavy injuries by young Lord Wolf Fang. Yu Lang, you're your clan's strongest person already. Just now, that young lass secretly slipped away. Could it be that she could still bring any powerful reinforcements? Could it be that she went to call Yu Huan that old thing out? Heh heh, said a young man dressed in black with a cold smile. And Bing, don't be impudent. Let me tell you, young lord has already obtained an expert's treatment and has already recovered her strength now. Yu Lang held her injury and said, ha ha ha, young Lord Wolf Fang taking action, it's already pretty good if Yu Xin that girl can survive. Putting aside that Yu Xin is badly wounded, even if she were perfectly fine, she would also be my vanquished opponent if she came. And Bing said arrogantly, is that so? Yu Xin's aura changed and blocked in front of Yu Lang. Chapter 635, Head Held High. Young Lord, when Yu Lang and the rest of the Fox clan saw Yu Xin, they were all thrilled. Yu Xin turned around and gave Yu Lang a light smile and said, it's been hard on you, Yu Lang. Leave the rest to me. Yu Lang was covered in wounds currently, looking very miserable. But she forgot about her injuries at this time and said in astonishment, "Why, young lord, you actually broke through." Yu Xin said smilingly, "It was all thanks to Mr. Yi's medicinal pill." Finished talking, Yu Xin turned around, and she switched to an icy cold countenance and said, "And Bing, didn't you say earlier that even if I came, I'm your vanquished opponent too? Now that I'm here, why don't you try defeating me?" And Bing was the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan's second strongest person and originally around the same as Yu Xin. If they really exchanged blows, Yu Xin was most likely not his match. It was just that he never could have thought that Yu Xin actually obtained a breakthrough and reached peak initial stage tier 5. But he already uttered his words earlier. At this time, it was not nice to retract them no matter what. He could only toughen his scalp and said, "Humph. A tiny little fox clan dares to be arrogant in front of our Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan too. Those words were said by me. What can you do to me? Since you said them, then I'll make you swallow them back." Yu Xin was the young lord of a clan after all and carried a very domineering side to her. Flaring up at this time, she was a woman not inferior to any men. As she spoke, Yu Xin slapped a palm towards An Bin. An Bing obviously would not allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight, clashing together with Yu Xin. The disparity between the demon race cultivation realms was not that obvious. Even though Yu Xin obtained a breakthrough, to want to take down An Bin within a short time, that was not possible. Yu Lang was sweating profusely. Just now, she was forcefully hanging in there. When Yu Xin arrived, she could not persevere anymore. Right at this time, a medicinal pill was delivered in front of her. Yu Lang lifted her head and looked. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? "Eat it, your injuries will heal very soon," Yi Yuan said smilingly. Yu Lang was still hesitating when Yi Yuan said again, "Quite a number of your injuries are in hidden places. Actually, you couldn't battle long ago. You were forcefully hanging in there all along just now, and your injuries have already deteriorated very severely. If you don't carry out treatment, there's a high likelihood of harming your foundation and affecting your cultivation in the future." Hearing Yi Yuan say so, Yu Lang's expression changed, and she snatched the medicinal pill over from Yi Yuan's hand and swallowed straight away. When the medicinal pill reached her abdomen, Yu Lang's injuries saw an immediate effect and took a turn for the better. Yu Lang's expression changed, and she could not help looking towards Yi Yuan. "Hoo-hoo, don't need doubt. This medicinal pill is the same as the one your family's young lord ate. I managed to find time these few days and refined a few more," Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. Yi Yuan was currently living in the God-prohibited demon region. Those human martial artists' medicinal pills he had on him were naturally of not much use. Hence, he found time these 2 days and refined a few more Skanda ancient spirit demonic pills and other medicinal pills in case of an emergency. It was just that he did not expect it would be put to use so quickly. Yu Huan naturally satisfied all demands that Yi Yuan had currently. Yu Lang was cold as ice on the surface, but in her heart, she was shocked to her core. This was a transcendent grade medicinal pill. Giving it to people so casually. No wait, even if it was given to her, he did not even blink his eyes. Just what kind of realm did this fellow's alchemy skills reach? Yu Lang was aware that those tier 5 shamans in the clan, if they refined any high-grade medicinal pills, each one of them treated it like a treasure to keep. Transcendent grade tier 5 medicinal pills, Yu Lang had not even seen before too. This fellow actually took it out and gave it to her just like this. Since when was her relationship with him good to this sort of extent? One had to know that 10 over days ago, she even wanted to kill him. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Lang and said with a cold smile, "Don't need to look at me with that kind of eyes. Actually, I only treated your injuries on account of little sister Yu Shu's face. I think that if you died, she'd definitely cry very broken-heartedly." Yu Lang's expression darkened, and she was just about to fly off the handle at the scene but was held back by Yu Shu. Yu Shu's small face was flushed red. The words earlier, she heard all of it. She said to Yu Lang blushingly, "Big brother Yi Yuan is kidding with you, can't you tell yet? Such a valuable medicinal pill, how can he possibly give it to you on account of my face?" But Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Hey, little sister Yu Shu, don't be unduly humble. If not for the sake of your face, I'd rather have killed the 3 of you back then, and then roamed the world. Forget about Yu Lang, even helping your family's young lord refine medicinal pills, I was also taking into account your face. Although giving Yu Lang a medicinal pill wasn't entirely on account of your face, it occupied half the reason too. Whoever I, Yi Yuan, treat as a friend, I'll naturally help all the way. But if anyone provokes me, I'll be sure to kill and be merry too. Yu Shu's small face got even redder. She really did not expect that she was so important in Yi Yuan's heart. Even when Yu Lang heard it, she was taken aback too. What Yi Yuan said was not wrong. He did indeed have the strength to kill the three of them back then but did not do so. Turns out that it was actually on account of Yu Shu's face. But what Yu Lang was even more curious about was Yi Yuan's other half of the reason. Then the other half of the reason? Yu Lang could not resist asking. The other half of the reason? You can fight to the bitter end for your clansmen, this courage is worthy of my respect. Seems like you're not as unreasonable as I imagined as well, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Yu Lang heard these words, her face involuntarily reddened. She did not think that Yi Yuan giving her such a precious medicinal pill was actually just for this sort of reason. And right then, Yu Xin and Bing's battle already reached a white-hot stage. Yu Lang and Yu Shu's attention was also attracted by the battle cries over there. Relax, your family's young lord has already occupied the absolute initiative. They will be able to determine the victor very soon, Yi Yuan said coolly. Actually, Yi Yuan already discerned the victor not long after the two engaged in fighting. Hence, that was why he chatted with the two girls calmly. Yu Lang and Yu Shu were very excited when they heard Yi Yuan's words too. Indeed, within Yi Yuan's expectations, after 10 moves, Yu Xin's advantage was getting increasingly obvious, pressuring A-flat Bing until he felt smothered. Another 10 moves passed. Yu Xin caught one of Bing's carelessness and went straight for the target, smacking Bing flying with one palm. Bin, see if you still dare to act wildly in my clan's territory. Quickly bring your people and scram back for me. The vast majority of this Thunder Essence Fruit Grove are all on our Jade-Faced Fairy Fox clan's territory. Even if you guys want, you're only permitted to take your share. Yu Xin said majestically. Yu Xin felt a feeling of exaltation upon fulfillment at this time. She had always been just a bit weaker than Bing in the past. This made the Jade-Faced Fairy Fox clan unable to hold their heads up high. The strongest person in a clan could not even beat other people's second strongest person. This was too humiliating. Of course, losing face was a small matter. Being constantly bullied by people was a major issue. This time, she borrowed Yi Yuan's medicinal pill and took advantage of the opportunity to break through, finally surpassing Bing. Who knew that Bing was totally unmoved and said with a loud laugh, Yu Xin, you don't think that by defeating me, everything will be fine, right? Let me tell you, we've notified young Lord Zan long ago. He's going to reach in a minute. At that time, I'll see if you still dare to say this sort of big talk or not. This stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove, our Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan is hell-bent on it. When these words came out, the expressions of the Jade-Faced Fairy Fox clan's side here all changed drastically. Chapter 636, with just the likes of me. Zan, the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan's young lord, is also one of the strongest person among the young generation. Yu Xin naturally knew that even if she broke through, she could not possibly be Zan's match too. Ha ha ha, scared, right, just with this bit of strength of yours, you also wish to occupy the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove too. Our Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan cultivates the power of thunder and lightning innately. Obtaining these Thunder Essence fruits is like adding wings to a tiger. A bunch of little foxes also have wishful thinking of getting a share of the Thunder Essence fruits too. Bing said cockily. Yu Xuan's expression changed several times but did not know how she should refute. The demon race world was even more particular about the prey being food and the strong feasting. Whoever's strength was greater, they would be the boss. The Jade-Faced Fairy Fox clan was weak. Even if this Thunder Essence Fruit Grove were fully in their territory, the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan would not give them the slightest opportunity either. Unless when the Jade-Faced Fairy Fox clan discovered this stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove and the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan did not discover it at all. This sort of situation currently, it was too hard for them to want to take a share of the loot. Seeing Yu Xin's expression, Bing got even haughtier. Crawling up with a grunt, he did not care about the injuries on his body either and ordered his companions, the few of you, put up a warning line for me. I want to see if these little foxes really dared to provoke our Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan or not. Yes, Lord Bing. Haha, truly, heaven is watching. A stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove actually appeared here. With this Thunder Essence Fruit Grove, young Lord Enzan's strength will surely advance a step further. Before long, young Lord Enzan's strength might be able to catch up to, even surpass Wolf Fang's. At that time, it will be the opportunity for my Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan to truly rise up. And Bing seemed to have already seen the day the clan rose up. The flesh on his face somewhat started quivering excitedly. Heh, aren't you, these little foxes, leaving yet? When young Lord Enzan arrives, it probably won't be that easy even if you all wish to leave. And Bing said with a snicker. The expression on Yu Xin's face was very ugly. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove was within the jade-faced Fairy Fox clan's domain. Could it be that they could only give up? How could she be willing? Yu Shu's dainty fists were tightly clenched too as she said with an indignant look, this bunch of fellows is so unreasonable. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove is clearly in our territory. They actually want to occupy it as their own. It's fine if they bully us normally. But such an immense lucky chance, they are actually not giving us even a little bit. Yi Yuan smiled secretly in his heart. This Yu Shu little lass was really innocent. Thunder Essence Fruit, this lucky chance, forget that it was in the demon race, even if it appeared among human martial artists, it was also impossible to talk reason with you. Whoever's fist was big, whoever could get a share of the loot. Without strength, sorry, please go to one side and play. It was also that this Thunder Essence Fruit did not have much use to Tier 6 experts. Otherwise, how could the old fellows in the two clans sit still? But the Thunder Essence Fruit to martial artists Tier 5 and below was absolutely a heaven-defying treasure. This thing could directly increase combat strength. Even Yi Yuan was also palpitating with excitement towards it. Do these guys frequently bully you guys? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Yu Shu said huffily, yeah. Our Fox clan and their territory are the closest, and our strength is the weakest too. They don't dare to challenge the Blackwind Demonic Wolves clan, so they often come to bully us. Like this is that Enzan, or whatever, very strong. Enzan is a middle stage Tier 5 expert. Even if young Lord's strength improved greatly, she's not his match either, Yu Shu said. The two people were currently talking when a sharp and fierce aura arrived in a twinkle. A young and cold man appeared in front of everyone. Young Lord, you finally arrived. And Bing could not help being overjoyed when he saw someone arrived. Enzan took a look at Bing and said with a frown, you actually sustained injuries. And Bing could not help choking up and explaining, no idea what kind of lucky chance Yu Xin that little fox acquired. Not only are her injuries healed, her strength even advanced by leaps and bounds. Younger brother isn't a match. Oh, Enzan only noticed Yu Xin at this time. Indeed, her strength increased greatly. Didn't expect that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. You, this little fox, actually broke through to peak initial stage Tier 5 already. Enzan was rather surprised. But he did not really pay it any heed in his words. Ignoring that Yu Xin was only peak initial stage Tier 5, even if she was at the middle stage Tier 5, she was not his match either. Yu Xin frowned and said, Enzan, enough crap. Let's still talk about the main topic. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove can be given to you guys, but my clan wants 1/5 of the Thunder Essence Fruits. Yu Xin's words were already making incredible concession. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove only had a small piece in the Snake Clan's territory, but they only wanted 1/5 of the Thunder Essence Fruits. It could be said to be swallowing humiliation to shoulder a heavy load. But when Yi Yuan heard Yu Xin's words, he shook his head secretly. At this time, either let the person get lost or they themselves scram. Saying such words was undoubtedly asking for humiliation. Indeed, after Enzan heard Yu Xin's words, he immediately burst into laughter. That laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. 1/5, sure, as long as you have the capabilities to take it away from my hands, so what if it's all given to you? Or, when Enzan spoke until here, he paused for a bit. When Yu Xin heard, she still thought that Enzan was planning on stating terms and could not resist asking, or what? Enzan suddenly switched his expression and laughed lewdly and said, are you come and be my concubine? This 1/5 of the Thunder Essence Fruits will be the betrothal gift. When Yu Xin heard, her lovely body could not help trembling in anger. You. Shameless. Only at this time, did she know that she was fooled by Enzan. How could she still endure it? Raising her hand, she was going to deal with Enzan. Hey, overestimating your own ability. Inzan forced Yu Xin back with a very casual palm. He was unforgiving when getting the upper hand, following up with another palm and pressing on towards Yu Xin. Yu Xin met the attack calmly and could still resist for a few rounds. Her head was still heated up for a time earlier. How could she still be Inzan's match? Ah! In a panic, Yu Xin cried out and was already prepared to bear this palm of Inzan's. But right at this time, there was a blur in front of her eyes. A big and tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Yi Yuan and Inzan each fell back several steps. Inzan's face fell as he said, "Human." He looked at Yu Xin with ill intent and said, "The rule in the God-prohibited demon region is to immediately execute humans when seen. Your Fox clan actually dares to take in humans. Are you really not afraid of your clan being exterminated?" Yu Xin's expression changed, and she was just about to speak but was stopped by Yi Yuan's hand gesture. "A bunch of grown men bullying women. You guys really have the nerve too. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove is in their territory, and you all actually seized it openly. Truly shameless," Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. "Humph, when is it your turn to meddle in our God-prohibited demon region's affairs? The strong becomes the king. My fist is big, so what I say naturally goes," Inzan said with a cold smile. "Is that so? Then if my fist is bigger than yours, does this piece of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove belong to me?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. Inzan gave Yi Yuan a measuring glance and said with a cold smile, "With just the likes of you, a tier 4 human?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "With just the likes of me." Chapter 637, Bloodline Suppression. "Yi Yuan, you're not his match. Quickly move aside," Yu Xin hurriedly said when she saw Yi Yuan coming forward. Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "Fighting is a man's affair. Women should go to the side to watch. These Thunder Essence fruits, I'm determined to have them. At that time, I'll split 1/5 with you all." These words were said, without any reservation. It was just that in Inzan's and the others' ears, it was simply a joke. "Ha ha, you're not afraid of twisting your tongue when bragging. A puny little tier 4 human also dares to utter such words. Who gave you the courage?" Inzan said with a loud laugh. Although that clash Yi Yuan had with him earlier was very fierce, that was only his momentary carelessness. Furthermore, he had not used much strength yet. If Yi Yuan thought that he had the qualifications to challenge him just like this, then Yi Yuan really did not know how the word, death, was written. Ha ha ha, where did this joker come from? To actually dare challenge young lord. He's really complaining that he lived for too long. Are humans all this stupid? This kind of brain, how did he cultivate to tier 4? Human, we're so afraid. These Thunder Essence fruits, you take them all. Make sure not to be courteous with us. Don't hit me, don't hit me, ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's words incurred a wave of guffaws. In their view, Yi Yuan was simply here to be a joke. How could tier 4 martial artists possibly beat young lord? Towards this sort of mocking, Yi Yuan naturally did not take it to heart. He just hooked his finger at Inzan. That sort of disdain was laid bare thoroughly. Inzan's expression darkened. "If you're courting death yourself, then I can't be blamed. Dark Shadow Thunder Kill." Inzan extended his hand and beckoned. A horrifying power of lightning and thunder instantly enveloped the entire place. And Yi Yuan was situated in the heart of this lightning field. Dark Shadow Thunder Kill is the opening move. Looks like young lord was really enraged by this fellow. Heh, this fellow is really a joke. He doesn't know what a terrifying thing it is to infuriate young lord. Tisk tisk, nothing to see anymore. Once Dark Shadow Thunder Kill is unleashed, this fellow is dead for sure. Facing this horrifying lightning field, Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious. His aura suddenly erupted abruptly, soaring straight to peak 4th level Soul C. Crossing a minor stage, Yi Yuan's aura became totally different. Those Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clansmen who were still mocking Yi Yuan earlier all had their mouths gaping wide open at this time. Yi Yuan's current aura was actually not the slightest bit inferior to Inzan. Oppression of the dragon race. This is the oppression of the dragon race. Could it be that this brat is a dragon race progeny? And Bing suddenly exclaimed, sensing that oppressive power belonging to the dragon race bloodline. At this current moment, Yi Yuan fully exhibited the dragon race bloodline in his body. The Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clansmen whose strength were slightly weaker actually could not resist and bowed down. The hierarchy of the demon race was stringent. This sort of bloodline oppression was simply unable to resist. Without needing Bing to say, Inzan naturally perceived it long ago. The dragon pressure that Yi Yuan released actually made the demonic essence in his body had a feeling of going out of control. If not for his strength was much higher than Yi Yuan's, he would probably have followed the others at this time and bowed down. This was absolutely the purest dragon race bloodline. Otherwise, how could it possibly make his demonic essence be on the verge of losing control? Could this brat really be a dragon race progeny? But this brat did not have any traces of a demon from top to bottom. Seeing this scene, Yu Shu's small face was flushed red from agitation. It was like a fully ripe red little apple. Turns out that big brother Yi Yuan is so incredible. Back then when he fought with us, he didn't release all of the dragon pressure at all. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the chance to attack in front of him. Yu Shu said agitatedly. By the side, Yu Leng was taken aback from shock too. Only now did she know how great Yi Yuan's strength was. Just this dragon pressure, a demon with her strength could not give rise to the thought of resisting at all. This Yi Yuan, is he a human or demon? Yu Xin also unwittingly started to question her eyes. The dragon pressure that Yi Yuan displayed was too pure. If this dragon pressure were released towards the Fox clan, they would not be able to withstand it at all. This point, one would know just by taking a look at those dark shadow lightning snakes. Yi Yuan looked at Anzan indifferently and said, "You said just now that whoever's fist is bigger makes the call. Then let's measure whose fist is bigger." The moment Yi Yuan attacked, it was his strongest attack. Anzan's expression was indescribably nasty. Seeing Yi Yuan make a move, he attacked without hesitation as well. Dark Shadow Thunder Kill. Suppress for me. Anzan roared. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled within this area, facing off with the fiery red colossal dragon Yi Yuan fired out. Except, the lightning which looked fierce and sharp could not shake Yi Yuan's red dragon at all. A huge rumbling sound was heard. Anzan directly vomited blood from being beaten to severe injuries. "Young lord, are you alright?" The one move being exhausted, the dragon pressure on Yi Yuan's body converged following that too, before those dark shadow lightning snakes could recover. With one attack, Anzan was already severely wounded and unable to battle anymore. The eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with was filled with hatred and fear. This human tier 4 martial artist actually beat him to severe injuries. "Now, can I take over this Thunder Essence Fruit Grove?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Looking at Yi Yuan, Anzan even had the heart to die. This time, it was really trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. Not only could he not gain one Thunder Essence Fruit, but he was also even beaten until severely injured. Anzan gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Let's go." "No way, you guys can't leave." Yu Xin was just about to stop them but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Under Bing's assistance, Anzan and the rest ran away with their tails between their legs. Yu Xin stomped her feet angrily and said begrudgingly, "You barely managed to beat Anzan until he was severely injured. How can you let him go easily?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Although this Thunder Essence fruit doesn't have great use to tier 6 experts, it's absolutely a rare treasure. You think that with Anzan here, their old ancestor won't pay attention to this incident? Beating up Anzan with just severe injuries is fine. But if you want to kill him, the Jade-faced Fairy Fox clan will have to receive the wrath of the Snake clan's old ancestor. Can you guys receive it?" Yi Yuan had long seen through that the strength of this Azure Mountain region's tier 6 old ancestors were roughly the same and were wary of each other. That was why they tacitly agreed to let the juniors go and clash. Although Yu Huan's strength was a little weaker, she definitely had her own trump card too. Anzan's strength was not bad. The Snake clan's old ancestor definitely regarded him very highly. If they really killed Anzan, the Snake clan's old ancestor would definitely blow his top off. At that time, the two clans fighting it out, Azure Mountain region's balance would be broken. It was likely very hard for the Jade-faced Fairy Fox clan to win and they might be in danger of being annihilated. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yu Xin could not help being taken aback. The Jade-faced Fairy Fox clan was currently on its last legs. How could they endure the wrath of the Snake clan's old ancestor? If you want to kill Anzan, you'll have to let your own strength become strong. With these Thunder Essence fruits, why fret that you won't be Anzan's match in the future? That fellow is nothing to be feared, Yi Yuan said coolly. Only after Yu Xin heard this did her worry turn to joy as she said happily, "Mr. Yi, by right, this fruit grove belongs to you now. Could it be that you're really going to 5/1/5 to us?" Zero thunder is basically a synonym for lightning in CN novels, unless specified otherwise. Chapter 638, Maturing Overnight. That is, of course. Yi Yuan agreed without any hesitation. Getting an affirmative answer, even with Yu Xin's composure, she almost jumped up too. Although she held back a little in order to uphold the identity of a young lord, the feelings of excitement was written on the face. That's great. Big brother Yi Yuan is really a very nice person. Yu Shu could not care that much and directly grabbed Yi Yuan's arm and started swinging. This Thunder Essence fruit grove was not small. Even 1/5 was also not a small number. With these Thunder Essence fruits, the Fox clan's strength would surely have a substantial increase. Those like Yu Xin might even be able to surpass Zan within a short time. Even the ice-cold Yu Leng had a grateful smile hanging on her face at this time too. Really great. These Thunder Essence fruits at most still have a month to maturity. At that time, see who still dares to bully our Fox clan. Yu Xin said agitatedly, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, a month. Too long. Do you feel that the Snake clan will let us wait a month here peacefully? Yu Xin's heart thumped. You're saying, if they can't obtain the Thunder Essence fruits, how can they possibly watch us wait here for the Thunder Essence fruits to mature? Once they return to the clan, they will definitely spread this news out. At that time, the Fox clan will become a target for all, Yi Yuan said. Then what to do? My Fox clan is only the weakest existence among the tier 6 demon races. We simply can't beat the other demon races. If the Blackwind demonic wolves get this intel. Yu Xin did not dare to continue thinking. According to Yi Yuan's deductions, the Fox clan was in an extremely perilous situation. Initially thought that they picked up a treasure. Who knew that it turned into a hot potato in a blink of an eye? Sometimes, obtaining a treasure was a huge lucky chance, and one could soar to the heavens in one bound because of it. However, if one did not have sufficient strength to protect these treasures, it would attract trouble, even a fatal calamity. Heh, simple. As long as you harvest these Thunder Essence fruits before others. Come, that will do. Yi Yuan was totally unconcerned, as if he was talking about something trivial and ordinary. Except, Yu Xin was unable to understand, harvest now. But these Thunder Essence fruits are not matured yet right now. The effects are not even 10% of the matured period. Such a weak effect, eating it and not eating it was also not much different. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not ripe, we can make it ripen. Go, follow me back to the clan. Yu Xin carried thick doubt and followed Yi Yuan back to the clan. Although she was brimming with curiosity, Yi Yuan not talking, she also sensibly did not ask. At the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan territory, Zan's complexion was deathly white but with unwillingness and rage written all over. Bing, spread the news of the Thunder Essence fruit grove out for me. Now, immediately, right away. Remember, you must let Wolf Fang know. Zan said furiously. Let Wolf Fang know, and we won't get a single Thunder Essence fruit, Bing said hesitantly. Humph, do you think that we can get them now? I really didn't expect that brat actually possesses such pure dragon race bloodline. If not for so, how could I have been defeated by him? Zan gritted his teeth and said. Indeed, Yi Yuan only defeated Zan flawlessly by relying on the suppression of bloodline power. Although Yi Yuan could temporarily break through to 4th level Soul C by relying on Origin Spirit 9 transformations, to want to defeat the middle stage tier 4 Zan, it was still a little lacking. Speaking of this, Bing felt depressed. Even though he was a bit better than the rest, he was also not much better. Previously, under Yi Yuan's dragon race oppression, he was practically in a half-kneeling state already. Only his strength could barely withstand the dragon race oppression. Young lord, if it really can't be done, we better invite old ancestor to come out, Bing said. Zan's expression changed, and he rebuked, don't mention this matter anymore. Do you want to make the Azure Mountain region descend into a great war? Go now and spread the news about the Thunder Essence fruits. After Bing left, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. Apologies, old ancestor. Zan was incompetent, Zan was not surprised by the arrival. This person was the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan's old ancestor, wrong. That boy's strength indeed somewhat exceeded expectations. He actually possesses extremely pure dragon race bloodline. I was not far away back then. This matter can't be blamed on you, Wrong said coolly. Zan raised his head to take a look at Wrong wanting to speak but stopped. Anything you want to ask, just ask away, and Rong said. The Fox clan harboring humans, can't we use this as an excuse to exterminate them? With old ancestors' strength, that Yuan should not be a match. Actually, Enzan was very puzzled too. Why was his own old ancestor present but did not take any action? Huhu, to be able to become a tier 6 demon clan, which one would be a pushover? It's true that my strength is stronger than Yuan's, but the Fox clan definitely has hidden cards that we don't know about. Unless it's a last resort, we won't make a move, and Rong said with a smile. Enzan's gaze turned intent, and he revealed an apprehensive expression. The Snake clan naturally had their own hidden cards too, but to be able to make old ancestor wary as well, seems like every tier 6 demon clan was not to be underestimated. After Yuan returned to the tribe, he paid a visit to several high-level shamans in the clan. After coming out of their places, he started closed seclusion. That evening, Yuan exited seclusion. There was already a large group of people packed at the entrance. Seeing Yuan come out, Yu Xin went forward and asked Fidgety, "How is it?" Yuan threw her a large bag and said smilingly, "Of course it succeeded. This thing is called Jingyan powder. Dissolve it with water, then sprinkle it on the roots of the thunder essence fruit trees." Yu Xin's expression became strict, and she said to Yu Lang, "Heard Mr. Yi's words. Bring people to handle it right now." Yes. Yu Lang received the order and left. "Come, let's go to the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove. It should be roughly done tomorrow morning," Yuan said. Yu Lang was still very capable and experienced when doing things. Very soon, she finished watering all of the Thunder Essence fruit trees. "Alright, everyone has toiled for a day. I'll take a rest yourself. Tomorrow morning, we'll see the outcome," Yuan said. The next morning, that power of thunder and lightning which was terrifying until it made people feel asphyxiated, startling everyone awake. My god, how is this possible? Overnight, these thunder essence fruits actually all matured. Too inconceivable. Mr. Yi is truly godlike. To actually be able to turn something rotten into something magical. Yu Shu leapt up happily. Big brother Yuan, you're really too incredible. That whatever Jingyan powder, I couldn't discern any mystical aspect. But it actually produced such an inconceivable effect. Yuan smiled and said, "This is just the lowest grade Jingyan powder. If the materials were sufficient, making these thunder essence fruits ripen instantaneously isn't impossible either. But sadly, the conditions were limited. This Jingyan powder's grade was still a little low. The thunder essence fruits matured through acceleration, they will still lose around 10% of the effect. As an alchemist, it was coming into contact with these spirit medicines year in year out. Forget about the thunder essence fruit, even those tier 8, tier 9 spirit medicines, Yuan had ways to accelerate their maturing too. But with the current conditions, to be able to achieve this step was already extremely not easy. Chapter 639, Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood. I don't even dare to imagine that these thunder essence fruit could actually all ripen overnight. This is simply an ability that gods and devils can't fathom. Some trifling flaws, Mr. Yi don't need to take it to heart. By the side, Yu Xin had already been dazed long ago. The scene that happened before her eyes was seriously too miraculous. As for the 10% loss, she did not care at all. These many thunder essence fruits was enough to make up for that bit of loss. Yuan smiled and said, "Stop looking. Everybody go in and harvest the thunder essence fruits. This stretch of thunder essence fruit grove isn't small. 1/5 of the thunder essence fruits should be plenty for you all to use. Move a bit faster. I reckon that there are already people on the way." Yu Xin nodded and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Yi." The allure that these thunder essence fruits had towards the jade-faced fairy fox clan was seriously too great. Their combat strength leaned to the weak side originally. These thunder essence fruits was an opportunity for them to become strong. Yuan also entered the thunder essence fruit grove but did not immediately harvest the thunder essence fruits. Previously, Yuan already estimated the thunder essence fruits visually before. One thunder essence fruit tree had around 100 thunder essence fruits. This thunder essence fruit grove had roughly 100 over thunder essence fruit trees. Adding them up, there was roughly 10,000 and 2 to 300 thunder essence fruits. Splitting 1/5 and giving to the Fox clan, Yuan himself had around close to 10,000 in quantity. Actually, Yuan did not need so many thunder essence fruits. When just starting to refine the thunder essence fruits, one could indeed receive excellent effects and could rapidly increase the power of thunder and lightning. But consuming too much, the effects would be greatly discounted, all the way until at the back, there would be virtually no effects. According to Yi Yuan's estimation, him refining 3,000 thunder essence fruits alone was about there. But Yi Yuan was not very concerned about these. He started strolling around the grove, looking in all directions constantly, seemingly searching for something. The grove was not big. Yi Yuan looped once very quickly, but his brows started to furrow. Could it be that my conjectures were wrong? This thunder essence fruit grove's appearance was just a coincidence. Impossible. These thunder essence fruits' quality is pretty good. There must be a thunder attribute treasure nearby. Yi Yuan did not give up, sauntering around the grove again. But circling around several times, Yi Yuan still did not have any discovery. Just as he was almost giving up, he suddenly glimpsed an inconspicuous thunder essence fruit tree out of the corner of his eyes. That thunder essence fruit tree was exactly the same as the other trees and did not seem to have any difference. But Yi Yuan accidentally noticed just now that that thunder essence fruit tree grew a small flower on it. The small flower was not big. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice at all. It was just that this small flower on the tree branch appeared very disharmonious. But it not being harmonious, Yi Yuan did not mind. Because with Yi Yuan's understanding towards heaven and earth's spiritual forms, this little flower by itself was sufficient. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he muttered to himself, "Hoo-hoo, nearly got fooled by you. Didn't expect that this stretch of thunder essence fruit grove was actually catalyzed and formed from an origin magnetism spirit wood. No wonder it has such quality. Your disguise was indeed flawless. But no matter how you disguise, this origin magnetism spirit flower can't be concealed. Because that's where the quintessence of your lifeblood lies." Yi Yuan was astonished and pleasantly surprised at this time. He had long guessed that this stretch of thunder essence fruit grove definitely had a thunder attribute treasure. But he never thought that this treasure was actually an origin magnetism spirit wood. Origin magnetism spirit wood was a thunder attribute supreme treasure. After a martial artist refined it, not only could they possess the power of thunder and lightning, they could even evolve along with the origin magnetism spirit wood's evolution. This origin magnetism spirit wood was the jinx of all corrupt and wicked things in the world. Possessing the origin magnetism spirit wood, 100 evils could not invade. Such a treasure, even Yi Yuan could not resist being moved to. This origin magnetism spirit wood was a psychic thing. When Yi Yuan slowly approached, a chunk of wood separated from that thunder essence fruit tree and was going to escape far away. Yi Yuan was prepared long ago. How could he give him the chance to escape? Straight away, Yi Yuan's finger moved lightly. A tuft of flames instantly surrounded the origin magnetism spirit wood. That was precisely the cleansing sandal flame lotus's original body. Under Yi Yuan's painstaking nurturing, the cleansing sandal sacred flame already infinitely approached tier 5. Its power was even less comparable from in the past. What the origin magnetism spirit wood feared most was fire. Now that Yi Yuan's essence fire came out, the origin magnetism spirit wood immediately froze there, not daring to even move. Thunder belonged to Metal 1. What it feared the most was fire, let alone Yi Yuan's essence fire. Yi Yuan did not hesitate. Using the essence fire to confine the origin magnetism spirit wood, he started refining directly. This origin magnetism spirit wood's rank was not high. It was merely just a tier 5 object. It was also fortunate that it was like this that those tier 6 old monsters were not moved. If this origin magnetism spirit wood matured a little more, the thunder essence fruits catalyzed would probably not be that simple anymore. If even those tier 6 old monsters were moved too, then it naturally had no business to do with Yi Yuan anymore. Around 2 hours later, Yi Yuan finally finished refining the origin magnetism spirit wood. During the process of refining, Yi Yuan obtained tremendous benefits too. The most straightforward reaction was breaking through a minor realm right away, reaching peak 3rd level Soul C. Just one more step and Yi Yuan could break through to middle stage Soul C. Yi Yuan breaking through, the commotion caused would naturally not be small. Yu Xin did not think that Yi Yuan would actually break through here. Afraid of her clansmen disturbing Yi Yuan, she commanded that people were absolutely not permitted to go over and disturb Yi Yuan. All the way until Yi Yuan finished refining the origin magnetism spirit wood, then only did Yu Xin go over to say hi. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for breaking through. Mr. Yi is truly a cultivation genius. Just how long has it been and you actually broke through to the 3rd level Soul C already? At the same time she was congratulating, Yu Xin was overwhelmed with a vicissitude of emotion too. Don't look at how Yu Xin's age did not seem old. Actually, she was already over 100 years old. It was just that her age was not considered old in the demon race. But Yi Yuan was a true blue teenager. Such improvement speed truly made people perspire from shame. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Hoo, just a minor boundary. Doesn't count as much. Are the thunder essence fruits all harvested finish?" Yu Xin nodded and said, "Earlier, I saw that Mr. Yi was breaking through over here, so I didn't let them come here to collect. The other places thunder essence fruits are already harvested finish." As she was talking, Yu Xin passed Yi Yuan a storage ring. "Mr. Yi, these are your thunder essence fruits. There are a total of 10,000. Please check." Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly receiving the storage ring and saying, "All right. I'm going to refine the thunder essence fruits on the spot. You help to guard me." Yu Xin gave Yi Yuan a somewhat surprised glance, but nodded her head and did not say anything. A thunder attribute treasure like this, whoever saw it would not be able to resist refining directly as well. Yi Yuan's conduct was within reason too. Actually, after Yi Yuan refined the origin magnetism spirit wood, the enhancement that these thunder essence fruits had to the power of thunder and lightning within his body was already very limited. The reason why he chose to refine in front of Yu Xin was only just in order to pull the wool over people's eyes. If he did not refine the thunder essence fruits, using the power of thunder and lightning at that time would appear too unexpected. One could not be without vigilance against others. The origin magnetism spirit would this kind of treasure, even tier 6 experts would be moved when they saw too. One had to know that this thing could evolve. As long as one slowly nurtured with their essence energy, evolving to tier 6 was also just a matter of time. God knows if Yu Huan would have any malicious intent aroused if she saw this origin magnetism spirit would. Chapter 640, Wolf Fang. At present, rays of brilliance appeared on Yi Yuan's body, his imposing momentum looking very appalling. This was not a false impression that Yi Yuan constructed. Different from the origin magnetism spirit wood's internal effect, the effects of the thunder essence fruit manifested outwards. Yi Yuan swallowed over 1,000 thunder essence fruits in one go. It was also no wonder he would have such a powerful aura. Yu Xin was long stunned by the sight. There were actually people who refined thunder essence fruits like this. If it were her, she would have long been directly stuffed to death by the powerful thunder and lightning force. It was just that Yi Yuan had the origin magnetism spirit wood as the base and his physical body was exceedingly formidable too. So these thunder essence fruits were nothing much to him. Not good, young lord, were surrounded by the Crimsonwater Nether Scorpion clan and the Flux Gold Rat clan. They said to let us hand over the thunder essence fruits. Yi Yuan was currently refining the thunder essence fruits when a Fox clan's member came in front of Yu Xin in a fluster. Yu Xin's expression changed, and she said, "Came so quickly. Go, head outside and sweep away these cannon fodders first, and the main guy will most likely have to come out." Yu Xin turned her head around and discovered that Yi Yuan already finished the refinement and walked behind her. Yi Yuan brought Yu Xin along and exited the thunder essence fruit grove together, and discovered that a large group of people already arrived outside at present, encircling the Fox clan tightly. "Ji Yu Xie, Gold Sun, you guys actually came to my Fox clan's territory to act wildly. Do you really take us to be easy to bully?" Yu Xin said furiously to the two at the front. Yi Yuan gave that Ji Yu Xie and Gold Sun a measuring gaze and discovered that their strength was actually not weaker than Nzan. But very clearly, these two people were only here to spearhead the attack. The true opponent had yet to appear. Yi Yuan was rather curious how powerful that Wolf Fang's strength was, to actually be able to order this Crimsonwater Nether Scorpion clan and the Flux Gold Rat clan. That Ji Yu Xie took a glance at Yu Xin and said with a cold smile, "Thunder essence fruit, this sort of heaven-defying treasure, could it be that your Fox clan wishes to pocket without sharing? Our Crimsonwater Nether Scorpion clan doesn't want much either. Just 3,000 will do." Gold Sun was shifty-eyed, but said with a sinister look, "Those who see has a share. Our Flux Gold Rat clan only want 3,000 thunder essence fruits as well." Yu Xin was just about to fly off the handle when Yi Yuan stepped forward and said coolly, "Those who see has a share. Did you guys saw it?" Gold Sun could not help stopping. Taking a look at the thunder essence fruit grove behind Yi Yuan, how was there still any hint of the thunder essence fruits? Very clearly, those thunder essence fruits were long harvested clean by the Fox clan. "Hey, you're the human brat that the Fox clan took in." Yu Xin, your Fox clan truly has such incredible nerve, to actually dare to risk universal condemnation and take in a human. Regarding Yi Yuan's identity, Yu Xin was not worried long ago. She said indifferently, Mr. Yi possesses extremely strong dragon race bloodline and is one family with our demon race. What's the meaning of your words? Enough nonsense. The essence energy that this brat cultivates is exceptionally pure. If he isn't human, can he be of the demon race? Ji Yu Xie said disdainfully. Humph. It's true that the essence energy Mr. Yi cultivates is extremely pure. But the dragon blood in his body is even purer. Didn't Zan tell you guys that he nearly kneeled down under Mr. Yi's dragon pressure? Yu Xin said without yielding in the slightest. Ji Yu Xie and Goldsun were both taken aback inwardly when they heard. They only knew that the Fox clan took in a human boy and truly did not know that Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was actually so powerful. Zan's strength was not weaker when compared to any one of them, and he actually could not endure Yi Yuan's dragon pressure. How pure did the bloodline on this brat's body have to be? Humph. Boasting, you got to prepare a draft too. How can a puny little human possibly possess such pure dragon race bloodline? Yu Xin, you're too naive. You don't think that you can scare us away with just a few words, right? Goldsun said with a cold sneer. Evidently, Goldsun did not believe that Yi Yuan could possess such pure dragon race bloodline at all. Forget about Yi Yuan, even in the entire god-prohibited demon region, there was no one with such pure dragon race bloodline. Yi Yuan looked at Goldsun and Ji Yu Xie. Giving a light snort, he said disdainfully, two morons. Ji Yu Xie and Goldsun's faces both changed. Their eyes became sharp, and they said in chorus, Boy, are you courting death? The ones courting death are you guys. As he said this, Yi Yuan's dragon might was released fully. The imposing momentum on his body rose to the peak. Ji Yu Xia's and Goldsun's expressions changed drastically. Only at this time did they know that Yu Xin's words earlier was not exaggerated in any aspect at all. This Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was too daunting. The current Yi Yuan in their eyes was like a lofty celestial deity, while they themselves were two ants. Similar with Zan, the demonic essence in Ji Yu Xie and Goldsun's body became restless and unsettled. That sort of desire to submit sprouted out uncontrollably, while the clansmen behind them all kneeled down one by one as if paying respects to a sovereign. Two morons, being exploited as cannon fodders by people and are still gleeful like children. The thunder essence fruits are right here. If you have the capabilities, come and take them yourselves. Yi Yuan said coldly. Each time Yi Yuan broke through a minor boundary, the dragon blood within his body would be stimulated even further. The dragon race's pressure on his body would be even more as well. The dragon pressure that he released now was even stronger than what Zan felt back then. Ji Yu Xie and Goldsun did their utmost best to resist Yi Yuan's dragon pressure. Complicated expressions appeared on their faces. They discovered that what Yi Yuan said was not wrong at all. They did not know anything and came running to the Fox clan to raise a hue. They originally thought that the Fox clan was just a soft persimmon, and under their two clans, partnering up, the Fox clan would surely suffer a great deal. In the end, only after they arrived here did they discover that this human brat was actually this powerful. Zan that punk definitely suffered a huge loss at Yi Yuan's hands. Otherwise, why would he be so nice to reveal the news about the thunder essence fruits? Ji Yu Xia's and Goldsun's bowels turned green from regret. Still not scramming off for me. Yi Yuan glared and said fiercely. Hey, what an arrogant tone. Even if you possess dragon race bloodline, you're merely just a tier 4 trash, that's all. A hero isn't so easy to be. Right then, a voice suddenly was heard. Right on the heels, a figure charged towards Yi Yuan with incredible speed. Ah, Mr. Yi, be careful. Yu Xin had just finished shouting to warn him, but that figure arrived in front of Yi Yuan long ago. In a blink of an eye, that figure already exchanged several dozen moves with Yi Yuan like lightning. By the time everyone came to their senses, Yi Yuan and that figure already separated. Such an exchange simply made people feel out of breath. All the way until now did everyone finally see clearly who the arrival was. When the Fox clan saw the arrival, their faces all changed drastically, especially Yu Xin. This person was the Wolf Fang who nearly killed her. This man was the strongest person in the entire Azure Mountain region's junior generation. Standing there, an overwhelming aura emitted out. Under everyone's astonished eyes, his aura could actually contend with Yi Yuan's dragon pressure as equals. Indeed, Wolf Fang was still powerful, same as before. Can't even take me, this trash, down. Looks like you, this dumb wolf, are nothing more than just a trash as well. Yi Yuan looked at the Wolf Fang opposite and said coolly. Chapter 641, Demonic Transformation. Wolf Fang's expression darkened, and he looked towards Yi Yuan and said, a sharp tongue. You don't know life from death. Hand over the thunder essence fruits, and I'll spare you from death. Yi Yuan said smilingly, said that you're dumb and you're still unwilling to concede. Now, I'll tell you to hand over your inner core. Will you hand it over or not? What a sharp tongue. As long as you have this capability, no harm in taking it away either, Wolf Fang said with a cold smile. I'll return these words to you as well. If you have the capabilities, take the thunder essence fruits away, Yi Yuan said without any reservation. During this period of time, Yi Yuan had constantly been hearing how incredible and powerful Wolf Fang was and really wanted to experience it a little. With that round of testing the waters earlier, although both parties knew that the other guy's strength was not weak, they both did not feel that they would lose. Geniuses all had their own pride and absolute self-confidence. How could they admit defeat that easily? But Wolf Fang's strength was indeed very formidable. He could actually rely on his own strength to cut off the dragon pressure. This was absolutely not what ordinary demons could do. Yi Yuan reckoned that this Wolf Fang should have awakened divine beast bloodline. Even though it was extremely faint, his cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Using it to withstand the dragon pressure was still achievable. Of course, Yi Yuan did not plan on relying on the dragon pressure to be able to make myriad beasts submit either. In the end, he still had to rely on his own fist. Alright then, I'll come and take it myself. Wolf Fang finished talking and swept over towards Yi Yuan directly like a fierce gale. Illusionary Wolf Fang fist. In midair, Wolf Fang suddenly manifested countless incarnations, covering the sky and earth as he attacked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just gave a vacant smile when he saw the situation. He then slowly closed his eyes. Heart like monolith. Yi Yuan directly entered into heart like monolith heart realm and broke through to 5th level soul sea. Even the essence devouring confounding fog could not confuse Yi Yuan. How could merely illusions hoodwink Yi Yuan's eyes? Under heart like monolith, all activities in the surroundings were all within Yi Yuan's grasp. Talking about it was slow, but all of this was actually something that happened in a blink of an eye. Right at this time, Yi Yuan turned around abruptly and unleashed a punch at Wolf Fang. The illusions which filled the sky scattered. Yi Yuan and Wolf Fang were both blasted flying out by each other. The exchange this time, they were evenly matched. Yet, this was completely not the case the way others saw it. Wolf Fang was practically the synonym for invincibility in the Azure Mountain region. There was nobody who could view his back in the young generation at all. But this opening move earlier was actually unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. When Ji Yuxie and Gold Sun saw this scene, their faces had unspeakable solemnness. Did this fellow make a wild guess? This move of Wolf Fang's can be said to be unsolvable. How did he know that was Wolf Fang's true self? Ji Yuxie said in astonishment. Wolf Fang's illusionary Wolf Fang fist was very famous in the entire Azure Mountain region. Ji Yuxie naturally knew its power. But it was precisely because he knew that the shock in his heart was even greater. Those illusions were all condensed and formed by Wolf Fang with essence energy. Each one had Wolf Fang's aura, and this caused an immensely confusing situation. Differentiating which one was real was exceedingly difficult. But those illusions did not seem to have any effect at all in front of Yi Yuan. In just a twinkle, Yi Yuan found the main body. Illusion-type martial techniques had a trait. As long as one found the main body, this move was basically useless already. But the problem was, did Yi Yuan really see through it, or was his luck good? Should be a wild guess, right? How can this move of Wolf Fang's be that easy to crack? Gold Sun had shock written all over his face too. Wolf Fang's expression was as dark as water. He similarly did not believe that Yi Yuan cracked his martial technique that easily. Wolf Fang unleashed this martial technique once more, and the commotion this time was even more massive than before. For a moment, the sky was filled with Wolf Fang's illusions. This time, Wolf Fang hid even more carefully. He was confident that Yi Yuan absolutely could not see through. Yet, things did not develop like he imagined. Yi Yuan accurately found him once again. The two people were evenly matched again. It's not a wild guess. How did he find the real body? Ji Yuxia's face had shock written all over it. How can this fellow be so strong? Luckily, we didn't fight with him just now. Otherwise, Gold Sun recalled how arrogant they were to Yi Yuan just now and was filled with fear after the incident at this time. Fortunately, Yi Yuan only pressured them with dragon pressure earlier and did not really attack. Otherwise, they would definitely be too miserable to look at right now. Yu Shu had an excited face currently. She grabbed hold of Yu Lang's hand and said agitatedly, "Big brother Yi Yuan is so incredible. Big brother Yi Yuan is so incredible. Did you see that, big sister Yu Lang? That is Wolf Fang. Wolf Fang is actually helpless against big brother Yi Yuan." Even though the shock that Yi Yuan brought to Yu Lang was already a lot, it was far from as intense as this time. Wolf Fang was practically an undefeatable existence in their hearts. But facing Yi Yuan, he actually could not do anything at all. Yu Lang believed that as long as the Fox clan protected the Thunder Essence fruits, they would surely rise up. I saw it, Mr. Yi, he is really formidable. Maybe encountering Mr. Yi is our Fox clan's enormous lucky chance. The current Yu Lang actually swept away the frost manner she had previously and became like Yu Shu, becoming Yi Yuan's loyal admirers. Hee, big sister Yu Lang, you were still saying to definitely kill big brother Yi Yuan back then. Now, you're actually also. Shut up, you, this lass, asking for a beating is it? That. Hee, just kidding. I know that big sister Yi Lang was also for the sake of the Fox clan, Yu Shu said with a giggle. Terrific lad, indeed rather capable, no wonder you're so rampant. Wolf Fang said solemnly. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, it's not that I'm capable, but you, this dumb wolf, are too stupid. Illusions, this sort of hollow display is only good for fooling some rookies, that's all. You aren't relying on this to be so unbridled in the Azure Mountain region, right? When Yi Yuan's words were said, everyone had an impulse to spew blood. Was this a hollow, empty display of skill? Then what was genuine ability? Humph, so what if you've broken my illusions? Now, I'll let you take a look at what I'm relying on to be so unbridled in the Azure Mountain region. When Wolf Fang finished talking, his entire person's aura transformed. His body gave off thick black gas. Young Lord Wolf Fang actually demonized. This fellow is truly terrifying. I've been at the Azure Mountain region for so long and have yet to see anybody who can force Young Lord to demonize. Young Lord possesses the Blacksky Divine Wolf bloodline. After demonic transformation, his strength will have a huge increase. This fellow is dead for sure. Wolf Fang's demonic transformation caused a stir. Very clearly, this sort of demonic transformation was very rarely seen. After demons take form, maintaining human form was beneficial to their cultivation. But their truly powerful state was still demonic transformation state. Under the black gas embrace, a savage black demon wolf appeared in front of everyone. The demon wolf revealed sharp wolf fangs and sharp claws, looking very harrowing. Wolf Fang's pair of pitch black eyes stared at Yi Yuan ferociously, his gaze revealing a murderous gleam. But when Yi Yuan saw the situation, he laughed without any care and said, I say, turns out that you, this dumb wolf, still has some capabilities. To actually possess the divine beast Blacksky divine wolf bloodline. But, isn't this bloodline of yours a little too faint? The demonized Wolf Fang actually uttered human words out of his mouth. He said, I hope that you can still laugh in a while. Chapter 642, Origin Magnetic Field. Wolf Fang had just finished speaking, and he instantly vanished from sight. An intense collision. Yi Yuan was knocked flying out directly. After the demonic transformation, Wolf Fang's speed was simply unfathomable. Apart from Yi Yuan, practically no one could see Wolf Fang's trajectory trails clearly. Ah, big brother Yi Yuan. When Yu Shu saw this scene, she could not help getting a huge shock and was going to dash towards Yi Yuan. It was only to hear the sound of the air howling. Wolf Fang actually headed for Yu Shu. But at this time, there was already nobody who could react to it. Except for Yi Yuan. Under the situation where no one saw how he made his move, Yi Yuan was sent flying out hugging Yu Shu. What happened just now? Wasn't that brat injured? How did he save that little fox? No idea, couldn't see it clearly at all. The two of their speed is too fast. Too scary. After Wolf Fang demonized, his speed and strength most likely increased a fold. This brat could actually still react to it. If it were me, I'd have been directly killed in a single move by Wolf Fang. Just now, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan reached Yu Shu's side instantly, and he blocked the attack of Wolf Fang whose strength had skyrocketed. But the scene that happened earlier was seriously too fast. Yi Yuan could only just save Yu Shu. Therefore, Wolf Fang still succeeded, wounding Yi Yuan. A mouthful of blood spewed from Yi Yuan's mouth. Fresh blood dyed Yu Shu's clothes red. Ah, big brother Yi Yuan, it's all my fault. Sniff, sniff. If not in order to save me, you wouldn't have suffered injuries. Sniff, sniff. Yu Shu started crying in Yi Yuan's embrace. Yi Yuan received a blow from Wolf Fang, his insides were experiencing indescribable pain. Fortunately, Yi Yuan avoided the attack from reaching his vitals by a hair earlier. Or else, he would already be a dead person now. This Wolf Fang was truly unscrupulous. When fighting with him, he actually still dared to harm the innocent. If it were others, then forget it. But Yi Yuan's impression towards Yu Shu was pretty good. He naturally could not bear to watch her be killed by Wolf Fang passively. Succeeding in one blow, Wolf Fang finally revealed his figure. Boy, you indeed have some skills. Under my demonized state, you can actually barely manage to keep up with my speed. But your heart is too soft and not suitable for this world where the prey is food and the strong feast. A person like you is bound to not walk far. Wolf Fang said delightedly with a gaping, savage-looking mouth. Just now, Yu Shu suddenly ran out. Wolf Fang had a flash of inspiration and thought of sneak attacking Yu Shu. In the end, Yi Yuan really fell for it, using his own body to help Yu Shu block this attack. Nobody felt that Wolf Fang doing this was in any way inappropriate. The demon world was this cruel. Whoever could live, whoever would be the victor. Yi Yuan slowly stood up but did not pay attention to Wolf Fang's taunts. He forced a smile at Yu Shu and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan is fine. Big brother Yi Yuan will help you all slaughter these fellows, alright?" Sniff, sniff, don't. You're already hurt and definitely not Wolf Fang's match. We'd better give the thunder essence fruits to them, Yu Shu said sobbingly. If it were others, Yi Yuan would surely think that this was being afraid of Wolf Fang. But Yi Yuan knew that this little lass was thinking about his safety. If Yu Shu clung to life and feared death, she would not have run out suddenly just now as well. Even a fool knew that that kind of situation was very dangerous. Ha ha ha, what shameless boasting. You couldn't even keep up with my speed when you were at full power. Now that you suffered heavy injuries, what's your basis for killing me? Boy, just based on this sentence of yours, I'll let you die a horrible death. Wolf Fang said savagely. Yi Yuan pushed lightly, sending Yu Shu to Yu Shin's side. Take good care of Yu Shu. If anything happens, you'll be held responsible. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Shin's expression changed, and she said with a nod, rest assured. With me around, she'll be fine. Yu Shin had thought that Yi Yuan was using Yu Shu as an excuse all along. She did not think that Yi Yuan actually disregarded his well-being and almost lost his life under Wolf Fang's claws earlier for Yu Shu's sake. Could it be that Yi Yuan was interested in Yu Shu? Otherwise, why would he strive so desperately? To talk about looks, she was only above Yu Shu's. Yi Yuan had no reason to take fancy on Yu Shu. Yu Shin obviously did not know that as long as Yi Yuan acknowledged a friend, he would do this for all. Settling Yu Shu down, Yi Yuan involuntarily looked at Wolf Fang and said, "You, a dumb wolf, court death yourself. Then don't blame me." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished. But Wolf Fang gave a cold snort and said, "Shameless boasting. Overestimating your own ability." Finished talking, his figure unexpectedly vanished too. The two people clashed once more. But this time, Wolf Fang was sent flying out directly. The Wolf Fang after the demonic transformation, his skin was coarse, and his flesh was thick. Yi Yuan's attack did not cause much damage to him. He crawled up with a grunt, a look of disbelief revealed in his wolf gaze. How is that possible? What my Blacksky divine wolf bloodline specializes most in is speed. How can you possibly be even faster than me? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Dumb wolf. Ignoring that your bloodline is pitiably thin, even if you're really of the Blacksky divine wolf bloodline, do you really think that you're unbeatable? Get ready to take a beating." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure vanished from sight once again. Impossible. It must be a fluke just now. Wolf Fang vanished once more as well. Without any surprise, Wolf Fang was beaten flying by Yi Yuan once more. This time, Yi Yuan did not give Wolf Fang the chance to talk anymore, directly pouncing over. Other people could not see how the two people attacked at all. But they all saw that during every exchange, Wolf Fang was beaten flying by Yi Yuan. Very clearly, Wolf Fang could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed. Each hit was like a heavy hammer smashing onto everyone's heart. Ji Yuxie was shocked to his core. How is this possible? Wolf Fang's scariest thing is his speed. But he actually trounced Wolf Fang utterly in speed. Just how did this fellow accomplish it? I clearly feel that his speed isn't as fast as Wolf Fang's. But each time, it's Wolf Fang getting beaten. Why is this so? Goldsun said in bewilderment. Seems like it's really what you said. But, just why is this so? Wolf Fang was depressed until he wanted to vomit blood right now. In his eyes, Yi Yuan's speed was clearly slower than his. But every time he was almost going to touch Yi Yuan, it was like sinking into a quagmire. His speed slowed down instantaneously. Then afterward, he helplessly watched Yi Yuan pummel him brutally. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The surroundings did not have much noise. Only howling sounds sounded over from time to time. Yi Yuan used his feet to kick, directly kicking Wolf Fang into the ground. Yi Yuan stood in the air, just like a war god. Wolf Fang directly tunneled out from the mud and snarled, "You! Just what kind of heretic skill did you use? Why is it that once I arrive in front of you, it's like entering a marsh?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Dumb wolf, I'll let die with a clear understanding then. This is called Origin Magnetic Field. Alright, enough fun, I can send you on your way now." Chapter 643, Divine Beast Oppression. The Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood was a Thunder Attribute Supreme Treasure, possessing power that ordinary people could not imagine. The Thunder Essence fruits were catalyzed by the Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood, and these could already make the demon races wanted to snatch them. Even Wolf Fang, the strongest person of their generation, could not resist showing up. Then how powerful the Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood itself was, one could only imagine it. Yi Yuan's research regarding floras had already reached the standard of acme of perfection and was not foreign to this Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood. And the Origin Magnetic Field was one of the strongest attributes of the Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood. This Origin Magnetic Field was in existence similar to a gravity field. But it was goodness knows how many times stronger than ordinary gravity fields. Unless the martial artist's strength was much stronger than the Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood's rank, otherwise, it was simply impossible to break free from the Origin Magnetic Field. Unfortunately, Wolf Fang could not reach such a standard, so once he entered the Origin Magnetic Field, he could only be at the mercy of Yi Yuan. The Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood was extremely rare. Furthermore, its elusiveness was very high. If it were somebody else, they could not possibly discover that within this Thunder Essence Fruit Grove, there was still an even higher grade treasure existing. Hence, Wolf Fang was unable to comprehend why he was being pummeled by Yi Yuan, and this was also within reason. Actually, Yi Yuan was not planning on killing Wolf Fang originally, because he did not wish to offend the Tier 6 old ancestor behind Wolf Fang. But just now, Wolf Fang almost killed Yu Shu. This made Yi Yuan really give rise to killing intent. Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, sweeping towards Wolf Fang with incredible speed. Flame movement True Dragon Carnage accumulated strength for release. As long as Wolf Fang entered the Origin Magnetic Field, he would be at the mercy of Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, everyone was greatly taken aback. They did not think that Yi Yuan really dared to take his life. One had to know that that mighty entity behind Wolf Fang was the Azure Mountain region's pinnacle existence. If he killed Wolf Fang, Yi Yuan would not be far from death as well. The might of a Tier 6 powerhouse was not what ordinary people could imagine. "Boy, if you dare to kill me, you'll die without a burial ground." Seeing Yi Yuan dashed over, this time, Wolf Fang was truly frightened. He had always commanded the wind and rain in the Azure Mountain region and had never been so close to death before. He had also never thought that someone would dare to kill him. But now, when this person really showed up, Wolf Fang discovered that he was actually indescribably terrified. He struggled to crawl up and ran for his life. But he was already severely wounded right now. How could he run still? "Then you give it a try and see if I dare to kill you or not." Yi Yuan was talking, but his hands did not slow down the slightest bit. He caught up to Wolf Fang in a blink of an eye and launched a punch over. Right at this instant, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan's red colossal dragon was actually halted in midair forcefully, unable to advance an inch. An extremely terrifying strength instantly shackled Yi Yuan up. Crack! Under this strength, the colossal red dragon was actually crushed to smithereens directly. Yi Yuan's expression changed. A tier 6 expert. This power, Yi Yuan was all too familiar. This was the power belonging to a tier 6 boundless realm powerhouse. Back then, Zhao Tianyan used this move to crush Yi Yuan until he practically kneeled onto the ground. But at that time, Yi Yuan was just a puny little crystal formation realm who had no leeway to resist at all. The current Yi Yuan was already more than 100 times stronger than back then. Even if he was not a tier 6 expert's match, it was also not without the slightest chance to struggle. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. An unparalleled aura instantly erupted. This time, he did not scruple to employ the nameless essence energy. The surrounding space seemed to be shattered. Yi Yuan actually shook off that shackling force directly. Right then, a figure silently appeared in front of Wolf Fang. Human boy, you indeed have some capabilities. Just at the Soul Sea realm and you can actually shake off a tier 6 essence energy confinement. Said the figure coolly. It was also that Yi Yuan was very opposed to this sort of essence energy restraint. Because it made him remember the humiliation back then. That was why he stopped at no expense and employed the nameless essence energy. Before his eyes was a middle-aged man dressed in black. His body gave off a faintly discernible power, making people have a feeling of being unable to grasp it. But without any doubt, he was that tier 6 powerhouse who had made a move. Looks like you are the Blackwind demonic wolf clan's old ancestor, Lang Hun. Yi Yuan looked at the other party, his expression slightly darkened. The pressure that this Lang Hun gave him was too great. Yi Yuan could sense that even though this Lang Hun was only initial stage tier 6, he was much stronger than Zhao Tianyan. Lang Hun did not seem to be mind Yi Yuan's rudeness. He said coolly, "That's right. This old man is precisely Lang Hun. You almost killed Wolf Fang just now. This score, how should we settle it?" Yi Yuan seemed to be indifferent to this and said coolly, "Wolf Fang, he deserves to be killed." His reply was only several simple words but sonorous and forceful. Yi Yuan would never explain that he did not wish to kill people. That way seemed to show that he was apprehensive of the other party. Forget about facing a tier 6 expert. Even if a tier 9 powerhouse were standing in front of Yi Yuan, he would not lower his head either. This was the pride of a peak alchemy emperor, and this was also Yi Yuan's own lofty and unyielding character. If he wanted to kill people, then he would kill. Towards Yi Yuan's attitude of not even feeling like explaining, a flicker of amazement flashed across Lang Hun's eyes too, and even a trace of wariness. This point, probably even he himself did not detect it too. In the Azure Mountain region, whoever dared to climb on top of his head had to explain a little no matter what, right? But this boy in front of him actually dared to be so unbridled. Was this fellow really a hothead? Or was he ignorant of how the world works? But being scorned by a junior like this, Lang Hun also felt that his face had nowhere to put. His tone deepened slightly as he said, "Boy, don't say that this old man didn't give you the opportunity. Wolf Fang is my Blackwind demonic wolf clan's successor. You touched him, so you must pay a corresponding price." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said nonchalantly, "Make a move then." Yi Yuan decided that even if he had to unleash all of his trump cards, he would also have to chop off a wolf's leg. Lang Hun was stunned again. This brat really made people speechless. He clearly did not have the intention of killing people. Could this brat really not tell? If he really wanted to kill people, why would he talk so much crap with Yi Yuan? It was naturally not that Yi Yuan could not see it. He also knew that the other party was waiting for him to give a stage to step down. But in Yi Yuan's eyes, the other party was not worthy at all. Nobody could make him, Yi Yuan, lower his head. "Humph, brat, I know that you have extremely pure dragon race bloodline and must also be proud because of this. Since that's the case, I'll punish you with divine beast bloodline. I'll let you know that someone from the dragon race that has not matured is nothing." Lang Huan said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was stunned and had not reacted yet when a pressure that blotted out the sky and earth engulfed everything swept over towards him. This sort of pressure was very similar to the dragon pressure that he released previously. But without any question, this divine beast oppression was much, much stronger than his. This was a true divine beast oppression. When the Blacksky divine wolf's bloodline emerged, who could compete with such being? The next instant, all the demon races present were all brought deeply into submission, not even having the courage to raise their heads. And the true dragon bloodline within Yi Yuan's body actually automatically welled up under this divine beast oppression. Chapter 644, Dragon Lord. All of a sudden, Yuan felt his entire body was burning hot. He felt like every cell in his body seemed to be burning. And all of this was not under his control at all. It was all guided by the dragon blood in his body itself. But Yuan did not intentionally try to suppress it. Instead, he left it entirely to its discretion. Yuan knew that even though he already wiped away the dragon blood's original will, the proud dragon race bloodline was still unable to tolerate the oppression of the Blacksky divine wolf, this sort of trash bloodline. Therefore, it activated by itself. The Blacksky demonic wolf bloodline in Lang Hun's body was extremely thick. Adding in the suppression of rank, Yuan's bones were rattling from being crushed. But the proud dragon race bloodline could not tolerate any bit of insult at all. One had to admit that Lang Hun's Blacksky divine wolf bloodline was truly incomparably pure. It was entirely not what Wolf Fang that half-baked demon could compare to. Yuan on the other hand, although his dragon race bloodline was very pure, there was still a large portion that had yet to be digested by his body. It was not that Yuan did not wish to, but Yuan's cultivation realm was seriously too low. A half-divine beast-rank dragon blood, even if a tier 7 or tier 8 powerhouse came to refine it, they would not be able to fully digest it either. The road of Yuan refining the dragon blood still had a long way remaining. The majority of the dragon blood's power was hidden in Yuan's blood vessels. Being stimulated by the Blacksky divine wolf's pressure at this time, it seethed uncontrollably. Arg! All of a sudden, Yuan lifted his head and gave a long howl. An unparalleled dragon race oppression erupted from his body. Lang Hun had that sort of calm and collected expression all along. But at this moment, his expression became incomparably ugly. An azure light indistinctly appeared and faded on Yuan's body and actually isolated him completely from his divine beast oppression. No matter how Lang Hun powered his divine beast oppression, he discovered to his dismay that he could not advance an inch at all. Suddenly, Yuan snapped open both eyes. An extremely shocking gaze burst forth from his eyes. Yuan's upper garment broke off inch by inch. Under Lang Hun's horrified gaze, a white scale actually faintly emerged on Yuan's body. This white scale presented as a crescent moon shape, giving people a soul-stirring pressure. Our reverse scale. Lang Hun sucked in a cold breath. Clearly, he was immensely shocked by the scene before his eyes. Dragons had a reverse scale that must not be touched. Lang Hun initially only wanted to give Yuan a lesson. He did not expect that it actually stimulated the dragon race bloodline within Yuan's body, making Yuan's body give birth to a reverse scale. Body manifesting a reverse scale. Yuan's true dragon bloodline advanced a step further. Lang Hun was actually frightened by Yuan's aura and directly fell back several steps. And that originally soul-stirring Blacksky divine wolf bloodline was directly scattered into a mess by Yuan's imposing momentum. Those demon races were still kneeling submissively on the ground. But the expression on their faces became different. Previously, each and every one of them clenched their jaws tightly. Clearly, it was caused by the divine beast bloodline suppression. But now, each of their faces was all incomparably pious. That was worship coming from the heart. A true king did not cow all living creatures into submission with martial power but made all life look up to him from the bottom of their hearts. The Blacksky divine wolf clearly did not possess this sort of qualifications. And the ones possessing this sort of qualifications was probably only the 4 great divine beasts, that sort of level of a powerhouse. What were you saying just now? A dragon that has not matured is nothing. Yuan, already recovered to normal at this time, looking at the befuddled Lang Hun and said coolly. Lang Hun's expression had indescribably ugliness. Being questioned by Yuan like this, his old face could not help reddening. Earlier, he was still thinking of using bloodline to suppress Yuan. Who knew that he overreached himself and was actually counter-suppressed by Yuan? This face-smacking act, it was really resounding. Only at this instant did Lang Huan deeply experience what was called a true dragon race bloodline. The reason why Lang Hun was wary of Yuan was because of his dragon race identity. The dragon race. This was a race that made all the demon races apprehensive. Possessing a powerful divine beast bloodline, Lang Hun could understand the might of the dragon race bloodline even more. With Yuan's dragon blood purity, he definitely had extremely deep connections with the dragon race. If they really touched Yuan, once the dragon race retaliated, the Blackwind demonic wolves clan was inadequate. If what flowed in Yuan's body was the bloodline of other races, Lang Hun would have slapped him to death long ago. Why would he talk so much rubbish with him? It was this old man's fault. This old man apologizes to Mr. Yi on behalf of the Blackwind demonic wolf clan. With this, everyone was stunned. Yuan already put away the dragon race oppression on his body at this time. Those demon races also raised their heads one by one, and then they saw this scene. The Blackwind demonic wolves clan old ancestor standing at the pinnacle of the Azure Mountain region actually lowered his head to a youth 2 major cultivation realms lower than him. This scene was simply too unbelievable. Just as everyone had stupefied looks, an aged figure floated down. It was precisely Yuan. Yu Xin and Wolf Fang stay behind. The rest all disperse for me. Those who stay, kill without mercy. Yuan's tier 6 expert aura undulated out. Everyone shivered in fear secretly. At this time, Lang Hun opened his mouth too. All get lost for me. 2 mighty tier 6 powerhouses present, it was not up to the others to dare say anything else. They could only disperse by themselves. Very soon, there were only 5 people outside of the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove, Wolf Clan's 2 people, Fox Clan's 2 people, and Yuan. Actually, up until now, Yuan was also very puzzled the entire time as well. He could not figure out why Lang Hun's change of attitude would be so apparent. But the following scene made Yuan even more amazed. Yuan and Wolf Fang exchanged a look and actually bowed down towards Yuan at the same time. Blackwind Demonic Wolves Clan, Lang Hun Jade-Faced Fairy Fox Clan, Yuan, pays respect to Dragon Lord. The 2 people both gave a deep bow to Yuan, making Yuan have a bewildered look. Hang on, what are you guys talking about? Why don't I understand anything at all? Dragon Lord, what's a Dragon Lord? Yuan waved his hands and asked. It was not just Yuan, but Yu Xin and Wolf Fang both also had blank looks on their face. They could not figure out at all why their own old ancestor would have this attitude towards Yuan. One had to know that the 2 old ancestors were both tier 6 experts. They were existences that could do whatever they wished in the Azure Mountain region. But such experts actually bowed down towards a human tier 4 martial artist. Lang Hun hesitated for a bit and said, Dragon Lord has just given birth to your reverse scale. There are probably still many things that you don't know. Wait until Dragon Lord's strength becomes powerful and you'll naturally know everything. The matters of the dragon race are not what are. Lesser races can meddle in. Lang Hun and Wolf Fang have offended Dragon Lord previously. Dragon Lord, please forgive. Yuan felt at a loss on what to do. At the behest of supernatural powers, he followed with a sentence, if I don't forgive. Lang Hun directly slapped a palm onto Wolf Fang's body, sending him flying. Except that his gaze did not have any hint of pity at all. He bowed towards Yuan again and said, this old man has wasted 10 years of Wolf Fang's cultivation. I hope that Dragon Lord forgives his actions prior to this. Wolf Fang possesses the Blacksky divine wolf bloodline after all. Dragon Lord, please show leniency. That scene earlier happened too quickly, resulting in Yuan not reacting at all. He only asked a sentence probingly just now and did not expect that Lang Hun directly took action and wasted 10 years of Wolf Fang's cultivation. This identity of Dragon Lord seemed to be pretty decent. Chapter 645, Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling Art. Inside a deep hall in the Blackwind Demonic Wolf Clan, Wolf Fang had a look of indignation. Old ancestor, with your strength, killing that brat is as easy as blowing away dust. Why do this? 10 years of cultivation, Wolf Fang roared. One slap from Lang Hun directly smacked Wolf Fang flying out. Who gave you the nerve to speak to me like that? Lang Hun's expression fell slightly as he said. Half of Wolf Fang's face was swollen high up. He covered his face, disbelief was written all over his face. He was the Blackwind Demonic Wolves clan's darling. Old Ancestor had always valued him highly. But this time, Old Ancestor actually wasted 10 years of his cultivation because of Yuan. This made him unable to comprehend. Only at this instance did Wolf Fang recall that his own old ancestor was not a nice person to deal with. It was just that so many years of indulgence towards him made him forget this fact. Now that old ancestor was enraged, Wolf Fang was also thoroughly startled awake. Oh old ancestor, I was just agitated for a moment and forgot my sense of propriety. Old ancestor, please forgive. Wolf Fang said aggrievedly. Humph. This old man doing this naturally have the reason for doing so. You, as the Blackwind Demonic Wolf clan's young lord, if you can't even understand this point as well, what do I want you for? Lang Hun said with a cold snort. Wolf Fang was startled inwardly. He lost his head in his anger just now, that was why he lost his presence of mind. 10 years of bitter cultivation ruined in a day. How could Wolf Fang be calm in his heart? Among our demon races, many possess the dragon race bloodline. But in this god-prohibited demon region, those possessing true dragon bloodline are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. That brat birthing a reverse scale, he is of the genuine dragon race. And genuine dragons only came out from inside there. Understood. When mentioning, inside there, these two words, Lang Hun seemed to have recalled something terrifying and was incomparably fearful. Same as Lang Hun, Wolf Fang was similarly greatly surprised. Seeing Wolf Fang's expression, Lang Hun knew that he understood and said coolly, "Now, you understand why this old man did that, right?" Wolf Fang nodded his head solemnly and said, "Old ancestor, it was all Wolf Fang being rash and nearly ruined an important affair. Old ancestor, please punish. Not to the extent of punishing. I also didn't expect that that brat called Yuan actually possesses orthodox true dragon bloodline. Initially, I was just thinking of teaching him a lesson. Didn't expect that I actually helped him to advance a step further. But that Yuan is clearly a human. Why would he possess orthodox true dragon bloodline?" Wolf Fang said in puzzlement. "I'm not sure about this either. But no matter what, this brat definitely has extremely deep connections with the dragon race. At any rate, it's also not what we, the lesser races, can meddle in." As he said, Lang Hun supported a fruit from underneath in his palm and threw it to Wolf Fang, saying, "Eat it. It's enough to compensate 10 years of your cultivation. You have the strongest Blackski divine wolf bloodline in my Blackwind demonic wolf clan. When doing things in the future, don't be so rash." Wolf Fang received that fruit, his face revealed an expression of wild elation as he hurriedly said, "Thank you very much, old ancestor." A similar scene likewise happened in the jade-faced fairy fox clan's domain. What was different was that Yuan was present too. Every few hundred years, a young dragon race expert will come out from that place. We refer to him as Dragon Lord. Every generation's Dragon Lord's appearance would all leave behind a legend. Their bloodline power is too strong. Once they mature, they are virtually unrivaled. We suspect that Dragon Lord is the young dragon race expert sent out from there to be tempered. Calculating according to the time, there should roughly be a Dragon Lord appearing as well, Yuan said. Yuan asked curiously after listening, "I'm just a human, not some Dragon Lord." That Lang Hun can't even see this point. Yuan shook her head and said, "Of course he could tell. But this doesn't stop him from feeling wary of you. The dragon race's might is simply not what we, the lesser races, are able to imagine. Even if you're human, your ties with the dragon race are definitely very deep too. Lang Hun, he dare not take this risk. Furthermore, the Dragon Lord birthing a reverse scale, would be a real dragon. Saying that you're the Dragon Lord, nobody dares to not believe it either. Like this, huh? Is that whatever Dragon Lord really so powerful?" Yuan said curiously. "More than just powerful. Every generation's Dragon Lord's appearance would stir up a sanguinary slaughter in the god-prohibited demon region. And among them, the vast majority all became invincible existences in the god-prohibited demon region." Yuan said, "All right then, since Lang Hun is mistaken, then let him be mistaken to the end. Either way, I'm not some Dragon Lord. Old ancestor Yuan doesn't need to address me like so as well. I'll enter closed seclusion for a few days first, then set off for Dongming region," Yuan said. Yuan wanted to speak but stopped herself. "What? If there's anything, just say." "Hesitate for what?" Yuan said perplexedly. "Dragon Lord, you are going to Dongming region this time, so make sure to be careful of the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan. Don't get into a conflict with them." Why? Yuan asked curiously. On the path of the previous generation Dragon Lord's rise up, he directly annihilated the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan's young lord. They have an irreconcilable death feud with the dragon race. The Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan are also divine beast progenies. Their dragon race bloodline is extremely strong, and they do not fear the dragon race. Yuan came to understand, but he said without any care, "My goal this trip is in order to find the Azure Spirit Tree. As long as they don't come and provoke me, I naturally won't go and provoke them." After obtaining the Azure Spirit Tree, Yuan should be thinking of ways to leave the god-prohibited demon region too. The outside world's war, the endless world's situation was probably not looking good. Yuan could not quite set his mind at ease as well. In the dense forest, lightning revolved around Yi Yuan's body. A cool breeze followed. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's figure vanished from sight. When he appeared again, Yi Yuan's figure was already several tens of thousands of feet away. And this was merely just something which happened in a blink of an eye. This wind thunder extreme light shuttling art is really hard to train. In 3 days, I've only just learned the fundamentals. But even if it's just learning the basics, if I run into Wolf Fang now, I can also completely trounce him in speed. Yi Yuan muttered to himself. These 3 days' time, Yi Yuan had been training this wind thunder extreme light shuttling art all along. This was an extremely formidable martial technique. But the cultivation conditions and difficulty were extremely harsh. One needed to comprehend wind and thunder, 2 kinds of concepts, at the same time. Furthermore, it needed to reach the level of true intent simultaneously. Yi Yuan had long comprehended the true intent of wind flow. But to want to train in this martial technique, he lacked the true intent of thunder. The origin magnetism spirit wood was a natural thunder attribute supreme treasure, carrying the concept of thunder itself. With Yi Yuan refining the origin magnetism spirit wood, he could muster the concept of thunder at the same time. It was no different from comprehending it himself. Now that the wind and thunder true intents were already mastered, Yi Yuan could finally cultivate this martial technique. The formidable aspect of this martial technique was that it could advance in the wake of the martial artist's concept's comprehension advancing. If Yi Yuan grasped a supreme true intent, then his speed would be heaven-defying. But the training difficulty of this wind thunder extreme light shuttling art still somewhat exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. 3 days' time, Yi Yuan merely cultivated this skill to the entry level. Although it was just entry level, Yi Yuan's current speed was much greater than before too. Absorbing the origin magnetism spirit wood and consuming the thunder essence fruits, me breaking through to the 4th level soul sea now is already something that happens naturally as the channels are formed. Yi Yuan said. Chapter 646, Misunderstanding. Quickly look. Someone is transcending tribulation. Yi, that direction, isn't it where Mr. Yi is cultivating at? Could it be Mr. Yi is transcending the tribulation? Isn't Mr. Yi initial stage tier 4? You look at how terrifying the tribulation clouds in the sky are. Why does it look like transcending a greater heavenly tribulation? All of a sudden, the tribulation clouds suddenly arrived. Inside the jade-faced fairy fox clan immediately became lively. Many people all knew that Yi Yuan went into the dense forest to cultivate, but did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually going to break through to middle stage Soul Sea realm so quickly. After human martial artists broke through to the Soul Sea realm, every minor stage breakthrough would likewise invoke a heavenly tribulation. It was just that this sort of heavenly tribulation, compared to the 5-9 heavenly tribulation Yi Yuan transcended previously, was way lacking. Such a heavenly tribulation was called lesser heavenly tribulation. Although the might could not be compared to a greater heavenly tribulation, the lesser heavenly tribulation similarly appeared according to the martial artist's strength. A moment of carelessness and one would still lose their lives and go to the netherworld. Yi Yuan's lesser heavenly tribulation was terrifyingly powerful. It was completely not like a tier 4 martial artist transcending tribulation. Yu Xin looked at the tribulation clouds far away and murmured, Mr. Yi's strength in itself is too powerful. The heavenly tribulation brought down is too terrifying. Even if it's me, I don't dare to say that I can transcend this heavenly tribulation either. Is this really a lesser heavenly tribulation? Such a heavenly tribulation, can Mr. Yi transcends the tribulation successfully? Big Brother Yi Yuan is so incredible even when transcending tribulations. I believe that with Big Brother Yi Yuan's strength, he can definitely transcend past it. Yu Shu had long become Yi Yuan's brain-dead fan already. This lass, are really heartless. I know that Mr. Yi is incredible. But this heavenly tribulation isn't a joke. No, wait, in that heavenly tribulation, there still seems to be a soul tribulation. Dual tribulations arriving together. Mr. Yi he's actually transcending the heavenly tribulation and soul tribulation at the same time. Yu Xin drew a cold breath. Yu Xin felt that her brain somewhat could not quite wrap itself around it. Regardless who transcended tribulations, they would all choose to transcend the heavenly tribulation and soul tribulation separately. But Yi Yuan actually wanted to transcend simultaneously. How powerful a self-confidence did this need? When Yu Shu heard Yu Xin say so, her tiny fists clenched tightly too. Clearly, she was very worried, but she still said stubbornly, no matter what, Big Brother Yi Yuan will definitely be fine. Yu Xin looked at Yu Shu and could not help being at a loss for words. If it were before, she would definitely reproach Yu Shu for being insensible. But now, she knew that Yi Yuan regarded Yu Shu with special attention. No matter what, she did not dare to say this sort of words to Yu Shu anymore. The audience were currently discussing animatedly when suddenly, a clear sound of a dragon roar came from the distance. Under everyone's astonished eyes, a colossal red dragon surged upwards, heading straight for the skies. The massive dragon directly dispersed the tribulation clouds, leaving everyone staring with a dumbfounded look and agape mouths. Isn't this too exaggerated as well? I've never seen before that one could still transcend tribulations like this. Mr. Yi is indeed well deserving of someone possessing the dragon race bloodline. This strength is too heaven-defying. After roughly 10 days, 3 figures passed through a broad path. Big brother Yi Yuan, I can't anymore. You and young lord's movement speed are seriously too fast. Behind Yi Yuan, Yu Shu said while gasping for air. Originally, Yu Huan was only planning on letting Yu Xin accompany Yi Yuan alone. Who knew that Yu Shu sneaked out directly and tailed behind Yi Yuan and Yu Xin, the two of them, along the way. With Yi Yuan's strength, how could Yu Shu possibly conceal it? Before long, Yu Shu was ferreted out, but Yi Yuan did not say much and brought her along straight away. In comparison to Yu Xin, Yi Yuan still liked Yu Shu, this innocent and radiant little lass, more. With her accompanying along the way, it was pretty good too. The 3 people passed through multiple regions along the way. Yu Xin brought to play a fair bit of effect. She was very clear about the distribution of the topography and avoided those clans who were slightly stronger. This whole trip, they did not run into any danger. Occasionally, there were some blind clans that could not even withstand Yi Yuan's true dragon oppression. Rushing on the journey these 2 days was tough. Let's rest here for a bit then, Yi Yuan said. Along the way, Yi Yuan was not idle either. He could just make use of the journeying time to train. He had been cultivating the wind thunder extreme, light shuttling art constantly. These 10 over days, this martial technique was already cultivated to minor accomplishment realm. If not for the sake of waiting for Yu Xin and Yu Shu, he would have reached long ago. The 3 people directly took a rest by the roadside. Yu Xin said, ahead along this road, there's still half a day's journey, and we'll be able to enter the Dongming region's boundary. The Azure Mountain region is only a place which is next to the border. Dongming region is the god-prohibited demon region, true core region. The races here, regardless whether it is the numbers or individual strength, are on entirely different levels from the Azure Mountain region. The Blackwind demonic wolf clan, when placed here, are merely just among the below average to average clans. Towards the might of this god-prohibited demon region, Yi Yuan had long gotten used to it. Any single one of the clans that randomly walked out of here could sweep across a small world. When you send me to the Dark Fian Tiger's domain, bring Yu Shu along and head back. At that time, I'll naturally have compensation, Yi Yuan said. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, Yu Xin and Yu Shu both revealed expressions of reluctance. But they also knew that this here was not their world. The jade-faced fairy fox clan was too weak and completely could not adapt to the law of the jungle here. Yi Yuan making them go back was actually protecting them. The 3 people rested for a bit, then set off for Dongming region. What surprised Yi Yuan was that once they entered Dongming region's boundary, they got surrounded by a group of burly men. The strength of the dark-faced brawny man leading the group was not ordinary. He was at the peak initial stage tier 5 cultivation. It was just that he indiscriminately said, "Heh, you spies. Want to secretly infiltrate my fire source True Dipper Bear clan? Dream on, brothers, pummel them." Yi Yuan's expression fell. This bunch of fellows said that they were spies without rhyme or reason. Truly courting death. When a brawny man brandished a hammer that was just about to land on Yi Yuan's head, Yi Yuan's figure unexpectedly vanished. It was only to hear a miserable cry. The dark-faced brawny man leading was directly lifted up by Yi Yuan and slammed onto a large tree. Peak initial stage tier 5 expert actually did not have the slightest leeway to resist under Yi Yuan's might. The wind thunder extreme light shuttling art coupled with the origin magnetic field, his strength mowed down all resistance. Those big, stupid bears did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made a move at all. These fellows, are so unreasonable. We only want to borrow the path here. Provoked you and you want to viciously kill us? Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. That dark-faced burly man's build was extremely large but was pinned onto the tree by Yuan. No matter how he struggled, he could not shake free either. His face grew black and red. Cough, cough, cough. If you have the capabilities, kill me. Young Lord will definitely take revenge for me. You spies, want to infiltrate our territory to fish for information? No way. The dark-faced burly man said chokingly. Yuan had a baffled look and said crossly, we just want to go to the Darkfian Tiger's territory and need to pass through from your place here, that's all. What spies and whatnots? The burly man was stunned too and said, you guys aren't here for the fire source crystal. Chapter 647. Easing up the line to reel in more easily. Fire source crystals. Yuan's brows furrowed as he said, I didn't say anything. The dark-faced burly man realized that his tongue slipped and hurriedly covered up his mouth. Yuan knew that this was a misunderstanding and naturally could not kill people randomly as well. This dark-faced burly man was slow in the head. Although he transformed into human form, he was still a big, dumb bear. Yuan still had not figured out the situation yet, and this big, dumb bear let his tongue slip himself. But the fire source crystals that this big dumb bear mentioned really moved Yuan somewhat. Fire source crystal was a kind of ore crystal containing extremely rich fire source power. To fire attribute martial artists, it was greatly beneficial to cultivation. But what Yuan minded was not this. His cleansing sandal sacred flame had already reached the juncture of advancing ranks. This fire source crystal just happened to able to help the cleansing sandal sacred flame evolve. Yuan loosened his grip and said coolly, I already said, we're just passing through. If you still harass unreasonably, I won't be courteous. He was easing up the line here to reel him in later. Although the big dumb bear was stupid, if Yuan expressed interest in the fire source crystals, the big dumb bear would definitely be able to discern something. So when he expressed no interest in the fire source crystals at all, this brawny man indeed fell for it. That brawny man was very surprised when he saw Yuan loosening his grip and said, You guys really aren't here for the fire source crystals. Yuan frowned and said, what fire source crystals and whatnot? How many times do you want me to say to you, we're only passing through? When the brawny man saw that Yuan was not interested in the fire source crystals at all, he also felt that he was too rash earlier and hurriedly apologized in embarrassment. He said, sorry about that, this little brother. It was I, Xianxia, who didn't figure out the situation. Seriously sorry about it. No, wait, you're a human. Only at this time did this brawny man react to it, and his expression could not help changing as his expression darkened once more. Hump. Big brother Yuan possesses true dragon bloodline. Much nobler than you, this big dumb bear. Yu Shu said indignantly. The brawny man turned his head and looked at Yuan suspiciously. Yuan gave a faint smile. The dragon pressure on his body emitted out was faintly discernible. The brawny man could not help being taken aback. This dragon pressure was extremely orthodox and was no joke. So, it's the dragon race's successor. Xianxia was impolite. Xianxia hastily said humbly. Looking at your flustered manner, seems like you've run into some problems. Just a few pieces of fire source crystals. It's not so serious until you guys have to kick up such a fuss, right? It's also that you ran into me. If it were other people, they would have already killed all of you just now. Yuan said nonchalantly. Xianxia revealed a hesitant look. Clearly, he was in a dilemma on whether to tell Yuan or not. Yuan said indifferently when he saw the situation, since you have something awkward to disclose, it's fine to not say either. We still have to hurry on our way. Let's say our farewells here. But I have to remind you, although fire source crystals are greatly beneficial to your fire source true dipper bear clan, the fire poison in the fire source crystals are exceedingly hard to remove. When using, be a little more careful. Yu Shu, let's go. This fire source crystal was indeed very rare. The fire attribute was already very powerful. But those who knew that it contained fire poison within were not many. Because when ordinary people absorbed fire source crystals, they could not possibly absorb in large quantities. Because they could not withstand the fire source power in the fire source crystals at all. But the fire source true dipper bears were different. They were innately a fire attribute demon race and had a very strong affinity towards fire source power. The more fire source crystals they absorb, the better. Yet, When absorbing the fire source power in the fire source crystals, one would not sense anything for a short while. But following the fire source crystals absorbed getting increasingly more, the accumulation of fire poison would get progressively deeper. By the time it was discovered, the poison would basically have attacked the vitals already. Finished talking, Yi Yuan walked forward without even turning his head back. Yi Yuan's words directly breached Shang Hui's mental line of defense. Yi Yuan had just walked out a couple of steps when Shang Wei yelled out from behind, "Please wait, little brother. Is there anything else? We still have to hurry along our way and don't have time to waste on you all." Yi Yuan pretended to be impatient and said. Shang Wei hurriedly said, "Little brother has wide experience and extensive knowledge. To actually know the drawbacks of fire source crystals. It's just, I wonder if little brother has ways to remove the poison. So what if I do? So what if I don't? Weren't you not even willing to say anything earlier? As it happens, I'm not willing to listen as well. So don't be long-winded." Yi Yuan turned around once more and wanted to go. Shang Wei, seeing Yi Yuan so steadfast, felt even more certain. He hurriedly stopped him and said, "Little brother, Shang Wei has given offense just now." "Given offense? I'll tell little brother the matter exactly as it is. If little brother can provide a way to eradicate the poison, I believe that young lord and clan head will definitely be endlessly grateful." Actually, Yi Yuan already guessed some things long ago through Shang Hui's attitude. This fire source True Dipper Bear clan definitely had somebody who refined and absorbed fire source crystals without heed for their lives, resulting in poisoning themselves. But the incident should not end here. Otherwise, this Shang Wei also would not go so far as to get alarmed over nothing, killing on sight. Only upon hearing Shang Hui's words did Yi Yuan finally know what happened to the fire source True Dipper Bear clan. Turns out that some time ago, a fire source crystal or vein was discovered within the fire source True Dipper Bear clan's territory. This made the bear clan thrilled to death. They mined a batch of fire source crystals, and the clan head, Shang Zan, started refining and absorbing them in a hurry. This Shang Zan was peak initial stage tier 6. After absorbing this batch of fire source crystals, he would surely be able to break through to middle stage tier 6. The allure of advancing ranks was seriously too great. Of course, the reason why Shang Zan was in a hurry to increase his strength was actually in order to let the bear clan suppress the adjacent purple flood dragon clan. Shang Zan was completely unaware that refining fire source crystals still had this sort of negative effect. The result was that he overreached himself. Now, not only was he unable to break through, he instead became tangled with fire poison and was completely unable to eradicate it. Even though the bear clan locked down the news immediately, the purple flood dragon clan seemed to have perceived a little something. This period of time, they kept on testing the bear clan non-stop. Shang Zan was in closed seclusion right now. The young lord, Shang Tai, could only order people to seal off all gateways to the territory to prevent the purple flood dragons from doing anything fishy. The result was this scene earlier happening. Yi Yuan could not help finding it funny in his heart when he heard. He was even somewhat puzzled how these big dumb bears contended with the purple flood dragon clan until now. Sending people to seal off all entrances and exits. Wasn't this making it more conspicuous the more they tried to conceal it? Even if the purple flood dragon clan did not know anything, they could also guess that something must have happened to the bear clan. It would be weird if they did not plunder a burning house at this time. Furthermore, Shang Wei, this kind of big dumb bear, Yi Yuan had not even asked anything yet, and he confessed himself. Yi Yuan really did not know what he should say. "Little brother, if you can help clan head remove the fire poison, my fire source True Dipper Bear clan will definitely thank you generously," Shang Wei said. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and opened his mouth. "No problem with letting me help your clan head remove the fire poison. But I have a condition," Shang Wei said. "As long as you can let clan head recover anew, forget about one condition, even 100 conditions won't be an issue." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Actually this condition is also in line with saving your clan head. I want 50 pieces of fire source crystals." Chapter 648, Refining Fire Source Crystals, 50 pieces. Fire source crystals? Why don't you go and rob us? Shang Wei jumped up immediately. This was simply demanding an exorbitant price. Could it be that this fellow did not know the preciousness of fire source crystals? But with Yi Yuan opening his mouth here, Shang Hui's eyes became alert too. Messing around for so long, this Yi Yuan was aiming for the fire source crystals still. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, if I have tier 5, or even tier 6 strength right now, I would naturally have no need of fire source crystals. Forget it, forget it. Since you feel that I'm plotting for your fire source crystals, then just take it as I never said it. Let's go. Shang Wei was stupefied by Yi Yuan and could not differentiate the truth from the false at all. Seeing that Yi Yuan was going to leave, he hurriedly stopped Yi Yuan. Little brother, don't go. Dear me, little brother, don't go. This matter, I can't make the decision either. I need to have our young lord make the final call. How about, little brother, take a trip back to the clan with me? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, nah, I'm rushing for the Darkvian Tiger clan's territory for an urgent matter. Let's say goodbye here. As he said, Yi Yuan really brought Yu Xin and Yu Shi and left without even turning his head back. No matter how Shang Wei shouted, he no longer turned back either. Shang Wei watched Yi Yuan's distant back view, gritted his teeth, and said to a subordinate, you go and keep an eye on those 3. Make sure not to lose them. I'll report to young lord right away. If that little brother can really cure the poison, then he'll be our fire source true Dipper Bear clan's savior. Big brother Yi Yuan, are we really leaving just like this? Yu Shu asked curiously. She could sense that Yi Yuan was definitely very interested in that fire source crystal. Otherwise, he would not have rambled so much with that big dumb bear either. But she never expected that Yi Yuan actually really left. Wasn't this going to pass by the fire source crystals by a narrow chance? You dumb lass, Mr. Yi is easing up the line to reel in more easily later. Yu Xin clearly thought deeper than Yu Shu and perceived it long ago. Yi Yuan did not mind and said smilingly, if I behave too zealously, those big dumb bears will feel that I have other motives instead. But if I behave like it was not worth a single glance, they would definitely feel that I really have the ability. Their clan head got inflicted with fire poison. If it isn't removed, it will be like bone-infesting maggots, making his life worse than death. At that time, the bear clan will be in danger. Hence, they will definitely come and find me. Yu Shu opened her mouth wide and said with a worshipping look, Big brother Yi Yuan is incredible. To actually even deduce what those big dumb bears were thinking about. Yi Yuan could not help sweating profusely when he heard that. What was what? If he could not even plot against these big dumb bears, then wouldn't he be too dumb as well? Moreover, this was not considered as scheming, right? Those fire source crystals were just the consultation fees for treating the ailment, each took what they needed. It was just that those big dumb bears were too dense. Saying too directly with them, they would heighten vigilance instead. The few people were just speaking when several figures blocked the path of the 3 people with a swoosh. Out of Yi Yuan's expectations, this Shangtai actually looked handsome with well-chiseled features, not at all fitting with his name. Little brother, this is our family's young lord, by the side, Shang Wei introduced. Shangtai clasped his hands and said, Brother Yi, Shang Wei has offended greatly previously. I hope that Brother Yi can be magnanimous enough to forgive. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, just a misunderstanding. No harm, the 3 of us still have to hurry on with our journey. We'll have to trouble young Lord Shangtai to make way. Shangtai hurriedly said, may I ask Brother Yi if you can really treat clan head's fire poison? Yi Yuan said with a smile, hey, regardless whether I can treat it or not, does young Lord Shangtai still have other alternatives? I still say that same sentence. Want me to take action, there must be 50 pieces of fire source crystals. It's not that I'm asking for a preposterous price. But to want to remove fire poison, one must have fire source crystals. If you guys can't part with it, then take it as I never said it. Shangtai hurriedly said, as long as it can treat clan head's fire poison, don't talk about 50 pieces, even 80 pieces are fine too. Yi Yuan glanced at Shangtai and said with a nod, alright, deal. However, 50 pieces of fire source crystals must be given to me first. Yi Yuan followed Shangtai to the bear clan's main camp. Before long, Shangtai placed 50 pieces of bright yellow crystal stones in front of Yi Yuan. Looking at these fire source crystals, Shangtai felt his flesh hurt too. These fire source crystals, mining was not easy. Close to 1 year's time, their bear clan also just extracted 200 to 300 pieces. Clan head alone used 100 over pieces already. What was left in the clan right now was also just 70 to 80 pieces. The 80 pieces he told Yi Yuan previously was already all of the existing stock in the clan. Brother Yi, the 50 pieces of fire source crystals, I've already handed to you. I wonder when can Brother Yi help clan head remove the poison? Xianxia said. Actually, he was still very dubious about Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan only had tier 4 cultivation. If not for Xiang Wei saying that Yi Yuan's combat strength was astonishing, far surpassing ordinary tier 5 experts, moreover, even possessing dragon race bloodline, Xianxia would not take this risk either. Even so, Xianxia was still guarded against Yi Yuan and already laid down a tight encirclement in the clan. If Yi Yuan only came to swindle fire source crystals, he would kill Yi Yuan mercilessly. Xianxia could not think of any ways at all right now, and only chose to trust Yi Yuan in his helplessness. The shamans in the clan have already convened together for many days and examined many records. But no one could remove the fire poison at all. Yi Yuan took up a piece of fire source crystal and said smilingly, "No hurry, no hurry. Wait until after I refine all of these fire source crystals, then I can take action." Xiangxi's expression darkened slightly as he said, "Brother Yi, don't joke around. How long would it take to wait until you refine all of these fire source crystals? By that time, wouldn't clan head be tormented to death by this fire poison? Furthermore, the Purple Flood Dragon clan is glaring like a ravening tiger and wouldn't give us such a long time at all." Xiangxia could not be blamed for turning hostile. Xiangzan refining these fire source crystals, it was basically a piece every 3 days. By the time Yi Yuan finished refining all of these 50 pieces of fire source crystals, wouldn't it need several months' time? Moreover, refining these fire source crystals had fire poison. With Yi Yuan's strength, 50 pieces were enough to claim his life. At that time, it would be too late. Yi Yuan did not answer Xiangxia. Lightly supporting the fire source crystal in his palm, a lotus flower crept out from his palm. This lotus flower was precisely the cleansing sandal flame lotus. The cleansing sandal flame lotus, seeing the fire source crystal, was immediately like being injected with stimulants, directly entangling over. Under Xiangxi's astonished gaze, the bright yellow fire source crystal faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the way until it became a piece of plain old stone. Turns out that Brother Yi wanting these fire source crystals was actually in order to nurture essence fire. It's just that this sort of absorbing process, can Brother Yi endure it? Xiangxia said in surprise. The fire source power in fire source crystals was extremely tyrannical. Even if a tier 6 expert was refining, he needed to be very cautious too. A moment of carelessness in one would damage their meridians. But Yi Yuan did not take this to heart at all. Using less than 15 minutes to refine an entire piece of fire source crystal, was this any different from courting death? Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Young Lord Xiangxia, rest assured. This Yi naturally won't treat his own life as a joke. I want these fire source crystals precisely for the sake of letting the essence fire advance. In removing the clan head's fire poison also requires borrowing the power of a tier 5 essence fire. With this, has young lord's mind been put at ease?" Chapter 649, Essence Fire Abnormal Change. Xiangxia naturally did not have anything to feel worried about. He exited Yi Yuan's room fully satisfied and contented, and instructed that no one was allowed to come and disturb Yi Yuan. Of course, the tight encirclement laid down previously, he did not recall it. As the young lord, Xiangxi's intellect was much better compared to Xiang Hui's. Without seeing the hare, why would he release the falcon? After Xiangxia left, Yi Yuan started to let the cleansing sandal's sacred flame absorb the fire source power. Yi Yuan was an expert in playing with fire. The speed of him absorbing the fire source power was completely not what Xiangzhang could compare to. Basically, he could finish absorbing a piece of fire source crystal roughly every 15 minutes or so. At the rate of this absorbing speed, logically speaking, the fire poison would flare up very quickly. But to Yi Yuan, this was not an issue at all. Yi Yuan had refined the origin magnetism spirit wood and was already impervious to 100 poisons. Even if he did not have the origin magnetism spirit wood, refining the fire poison was also just something which expended a little effort. If Yi Yuan could be corroded by some puny little fire poison, then he, an alchemy emperor, would also be a waste. The cleansing sandal flame lotus greedily absorbed the fire source power. Its aura became increasingly stronger. Originally, there were only 4 petals on the cleansing sandal flame lotus. But at this time, the 5th petal was currently faintly discernible. This was precisely the hallmark of it evolving to become tier 5. In the entire secret chamber, a pale yellow light halo dispersed. Furthermore, there was a trend of getting increasingly flourishing. All of a sudden, an extremely blinding light filled the entire secret chamber, shining until people could not open their eyes at all. When the light faded away, Yuan knew that the cleansing sandal flame lotus finally advanced ranks. After advancing ranks, the cleansing sandal flame lotus came onto Yuan's palm with a slight flash. Only to see it bowed its body slightly at Yuan. That manner actually seemed like thanking Yuan. Yuan had heart-to-heart telepathy with the cleansing sandal flame lotus long ago and naturally knew what meaning it was expressing. Don't need to be like this. You and I have long become one already. I naturally won't abandon you and leave. Helping you advance ranks was also the promise that I gave you back then. Now, it can also be considered as fulfilling the promise. In the future, if there is the chance, I'll naturally help you to go even further. Yuan said with a smile. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was a psychic object. Back then, when the cleansing sandal flame lotus was subdued with Yuan only had spirit condensation realm cultivation. And now, several years had passed. The cleansing sandal flame lotus actually could not quite keep up with Yuan's footsteps. It invariably worried a little that Yuan would forsake it. Although it did not have human intelligence, following Yuan for so long, its instincts told it that following Yuan would have different encounters. In reality, the cleansing sandal flame lotus's evolution speed these few years was far more rapid than it cultivating itself. A short 2 to 3 years time and it evolved from a tier 4 essence fire to become a tier 5 essence fire. If the cleansing sandal flame lotus slowly evolved itself, it also might not even be able to finish evolving in several decades to 100 years. Therefore, its dependent relationship with Yuan had already completely switched positions, becoming it clinging completely onto Yuan. The current cleansing sandal flame lotus already could not do without Yuan. Hearing Yuan's words, the cleansing sandal flame lotus startled, trembling slightly, as if it was restraining itself from jumping with joy. If not for it having a lotus flower form, Yuan would even feel that this was a small child. This discovery involuntarily startled Yuan. Could it be? Cleansing sandal flame lotus, release the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Yuan said to the cleansing sandal flame lotus. The cleansing sandal flame lotus immediately puffed out a bundle of flames, scaring Yuan until he stepped back promptly, almost burning his eyebrows to a char. Cleansing sandal flame lotus, fly one round around the secret chamber. Yuan said again. Indeed, the cleansing sandal flame lotus started flying around the secret chamber very obediently. Following that, Yuan tried out several commands again. The cleansing sandal flame lotus actually completed them without exception. This discovery made Yuan pleasantly surprised. The cleansing sandal flame lotus after advancing ranks actually unlocked intellect. Although the intellect right now was still very weak, without any doubt, it really gave birth to intelligence. In the past, although Yuan could control the cleansing sandal flame lotus, that was because he refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus and the flame lotus was like his servant that must do things according to his commands. But just now, Yuan did not deploy the flame lotus. He only used words to communicate with the cleansing sandal flame lotus, and the cleansing sandal flame lotus completely understood his commands. This indicated that the cleansing sandal flame lotus already had its own consciousness. Yuan naturally knew that essence fires could give birth to intellect under coincidental lucky chances. But it required an extremely heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. The vast majority of Tier 9 essence fire, though the power was heaven-defying, was just a killing or pill refining machine too. They were without intellect. Yuan did not think that him helping the cleansing sandal flame lotus evolve actually led it to have an intellect. Essence fires with intellect and essence fires without intellect were two entirely different concepts. Essence fires with intellect would cultivate consciously, just like humans, and not rely entirely on instincts. This way, the cultivation speed would increase tremendously, and the evolution speed would also get faster. The divine realm in hundreds of millions of small worlds, the number of essence fires they had were too many to count. But only an extremely few numbers of essence fires could evolve successfully. And the vast majority of essence fires would all dissipate between heaven and earth in the end. Although the cleansing sandal flame lotus was an existence that stood out above the masses among Tier 4 essence fires, without Yuan's diligent nurturing these few years, its final outcome would also just be returning to nature. The cleansing sandal flame lotus giving birth to intellect made Yuan very surprised. He only felt that with the current conditions, chances of obtaining a new essence fire again was very low. Hence, he focused on nurturing all along, hoping to nurture the cleansing sandal flame lotus to become tier 5. He did not expect that with an unintentional sowing, the cleansing sandal flame lotus actually unlocked intelligence on its own. Heh, since you've already unlocked intelligence, then you'll be my vital essence fire in the future. From today onwards, you'll be called fiery. I hope that you'll give birth to a primordial spirit soon and achieve a primordial spirit body. Yi Yuan said smilingly. The cleansing sandal flame lotus's petals opened and closed. Clearly, it was very happy with Yi Yuan's words. When essence fires unlocked intelligence, after it evolved to a certain stage, it would give birth to a primordial spirit. This primordial spirit was similar to a human's divine soul, while the flame lotus's main body would be equivalent to the physical body. At that time, the cleansing sandal flame lotus would be roughly the same as a human. Furthermore, it also had the chance to assault the deity realm. In the divine Tao era, although instances of essence fires becoming deities were few, it was also not without. Moreover, once essence fires became deities, the might of their strength was unimaginable. To Yi Yuan, the cleansing sandal flame lotus becoming his vital essence fire was undoubtedly the best option. The cleansing sandal sacred flame's powerful purifying power was an alchemist's greatest assistance. Once it evolved to become a tier 9 essence fire, that might would be inconceivable, absolutely the essence fire that all alchemists yearned for even in their sleep. Come, since you've already advanced, let's go and remove poison for that bear clan's clan head. There is nothing more suitable than using your purifying power to treat fire poison, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Regarding Shang Zan's fire poison, if not because he had an existence like the cleansing sandal flame lotus, Yi Yuan would really be at a loss on what to do. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he could not possibly refine tier 6 medicinal pills too. But with the formidable purifying power of the cleansing sandal flame lotus, that was why Yi Yuan dared to guarantee this. When Yi Yuan came out, Shang Tai had already waited for a long time outside. Seeing Yi Yuan come out so quickly, Shang Tai was also slightly surprised. This was only less than a day's time, and he already completed refining that many fire source crystals. Chapter 650. No other choice. Brother Yi, can we start? Seeing Yi Yuan, Shang Tai was thinking whether or not he was being funny, to actually place such stake on this brat who had not even reached tier 5. Yi Yuan nodded and said, We can begin at any time. Brother Yi has just absorbed the fire source crystals. Are you not going to rest for a bit? Shang Tai was somewhat suspicious now whether Yi Yuan really refined those fire source crystals, or he kept it himself. Refining 80 pieces of fire source crystals within a day, was this sheer nonsense? Even if Yi Yuan's speed was really that fast, could it be that he did not care about the fire poison? Could it be that he did not care about the tyrannical fire source power? Yi Yuan was just about to speak when Shang Wei ran over flusteredly and said, Young lord, things are bad. The Purple Flood Dragon clan seems to have discovered something. Zifeng has already brought the Purple Flood Dragon clan and moved out in full force, heading for our territory. Shang Tai's expression changed drastically when he heard that and hurriedly said to Yi Yuan, Brother Yi, I'll bring you to see clan head right away. Our fire source True Dipper Bear clan's hope is all on you. I hope that you won't deceive me. Yi Yuan did not show much surprise when he heard this news. Even though Shang Tai's mind was sharper than Shang Hui's, he was still a big dumb bear in the end. This point, inklings could be seen from his arrangements after Shang Zan got poisoned. The Flood Dragon clan was innately insidious and skeptical. The Bear clan having so many suspicious movements, how could they not have any happenings at all? At this time, Shang Tai already had no time to hesitate. He could only stake all hope on Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan was really a great swindler, he had to pinch his nose and to acknowledge what had to be done. And the price if it failed was the lives of all of their Bear clan. Zifeng was the Purple Flood Dragon clan's clan head, whose strength was on par with Shang Zan. If Shang Zan was unable to recover his strength, then the Bear clan only had the path of collapse they could walk. Young Lord Shang Tai, rest assured. Leave the clan head to me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Shang Tai nodded his head and said, Shang Wei, go and invite First Elder over. After I bring Brother Yi to see clan head, we'll go and stop Zifeng together with you guys. The Bear clan's strength was much stronger than the Jade-faced Fairy Fox clans. Not only did they have a peak initial stage tier 6 clan head, they even had an initial stage tier 6 First Elder. Except, That first elder did not meddle with worldly affairs. The matters in the clan were basically all passed to Xianxia to manage. Seeing Xianxia instructed this, Yuan hurriedly said, "Young Lord Xianxia, you mustn't." What do Brother Yi's words mean? Xianxia said in surprise. Yuan said, "Young Lord mustn't assume an appearance like facing a great enemy, and also don't invite your first elder to come out of retirement. As long as you let him pay attention to the development of the situation at all times will do. When young lord comes across that Zifeng, just say that clan head Shangzan is currently in closed seclusion and will be ready to leave seclusion in a few days. Make sure not to reveal nervousness. The Purple Flood Dragon clan are definitely still unable to verify the news right now. That's why they would put on such a great fanfare. It's in order to demonstrate their might to cow the tiger. You guys reacting too intensely will fit right in with their wishes. When the situation is detrimental, pretend to be very powerful to deter the enemy. When you're very powerful, put on a weak appearance to bait the enemy." Understood. Xianxia seemed to have understood, but he also seemed to not understand. But he felt that what Yuan said was very reasonable. But at this time, Xianxia could not think too much. He nodded his head and brought Yuan to go see Shangzan. When Yuan saw this scene, he could not help sighing in his heart too. This big dumb bear clan was really enough to choke on. But this Xianxia more or less should be able to comprehend some of his ideas. Presumably, delaying for a while was doable, but he had to ramp up the speed a little over on his side. Otherwise, if the Purple Flood Dragon clan really raided in, that would not be fun. When Yuan saw Shangzan, he could not help being secretly alarmed too. Just how many fire source crystals did this fellow absorb? To actually be poisoned so deeply. The Shangzhong before his eyes had an emaciated appearance, his expression haggard, looking just like a crazed person. How was there any demeanor of a Tier 6 expert? When Xianxia saw Shangzan, he knelt in front of him with tears in his eyes and said, "Clan head, for the sake of our fire source True Dipper Bear clan, you must hold up. I brought Brother Yi here. He can definitely cure your fire poison." Shangzan had a listless look. Only after hearing Xianxia's words did he barely manage to open both eyes and briefly sweep a glance over Yuan. He said feebly, What means does a Tier 4 brat have? This. Brother Yi he is the best shaman. He absolutely has ways to save you." Xianxia was uncertain too. He already did not have any methods right now. Shangzan shook his head slightly and said, It's useless. Let him leave. This fire poison, even I have no way around it." How can he do? Yuan said coolly, "Regardless whether or not I have any means, I'm afraid it's no longer up to clan head Shangzan anymore. Their Purple Flood Dragon clan has already attacked and now at the entrance. If you continue to be like this, the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan, this lineage, will probably be terminated." Hearing Yuan's words, Shangzan abruptly opened both eyes. A seldom-seen glimmer radiated from both eyes as he asked Xianxia, "Is what he said true?" Xianxia froze and nodded his head slightly. Yuan said, "All right, no time to waste. Your descendants are going to fight for the bear clan right now. You, this old fellow, got to at least do a little something, right?" Want me to do what?" Shangzan was startled inwardly and muttered. Yuan did not bother with him, but he said to Xianxia, "Young lord, you leave first. The clan still needs you to preside over the overall situation. Remember what I said before." Xianxia looked at Yuan and nodded his head hard and said, "Brother Yi, this place will be entrusted over to you. Clan head, if I don't return this time, you must help me kill Zifeng and take revenge for me." As he said, Xianxia left resolutely. Shangzan looked at Xianxia's back view and could not help knitting his brows together. Yuan knew that Shangzan's fire poison flared up again and was currently incinerating his meridians. Suddenly, Shangzan shut his eyes and said, "Want me to do what? Say it." When Yuan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly revealed hints of a smile. He knew that the fighting spirit in Shangzan's heart had already lifted up. As an alchemy emperor, Yuan had saved God knows how many people before in his previous life. He knew his patient's thoughts like the back of his hand and knew what kind of method to use to stimulate the patient's desire to live. Without any doubt, this Shangzan's soft spot was his clansman. His descendants were all fighting a bloody battle outside, while he was powerless to do anything. Nothing could stimulate him more than this. What you have to do is to give up control of your meridians and allow me to free reign. I will enter your meridians using essence fire and refine away all the fire poison in your body. Yi Yuan said. Shang Zan snapped open both eyes abruptly and stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and said, "Young man, what capabilities do you have to dare carry out such conduct? Entering other people's meridians with essence fire. This was an extremely dangerous action. Even though Shang Zan was a tier 6 expert, a moment of carelessness and he would be burned to death by the essence fire too. Yi Yuan's way to treat fire poison was seriously too dangerous. Even if Shang Zhong very much wanted to go out and fight side by side with his descendants right now, he could not help doubting Yi Yuan's motives at this time too. Towards Shang Zan's intent gaze, Yi Yuan was indifferent. Meeting Shang Zan's gaze head-on, he said coolly, "Right now, do you still have other options?" Chapter 651, Removing Poison. On what basis should I believe you? Shang Zan showed a pained expression as he said. Yi Yuan took a look at Shang Zan and said smilingly, "Every second more you delay here, your clansmen will have a bit more danger. I'm indifferent, but can you afford to dawdle?" Shang Zan's expression changed, and his face revealed a struggling look. He finally gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll cooperate with you." Yi Yuan nodded and began to feel Shang Zan's pulse. "My essence energy is going to wander inside your meridians. Do not resist," Yi Yuan said. Shang Zan nodded his head. The expression on his face was somewhat ugly. On the one hand, it was because of the fire poison's anguish. On the other hand, it was because him doing this was equivalent to handing his life over to Yi Yuan. To a tier 6 experts, they believed in their own strength more. It was only under such a circumstance, whether he had no other alternatives, that he would hand his life over to another person. However, when Yi Yuan's essence energy entered Shang Zan's meridians, Shang Zan's expression changed. Yi Yuan's essence energy was like a clear flow, slowly flowing within his meridians. Not only was there not the slightest sense of discordance, it even made him have a very comfortable feeling. The shamans in the clan had taken his pulse before too, but had never given him this sort of sensation before. This could only mean one thing. Yi Yuan's medical skills were much stronger than those shamans in the clan. Shang Zan involuntarily opened his eyes and sized Yi Yuan up curiously. It was only to see that on a young and handsome face, unswerving determination and experiences of the many vicissitudes of life were revealed. "Focus. Don't get distracted," Yi Yuan said with his eyes shut. Shang Zan was startled inwardly and hurriedly reined in his mind. And at this time, his confidence in Yi Yuan increased several times inexplicably. Before long, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his expression revealing solemnness. Initially, Shang Zan was still worried that Yi Yuan was so young, and that his treatment would be unreliable. But now, he was already utterly convinced by Yi Yuan. Don't look at how he was young. He had genuine ability, just this pulse-reading skill, which shaman in the clan could compare. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Shang Zan could not help being on tenterhooks. He asked probingly, "Little brother, could it be that it's no good?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Not that it won't work. It's just much more troublesome than I imagined. I might need to expend some time." Through a round of diagnosis just now, Yi Yuan discovered that the fire poison had already gradually mixed together with Shang Zan's demonic essence. When fire poison reached this step, it was exceedingly hard to remove. A single mishap and it would damage Shang Zan's meridians. Not that Yi Yuan was concerned his ability was lacking, but he was worried that the time stalled over on Shang Tai's side would not be sufficient. When Shang Zan heard, his face could not help revealing wild elation as he said, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly begin." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right. But how long Shang Tai can stall for over there will be up to him. Over here, I can only do my best. Starting now, you have to give your whole attention and open up all of your meridians. During the process of me removing the poison, you mustn't use the slightest bit of essence energy. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." Shang Zan was like an obedient little child currently. He nodded and said, "Okay. I definitely won't use. Definitely won't use." Yi Yuan held out his palm. Fiery appeared in his hand. "Fiery, when you enter his meridians in a while, you have to coordinate well with me. You must be doubly prudent to make sure not to hurt his meridians." Yi Yuan used his consciousness to communicate with Fiery. The matter of Fiery unlocking intellect, Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to let Shang Zan know. One had to know that the valuableness of an essence fire that unlocked intellect was not beneath an ordinary divine art. If Shang Zan knew, who knows if he would have wicked designs or not. Finished instructing Fiery, Yi Yuan tapped onto Shang Zan's palm with his fingertip. Outside the borders of the Bear Clan and Purple Flood Dragon Clan's domain, swords were drawn, and bows were pulled. Shang Tai obeyed Yi Yuan's suggestion and did not bring the remaining first elder in the clan over here. When Zifeng saw Shang Tai, his face showed slight surprise. Shang Tai was not too stupid either. Right away, he said with a threatening aura, "Clan head Zifeng, you come bearing down so menacingly, could it be that you want to start a war across the board with our Bear Clan?" When Zifeng saw Shang Tai's composed manner, he could not help doubting in his mind. Could it be that the intel obtained was not accurate? Shang Zan was not poisoned at all, but he naturally would not let it show on his face. He said with a big laugh, "Haha. What is honorable nephew saying here? I was just incredibly bored recently and came to find old man Shang to chit-chat. I just happened to bring some youngsters over too. Our two clans are neighbors. We should also be on more intimate terms, isn't that so? Where's old man Shang? Such a haughty manner. Old man, I already came over personally. Doesn't you know how to come out and welcome me?" The group of bears inclusive of Shang Wei all revealed indignation on their faces. This old man, Zifeng, was truly shameless, clearly harboring ill intent and was wary of Shang Zan too. Yet, he just had to feign the appearance of an old friend. Usually, Shang Tai would have long swung a hammer over. Why would he talk so much crap with him? The members of the Bear Clan were proficient in battle, but they were not good with words. How could they understand this kind of beating around the bush thing? But before coming, Yi Yuan repeatedly exhorted Shang Tai to pretend as if Shang Zhong was fine. Shang Tai's unenlightened brain finally started to set in motion too. Speaking of which, Shang Tai was not dumb either, he was much better than Shang Wei, that straightforward person. Shang Tai had a look of sudden realization and said, "Oh. Turns out that clan head Zifeng is here to reminiscence the old days. Our family's clan head is currently in closed seclusion. Calculating it, he should exit seclusion these 2 days. If clan head Zifeng can wait, why not come into the clan and wait a bit for 1 or 2 days?" Hearing Shang Tai said so, Zifeng became even more doubtful. Could it be that the intel was really wrong? Shang Zan, that old man, was really only in closed seclusion. Zifeng's eyeballs swirled around, but his gaze landed on the Shang Wei behind Shang Tai. Shang Wei was not as composed as Shang Tai. That nervous expression was practically written all over his face. Once Zifeng saw it, he immediately understood in his heart and thought to himself, "Shang Tai, this little bastard, he actually learned to play scheming and intrigues with your father too. But sadly, it's useless for you alone to be smart. The others are still a bunch of dumb bears." When Shang Tai initially saw Zifeng's expression, he thought that his own performance already hoodwinked the other party's eyes. But who knew that Zifeng suddenly laughed faintly and said, "Since honorable nephew invited so cordially, then this old man will accept deferentially than to decline courteously. Go, I'll follow you all into the clan together. I'll drink a glass or two with honorable nephew, you, first." Shang Tai's expression changed but stood there without moving. Zifeng laughed coldly in his heart, but his mouth said, "What is it? Could it be that honorable nephew has anything awkward to disclose? Or, this old man isn't welcomed? Are you jesting? Why would I have anything awkward to disclose?" Shang Tai was just half-baked too. How could he be Zifeng, this sly old fox's match? Previously, it was just acting in accordance with Yi Yuan's instructions and thinking of some strategies to respond. But at this time, being shaken by Zifeng, Shang Tai immediately gave himself away. Humph, looks like Shang Zan, that old fellow, really succumbed this time. Haha, truly, the heaven is helping me. Little bastard, to dare play mind games with this old man, you're too inexperienced. I'll slaughter you right here, then go and give my best wishes to old man Shang. Ha ha ha, Zifeng roared with laughter. Stinking flood dragon, you're very cocky, huh? You just try touching a single hair of Tyre's. 0 Flood dragon versus dragon. Flood dragons are snake-like, live long-term in water, suck blood, delicious. Dragons are auspicious, considered bad luck if killed, proud, divine. In a Western context, it will be similar to wyvern versus dragon. Chapter 652, Two Clans' Great Battle. Just earlier, the Bear Clan's side were all prepared to die already. When Zifeng suddenly flew off the handle, they knew that it could not be dragged any longer. But this voice, clearly very boorish, yet was akin to a heavenly melody. However, when Zifeng heard this voice, his expression changed. Focusing his eyes and looking over, only to see two silhouettes appearing in front of everyone. Hey, you stinking purple flood dragon. Pretty adept at looting a burning house. Xianxia came in front of Zifeng, his aura seemingly threatening. How did he still have the slightest hint being in a sickly state currently? His entire person's spirit, qi, and vitality all reached the peak state. Apart from being a little thinner than before, his state was indescribably good. Seeing this scene, Shangtai could not help looking at Yuan beside Xianxia in amazement, his eyes filled with admiration. This fellow actually really did it. Furthermore, it was so fast. If it was 15 minutes later, this group of people would all have to lose their lives at Zifeng's hands. This old man Zifeng was not some goody two-shoes. Confirming that something happened to Xianxia, he would not show the slightest bit of mercy. Zifeng's face turned black as he said solemnly, "Old man Xiang, you're actually really fine. This is impossible. Could it be that you guys have been deliberately laying down a labyrinth in order to draw me out? When did you all have this head for it?" Xianxia did not just have high martial prowess, his brain was very nimble too. Different from the other big dumb bear's straightforwardness, Xianxia's brain worked very well still. These few years, if not for Xianxia devising strategies in the command tent, the bear clan would have long been played to death by Zifeng. This point, Yuan had long seen through some inkling through his conversation with Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly guffawed with laughter. He was incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart too. Seeing Xianxia laugh non-stop, Zifeng said with a black face, "Old man Xiang, what the hell are you laughing at?" Xianxia said with a big laugh, "Stinking purple flood dragon, if you knew the truth of the matter, you'd definitely wish to give yourself a few slaps. Just when you arrived, I was still tangled up with a deadly poison. My entire person was almost ruined. If not for your suspicious frame of mind being too strong, I'd really be powerless against you if you attacked over earlier." Ha ha ha, Xianxia chortled very happily right now. But when Yuan was helping him remove the poison, he could not laugh at all. He originally thought that the trouble Yuan said would require at least half a day to even a day's time. Who knew that it only needed a short 2 hours plus? Yuan's Tier 5 cleansing sandal sacred flame using to cleanse the fire poison, the effect was unexpectedly good. The process of eradicating the poison was like floating clouds and flowing water. The areas that the cleansing sandal sacred flame passed by, the fire poison got instantaneously cleansed. Back then, Xianxia was thinking that if there was no trouble, how fast would the speed of this brat removing the fire poison have to be? Fortunately, Yuan's speed was really very fast. He rushed over here in time too. If it were any later, the outcome would be too terrible to imagine. With this, Zifeng's face immediately became like a chameleon, all sorts of colors repeatedly changing. He finally understood why Shangtai kept on dawdling with him earlier. Turns out that he was stalling for time. What was more hateful was that because he was filled with suspicions, he really fell for it and missed the optimum timing. Coincidence or not, right at this crucial time, Xianxia actually recovered. This timing was really grasped too brilliantly. Even if he came a bit later, it would also not be as depressing as right now. Yet, it was only missing just this one step. A discrepancy of a hair's breadth could lead to an error of 1,000 miles. This situation right now, the difference was huge. Seeing Zifeng's expression, Xianxia laughed even more. Delightedly, both sides had fought for so many years, and they had always been suppressed by the purple flood dragons. Today, seeing Zifeng deflated, there was no need to mention how liberating Xianxia felt in his heart. Zifeng's gaze suddenly drifted onto Yuan, and he asked with a solemn face, "Don't tell me that it was this boy who treated the poison in your body." "So what if yes, with me, Xianxia, around, can you still harm a hair of his?" Xianxia said arrogantly. Zifeng looked at Yuan hatefully and said, "Boy, you're very gutsy. To actually dare make an enemy out of our purple flood dragon clan." Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm just an alchemist. I saw that there was a patient and just treated him. If it offended Lord Zifeng because of this, then come and beat me." When he was saying the first half of the sentence, everyone, including Xianxia, all thought that Yuan was afraid and conceited. All the way until the final sentence came out, each and every one of the bear clan all could not resist laughing loudly. Why did these words sound so liberating? While Zifeng's face was already black like the bottom of a pot already. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Fine lad. You're courting death." The aura belonging to a Tier 6 expert suddenly erupted. Zifeng was going to kill Yi Yuan with one palm. "Old man Zifeng, your opponent is me. What capability does it count as to bully juniors? How could Xianxia possibly let Zifeng prevail?" He directly made a move and stopped him. The two people instantly tangled up in battle together. Two great Tier 6 experts fighting. That might was truly earth-shaking. The others hurriedly backed away to avoid being affected. While Zifeng was tangled up with Xianxia, he roared, "Zilin, what are you still in a daze for? Kill that boy for me." Zilin was precisely the Purple Flood Dragon clan's young lord. With this roar, how could the Bear clan and Purple Flood Dragon clan still sit still? The two clans officially started the great battle. The Purple Flood Dragon clan also brought another Tier 6 First Elder over here this time, while the Bear clan's Tier 6 First Elder also showed up at this time, tangling together with him. When Zilin got Zifeng's order, he dashed straight for Yi Yuan. Yet, Shangtai had long viewed Yi Yuan as his benefactor. How could he possibly give him the opportunity to approach Yi Yuan? He directly attacked to stop him. For a moment, the two clans' battle cries rend the air. Such a scale of fighting was not often seen in the outside world. A great battle with so many Tier 5 experts and Tier 6 experts, even when adding the Endless World and Fierce Gale World, two worlds together, there was also not such a scale. Yi Yuan became the idlest one in the battlefield instead and actually became weary with boredom. Occasionally, there were blind ones who came to find trouble with him and were all casually disposed of by him. Apart from a few Tier 6 experts, there were really not many who could threaten him here. Even if that Zilin really found him, he would not attach importance to him either. Yi Yuan's attention right now was placed on that great battle in the sky. Xianxia refined 100 over pieces of fire source crystals. Originally, his strength should advance with leaps and bounds. But due to the fire poison, he was unable to break through to middle stage Tier 6 all along. But after Yi Yuan helped him remove the fire poison, the effects of Xianxia absorbing the fire source power started to showcase. The fire source True Dipper bears were originally fire attribute demons. Xianxia absorbed that many fire source crystals, breaking through to middle stage Tier 6 was already something in due course. Even if he had not broken through right now, Zifeng was no longer his match as well. In the air, Zifeng became more alarmed the more he fought. When did this Xianxia's strength become so powerful? You're going to break through soon, Zifeng said in shock. Xianxia laughed wildly and said, "Thanks to you. After crippling you, I'll be able to break through with a peace of mind." Chapter 653, Rock Clan Young Lord. Ha ha ha, I've fought with you, this stinking Purple Flood Dragon for so many years. There has yet to be such a liberating time once before. Wait until your father breaks through to the middle stage Tier 6, I'll definitely beat you until your mom can't recognize you. Xianxia said as he laughed wildly in the air. Xianxia broke the stalemate very quickly, chasing Zifeng and beating him up in an overwhelming ferocity. But the two people's cultivation realms did not have a great difference. There was not such a great disparity in terms of strength. For Xianxia to want to take down Zifeng in a short time, it was not something easy. In reality, Yi Yuan also knew that the current Xianxia could not kill Zifeng at all. Unless he could break through to middle stage Tier 6. Old man Xiang, don't get cocky. Do you really think that you've stumped me? Zifeng yelled at the top of his voice as he fled. So what if stumped you? This old man being stronger than you right now is stumping you. Ha ha ha, see if you dare to be rampant in front of your father again. Xianxia said. Xianxia decided to definitely thank Yi Yuan properly after the matter. If not for Yi Yuan, the Bear clan would be in danger right now. Currently, not only was the Bear clan's crisis fully resolved, he even utterly suppressed his old foe of many years. This sort of liberating feeling, Xianxia had never encountered before in so many years of cultivation. Zifeng warded off Xianxia's pursuit and attack while being secretly anxious. Why hasn't the Rock clan's young lord here? Still not coming. This old man really won't be able to withstand it. Taking everything to considerations, I didn't calculate that such a brat would pop out and could actually completely resolve the poison in Xianxia's body. The two people's battle commotion in the air was extremely great, but under Xianxia's wanton and indiscriminate bombardment, Zifeng already sustained a fair bit of injuries on his body. Xianxia was currently fighting fervently and did not think so much at all. But Yi Yuan's brows gradually furrowed together. Zifeng clearly had the ability to escape, but he forcefully endured it and did not leave. If this continued, he would not even have the chance to escape. This Zifeng was evidently a cunning old fox. Logically speaking, he should value his life infinitely. But why did he remain behind? This Zifeng would rather sustain heavy injuries and also wanted to stay behind. There must be an even greater scheme. Could it be that the Purple Flood Dragon clan still had some way out? A foreboding premonition gradually welled up in Yi Yuan's heart. Just as Yi Yuan was wondering on his own, a small black dot appeared far away on the horizons. Yi Yuan discovered this tiny black dot right away. His heart could not help sinking gradually. The small black dot gradually enlarged. Yi Yuan strained his eyes to look at the distance. Turns out that it was a flying carriage. The flying carriage was pulled along by 9 Tier 4 flying demonic beasts. The spectacle was extremely grand. This ostentatious display was not an ordinary kind of extravagant. Following the approach of the flying carriage, Xianxia and Zifeng clearly noticed it too. When Zifeng saw the flying carriage arriving, his face could not help revealing wild elation. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, young Lord Peng Yun has arrived. I'll see how you still be arrogant. Today will be the day of extermination of your fire source True Dipper Bear clan. The moment Xianxia heard the name Peng Yun, his expression involuntarily changed greatly. With a gloomy look, he looked at Zifeng and said, "You, this fellow, actually dared to betray Lord Yuan and call in the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan. Bah, Yuan, that fellow might have long be dead already. These dozen over years, their Darkfian Tiger clan did not look after us the tiniest bit at all. On what basis should my Purple Flood Dragon clan still work ourselves to the bone for them for?" Zifeng said, "You shut your jinx mouth. Lord Yuan's might is immensely formidable. How can he possibly die? You dared to betray Lord Yuan. Prepare to have an awareness of death then." Xianxia said in an uncontrollable rage. "Heh heh, you this dumb bear. Who knows how many demon races in the Darkfian Tiger clan's territory have already given rise to the thought? Do you think that there's only my Purple Flood Dragon clan? Only you, this dumb bear, would be foolishly loyal to Yuan, that fellow. Today, exterminating you, this big dumb bear, there will naturally be the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan to back me up." Zifeng said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan listened to the two people's conversation and could not help recalling Yu Huan's repeated warnings. He also did not think that he would bump into the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan so quickly. If he let them know that he possessed the dragon race's bloodline, his outcome would probably not be good. Listening to it, the Darkfian Tiger clan and the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan seemed to be sworn enemies. And the Darkfian Tiger clan's boss's life or death was unknown currently, resulting in the thoughts of the various subordinate demon clans to drift. The Bear clan was all very simple and honest and did not give rise to this thought at all. But the Purple Flood Dragon clan adjacent to them probably had the intent to rebel long ago already. That was why they threw their lots in with the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan in secret. Yi Yuan saw that an old man accompanied by that flying carriage's side. His strength was unfathomable. He was probably still even stronger than Xianxia. This matter today was likely unable to be settled already. That flying carriage came close in front very quickly. A hawk-nosed young man sat in the carriage, looking very haughty, as if everyone in his eyes were like ants. This person was naturally the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan's young lord, Peng Yun. At this time, a youth on the other side of the carriage came in front and said to everybody very arrogantly, "Young Lord Peng Yun has arrived. Why haven't you all paid respects?" Zifeng disregarded the wounds on his body and hurriedly gave a bow and said, "Lesser clan's Zifeng pays respects to young Lord Peng Yun, Elder Peng Hai." The clan head of a clan, that attitude was unbelievably obsequious. While Xianxia had a somber look and did not have the intention of paying respects at all. That youth said in a great rage when he saw the situation, "You, this lowly bear clan, saw young Lord Peng Yun and still not paying respects." The Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan also possessed the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Their divine beast bloodline was extremely thick. It was much stronger than the Purple Flood Dragons, Fire Source True Dipper Bears, and the others. Xianxia's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "I, Xianxia, only recognizes Lord Yuan, and I don't recognize any young Lord Peng Yun. Want to make me, old Xiang, pay respects? Dream on." When Yi Yuan heard Xianxia's words, he nodded his head slightly too. Among the demon clans, to have such integrity was not easy. One had to know that offending Peng Yun now was risking the danger of clan extermination. But Shang Zan did not even furrow his brows. The youth exclaimed in a great rage, "Creature that refuses face when given. To actually dare be disrespectful towards young lord. The Darkfian Tiger clan is already nearing its end. In the future, this Dongming region, only my 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan have the final say. You still don't know how to appreciate favors. We'll exterminate your clan. Fuck your bullshit. Lord Hu Yan's means are immensely formidable. You all dare to jump around, you'll be taken care of by him sooner or later one day." Shang Zan said, "Ha ha ha, you this dumb bear, to actually still harbor illusions about Hu Yan. Let me tell you, Hu Yan was hurt by the Azure Spirit Tree over 10 years ago. Right now, even if he's not dead, he's pretty much a cripple too. This young lord will give you a chance right now. If you're still impervious to sense, today will be the day of your Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan's extermination." The Peng Yun who had not spoken the entire time finally opened his mouth. Shang Zan's expression changed, and he could not help looking at the clansman behind him, his face showing a look of reluctance. "Hoo-hoo, that's it, you, as the clan head, if all your clansmen die at your hands, then you'll be the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan's eternal sinner. Can you accept that?" Peng Yun seemed to be able to see through thoughts, guiding gently. Shang Zan suddenly turned around. Yuan saw it plainly. A drop of tear water actually flowed down from his eye. "Children, do you all fear death or not?" Shang Zan asked sonorously and imposingly. "Not afraid." Chapter 654, Borrowing Name to Challenge. These two words, those bears virtually uttered it in unison from different mouths without the slightest hesitation, bringing along a moving and tragic aura surging towards the sky. The moment these two words came out, it was expressing their will with death. Don't look at how each and every one of these bears was all slow-witted normally. At this time, all of them had lofty and unyielding characters that reached the clouds. To say that they were doomsday heroes was not over the top too. Each and every one of that expression, in Yuan's view, was actually somewhat cute. When Shang Zan saw this scene, tears involuntarily coursed down his old face. He nodded and said, "Good. Good children. Lord Hu Yan's debt of gratitude towards our bear clan is as weighty as a mountain. Today, we'll repay the favor with death." Shang Zan turned around abruptly, stared at Peng Yun, and said, "Did you hear that, brat? Want to make my bear clan surrender? Can't do that." Peng Yun originally had a look like everything was under control, but the expression currently was frighteningly grim. Shang Zan's actions were truly flinging a resounding slap on his face, making him lose all face. "Since that's the case, this young lord will fulfill your wishes. Peng Hai, exterminate them for me." Peng Yun said each word slowly. "Young Lord Peng Yun, Zifeng has a presumptuous request." Peng Hai was just about to make a move when Zifeng suddenly came forward and said. Peng Yun did not even give him a glance and said coldly, "Speak." But Zifeng's gaze was looking at Yuan as he said with a cold smile, "Young lord, can you hand that punk over to me? Shang Zan he was originally inflicted with a deadly poison. My Purple Flood Dragon clan could have originally taken down the bear clan as easy as overturning one's hands. Yet, this punk opposed young lord and cured Shang Zan." Hearing Zifeng's words, Shang Zan's expression could not help changing drastically. Yuan was his benefactor. It was fine if they died. But if they implicated Yuan, he would die with endless regrets. "Zifeng, don't you sow discord here. Yuan doesn't know our two clans matters at all. He only came to help out of goodwill. If you dare to touch a single hair of his, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Shang Zan glared fiercely at Zifeng and said. Peng Yun hearing Zifeng's words, looked at Yuan rather surprisedly, and he said, "Oh. Human, this boy only has merely tier 4 strength, and he could actually resolve the poison in the body of a tier 6 demon. Looks like he's quite capable. A pity that he's a human. Otherwise, he could work for me. Since that's the case, kill him them." When Zifeng heard the first half of the sentence, his heart leapt to his throat. He even thought that Peng Yun took fancy upon Yuan's capability. Only upon hearing the last sentence did he finally set his mind at ease. Getting the order, Zifeng had indescribable satisfaction in his heart as he looked at Yuan with a hideous grin and said, "Boy, didn't you want me to come and beat you earlier? Now, I'll see what you have to be stubborn." I'm going to tear this mouth of yours to shreds today and see if it's really that hard. Xianxia was secretly anxious when he saw the situation. He was just about to make a move when he felt an extremely powerful aura lock onto him. This Peng Hai's strength was middle stage tier 6. Moreover, the Rock clan's bloodline strength was exceptionally formidable. Xianxia was not a match at all. Xianxia hated in his heart. If he could break through to middle stage tier 6 earlier, he wouldn't be at the extent of being so helpless right now too. Xianxia had the resolve to die long ago. But seeing that Zifeng actually implicated Yuan at this time, the remorse in his heart was indescribable. If he knew that it was this kind of situation long ago, he should have let him leave first after Yuan treated him. Yuan, quickly leave. What old Shang, I owe you, I'll definitely pay back in my next life. Xianxia shouted. Run, running where? With this old man here, can he still run? Ha ha ha. Zifeng chuckled madly. Yuan did not move there the whole time and did not speak either. But at this time, he shot Zifeng a nonchalant glance and said, lowly purple flood dragon bloodline is fit to be my opponent too. Even if Zifeng was cunning and experienced with age, he was also infuriated by Yuan's scornful attitude. His purple flood dragon bloodline was one of the branches of the dragon race's bloodlines. Even though the bloodline was very impure, he had the chance to transform from a flood dragon to become a dragon too. Even though this chance was very slim, it did not seem to have any relations with lowly, this word, right? Lowly, you, a puny little human, actually dared to utter such wild ravings. Yuan was completely disinclined to even give him a glance. His body suddenly erupted with an overwhelming dragon pressure. The expressions of all the people present, after witnessing Yuan's dragon pressure, changed drastically. Now, do you still have complaints about me saying that your bloodline is lowly? Yuan said coolly. Zifeng's expression changed. The embarrassment on his face could not be concealed no matter what. In front of Yuan, wasn't this purple flood dragon race, a lowly bloodline? Flood dragon race, no matter how pure a bloodline flood dragon race, could not compare to the tiniest speck of the dragon race at all. In front of the dragon race, the flood dragon race bloodline was trash. Yuan calling his bloodline lowly was not wrong at all. All of the demon races present, nobody could refute this sentence of Yuan's, including Peng Yang. Zifeng's face flushed scarlet, wanting to say something, but discovered how feeble words were currently. Yuan did not bother with him but slowly pulled aside his collar, revealing that piece of reverse scale below his neck. Seeing that piece of emerald green reverse scale, Peng Yun and Xianxia's expression changed once more as they cried out in concert, Dragon Lord. Xianxia did not think that Yuan was actually this generation's Dragon Lord. He cursed secretly in his heart. The Dragon Lord and the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan were incompatible like water and fire. The Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan had once sent out the news that as long as the next Dragon Lord came into being, they would kill the Dragon Lord at all costs. Now, Yuan actually took the initiative to expose his own status as Dragon Lord. Wasn't this courting death? Indeed, Peng Yun's and Peng Hai's expressions currently both changed, becoming rather terrifying. Very clearly, the current Yuan's weight in their eyes had already far surpassed Xianxia's. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's heart involuntarily pounded. Yuan wasn't doing this in order to save the Bear clan, right? But his strength was only tier 4. Wasn't doing so striking a rock with an egg. It was just that no matter what the result was, the favor that Xianxia owed Yuan this time was massive. I heard that my predecessor once killed a rock young lord. Didn't think that I'd run into the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan again today. Really quite fated. Hoo, it's just that I don't know if you have the guts to have a battle with me. Yuan looked straight at Peng Yun. Under everyone's gaze, Yuan was actually going to challenge Peng Yun. One had to know that Peng Yun was late stage tier 5, while Yuan was only middle stage tier 4. This huge disparity in strength was also too great. Even if Yuan was the Dragon Lord and possessed true dragon bloodline, the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan's bloodline power was extremely formidable too. Even though it could not compare to the dragon races, it still belonged to a first-rate bloodline. Adding in that his strength was a major realm higher than Yuan's, there was simply no fight between the two. When Peng Hai saw Yuan challenge Peng Yun, he could not help knitting his brows together slightly. Taking a step forward, he said, "Young lord, this old man will go and kill him." "Hang on." Peng Yun slowly got up from the flying carriage, walked in front of Peng Hai with his hands behind his back, and said, "The 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan's humiliation must be washed away by the Rock Clan's young lord. You're called Yi Yuan, right? This young lord will fulfill your wish today." Chapter 655, Challenging the Other Party's Forte. Young lord, you mustn't fall for this boy's trickery. He laid everything bare and challenged you. He probably has ill intent. Peng Hai warned. Peng Yun smiled confidently and said, "Uncle Hai, you're also too cautious. My strength, could you still not be aware? With my strength, if I can't even take down a puny little tier 4 dragon lord, how will I command the Dongming region in the future? If I don't even dare to accept the challenge of the dragon lord, what qualifications do I still have to inherit the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan? Whatever moves he has, just unleash them. This young lord will receive it all." Indeed, this was a certain win battle. Peng Yun had no reason to refuse. Tier 5 against Tier 4, there was a difference of a major boundary. If he could still lose like this, then him, this 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan successor, would also have no face to come out and mix around in the future. Yi Yuan highlighting his Dragon Lord identity, he, Peng Yun, would have to accept this challenge. The entire Dongming region all knew that the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock's young lord had died at the hands of the previous generation's Dragon Lord before. If he did not accept Yi Yuan's challenge, he would be a complete and utter wuss. Yi Yuan was forcing him to the bitter end here. Of course, in Peng Yun's view, Yi Yuan was forcing himself to the bitter end. When Peng Hai heard Peng Yun say so, he naturally knew that he could not very well stop this either. But he would be sure to keep an eye tightly on Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan had any weird ideas, he must deal a lightning quick blow. Peng Yun got down from the flying carriage and came before Yi Yuan. Shaking his head disdainfully, he said, "Didn't expect that this generation's Dragon Lord's strength is actually so lousy. If not for you flashing the reverse scale, I'd even somewhat suspect that you're a fake." Yi Yuan was obviously fake. How was he some Dragon Lord? But at this time, Yi Yuan was very grateful for this Dragon Lord identity. This Peng Yun's appearance was too sudden. Yi Yuan did not have time to prepare anything. Hence, ever since Peng Yun appeared, Yi Yuan had been pondering on how to respond the entire time. And the Dragon Lord identity was his only choice. "Hoo-hoo, your predecessor was slaughtered by my predecessor. And today's results won't have any difference. Although the Great Rock Clan has some skill, they are at the very best just an upstart too, forever too inferior to show in public," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. To the 4 divine beasts, this level of divine beast, the other demon races were all upstarts. The dragon race had this confidence and also this pride. Yi Yuan's performance made Peng Yun believe his identity even more. Because the previous generation Dragon Lord was as rampant as Yi Yuan. Peng Yun's expression was dark as he said, "Creature who don't know life from death. To actually dare goad this young lord's baseline. You'll die very horribly." Even though the dragon race's might was universally acknowledged, in this god-prohibited demon region, apart from the appearance of a dragon lord every few years, there were no dragons existing. Of course, there might be inside there. It was just that inside there was cut off from the world. Regardless of what happened in the outside world, they would not intervene either. Even though they did not know where on earth the Dragon Lord came from, the greatest possibility was there. Because that place, it was the most mysterious place. As mysterious as the Dragon Lord. There had been records of Dragon Lords being killed before in history. But there had been no reaction from that place. It was precisely because of this that the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan had the confidence to raise a hue and cry. If from inside there had been any stirrings, what did the Dragon Lord killing the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan's young lord count for? Peng Yun's Tier 5 aura was released fully. The pressure of the Great Rock bloodline was released, instantaneously enveloping everybody inside. When Xianxia saw this scene, his heart could not help sinking. He also did not expect that Peng Yun's divine beast Kun Peng bloodline would actually be so thick. It had most probably already surpassed the previous generation's Great Rock young lord. Peng Yun's strength was much stronger compared to ordinary late-stage Tier 5s. Xianxia's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan and starting worrying for him. Compared to Peng Yun, Yi Yuan's strength was seriously too weak. Furthermore, demons possessing Kun Peng bloodline, their speed were all very heaven-defying. Xianxia could not see the tiniest bit of hope of Yi Yuan obtaining victory at all. At virtually the same instance, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly skyrocketed too, directly breaking through to peak 6th level. Initially, Fiery was only tier 4 and already did not have much effect on the present Yi Yuan. But now, Fiery broke through to tier 5. The power of Yi Yuan's origin spirit 9 transformations was manifested once again. Seeing this scene, Peng Hai's brows involuntarily knitted slightly. Clearly, he was very surprised by this move of Yi Yuan and also could not help worrying for Peng Yun. Not knowing why, Peng Hai kept feeling that this Yi Yuan was not simple. Peng Yun himself was only slightly surprised. He gave a cold smile indifferently soon after and said, "Indeed have some capabilities. It's just that like this, is still inadequate." Finished talking, everyone had not reacted to it, but Peng Yun's entire person already vanished from sight. Peng Yun struck Yi Yuan directly with a palm. Everyone was greatly frightened. This scene seriously happened too suddenly. Could it be that Yi Yuan was finished off effortlessly like this? Yet, only when everyone came to their senses, did they notice something amiss. Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly fine. A faint smile was still hanging at the corners of his mouth. Then, Yi Yuan's figure gradually dissipated. It was actually an afterimage. Hey, everyone says that the Kun Peng divine beast speed is unparalleled under the heavens. In my opinion, it's also nothing more than this. Yi Yuan's faint voice drifted over, filled with contempt. Peng Yun's expression fell slightly as he said, "No wonder you dared to challenge this young lord. Turns out that you're quite capable in terms of speed. However, do you think that this is enough?" Too naive. Peng Yun's bloodline power undulated out. His speed instantly rose to the peak, dashing straight for Yi Yuan. With this, his speed was several times swifter than just now. This was a deadly tempo. Apart from the few tier 6 experts present, there was nobody who could see Peng Yun's trajectory clearly at all. The Rock Clan's speed claimed to be unparalleled under the heavens. It was indeed not for show. Yet, the next instant, something that made everyone's jaws drop even more happened. Yi Yuan's figure also suddenly vanished from sight. The two people were actually like air, disappeared. How swift a speed does this need? These two people's speed are simply unimaginable. Young Lord Peng Yun's speed being fast is something within expectations. But what's going on with that Yi Yuan? When has the dragon race's speed be this swift too? Young Lord Peng Yun's bloodline power absolutely surpassed the previous generations. This speed is heaven-defying level. This Yi Yuan could actually draw with young Lord Peng Yun in terms of speed. To be able to clash head-on in speed with the Rock Clan, it's still my first time seeing. Everyone was amazed by Yi Yuan's speed. It was too terrifying. These two people's competition in speed, compared to Yi Yuan's competition in speed with Wolf Fang back then, was simply a great sorcerer meeting a small apprentice. Yet, Peng Yun's speed being fast was within reason. But Yi Yuan's speed made everyone all feel very astounded. Battling with the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan, it basically needed to rely on absolute strength to overwhelm. To want to catch up to them in terms of speed was simply a pipe dream. But now, Yi Yuan swept away the faces of all the rocks resplendently in terms of speed. Chapter 656, Soul Victor. Peng Yun's mood right now was extremely similar to Wolf Fang's back then. Clearly, his speed was a bit faster than Yi Yuan's. But each time he caught up to Yi Yuan, his body would always sink without rhyme or reason, slowing a tiny bit of speed. Except, just this tiny bit made him forever unable to catch up to Yi Yuan. This sort of feeling, there was no need to talk about how depressing it was. Kun Peng bloodline was well deserving of being the most skilled in speed among the divine beast bloodlines. Even with Yi Yuan's Wind Thunder extreme light shuttling art cultivated to minor accomplishment realm, it was still slightly inferior to Peng Yun. But adding in the origin magnetic field, Peng Yun could forget about catching up to him. With a swoosh, Yi Yuan directly dashed out several miles away. Want to run? How can it be that easy? Peng Yu brought out his true power too, chasing after without any hesitation. The 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan was also an extremely proud race. With his most proficient speed being unable to obtain victory, this made Peng Yun feel an utter loss of face. Yet, when Peng Hai saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. Young lord, careful. At the same time, Peng Hai attacked like lightning. But even if he was a tier 6 expert, going from being stationary to movement still needed some time. However, Yi Yuan and Peng Yun were in the midst of high-speed movement. This slight time difference was sufficient. What Yi Yuan was waiting for was this moment. Void escape thunderous explosion talisman. Explode for me. Yi Yuan roared, directly throwing the last remaining void escape thunderous explosion talisman on him at Peng Yun. This change was too sudden. Peng Yun could not react at all. Originally, it was a one-sided situation. How could Peng Yun think that Yi Yuan could release such a horrifying attack? Caught by surprise with this, how could he parry it in time? Only to see dozens of bolts of terrifying lightning land, blasted right onto Peng Yun's body. Peng Yun suffered heavy injuries straight away, falling down. Right then, Peng Hai arrived. However, how could Yi Yuan give him any chance? Right from the beginning, Yi Yuan already planned out every segment. That far escape earlier seemed to be casual. Actually, the distance was planned out long ago. Even though this Peng Hai's speed was fast, Yi Yuan was only 100 feet away from Peng Yun. The moment he, Peng Yun, got hit, Yi Yuan already sped over with extreme speed. In an instant, Yi Yuan grabbed hold of the Peng Yun who was currently falling down rapidly, a finger pointed at the middle of his back. Stop! Yi Yuan grabbed hold of Peng Yun and shouted. Peng Hai's figure stopped abruptly, and he said sternly, "If you dare to harm a hair of young Lord Peng Yun's, I'll make you die without a burial ground." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "I've already inserted essence fire into his meridians. As long as you dare to take another step forward, I'll burn him into a roasted great rock first, do you believe or not?" Peng Hai's expression was frighteningly grim but really did not dare to come forward. Meridians were not just humans' most fragile area, it was likewise demons' most fragile area. Once the essence fire erupted, it was not a joking matter. Boy, you have such deep scheme. At this time, how could Peng Hai still not tell that the situation in front of him was all cooked up by Yi Yuan single-handedly? To be able to find this ray of hope under such an adverse circumstance, this boy was indeed someone who had great wisdom. If it were other times, Peng Hai would surely have to praise Yi Yuan's performance highly. But right now, he was hostile with Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan even captured Peng Yun to be a hostage. Peng Hai wished that he could eat his flesh. Is that so? You guys looting a burning house isn't considered deep scheming? Yi Yuan refuted without any hesitation. Truthfully speaking, today's situation was practically a lost game. Yi Yuan also stumbled upon a Dragon Lord identity by chance, to be able to provoke Peng Yun into taking action. Otherwise, even if he had the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman, how could he possibly be Peng Yun's match too? Towards this Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan, Yi Yuan obviously did not have any favorable impression. Enough crap, quickly let young lord go. I can spare your life. Peng Hai said. Yi Yuan snickered and said, "Do you take me for a fool? If I released him, would you let me leave alive?" Peng Hai's brows furrowed and he said, "Then what do you want?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "You kill Zifeng first, then bring your men and get lost from here." By the side, Zifeng was already dazed from watching long ago. Hearing Yi Yuan's words at this time, he involuntarily shuddered. He never could have thought that the situation would turn around so quickly. Just now, it was still him wanting to kill Yi Yuan. In this short while, it became Yi Yuan wanting to kill him. Lord Peng Hai, don't listen to that brat talking rubbish. Zifeng is loyal and devoted to Lord Peng Tian. The heaven can bear witness. Zifeng said with a mournful face. Ha ha ha, Zifeng, since you say that you're loyal and devoted, then you naturally have to use your life to exchange for young Lord Peng Yun's life, isn't it? Yi Yuan said with a big laugh. Zifeng's face immediately became black like the bottom of a pot as he cursed inwardly. This boy is really hard to tangle with, digging a pit for your father to jump. Punk, don't sow discord here. If you don't release young Lord Peng Yun, you can forget about leaving here today. Zifeng said furiously. Facing this sort of non-threatening threat, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all. He said with a snigger, "Looks like in your heart, this old life of yours is still more precious than young Lord Peng Yun's." Sigh. As Yi Yuan said, he even shook his head and sighed. That appearance was simply asking for a beating to the max. Zifeng cursed fervently in his heart, yet, he was helpless against Yi Yuan. Forget about him, right now, even Peng Hai was holding back from taking action out of fear. They did not have the capital to bargain at all. As long as Yi Yuan lightly spat out force, Peng Yun would croak right away. Boy, you, Zifeng was just about to curse angrily but was stopped by Peng Hai with a hand gesture. Peng Hai shook his head and said, Yi Yuan, as long as you release young lord, any condition is open for discussion. My 1,000-mountain Great Rock clan has everything you desire. As long as you open your mouth, we will be able to take it out. Once Zifeng heard that Peng Hai did not have the intention of killing him, he was also considerably more at ease in his heart and shut his mouth sensibly. Yet, right at this time, a wave of powerful demonic essence erupted out suddenly. That instant just now, was precisely the instant that Zifeng was the most relaxed. He completely did not think that Peng Hai would suddenly launch an attack. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. An immensely huge palm force directly imprinted onto Zifeng's forehead. Before dying, Zifeng was still glaring with wide, round eyes, not daring to believe everything happening before his eyes. Clan head, Lord Clan head, how could the Purple Flood Dragon clan's clansmen expect such a change to happen? Each and every one of them looked at Zifeng's corpse with deep hatred and resentment, still not daring to believe everything that happened in front of them. What in the world happened? Wasn't coming today to exterminate the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan? Why did clan head die first instead? The entire incident struck one snag after another. From the Purple Flood Dragon clan's great army bearing down on the border, to Xianxia showing up and overturning the raging tides, then to Peng Yun showing up and overpowering Xianxia, then to Yuan trigger young lord and capturing Peng Yun alive. The development of today's situation seriously made everyone unable to take it all in with their eyes. However, Zifeng's death made everyone all understand that today's victor was only one person. That person was Yuan. Chapter 657, Displaying Meager Skill Before an Expert. Yuan did not think that this Peng Hai would actually be so decisive either, killing right away. But Yuan was clear in his heart, this sly old fox knew that Zifeng must die today, that was why he killed ruthlessly. Yuan was also someone extremely decisive and could not possibly tolerate Zifeng, such a tier 6 expert, to live in the world. This was an immense threat to him. In addition, Peng Hai wanted to use this sort of method to shock him, wishing to make him not act rashly without careful thought. However, he seemed to be overthinking it. Could this bit of method stun him with awe? Zifeng is already dead. Can you release young lord yet? You should know that even if you really killed young lord, you'll also be buried with him. Not just you. All the people present would all have to be buried with young lord. Including me. If Peng Yun were killed by people under Peng Hai's protection, it would surely be hard for Peng Hai to absolve himself from the blame. Then the final outcome was Peng Hai killing all of the people, then committing suicide himself. Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and looked at Peng Hai as if he was in the middle of struggling inside his heart. I can hand over to you. But how will you ensure my safety? You also know that Peng Yun is my only trump card. If after I release him, you don't acknowledge what you said, won't I have to stretch my neck out to be chopped off? Yuan said. Peng Hai, seeing that Yuan seemed to be loosening up, could not help being overjoyed in his heart. He was still too young in the end. Even though he was decisive in going for the kill and highly intelligent, slightly scaring him a bit and his confidence spilled out. But Peng Hai did not show the slightest hint on his face and said seriously, that's easy. I can swear a heavenly Tao oath. This way, you can put your mind at ease, right? Once Yuan heard, the expression on his face involuntarily eased up and said, you swear a heavenly Tao oath first, then talk. Peng Hai seemed to be eager to save his master, and he did not hesitate either, directly swearing a heavenly Tao oath. I, Peng Hai, take an oath in the name of heavenly Tao, as long as Yuan releases young Lord Peng Yun, I, Peng Hai, absolutely won't kill him. If I violate this oath, heavenly Tao, please rain down punishment. Finished talking, Peng Hai looked at Yuan and said, how is it? Now, you can relax, right? Yuan nodded slightly and seemed to have finally set his mind at ease towards Peng Hai. He was just about to hand Peng Yun to Peng Hai, but heard Xianxia yell out, Yuan, don't believe him. This fellow definitely has ill intentions. Peng Hai did not expect for Xianxia to cut in rudely at this time. His expression could not help darkening. Slightly as he said, Xianxia, you don't slander people. I've already sworn the heavenly Tao oath. What else do you still want? Could it be that you want me to commit suicide before you're satisfied? Xianxia could not help choking up when he heard this. He could not find words to refute. He only faintly sensed that there was something amiss, that was why he voiced out to warn. But to really want him to say, he also could not say what was amiss. In the end, the Bear clan's head was still not too useful. Yuan just said with a faint smile, Senior Peng Hai even swore a deadly oath and Zifeng was killed too. Of course he can be trusted. Catch well. As he said, Yi Yuan pushed lightly, pushing Peng Yun to Peng Hai. Peng Hai gently received the unconscious Peng Yun, his expression instantly becoming grim. He handed Peng Yun to that youth behind him and said with a cold smile, "Heh, you're still too young, believing people so easily. To dare hurt young Lord Peng Yun, everyone present today, apart from Yi Yuan, all have to die." Peng Hai was a notable figure of a region too. When had he been coerced by people like this before? Regarding Yi Yuan, he wished that he could kill and be merry after. But due to the heavenly Tao oath just now, he did not dare to make a move. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that and said, "Senior, you already swore the heavenly Tao oath. How can you go against it?" Peng Hai said with a loud guffaw, "Young man, I only said to not kill you, but didn't say to not harm you. As long as I don't kill you and capture you back to slowly torture, the heavenly Tao oath won't descend punishment." Ha ha ha. At the thought of being proud of himself, Peng Hai could not help bursting into laughter but did not detect a hint of sneer flash across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. The laughter gradually stopped. Peng Hai seethed with killing intent and said, "Boy, you have much to learn." Peng Hai's overwhelming aura was released, making everyone's faces all change color, including Xianxia. But right at this time, a tragic cry broke apart this abnormal atmosphere. Peng Hai's imposing momentum suddenly ceased, instantly vanishing without a trace. The pressure on everyone's body suddenly lightened. This miserable cry was naturally emitted out of Peng Yun. When Peng Hai saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. "Boy, what did you do to him?" Peng Hai questioned. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I already gave you a chance. But you yourself don't know how to grasp it well. This time, I even showed leniency. His injuries still have a chance to be treated. However, there won't be a next chance." Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually became icy, killing intent seething. How could Peng Hai's tiny trick possibly hoodwink Yi Yuan? This sort of hole to crawl through in a heavenly Tao oath, it was long played rotten at the divine realm. This Peng Hai actually still used this sort of small trick to bluff him. Simply courting death. Yi Yuan and Fiery's thoughts were already interconnected. Earlier, Yi Yuan inserted a wisp of Fiery's clone into Peng Yun's meridians. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could take Peng Yun's little life at any time. Hence, whether or not Peng Yun was in Yi Yuan's hands, it was actually all the same. Peng Hai took back Peng Yun and thought that he deceived Yi Yuan, but never dreamed that he was actually being toyed with within Yi Yuan's palm all along. As long as Peng Yun did not die, even if Peng Hai had greater fury, he had to force it back too. "You, what a terrific lad, what a fine dragon lord. Today's matter, this Peng has remembered it. Make sure not to fall into this Peng's hands. Let's go." Finished talking, Peng Hai brought Peng Yun and left without even turning back. After Peng Hai left, the Purple Flood Dragon clan immediately scattered like birds and animals. They had already betrayed the Darkfian Tiger clan and could not possibly be accepted by the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan too. In the future, they could only find a place to tuck their tails and live. Xianxia came to Yi Yuan's side. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again was filled with veneration. Yes, a Tier 6 expert, produced a mentality called veneration towards a Tier 4 Soul Sea Realm martial artist. Today's matter's unforeseen accidents were too great. Xianxia had already made the preparations for his entire clan to die. But this Tier 4 youth before his eyes actually relied on his own strength to overturn the raging tides. Truly heaven-defying. The entire Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan only survived thanks to Yi Yuan. Counting in Yi Yuan helping him to remove fire poison prior to this, within one short day, Yi Yuan already saved him, this Tier 6 powerhouse, twice. This favor was massive. Xianxia represents the entire Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan to thank Dragon Lord, Your Excellency. Xianxia came in front of Yi Yuan and bowed deeply. Yi Yuan supported Xianxia and said smilingly, "Clan head Xianxia don't need to be courteous. I'm not some Dragon Lord, Your Excellency. Just now, I only passed off as the Dragon Lord due to circumstances." Xianxia said in amazement, "You possess Orthodox Dragon race bloodline and also have a reverse scale on your body. How could you possibly not be Dragon Lord, His Excellency?" Yi Yuan said with a chuckle, "Yes means yes, no means no. Why would I need to be pretentious? Alright, this matter is over. I should move out and head for the Darkfian Tiger clan." Chapter 658, Real and Fake Dragon Lord. Will the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan stage a comeback and take revenge on us or not? Shang Zan said with a heart loaded with anxiety. The Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan was famed for being domineering. Losing such an immense amount of face here today, it was impossible for it to be dropped like this. Once they came to take revenge, the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan would be the first to bear the brunt. With the Bear clan's present strength, they could not even resist a Peng Hai. It was completely impossible to be their match. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to worry. If that Great Rock clan really cares about this whatever young Lord Peng Yun's life, they shouldn't come over in the short term." Shang Zan raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's the meaning of that, Dragon Lord? Having the meridians burned by my essence fire, how can wanting to treat it be that easy? If the Great Rock clan doesn't have a shaman with superb alchemy path strength, they would most likely still have to come and beg me in the end," Yi Yuan said confidently. Burning the meridians could be divided into many different types. Since Yi Yuan took action, how could he finish the job carelessly and leave behind future trouble for himself? After that Peng Yun returned, he more or less had to suffer for a while too. How could the Great Rock clan be in the mood to deal with a puny little bear clan? The moment Shang Zan recalled Yi Yuan's fire-controlling measures that reached the acme of perfection, he could not help shuddering. This essence fire could treat people. It could naturally also ruin people. If Yi Yuan gave him a shot when he was treating him, he would have long been burned to ashes now. With Yi Yuan's ability, wanting to perform a bit of trickery in Peng Yun's meridians was simply too easy. Dragon Lord indeed has great skills. Shang Zan admires. However, since Dragon Lord wants to go to the Darkfian Tiger clan, I'll travel together with you then. The Rock clan is concocting a sinister plot. I must inform Lord Huyan. Additionally, I'm also a little worried about Lord Huyan, Shang Zan said. Peng Yun's words made Shang Zan very concerned about Huyan's safety. He definitely would not be at ease without going to the Darkfian Tiger clan to take a look. Regarding Shang Zan insisting on addressing him as Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan did not rectify. He already explained it before. Whether Shang Zan believed or not was his matter. As for Shang Zan accompanying him to the Darkfian Tiger clan, Yi Yuan naturally did not have any objections. With Shang Zan, this head clan's recommendation, presumably, going to the Darkfian Tiger clan would be much easier. At this time, Yu Xin and Yu Shu's guide mission was naturally considered completed too. Under Yi Yuan's request, Shang Zan arranged for Shang Tai to personally send the two of them back to the clan. In between this naturally still could not dispense with reluctance to part. But the two of them were considered sensible too and knew that the matters at the back were not what they could get involved in. Of course, Yi Yuan refined a few kinds of medicinal pills for the two of them. Guaranteeing them to break through to middle stage tier 5 naturally did not have too big an issue. Settling everything, Yi Yuan headed for the Darkfian Tiger clan's territory together with Shang Zan. Arg, pain, it hurts to death, let me die, see clan head, kill me. In the Rock clan, a series of miserable wails transmitted out from time to time, sounding incomparably pitiful and shrill. These miserable wails were naturally from none other than precisely the Peng Yun whose meridians were burned by Yi Yuan. Seeing that wretched appearance of Peng Yun's, clan head Peng Tian's brows involuntarily knitted together. What are you all getting paid for? Yun'er only had his meridians burned by a tier 5 essence fire. You guys are all tier 6 shamans and are actually at a loss on what to do. The Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan was one of the two strongest demon clans in Dongming region. Among them, tier 6 powerhouses were plenty. There was naturally no lack of tier 6 shamans. It was just that among these tier 6 shamans, there was actually not a single one who could treat Peng Yun's injuries, leaving him no choice but to be furious. Peng Yun's Kun Peng bloodline was hard to come by in hundreds of years. If there were any mishap, Peng Tian would really rampage. A tier 6 shaman among them came forward and said, "Clan head, Peng Yun's meridian burns are extraordinary. The methods of the person who executed the skill are extremely ingenious. The positions of some burns are very sensitive. A careless move and not only will it not treat his injuries, but it might also even damage his meridians instead, making a fool of oneself by trying to be clever. Currently, this sort of situation, we can only suppress his injuries with medicinal pills to prevent them from deteriorating." Peng Tian's expression was dark. Clearly, he was very displeased towards such an excuse. Then your meaning is to let Yuan carry on like this all the way. That shaman hurriedly said, this. In order to untie the knot, the one who tied it is required. This person's skills is exceedingly exquisite and understands the meridians of demons extremely well. His shamanic path strength is absolutely above ours. If he came, he would surely be able to treat young lord's meridians. The alchemy path was called the shamanic path among demons. But it was merely the form of address that was different. The principle was all interlinked. What was different was that the division of the demon race's meridians was vastly different from the human race. In the entire divine realm, those able to cultivate both the human race's and demon race's alchemy path to this sort of realm was also just Yuan. During his previous life, Ji Qingyan had no shortage of being invited by the demon race's major powers to refine pills to save people. He had a massive number of connections among the demon races too. Peng Tian suddenly waved his hand, indicating for those shamans to withdraw. After they left, Peng Tian suddenly said, Peng Hai, you're certain that the one you guys ran into was the Dragon Lord? Peng Hai had been standing at one side with his hands by the sides all along, not daring to speak. Only seeing Peng Tian question at this time, did he answer. He said, yes, clan head. This subordinate saw the reverse scale on his body with my own eyes. I absolutely won't be mistaken. Peng Tian said with a cold smile, is that so? Then why have I already received news on my side that the Dragon Lord has already appeared at the Darkfian Tiger clan? Peng Hai could not help being greatly surprised when he heard. Calculating according to the time, Yuan should just be reaching the Darkfian Tiger clan right now. But the news Peng Tian received was clearly already several days ago. Didn't that mean that two Dragon Lords appeared at the same time? What in the world was going on here? Clan head, Peng Hai knew that Peng Tian absolutely would not be joking with him, and could not help becoming absent-minded. Heh, looks like the Dragon Lord coming into being this time, will be quite fun. Peng Hai, you immediately depart for the Darkfian Tiger clan now and find that boy called Yuan. No matter how great a price you expend, you must make him treat Peng Yun, Peng Tian said. Peng Hai said worriedly, rest assured, even if Hu Yan isn't dead right now, he definitely can't even fend for himself too. They won't dare to do anything to you. I'll only give you 4 words, act according to circumstances. Got it, Peng Tian said. Peng Hai knew that this calamity could not be avoided and could only nod his head and said, yes. Subordinate understands. Halt, who are you people? Yuan and Xianxia arrived at the Darkfian Tiger clan and was stopped by people very quickly. Xianxia took a step forward and reported his family clan. I'm the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan's clan head, Xianxia. I have important matters to request an audience with Lord Hurong. This one beside me is this generation's Dragon Lord, Yuan. But who knew that Tiger clan member's expression changed and he said, Xianxia. Such immense gall you have. What are your motives for bringing a fake Dragon Lord forward to the Darkfian Tiger clan? Xianxia could not help being stupefied when he heard that. Taking a look at the Yuan beside him, then glancing at that Tiger clan member, he said, you don't make slanderous remarks. Yuan possesses true dragon bloodline and has a reverse scale on him too. Who is he if not the Dragon Lord? Chapter 659 Tiger clans call into question. Then that's strange. The Dragon Lord is clearly a guest inside my Tiger clan currently. Why would another Dragon Lord appear out of thin air? Come, men, take down these 2 people concocting a sinister plot for me, and await disposal. The Tiger clan member said with a cold smile. In his view, this Xianxia fabricating a Dragon Lord definitely had malicious motives. Right then, Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, you see. I said that I wasn't the Dragon Lord, right? But you just didn't believe. Now, we've made a fool out of ourselves, right? When Yuan said these words, the Tiger clan member naturally felt that he was weaseling his way out. Wicked plot failed to prevail, so he wanted to use such a method to escape. How could it be that easy? Hey, thinking of going back on your words now? Too late. The Tiger clan member's expression changed as he extended his hand like capturing Yuan away. Yuan's brows furrowed. The dragon pressure in his body erupted out abruptly. Yuan's palm directly sent the Tiger clan member flying. This tiger was an initial stage tier 5 who originally thought that taking down Yuan, wasn't it still easily done? But who knew that Yuan actually defeated him in one move? Very clearly, Yi Yuan did not wish to blow the matter up and already pulled his punches. Yi Yuan's attack was not heavy. The injuries on this tiger's body were not severe. It was just that the dragon pressure Yi Yuan emitted made him greatly astonished. This dragon pressure was extremely pure. What was this if not orthodox dragon race bloodline? This. How could there be two dragon lords showing up? Who is it, to actually dare act wildly in my Darkfian tiger clan? The commotion here finally attracted quite a number of tiger clan members. A youth took the lead and came forward to rebuke. Yi Yuan said coolly, "We came to deliver news out of goodwill, and your tiger clan wants to capture people right away. Is this your way of treating guests?" Human, said that youth in surprise. Young Lord Hu Shao, this person possess extremely pure dragon blood. Just now, he even called himself a dragon lord. That tiger who was beaten down by Yi Yuan already recovered at this time and came forward to clarify the situation. This youth was actually the Darkfian tiger clan's young lord. Hearing his clansmen say so, Hu Shao's brows raised up, and he said with a mocking laugh, "Dragon lord? What a joke." Yi Yuan took a look at Hu Shao and said coolly, "Young Lord Hu Shao, is it? It's just a misunderstanding. I possess dragon blood and gave birth to a reverse scale. Previously, I was forced to impersonate as the Dragon Lord and fought a great battle with Peng Yun. That's why Senior Shang Zan would be mistaken about me. You exchanged blows with Peng Yun. Haha, what a colossal joke. How could your bit of strength possibly be Peng Yun's match?" Hu Shao seemed to have heard some hilarious joke. Yi Yuan was merely just middle stage tier 4. How could he possibly be Peng Yun's match? When boasting, one needed to boast something a bit more believable too. Shang Zan did not speak the entire time, but hearing Hu Shao be so contemptuous towards Yi Yuan at this time, he was displeased. "Young Lord Hu Shao, this matter is absolutely true. My entire Firesource True Dipper Bear clan can bear witness for him. If not for Yi Yuan, my Firesource True Dipper Bear clan would have been fully exterminated already. Old Shang, I came here today in order to report this matter to Lord Hurong. Didn't expect that I was actually taken to have ulterior motives. Humph, Yi Yuan, let's go. Didn't think that after my bear clan resisted foreign enemies with a will to die, what it exchanged for was such a result. Lord Hu Yan had no news for many years. Looks like the Darkfian tiger clan has really gone sour." The tiger clan's attitude also deeply hurt Shang Zan's heart, making him, a high elder, feel bitterly disappointed. Recalling back then when Lord Hu Yan was around, the Darkfian tiger clan quashed the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan until they could not even lift their heads. Now, haha, Shang Zan did not bother with Hu Shao either, turning right around and left. Shang Zan was, at any rate, a tier 6 expert. There were really not many people able to stop him. Right then, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Shang Zan since who knows when and blocked his path. "Younger brother Shang Zan, don't get angry. Young people are insensible. Don't haggle about it with them. You're my Darkfian tiger clan domain's high elder. Anyone might have ulterior motives, but you won't even have any," the person said to Shang Zan with a smile, like old friends catching up. When Shang Zan saw the arrival, his eyes involuntarily reddened as he said, "Lord Hurong, long time no see." Hurong sighed lightly and said, "Sigh, yes, really long time no see." Inside the clan, when Hurong heard Shang Zan's battle report, he could not help looking at Yi Yuan deeply. He was seriously unable to imagine how this tier 4 youth before his eyes accomplished to this step. Shang Zan's words sounded just like talking about a book from the heaven, there was no proof whatsoever. In the middle of a bunch of tier 5 and tier 6 experts, a tier 4 youth led the battle situation, making use of another person's hands to kill a tier 6 expert and severely injuring Peng Yun. This series of events sounded somewhat preposterous no matter what. When Shang Zan finished talking, Hurong nodded his head and said, "Turns out that in between this, so many things actually happened. Younger brother Shang Zan has worked hard. It's getting late today. You and this little brother rest in the clan first. I'll reward the two of you tomorrow with a feast tomorrow." Shang Zan was not a fool and naturally could tell that Hurong did not believe the words he said. But Shang Zan also knew that all of this that he said was seriously somewhat too fantastical to imagine. Listening to it really seemed like weaving a story. If he did not see with his own eyes but was relayed to him by other people, he definitely would not believe it. Shang Zan nodded his head and turned around and left with Yi Yuan. After the two left, Hurong suddenly opened his mouth and said, Xiao, how much of Shangzan's words do you think can be trusted? Hu Xiao scurried out from inside and shook his head and said, this child feels that there isn't an iota of credibility. That Yi Yuan only has tier 4 strength. Even if he really had the ability to cross boundaries to battle, how could he possibly defeat Peng Yun? Furthermore, what the Rock clan is most proficient in is speed. To let a tier 4 martial artist go and compete in speed with a late-stage tier 5 Peng Yun, isn't this a joke? Hu Rong nodded his head, but he did not comment anything. He then asked, is the person sent out already? Hu Xiao nodded and said, already sent out. But the quickest most likely also needs 3 to 4 days time before it can be thoroughly investigated. Shangzan is our Darkvian Tiger clan's elder. Back then, he received Big Brother's great grace. Presumably, he won't betray the Tiger clan. Rather, that youth has unclear origins. There's no choice but to guard against him. If there's really any problem, it's almost certain to have been planned by that youth. Sigh, if Big Brother could take a turn for the better, we wouldn't be at an extent of quaking in our boots these few years either, akin to treading on thin ice. Hu Rong said, sigh, that's also something that can't be helped. Hu Xiao followed up with a sigh. Suddenly, his eyeballs swiveled around, and he moved closer to Hu Rong and said, Uncle Rong, why not send somebody to go and test that boy a bit? Whether he's really capable or bragging, wouldn't it be out with a probe? You're saying, didn't that boy claim to be the Dragon Lord? Then let's make the real Dragon Lord exchange blows with him and see who's the real Dragon Lord. Hu Xiao felt that this idea was pretty good and said proudly. Hu Rong's eyes lit up, and he said, this idea is not bad. The Dragon Lord's identity is extraordinary. Once he knows that somebody impersonated him, he probably won't tolerate the other party's existence. Chapter 660 Long Teng's Unexpected Invitation. Yi Yuan, you're really not the Dragon Lord. After settling down, the first question Shangzan asked was ascertaining the issue of Yi Yuan's identity. Yi Yuan said helplessly, I said that I wasn't the Dragon Lord long ago. But, you clearly have a reverse scale on you. Apart from the Dragon Lord, how can a reverse scale possibly appear on the bodies of other people? Shangzan could not figure it out even after racking his brain. In this god-prohibited demon region, a reverse scale would only appear on the bodies of the genuine dragon race. If Yi Yuan was not the Dragon Lord, who on earth was he? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, who said that having a reverse scale is the Dragon Lord? Anyway, I'm indeed not the Dragon Lord. Quote. Shangzan was speechless and only said after a long time, all right then. Drop this matter for now. The news that we brought, Lord Hu Rong doesn't believe it at all. Sigh, talking about it is vexing too. If Lord Hu Yan was around, why would there be a need for me, this puny little bear race, to worry about this matter? What do you think we should do now? Yi Yuan said smilingly, one word, wait. Wait, Shangzan said, baffled. That's right, just set your mind at ease and stay here will do. After a few days, we'll naturally see the outcome, Yi Yuan said coolly, seemingly indifferent. Returning to his residence, Yi Yuan's mind suddenly stirred, and he entered inside the vast heaven pagoda. Senior Long Teng, you're looking for me. A person appeared before Yi Yuan's eyes. It was precisely Long Teng. Ever since Yi Yuan obtained the vast heaven pagoda, this fellow had always been deep in slumber. This was still his first time coming out to speak but did not know for what. But Long Teng frowned slightly and said, there's a dragon race's little bastard nearby. Yi Yuan gave Long Teng a glance rather surprisedly, thinking to himself why did this fellow have such a great grievance towards the dragon race. Long Teng normally appeared to be unwilling to expend the tiniest speck of energy. That was why he was in a state of deep sleep all along. Today, for the sake of a nearby dragon, he actually materialized a clone out. Yi Yuan reckoned that this Dragon Lord was roughly similar in strength with that Hu Xiao and Peng Yun too. To Long Teng, he was just a junior. Was there a need to raise such a big ruckus? Senior is impressive. There is indeed a dragon nearby. He claims to be the Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan said honestly. Even though he had not met the Dragon Lord, without a doubt, that fellow was definitely a dragon. Long Teng's expression turned cold, and he said to Yi Yuan, Dragon Lord. Heh, a creature who has an unduly high opinion of himself. What high-sounding sentiments. Yi Yuan, I don't care what method you use, you must thrash this fellow brutally for me. Beat him until he cries for his daddy and mummy. What a terrific fellow. Yi Yuan had not even met with him yet, and Long Teng made him be so ruthless. How great an enmity was this? Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Hoo, this doesn't need much work. If my conjectures are right, that Dragon Lord will probably come to find trouble with me tomorrow." This Dragon Lord clearly had pretty good relations with the Tiger clan. With Shang Zan's protection, the Tiger clan could not very well make a move on him too. Want to ascertain his actual situation, the Dragon Lord was undoubtedly the best option. As long as they disclosed the matter of Yi Yuan impersonating the Dragon Lord, most likely, the Dragon Lord definitely would not take things lying down. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Lang Teng's eyes lit up, and he said, "Like that huh, then that's for the best. That punk's strength is a little stronger than yours. Let's begin special training now. You train properly for me. You must beat him down for me." Yi Yuan could not help being confused when he heard and said, making a frantic last-minute effort, "There's no time, right?" But Yi Yuan was still secretly quite startled in his heart. Long Teng should be very clear about his strength. He actually said that he was not that Dragon Lord's match. Looks like this Dragon Lord truly had a well-deserved reputation. No wonder every generation's Dragon Lord could all leave behind a legend in the God-prohibited demon region. Looks like their strength could not be underestimated. The Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talismans in Yi Yuan's hands were already used up. Dealing with late-stage Tier 5 demons was still rather taxing. Long Teng casually fished out a piece of crystal stone and said, "I say can make it, means can make it." Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing when he saw the crystal stone in Long Teng's hand. A chaos gem. Hoo, this brat, really knows quite a bit. To actually even recognize chaos gems. One piece of chaos gem can make the vast heaven pagoda's time flow slow down 60 times. Furthermore, it can last for 3 days. Therefore, you still have a night's time, which is also roughly 20 days' time. Long Teng said excitedly. Yi Yuan's face could not help turning black when he heard that and said, "You said before previously that there's no way to make time flow become slow." Long Teng appeared slightly embarrassed as he said, "Hee, the chaos gems I have on hand are not many already. I naturally have to use them sparingly. Since you know about the chaos gem, you should also know its preciousness. Furthermore, with your comprehension abilities, you actually don't need to control time flow, isn't it so?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Is that so? Does Senior feel that I'm so easy to hoodwink? Apologies, I don't wish to establish a powerful foe for no reason at all. This match, can I not fight?" Long Teng hurriedly said when he heard that, Don't. I'm really not bluffing you. The chaos gems I have on hand are really not many already." Yi Yuan said with a half smile, Hoo, is that so?" Long Teng could not help choking up as he said dejectedly, "Speak then. What terms do you want?" Yi Yuan was thrilled when he heard and said smilingly, "Wouldn't it be done if you were so straightforward in advance? I don't want much either, just 10 pieces are enough." "No way, at most 2 pieces, 8 pieces, any lesser and there's nothing to talk about. Consider yourself ruthless. 5 pieces, can't be any higher. I also just have a total of 20 pieces of chaos gems on hand. You know that I still have use for it myself." "Fine, deal." Yi Yuan agreed without any hesitation. Long Teng felt his flesh hurt. The muscles on his face were all spasming. Yi Yuan held the chaos gem in his hand and asked, "How to use this thing?" Long Teng said with a black face, "Insert the chaos gem into the vast heaven steel will do. You're the vast heaven steel's owner now. This 180 days, you can use them freely." Yi Yuan nodded his head and inserted the chaos gem into the vast heaven steel according to what was said. Indeed, Yi Yuan very quickly sensed the time flow around him become slow. Right then, Long Teng fished out another small bottle and threw it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan received it, took a look, and in delight he said, "Heaven's heart earth nether milk. You only have 20 days time. Break through to the 6th level soul sea for me, then bash that fellow down for me. With this, there's no issue, right?" Long Teng said. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "If I can't even beat down the Dragon Lord like this, then what face do I still have to come and see Senior? You just wait here for my good news." Heaven's heart earth nether milk contained incomparably, extremely titanic amounts of essence energy. It was a superb item to use for cultivation. This one small bottle of Heaven's heart earth nether milk was extremely precious. To think that Long Teng actually brought it out casually. Looks like the treasures on this fellow's body was really quite a fair bit. In the past, what was given to those geniuses was most likely some trash goods. The genuinely good stuff was all stashed away himself. Looks like in the future, got to find a time to properly squeeze this old fellow. Chapter 661, Brutally Clobbering the Dragon Lord. In the vast heaven pagoda, 20 days passed in a flash. In these 20 days, Yuan relied on the heaven's hard earth nether milk to successfully break through 2 levels in a row, finally breaking through to the 6th level Soul Sea. As long as he had sufficient essence energy to support, Yuan's breakthroughs would only follow as a matter of course. But the heaven's hard earth nether milk that Yuan expended was also rather considerable. The essence energy he required to break through was too terrifying. Do you remember all that I've told you? Long Teng said. Yuan shot Long Teng a strange look and said, Senior is really going through painstaking efforts. You already said this much. If I don't pummel that fellow to a pig's head, wouldn't I let you down too much? Long Teng did not have any intention of being embarrassed. He burst into laughter when he heard that and said, ha ha ha. What I want is this sentence of yours. This time that Long Teng came out, Yuan discovered that his temperament simply changed drastically. There was no hint at all of that sort of taciturn and steadiness from before. One could tell that Long Teng did not want to kill that dragon lord either. Just purely harboring the thought of beating up and humiliating the other party. Unfortunately, Yuan became his hired thug. Of course, regardless of whether Yuan was willing or not, this hired thug, could not run away. The next day early morning, Yuan just came out of the vast heaven pagoda and heard a loud roar from outside the house. Little thief Yuan, scram outside for this dragon lord. A mere human actually dares to pass off as the dragon lord. I think that you're tired of living. Yuan left the house but just happened to bump into Xianxia. When Xianxia saw Yuan, he was so shocked that his jaw almost hit the ground. You broke through 2 minor boundaries. Breaking through 2 minor boundaries overnight. This was simply heaven-defying. Yuan smiled but did not explain anything. This sort of thing, the more one explained, the more confusing it became. Might as well make it a mystery. Yuan came outside the house and saw a young man in azure clothing. He said coolly, Where is this dog from? Barking madly here early in the morning and disturbing people's sweet dreams. The azure clothing youth snorted coldly and said, I was wondering what kind of expert he was, to actually dare impersonate the name of Dragon Lord. Turns out that it's just a tier 4 rookie. I'll give you one chance. Kneel before this Dragon Lord, and I can spare you from death. Yuan's face revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment and said, So, you're this generation's versus. Previously, I kept hearing how every generation's Dragon Lord is a hero of the world. Seeing it today, it really makes me too disappointed. The Dragon Lord's face darkened, and he said in a solemn voice, How this Dragon Lord isn't up to you, this sort of trash, to comment. Looking at your appearance, you aren't planning on giving this Dragon Lord an account. Yuan said coolly, Want me to give an account? Sure. That we'll have to see if you have that capability. Hey, truly not shedding tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, I'll send you off. The Dragon Lord did not say another word. An outrageous dragon pressure directly erupted out, truly incomparably stunning. The two people's commotion was so great that there had already been quite a number of Darkfian Tiger clan members crowding over long ago. Even though the Darkfian Tiger clan had divine beast bloodline too, furthermore, considered a very powerful clan in the god-prohibited demon region, compared to the Dragon Lord, it was still far too lacking. It was precisely because Dragon's bloodline was extremely pure that they could become every generation's king. Yuan could not help smiling coldly when he saw the situation. The dragon pressure in his body abruptly erupted out at the same time. With this, everyone's faces all changed. Yuan's bloodline power was actually even stronger than the Dragon Lord's. What's going on here? The dragon race bloodline power in this boy's body is actually even stronger than the Dragon Lord's. Really seeing ghosts. This boy is clearly a human. How can his bloodline power possibly be stronger than the Dragon Lord's? Could it be that the Dragon Lord in our clan all along was fake? The Darkfian Tiger clan members were discussing animatedly. It naturally could not hide from Dragon Lord's ears. These commenting sounds sounded so ear-piercing to him. He seriously could not figure out why the bloodline power in the body of a human would be even more powerful than his. How could he know that the dragon blood Yi Yuan refined was a half-divine beast blood essence? What kind of notion was a half-divine beast? That was an existence whose bloodline had already evolved towards the divine beast. The might and power were already formidable to an unimaginable extent. Their bloodline power already infinitely approached divine beast. Forget about him, a puny little dragon lord. Even if those dragon race major powers in the divine realm came, they might not be more powerful than Yi Yuan's bloodline power. If not for Yi Yuan's cultivation realm being too low, just based on his bloodline power, he would be able to crush this dragon lord until he could not lift his head. Furthermore, the dragon blood that Yi Yuan refined, there was still a large portion of energy incubating within his body. Following Yi Yuan's strength becoming increasingly stronger, the bloodline power in his body would also get more and more powerful. Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries overnight and stimulated another portion of dragon blood out. To want to suppress the dragon lord in terms of bloodline power, wasn't it still like playing? A mere human actually dares to steal dragon race bloodline. Death penalty. The dragon lord roared furiously and directly transformed into a phantom, attacking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's aura abruptly erupted, directly breaking through the bottleneck of late-stage Soul C, reaching 8th level Soul C. The dragon lord, who had a tumultuous imposing momentum, was directly struck flying out. Then, the entire battle became Yi Yuan's solo performance. The insufferably arrogant dragon lord was directly reduced to Yi Yuan's sandbag, being beaten until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Each and every one of the surrounding Darkfian Tiger clan all had wide gaping mouths. Clearly, they were dumbfounded by this scene. In their view, the dragon lord was an ever-victorious existence. This battle should be a one-sided one. Right now, it was indeed one-sided. It was just that the winning and losing sides were reversed. The dragon lord really wanted to explode. Yet, he already lost the initiative and did not even have the leeway to retaliate. How terrifying was Yi Yuan's strength. Disregarding others, just solely on the subject of speed, the dragon lord could not even catch up by whipping his horse. Yi Yuan's speed was what even Peng Yun was powerless against, let alone the dragon lord. Though the dragon race's strength was formidable, speed was not their strong point. Just in terms of speed, Yi Yuan was established in an undefeatable position. Often, when Yi Yuan's attack landed, the dragon lord had yet to hit the ground and was directly intercepted in midair by Yi Yuan already. Under such a speed, it was practically something impossible for the dragon lord to want to counterattack. When experts exchanged moves, losing the initiative was equivalent to losing one's life. The dragon lord's evaluation of Yi Yuan's strength in the beginning was severely lacking, resulting in somewhat underestimating the opponent. Who could have thought that once Yi Yuan made a move, it would be earth-shattering? Actually, even if Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries originally, adding in the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, it was also not possible to beat the dragon lord until like this. In between this naturally still had some matters that had no need to let others know. At the same time that the dragon lord was getting a beating, he was unbelievably perplexed. He was puzzled why Yi Yuan was so clear about his weak points. He just stuck his butt out, and Yi Yuan knew what was going to come out. In addition, losing the initiative right from the beginning, the dragon lord was passive in all respects right now, getting a beating all over. It was also uncertain how long had passed. Yi Yuan's attacks suddenly ceased. Only then did those surrounding Tiger clan members finally come back to their sense. Their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with awe and veneration. Looking at the dragon lord again, he was already pummeled until looking like a pig's head. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.